Bro was head over heels in love, but he got played by his own girlfriend. She fleeced him for every single penny his parents left behind. He ended up homeless and broken. But then, the world literally ended. A global virus turned most of humanity into brain-eating zombies. Everything went to absolute chaos. In a world like that, the survivors had to squat up just to stay off the menu. It was eat or be eaten. RMC, Khương Tiểu Dũng, actually locked in and built a cracked safety base with his crew to survive. But then, that trash ex-girlfriend Thôi Tĩnh showed up. She pulled up looking all pathetic, acting like a victim who needed a place to stay. And because Tiểu Dũng was way too kind back then, she played on his sympathy and caught him off guard. She pulled a total snake move, opening the gates for her secret lover and his gang to raid the base. They wiped out his whole squad and tortured him until his last breath. But even the darkest storms have to end sometime. Plot twist. Tiểu Dũng regressed back to 1 month before the world went to hell. This time, he's not being a clown. He's out for revenge and prepping for the end. Yo, what is up guys? Welcome back to Boot Get a Review. Today, we're diving into the full recap of Apocalypse Rebirth. I rely on opening chests to reach the top. If you're hyped for this, smash that like button and subscribe. Now let's get into it. We start with our MC tied up and dangling in the air. Below him is a massive cage full of hungry zombies just waiting for him to drop like a snack. They're literally foaming at the mouth for him. Standing right there is that gold-digging snake and her fat new boyfriend. They brought a whole squad of goons with them, and every single one looks like a menace. Then, Thôi Tĩnh looks up and starts talking mad trash about his fallen teammates in the most disrespectful tone ever. She tells him, "Your friends are all dead. Why even bother living?" After they took over his base, they absolutely wrecked his crew. They threw them to the zombies like trash. One guy got his face ripped off, and another girl got her head crushed instantly. She died with tears still in her eyes. It was a straight-up bloodbath. Tiểu Dũng is losing it, remembering his 2 best friends who died for nothing. He's fuming. He realized he was a total clown for ever trusting that trash Thôi Tĩnh. He's thinking, damn it, it's all my fault they're dead. Dangling there, he's struggling with everything he's got, staring death in the face. He's screaming his lungs out at those monsters. "You evil snakes, I'll make sure you never rest in peace." But these villains are just chilling. They were literally engaged to be married once, and she acts like it's nothing. She's clinging to her fat boyfriend, flexing on the MC, and acting all cute, saying, "Oh my god, babe, look how mean he's being to me." The fat guy just laughs and says, "Don't worry, babe, we'll take our time killing him." They already looted every single legendary item from Tiểu Dũng base. He gives him a dirty smirk and says, "Thanks for all the gear though, it'll keep us comfortable for months." Then he reaches for the remote. He hits the button to drop the MC. He's literally cheering as the rope snaps. Boom, our MC is falling. He slams onto the ground with a sickening thud. That fall definitely broke his spine. It's looking absolutely cooked for him. The zombies are already smelling dinner. They swarm him instantly. Fresh meat delivered right to their doorstep. It's a horde of male and female zombies, mouths wide open, eyes rolled back. They look absolutely disgusting. Since he's paralyzed from the fall, he can't even move. They start ripping into his neck, shoulders, and stomach. His hands are still tied. He's so angry and in pain, he's literally coughing up blood. He lets out a final, agonizing scream. As he's being torn to pieces, his hatred is off the charts. He's completely helpless, but his soul is burning for revenge in his final moments. He grits his teeth and swears, "Thôi Tĩnh, Lý Thụ Hùng, if I ever get another chance, I will make you two pay in blood." Everything goes dark. Khương Tiểu Dũng is gone. But wait, it's not over. He's got one more shot at this. He snaps awake like it was all a bad dream, gasping for air. He's covered in sweat, and then he hears someone screaming at him. "Khương Tiểu Dũng, what is your problem?" God actually listened, he regressed. He's sitting on his own sofa like nothing happened. Right in front of him is his trash ex, Thôi Tĩnh, standing there with her legs crossed, yelling, "Why isn't my name on the house deed yet?" She's like, "Do you even love me?" 1 second he's being eaten alive, and now he's home. He's totally bugging out. What is going on? He's looking around his own house like a stranger. He can't believe it. He's thinking, no way, did I actually return to the past? Is it actually before the apocalypse? Thôi Tĩnh is still there, acting like a total brat. Everything he just went through felt like a vision of the future. He now knows exactly who the snakes are and who's actually real. The rage inside him is starting to boil. He looks at his hands completely fine. He tells himself he won't mess up this time. He has to play it cool and not let her know he's regressed. He knows she's just a massive liar. He stays quiet, forcing himself to hold back while she keeps barking in his face. She's demanding 100 million in dowry, not a penny less. She's pretty sure, but her personality is straight up trash. She's all talk and no work. She thinks she can just boss him around because he used to be such a simp. She's acting like she's his boss. "You got that?" She snaps. Inside, Dune is disgusted. Sitting across from the woman who literally killed him is wild. He has to stay calm. He can't blow his cover yet. But Thôi Tĩnh just won't shut up. I'll give you some time, but if you don't get the cash. She's being so ridiculous that Dune finally hits his limit. He shuts Thôi Tĩnh up and literally shoves her out the door. He's like, yeah, I get it. Now get lost. This was the first time she'd ever seen this side of him, and her brain was buffering. She turned back with a look of pure rage, totally confused by his sudden 180-degree change. Like, since when did this guy grow a backbone? Wasn't he supposed to be her loyal little dog? Inside the apartment, our boy Xiaoyang didn't care and just slammed the lock shut. He kept his hand on the handle, looking totally disgusted. One gold-digging leech down, finally, some peace and quiet. Xiaoyang checked the digital clock. It was exactly 17 hours on July 5th, 2034. He started thinking, only 1 month left. I need to gear up if I want to survive the upcoming catastrophe. Just then, a strange sound beeped right next to him. A sharp ding made him jump. Suddenly, a holographic screen popped up. The Apocalypse Quest system was officially online. Mission alert, time to get moving. Mission title, prepare for the end of the world. Objective, secure at least 1 plot of land. Requirement, stockpile over 365 days worth of supplies. Reward, 10 system points. These points can be traded for items in the system shop. Basically, Xiaoyang regressed to the time before the world went to hell, and he even scored a cheat code system to deal with the incoming zombie horde. Xiaoyang stared at the glowing screen, hyped as ever. He was like, wait, a system 2? What are these points even for? Curiously, he tapped on the System Shop button. Instantly, the screen changed. System Shop. Stamina boost +1 price, 20 points. Level 1 Cultivator Supply Box, 2 points. Level 1 Main Character Supply Box, 10 points. There was even a refresh button at the bottom for 2 points. While browsing, something clicked in his head. His expression went from hype to dead serious. This was important. He scrambled to find his phone. In his past life, he was so busy saving up for that trash girl's dowry that he barely ate, leaving him weak and malnourished. He grabbed his phone from the table. He didn't open social media. He went straight for the food delivery apps. He thought, in 1 month, the world is going to be crawling with zombies. I better eat everything I can while it's still hot. Night fell and the city lights came on. A delivery guy arrived at his high-rise apartment with a mountain of delicious food. The table was packed with the best dishes in town. Xiaoyang grinned, saying, now this is legendary food. These were 3-star dishes from the most famous spot in the city. He knew how bad things were about to get once the apocalypse hit. He might literally die soon, so he didn't care about the price tag. He was going to feast like a king. He picked up a piece of meat and smirked. Let's see if this 300,000 dong plate of stir-fried eggs and tomatoes actually slaps. He took a massive bite. At first, he was just tasting it, but then boom, the flavor exploded. It was so good he could literally feel the vibes. He felt so much pure joy that he literally ripped his shirt off. After years of struggling, this was pure satisfaction. Xiaoyang flopped onto his chair and started vacuuming the food. He was shoving everything into his mouth like he hadn't eaten in years. He was eating like a hungry beast when suddenly, his phone started ringing like crazy. He was still mid-bite, holding a crab leg in his hand. He glanced at the screen. He already knew who it was. He thought, ugh, another pick-me girl calling to cry for her bestie. He didn't want to, but he picked up anyway. A girl's voice immediately started screaming through the phone. Xiaoyang, what is wrong with you? Why are you treating Thôi Tĩnh like that? She was just being honest. If you won't even give her your property, how can you say you love her? The girl on the other end was totally unhinged, making Xiaoyang's ears ring. He had to hold the phone away from his ear while grabbing a napkin, but she was still shouting. Thôi Tĩnh was just testing you. Now bring your land deeds and 1 million in cash here to apologize on your knees, or I'm telling her to dump you. Consider yourselves broken up if you don't. Back in the day, old Xiaoyang would have simped hard and begged for forgiveness, but our boy is a regressor now. He knows exactly how trash they are. The more she talked, the more his blood started to boil. He didn't hold back and yelled right back into the phone, what do you two even want? A girl like her isn't even worth my time. Get lost, the girl was stunned. She couldn't believe he actually fought back. Xiaoyang, how dare you, she stammered. His rage finally exploded. He was done with these brainless girls and their nonsense. He slumped onto the sofa, leaning his head back with a long sigh. Now, his mind was only focused on clearing that apocalypse mission. He stared at the ceiling, thinking, a plot of land, huh? Okay. He started planning what to do once he got it. He needed to build an absolute fortress easy to defend, hard to attack. Plus, it needed to be near water and the forest. Decision made. Xiaoyang headed straight to a high-end real estate center. The place looked super professional and expensive. Everything was fancy, but Xiaoyang was just rocking casual clothes while looking to buy property. As soon as he walked in, a staff member came over to greet him. She bowed politely and asked, "Welcome, sir. Are you looking to buy or rent today?" He stood there for a second with his hands in his pockets. Xiaoyang smiled and was about to answer when someone called out to the girl from behind. It was Director Chu. This real estate director is a total piece of work. He's got this stone-cold face while barking orders at a junior staffer named Xiao Ning. "Xiao Ning, quit stalling and go move those cabinets in the back." The man's got zero chill today. Xiao Ning sees him coming and bows down respectfully, trying to explain herself. "Sir, I'm actually right in the middle of helping this client, but does this trash director care? Not a chance." He literally grabs her by the shoulder and shoves her away, looking at our MC like he's something stuck to the bottom of his shoe. "Xiao Ning, did you lose your brain cells over the weekend?" He snaps. "You've got zero vision. Look at this guy in these rags. Get back to work and stop wasting time." Bro really thinks he's him just because he's wearing a suit. He's judging Jiang Xiaoyang's bank account based on his casual clothes. Seeing this play out, Xiaoyang is definitely feeling some type of way. He absolutely hates these gold-digging snakes. He's clenching his fists, holding back the urge to go God mode on this clown. Poor Xiaoning is stuck in the middle, worried about losing her customer. She tries to speak up, but the director just glares at Xiaoyang and starts talking smack. "Can't you see? This guy's wearing literal trash," he sneers. "He probably can't even afford a public toilet, let alone land. Don't bother with him." Talk about a major ego trip. Xiao Ning is speechless. Xiaoyang is just buffering for a second before he claps back with the heat. "Excuse me? What exactly is that supposed to mean? This guy's got a serious case of looking down on people. He's fine insulting others, but the moment Xiaoyang talks back, he catches a massive attitude and glares like he wants to throw hands. He turns around with this smug, punchable grin. "I'm saying I know a loser when I see one. You think you're special just because you walked in here?" This guy is the definition of shallow. He keeps yapping, thinking he's top tier. "Listen, kid, if you can actually afford a house, I'll eat dirt right in front of you." Xiaoyang just stares at this absolute ka-chun. He's got a plan, and it's about to be a total face slap. The director just made a bet he's going to regret for the rest of his life. Xiaoyang stands his ground, ready to trap this clown in his own words. He looks the director straight in the eyes, brow furrowed, and speaks with total authority. "Bet. You better remember exactly what you just said. Just wait. I'm about to serve you a very spicy and very smelly meal." Nobody in this room knows how cracked Xiaoyang's bank account is except for him. With max confidence, he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a literal black card with 2 fingers. Total flex. He says it cool and collected. "Listen, lady, I didn't come here to rent some tiny apartment." Then he turns up the volume so the whole office can hear. "I'm here to buy the whole damn plot of land." He points that black card straight at the arrogant director's face. Earlier, the guy thought Xiaoyang was just some broke dude in basic clothes. Now, the director is literally shaking and sweating buckets. Xiao Ning is standing there with her jaw on the floor, completely shook. The vibe in the room shifted instantly. A crowd starts gathering because they smell a massive plot twist. Everyone sees the card and starts losing their minds. "No way. Is he actually buying land?" One guy shouts. "Am I tripping? Does he even know how many millions of dollars that costs?" Another guy is just stunned. "I've lived 30 years and never seen someone pull a black card to buy land. This is wild." The whole place is buzzing. Okay, he's definitely him. Xiao Ning hit the jackpot. The guy she treated with respect turned out to be a secret billionaire. She immediately snaps out of it and leads him in with a huge smile. "Yes, of course. Right this way, sir. I'll give you the full VIP treatment." Xiaoyang follows her in, leaving the salty director standing there looking like a complete idiot. Xiao Ning is being super professional now. The director is fuming, grinding his teeth until they nearly snap. He yells out, "Who are you trying to flex on? I bet that card's a fake. You won't be able to pay a cent." They ignore the trash and head to the private lounge for big whales. Xiaoyang sits down like a boss, ready to drop some serious cash. Xiao Ning respectfully hands him the files on the available plots. "Sir, here are the prime locations our company currently owns. Please take a look at these summaries, and then I'll go over every detail for you." She slides the papers over. Xiaoyang just waves them off. He's not about that corporate fluff. He's a straight shooter who knows what he wants. He looks at Xiao Ning with a serious face. "Let's not waste time. I'll tell you exactly what I need, and you tell me if you have it." Xiao Ning is locked in. "Please, go ahead, sir." See, he's buying land to prep for the upcoming apocalypse. He needs a survival base that can withstand the literal end of the world. He thinks for a moment. "I need it surrounded by mountains and rivers. I need a top-tier water source and easy road access. It would be even better if there's a massive factory building already there. To a normal person, these requests are totally weird. It's like he's building a fortress instead of a home. Xiao Ning is a bit confused, clutching her files. Let me think. Right then, that same trash director walks in. He's still got that punchable face. He hears Xiao Yong's requirements and decides to jump in with a smug look, trying to ruin the deal. Wait, isn't that plot in East Town exactly what this gentleman is looking for? Xiao Ning looks up, totally surprised. Wait, the East Town district? Because she's actually a good person, she tries to warn her boss that something's wrong. Director Chu, you mean the old tea capital? We can't sell that. It's covered in half-finished, abandoned factories. The legal issues aren't even settled yet. We can't sell that to a customer. The director knows it's a trap, but he's trying to scam Xiao Yang. This man is pure evil. He stands there looking down on Xiao Yang with a cold glare. Who said anything about a normal sale? This loser has been making weird demands all day. He's clearly just a troll here to cause trouble, not actually buy anything. Xiao Yang doesn't even blink at the trash talk. He completely ignores the director and asks Xiao Ning about East Town because it actually sounds perfect for his survival base. So, does it really fit all my criteria? Xiao Ning hesitates, looking worried. I mean, technically yes, but there's a massive problem. The upper floors of the factory were a total mess and falling apart. The construction lead had already vanished into thin air. Deng quickly grabbed the documents and flipped to the page with the land plot to check it out. Our boy Kung Tiu Deng was locked in as he read. This spot is actually fire. It hits every single requirement. Look at those heavy-duty wire fences. Perfect for defense, but a nightmare to attack. Plus, that unfinished factory is a massive W. It is going to save me so much cash and time on building. Realizing this spot was the one, Tiu Deng handed the folder back to the staff member, Tiu Nin. I will take it. Can I pay and get the contract right now? Man, no one could have guessed he would actually buy this wasteland. Everyone thought it was a total L, but Deng saw the vision. Tiu Nin bowed out of habit and blurted out, I am so sorry, sir. Wait, hold on. Our cute little assistant heard him wrong. She froze, eyes wide and looking completely lost. She let out a confused noise just to be sure. She bowed again, looking super awkward, and asked, Mr. Tiu Dung, are you for real about buying this unfinished factory? Kung Tiu Dung did not blink. He answered instantly while throwing shade at Manager Chu. Chu was standing there like a statue. Yeah, obviously. Let us sign and pay up. I have got a busy schedule, and someone has got a date with some literal trash to eat. The manager was speechless. He stood there grinding his teeth, absolutely fuming. Talk about a bad day at the office for Manager Chu. He tried to dump this trash land on Tiu Dung just to kick him out, but joke is on him. Our MC actually loved it. Chu literally played himself. Manager Chu looked at the receipt and started screaming. No, no way, this is impossible. A minute ago he was acting like a big shot, but now it is time to pay the price. That bet he made about eating trash if Deng actually bought the land? Yeah, he is cooked. Sweat was pouring down the manager's face as he shrieked. 300,000, this is 300,000. Who just drops a $300,000 deposit like it is nothing? Who spends millions on a half-built factory? I do not believe it. I won't believe it. Seeing Chu's mental breakdown, Kung Tiu Dung walked over and patted his shoulder. He gave him that dangerous look and a cold smirk. Listen here, buddy. I have already paid. Now it is your turn to perform. If you eat it all up, I will be happy. I might even send you a huge gift on your stream later. That will teach him to look down on people. The manager was paralyzed, face pale, and drenched in sweat. Tiu Dung did not care what happened next. He just walked away while Chu's coworkers watched the whole drama go down. They were just waiting for Deng to close the deal so they could live stream the manager's downfall. One guy ran up with his phone. Hey, big guy, I've got the stream ready for you, so get to it. His coworkers were way too excited for this. Another guy chimed in with a grin. Hey, fatty, my stomach is a bit messed up today, but I promise I will save the freshest batch just for you. They were not even joking. The manager never expected them to actually go through with it. He tried to fight back, but the guy with the phone shoved it right in his face. He said with a smirk, You want some lobster, fatty? I had some last night, so there might be some leftovers in there for you. Mission accomplished. The system pinged with a notification for our MC. Disaster prep mission, current status. Goal: own land and prep supplies for a full year. Points can be traded for rewards in the system shop. Deng walked through the lobby, heading out. Kung Tiu Dung had his hands in his pockets, deep in thought about how to get the cash for all that food. I need a year's worth of supplies for the apocalypse. My dowry money went to the land, so I need a new way to stack some cash for the food storage. While he was planning his next move, he walked right past a guy in a white suit. This was none other than Lý Thụ Hùng, the guy his girl is cheating with. Thôi, Tieren's current side piece, recognized him. He turned around to watch Tiu Dung walk away. He looked suspicious. Wait, isn't that Kung Tiu Dung? What is a loser like him doing here? He shrugged it off and headed inside, but then he saw the chaos surrounding Manager Chu. A crowd of employees had him cornered. One guy was shoving some stuff toward his mouth, while another forced his jaw open. They had Chu pinned down. Another guy was recording the whole mess live. It was pure chaos in such a fancy place. Lý Thụ Hùng screamed, "What on earth are you guys doing?" Cut to Thôi Tĩnh place. This woman was looking way too extra in her short shorts and fishnets. Her outfit was doing the most as she sat there smoking like a total villain. Suddenly, her phone buzzed on the table. She picked it up with a smug look. Lý Thụ Hùng, you actually remembered I exist? Before she could say another word, the guy on the other end was panicking. He started yelling about Dung. Tien. Hung Ti Dung went to the real estate office and bought land today. Did you know about this? As soon as she heard the word money, Thôi Tĩnh stood straight up. She slammed her hand down on the vanity table, making a loud bang. She lost her cool instantly. What? He bought land? Where did that loser get the money? Lý Thụ Hùng on the other end. He quickly spilled the tea. The deposit was 100 million. I bet that is the dowry money he was saving for you. Hearing that, this shameless woman screamed into the phone like someone just robbed her. What? That total trash? How dare he spend my money? She actually thinks Dung's money belongs to her. This girl seriously needs a reality check. Her logic is completely broken. Lý Thụ Hùng tried to calm her down and give her a plan. Ting. Don't lose it yet. Go find Khương Tiểu Dũng right now. Let's see what actually went down first. Right now, the cash that was supposed to be her wedding dowry is totally gone, and Thôi Tĩnh is officially losing her mind. She's literally tweaking. She's screaming at Lý Thụ Hùng and swearing like that money was actually hers. Like, girl, what is there to even ask? That trash dared to touch my money. I'm going to make sure he pays with his life today. Meanwhile, over at Hung Tiu Dung's place, our boy is locked in, focusing on his mission. He just blew the entire wedding fund he saved for Thôi Tĩnh to put a down payment on a plot of land. Sigma move. Now, Khương Tiểu Dũng needs a massive bag to buy enough supplies for an entire year. He's sitting on the sofa with his head in his hands, trying to focus on the money situation. Buying supplies and building a base costs a fortune. Where am I going to get the stacks, he wonders. But then he's interrupted by a loud noise at the door. Someone is banging on the door like they have zero respect. Tiểu Dũng turns around and grumbles, "What the heck? Who's knocking?" like they're the FBI. He heads over to open it. Turns out, the noise is coming from his gold digger girlfriend, Thôi Tĩnh, and her bestie. Seeing both of them looking all stressed at his doorstep, Tiểu Dũng asks, "What are you two even doing here?" Thôi Tĩnh is already fuming, acting way too confident for someone who's about to get humbled. She's standing there with her legs apart, looking aggressive as heck, face twisted in rage. She screams right in his face, "Hung Ti Dung, what is your problem? How dare you spend my money?" The friend in the back is acting all serious, totally backing her up. Hearing that nonsense, Khương Tiểu Dũng brain is filled with about 10,000 questions. Like, what kind of clown behavior is this? He's not the simp he used to be. He's officially done with her drama. He scowls, looking visibly annoyed, and fires back. Huh? What are you even yapping about? I guess the old Khương Tiểu Dũng really was a fool back then, huh? Thôi Tĩnh keeps pushing it. She points her finger right at his face and shouts in her main character voice. Don't think I don't know what you did. You used my dowry money to buy land. Let me tell you, that dowry is mine, so if you use it for land, then that land is mine too. Wow, this woman is actually delusional. Where does that logic even come from? Khương Tiểu Dũng is literally speechless at her audacity. He looks at her with pure disgust and smirks. You're actually insane. Then, he pulls out a fat stack of cash and taps it on her shoulder. The flex, he shouts. Let me tell you, I'm the one with the bag here. He looks her dead in the eye, ready to drop a truth bomb so this brainless beauty knows her place. But even if it's just 1 cent, I'm not giving you anything. Seeing the cash on her shoulder, Thôi Tĩnh is shook. She stands there frozen like she's been paralyzed. Khương Tiểu Dũng keeps it 100. Don't think I don't know about the shady stuff you and Lý Thụ Hùng are doing behind my back. Finally realizing her boyfriend has changed, Thôi Tĩnh still doesn't feel a bit of guilt. Her face turns purple from pure rage. She glares at Tiểu Dũng, thinking to herself, what is going on? How could he possibly know about me and Lý Thụ Hùng? The vibes are getting intense. This is the first time Khương Tiểu Dũng has been this mad at her. Thôi Tĩnh bestie tries to jump in and play peacemaker, saying, Aya, you two need to chill. It's just a little lover's spat, right? It's all a misunderstanding. Thôi Tĩnh can't even say a word. She's just standing there seething. Khương Tiểu Dũng doesn't want to waste another second on them. He grabs the handle, ready to slam the door. He lets out one last roast to blow off steam, misunderstanding my foot. There's no mistake. She and that guy are a couple. Period. Now, get lost. RMC, Khương Tiểu Dũng, straight up slams the door in her face. Savage. He doesn't forget to shout through the door. Get out of here. Just looking at you guys is annoying as heck. Thôi Tĩnh is left there totally baffled. But she's not confused because she lost her man. She's confused about how he caught her cheating. She thinks, how? How could he possibly know? I was so careful every time I booked a hotel room. After taking a massive L, the two girls who love to spend but hate to work have to head to the elevator. Standing there waiting, the friend sees Thôi Tĩnh looking pretty down, so she grabs her hand and asks, Hey, Tĩnh, why didn't you tell me about something this big? Are you actually that close with that middle-aged guy, Lý Thụ Hùng? Thôi Tĩnh is feeling completely drained. She crosses her arms and looks down, confessing, We only went to the motel a few times. Hearing this, even the friend has a headache. She rubs her temples, feeling helpless. This is a total mess. Let's just go home first and figure out a plan to deal with this. Thôi Tĩnh has no other choice. She mumbles, Yeah, that's all we can do now. Asterisk ding. Asterisk. The elevator arrives, the doors open, and they both step inside. That's when the friend, standing behind Thôi Tĩnh, finally shows her true colors. She gives Tĩnh back a snaky look, thinking, Well, Tĩnh, since you already messed things up with Dũng, then I'm not going to be polite anymore. We're besties after all, right? Ha 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 ha. This girl has been eyeing Khương Tiểu Dũng for a long time, but Tĩnh was always in the way. Now that they've split, she's planning to take this chance to slide in and steal his heart. With the drama over, Khương Tiểu Dũng heads to the land he just bought to check on the warehouse construction. He asks the guy in charge, I need to renovate this factory. How long until it's finished? He and contractor Lee start going over the blueprints. Contractor Lee starts listing things off. Rebuilding the walls, adding guard towers, steel mesh, reinforced heavy-duty iron gates, and bulletproof glass. After talking, the contractor folds the plans and jokes, Can I ask something? Which powerful organization did you piss off? But Tiểu Dũng just keeps his eyes shut. He gives off a dangerous vibe, clearly not wanting to answer. Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much isn't good for your health. Just tell me how much it'll cost to finish this in 1 month. When Lee hears 1 month, he nearly jumps out of his skin. He quickly replies, 1 month? That's impossible, man. Tiểu Dũng raises his voice to push him. Stop yapping and just get it done. If you don't step up, your whole company's going down with you. Seeing Xiao Yong's insane demands, the contractor couldn't help but cry out, Man, my crew needs to stay alive to actually work. But Xiao Yong wasn't backing down an inch. He's like, Wow, since when did you become such a humanitarian, boss? The contractor got all shy, squinting his eyes and smiling like a total creep. Nah, boss, I just mean we need more cash. With enough money, I can make miracles happen. Xiao Yong was totally done with him. He coldly asked, How much? The guy nervously held up 2 fingers. Boss, to finish this in just 1 month, I gotta push my whole team to the limit. I need at least this much. Xiao Yong caught his vibe and guessed, 2 billion. The contractor nodded fast. Yeah, but I'm gonna need a deposit first. At least 500 million so we can actually survive the grind. Xiao Yong just crossed his arms and said, Fine. I'll send the money within a week. Just get your workers started on the site already. Hearing the delay, the contractor started bugging out. He tried to cut Xiao Yong off, but our MC just patted his shoulder to shut him up and keep him calm. Don't worry, I'm not gonna ghost you. If I don't pay, you can just take the land back. That's a classic Xiao Yong promise right there. The contractor was still a bit uneasy though, but facing a big whale customer like this, he finally caved. All right, it's a deal. Suddenly, Kui Jing's best friend found out about the project. She tracked down Xiao Yong's land and came skipping over, acting all cute and calling out his name. Xiao Yong. Brother Kung. Xiao Yong recognized that fake voice and turned around. She lunged at him, grabbing his arm and pressing herself against him on purpose. She was acting all bright and cheery, but Xiao Yong was legit startled. He tried to pull away, but this girl was clinging on like a leech. This is Kui Jing's bestie for you. Using some weird snake vibe intuition, she had zero shame, rubbing up against his arm and acting totally spoiled. Babe, what are you doing all the way out here? She leaned her head on his shoulder, and honestly, it was just super annoying. Looking at this parasite, he was fuming inside. Himph, this green tea snake. In my past life, Kui Jing stole everything I had, and you were right there helping her. In this life, I'm paying you back double. Even though he hated her guts, he kept his voice steady. What are you even doing here? The snake ignored his question and kept flirting, asking about the land with a fake smile. Xiao Yong, did you buy this land? It's so pretty here. Are you building a giant villa or something? Her voice was sweet, but it sounded like nails on a chalkboard to him. Coming from a snake like her, it was disgusting. Xiao Yang yanked his arm away. He created some serious distance, giving her a look that could kill. Whatever I'm doing has nothing to do with you, okay? The girl was stunned. She didn't expect him to be so cold. He just walked away to avoid her trash energy. Xiao Yang went back to focusing on the construction, completely ignoring the snake girl who was standing in the corner, literally grinding her teeth in rage. She was losing it. What's the deal? Why is this loser Xiao Yang acting so weird today? Usually, his face gets red and his heart races just from me touching his hand. Today, I literally threw myself at him, and he felt nothing. Xiao Yang saw two guys measuring stuff and ran over, pointing. No, that's not right. The main gate needs to be way wider. He ignored the girl calling out to him. She really has no shame. If creaching is bad, this girl is 500 times worse. Instead of working hard, she just uses her looks to bait men. She clenched her fists, plotting something dark. She decided to steal Xiao Yang from Kuijing just to get her hands on that land. I can't miss this. They're already fighting anyway. If I just take Kuijing out of the picture, this land is mine. After finishing at the site, Xiao Yang headed back home. He sat on his couch, totally locked in on his mission, ignoring everything else. He stared at the two red property deeds on the table. He started calculating. I mortgaged this house and only got 300 million. That's not even enough for the first phase of the project. I need a way to make more cash. He touched the deed, thinking hard. Then it hit him. Wait, that's it. The apocalypse is coming soon anyway. It doesn't matter if I sell this house to a dozen different people. It's a win-win. Once the world ends, they won't even need money. Think of it as an early withdrawal. He made up his mind. This is the play. Just as he solved one problem, another one popped up. Someone started banging on his door like a maniac, shouting his head off. Open up. Open this door right now. Xiao Yang turned toward the noise, totally pissed. Damn it, who's the headache now? He realized it was his annoying neighbor who's always looking for trouble. He went to the door, already knowing it was that rich guy, Mr. Li. This guy lives downstairs and is greedy as hell. He already owns the first and second floors, and now he's harassing Xiao Yang to sell the third. But Xiao Yang wanted this place for his wedding, so he refused. That's when the old man started his petty revenge. He poured paint on the door, left trash, even sent funeral flowers, just pure toxicity. Xiao Yang opened the door to see the stingy old man standing there. Gray hair, cheap old jacket, the guy looked like a total miser. He immediately started screaming at Xiao Yang. Were you jumping around up there again last night? Xiao Yang wasn't taking it anymore and clapped back. He held the door tight, his voice harder than ever. Are you done making noise? I was asleep before 10. What jumping are you talking about? The old man wouldn't back down. He flexed and tried to scream louder than Xiao Yang, opening his mouth wide to shout. Bro didn't even care. He definitely heard him. Not trying to start a scene, Khương Tiểu Dũng just waved him off like he was trash and looked away. Honestly, he was so done with this old man. Since he needed to sell the house anyway, he just cut to the chase. Stop it. Just stop. You want this house that bad, don't you? I've had enough of your crap, so I'll sell it to you. Happy now? The old geezer froze for a second. He couldn't believe he actually bagged the house that easily. Old man Li was shook. He asked, Are you for real? Are you serious? The guy was literally glowing with greed. But Tiểu Dũng just stood there with his arms crossed, shutting him down before he got too ahead of himself. But I've got one condition. Old man Li leaned in, narrowing his eyes. What condition? Bro really thought he had the upper hand here. Khương Tiểu Dũng dropped his terms with pure confidence. I'm not getting my new place for another 6 months, so I'm staying right here until then. Also, you're paying me 500 million up front. When you buy this place, that money has to clear my entire mortgage first. Old man Li started hesitating. Before the old man could even process or try to lowball him, Khương Tiểu Dũng started closing the door. He just closed his eyes and said, If you don't like it, then forget it. When he saw Khương Tiểu Dũng closing the door, old man Li completely panicked. He lunged forward, sticking his head through the gap and grabbing the door tight, looking at Tiểu Dũng and agreeing instantly. He started yapping about needing a contract, basically trying to make sure his prey didn't escape the net. But Khương Tiểu Dũng stayed cool as ice and just said, A contract is fine. You can relax. Inside, Tiểu Dũng was low-key celebrating. He gave the old man a shady side-eye and thought, You old piece of trash, just wait until you're cooked. A moment later, old man Li actually came through. The geezer sent the full payment for the house immediately. Tiểu Dũng checked his phone to see that sweet balance. He crunched the numbers. He just got 500 million from the old man, plus his 300 million loan, giving him a grand total of 800 million. Right then, the system pinged with a notification. Mission objective. Acquire a plot of land and stock up on supplies for a whole year, no more than 365 items. Reward, 10 points. Points can be traded for items in the system mall. Khương Tiểu Dũng reached out to hit the claim button, but it didn't work because the mission wasn't finished yet. He realized he should probably knock out the system missions first to grab those rewards, right? Cut to the biggest mall in the city. The place looked massive and high-end. With pockets full of cash, Khương Tiểu Dũng was ready to go God mode on this supply run. He was zooming through the supermarket with his cart. In no time, the system updated. Yearly supplies, 350, 9 out of 365 days collected. Everyone around was staring at Khương Tiểu Dũng like he was a freak, whispering and judging. One guy leaned over to the woman next to him. I think this guy's lost his mind. The woman in the brown coat looked at him like he was dangerous and said, let's just stay away from him. The sound of clashing carts kept getting louder. In a flash, Khương Tiểu Dũng had stacked over 10 shopping carts with supplies. He was making a huge scene. That same couple was still watching him. She saw him wiping sweat off his forehead from all that grinding and couldn't help but wonder, what on earth does he need all that stuff for? The guy next to her just laughed and mocked him, saying, probably another idiot who believes those doomsday rumors. He let out a huge laugh. Ha ha ha. All of Khương Tiểu Dũng hard work over the last few days finally paid off. Suddenly, ding, a system notification popped up. Mission complete, disaster preparation. 10 system points added. Current balance, 10 points. Khương Tiểu Dũng immediately dove into the system shop to find something broken. He spotted the perfect item and thought, heh. In the apocalypse, boosting your stats is everything. This main character supply box costs exactly 10 points. It felt like the perfect play. Khương Tiểu Dũng locked in. No time for hesitation. He needed to build his lead right now and be decisive. I choose the main character supply box. He slammed the button to confirm his choice. Instantly, the system announced that the exchange was successful. The system deducted his 10 points, leaving him with 0. A glowing chest appeared right in front of him, surrounded by pulsing energy. It had a giant question mark and an infinity symbol on top. The box opened up, revealing a sleek titanium ring. It was set with a huge, glowing purple diamond. A description popped up. Level 1 space ring. Features. Includes a 500 square meter storage space. Time inside the ring is completely frozen. Khương Tiểu Dũng reached out with both hands. The ring hovered in mid-air, glowing so brightly it lit up his face as he stared at it, completely mesmerized. His eyes went wide and his jaw literally dropped. He flexed. Ha! I freaking knew it. My first pull was definitely going to be legendary. Khương Tiểu Dũng stared at the ring, a smug smile creeping onto his face. Time stands still in another dimension. That means even if I stock up on fresh food, it'll never spoil. This is literally cracked. Right after tasting success, the system dropped a new mission. New mission, 10 years of prosperity. Gather 10 years of supplies. Reward, 20 points. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed out. Who goes there? A man walked over, shouting, who dares to cause trouble here? This guy looked like a total menace. He had 2 security guards trailing behind him. Wearing a sharp suit, he clearly had some power in this mall. The guy with the square jaw got closer. As soon as he saw Tiểu Dũng, he gasped. Is that Khương Tiểu Dũng? It looked like he recognized him from the past, but his face stayed ice cold. Khương Tiểu Dũng recognized him too. Is that you, Dũng Dao? The two of them definitely weren't happy to see each other. Khương Tiểu Dũng didn't even try to hide his disgust. Turns out, this Dũng Dao guy was a former classmate of our MC. They had some serious bad blood. Khương Tiểu Dũng stared at him, thinking back. Dũng Dao was in my middle school class. He was nothing but a pathetic lackey. He was just a dog for the school bully, Trung Thung. The guy only knew how to pick on the weak, but was a total coward around anyone strong. He remembered the days when this arrogant punk and his gang used to corner him. Protection money. Back in the day, Dũng Dao was a total menace who didn't respect anyone. Even though they were the same age, he always acted like the boss and gave orders to Xiaoyang. He demanded $10 for last week's protection money and told him to cough it up right now. But back then, Kwang Xiaoyang wasn't a coward. He stood up to those bullies and basically told them to screw off. He told them if they wanted the money, they could go dig it out of the grave. Xiaoyang was lost in these memories of the past. This guy used to pick fights with him all the time in school, and he never expected to run into him here. Suddenly, Dũng Dao is pointing his finger right in Xiaoyang's face. He doesn't show any respect and aggressively yells for him to put everything back where it belongs. He threatens that if he doesn't, things are going to get ugly. This guy thinks Xiaoyang is just some average dude buying way too much stuff just to cause trouble. Since they already had beef from the past, he's feeling extra bold and disrespectful. But Xiaoyang knows exactly what kind of trash Dũng Dao is, so he stays completely calm. He just gives a smooth comeback. He looks him in the eye and says, Wow, Dũng Dao, are you still out here bullying people? I'm here to shop. Is this how you guys treat your customers? Xiaoyang is standing there surrounded by shopping carts, looking like he's not the one to be messed with. He gives a cold stare that says he's him. But Duong Dao? He's still acting like a total clown. He doesn't back down and stays toxic. You? Buying stuff? He keeps pointing his finger, which is a total red flag for customer service. He tells Xiaoyang to go pay for all this right now, or the guards are going to have to get rough. It's crazy how a guy with this kind of trashy attitude even got a job at such a big mall. An hour later, the massive receipt for Xiaoyang's shopping spree finally finishes printing. The supermarket literally had to call in 4 cashiers just to calculate his total. Duong Dao is still lurking nearby, watching everything. He walks up to the cashier and demands to know the total. The girl looks at the bill and starts sweating buckets because she's so overwhelmed. She nervously replies that the total is 56,824,300. Duong Dao grabs the card machine and rudely points right at Xiaoyang's face, barking at him to pay up. People say the quiet ones are the most dangerous, and while Xiaoyang was silent, he was ready to flex. He decides it's time for the legendary black card reveal. With one sharp motion, Xiaoyang swipes the card through the machine with pure main character energy. Xiaoyang's eyes are cold, letting out all the anger he's been holding back. Instantly, the machine pings and confirms the transfer was successful. Duong Dao stares at the screen and his jaw literally drops. He can't believe his eyes and mutters through gritted teeth, "No way. The payment actually went through?" He huffs in frustration but realizes he's cooked. He doesn't say another word and tries to walk away while waving his guards to follow. But Xiaoyang isn't letting him off that easy. He yells for Duong Dao to stop right there. The guy turns back around, clenching his fists like he still wants smoke. But Xiaoyang stays cool and collected. He smirks and reminds him of his trashy attitude. "You were incredibly disrespectful, so you need to apologize now, or I'm returning every single item and wasting your time." Duong Dao is still being delusional. He knows he's wrong, but he still wants to argue. He makes a huge scene in the middle of the mall, yelling at the top of his lungs. He screams that Xiaoyang is crossing the line and just trying to make his life difficult. Talk about being a hypocrite. He's the one who started all this drama. But the other shoppers have been watching this whole time, and they're tired of his nonsense. A pretty girl nearby is so fed up that she snaps at Duong Dao to help Xiaoyang. She calls him a jerk for looking down on people and being so rude for no reason. She tells him that Xiaoyang is only asking for an apology, which is totally fair. A big guy standing nearby also chimes in to back her up. He tells him to apologize right now, or they're all going to stop shopping there too. Luckily for Xiaoyang, an influencer was standing right there recording the whole thing on his phone. He warns Duong Dao that he's got everything on camera and he'll expose him to the whole country if he doesn't apologize. The tables have officially turned. All the support is on Xiaoyang's side now. He stays calm and collected, standing tall as he gives Duong Dao a choice. "Apologize. If you're sincere enough, I'll actually buy 10 times more than this." Duong Dao just scoffs and tells him to stop capping. That's when Xiaoyang flexes the powerful black card again. He starts laughing with total confidence and tells him to bring the machine over so he can check the balance. When Duong Dao sees the black card up close, he starts getting really nervous. He hands over the machine and Xiaoyang swipes it with pure rich guy style. It was a quick and clean flex. Duong Dao takes the machine back, and his eyes almost pop out of his head. He screams out the number on the screen in total shock. What? Over 7 billion? He realized he just picked a fight with a literal whale. Xiaoyang gets serious and looks at him with total disgust. "Apologize. Now, I'll keep shopping after you say it. If I'm lying about buying more, I'll call you my grandpa." Xiaoyang is feeling so satisfied right now. This was a massive L for Duong Dao. He was humiliated and mocked for looking so much older than Xiaoyang. Under the pressure of all that money, he starts sweating like crazy. He stays silent, looking absolutely salty. This was a lesson he'd never forget. After hesitating for a moment, he finally folds. He stands at attention and gives a full 90-degree bow, looking absolutely pathetic. He swallows his pride and yells out an apology. "I'm sorry." It was a total contrast to how arrogant he was just a few minutes ago. Xiaoyang walks up and literally pats his head like he's a puppy. He tells him to remember this and never be that reckless again. Understood? Duong Dao's face looks like he's about to explode, but he has to hold it in. He hasn't changed at all, still kissing up to the rich and bullying the weak. As Xiaoyang starts to walk away, Duong Dao immediately changes his face. He starts acting all respectful and asks in a polite voice, "So, big brother Yang, what are you going to do with all this stuff anyway?" Xiaoyang doesn't even bother looking at him. He just says it's none of his business and he's got moves to make. Duong Dao flips faster than a pancake and puts on a fake, bright smile. He's grinning so hard his eyes disappear, and that tough guy attitude is completely gone. Jiang Xiaoyang looks completely fed up. He doesn't even spare him a glance, just saying, "Bro, mind your own business. I've got my own moves to make. Man flips his attitude faster than a pancake. Suddenly, Yang Dao is all smiles and fake energy. He's grinning so hard his eyes disappear, and that loud mouth from before is gone. Instead, he switches to a much softer tone. Going big, huh? Your shop is running low, so you're looking for more stock? Hearing this, Khương Tiểu Dũng turns to Dung Dao and asks, Bro, you've been in the supermarket game for years, so you gotta know the plug, right? Dung Dao answers instantly, Say no more. You remember Trung Thung Chit. That guy is the big boss holding all the inventory right now. Just a few seconds later, this Dung Dao dude is already hitting up Thung Chit. He looks like he just hit the jackpot, acting all desperate and suck-up-ish. On the phone, he's like, Yo, big bro Chit, I just scored a VIP client for you. Meanwhile, Khương Tiểu Dũng is just standing there with a straight face, totally unfazed. He thinks to himself, Yep, just as I thought. Dung Dao is still Thung Chit's little lapdog. Who knows how much dirty cash these two have made under the table, especially from this supermarket. A bit later, Khương Tiểu Dũng and that lapdog are waiting for Thung Chit right in front of the warehouse. Dung Dao is busy yapping about the stock and the location, completely unaware of the car zooming straight toward them from the side. It's going so fast it looks like an attempted hit. The black luxury car screeches to a halt right at Dung Dao's feet, scaring the living daylights out of him. He's flailing around like a maniac, but our boy Khương Tiểu Dũng is built different. Even with a car almost flattening him, he's standing there with his arms crossed, zero fear. Staring down the driver, Khương Tiểu Dũng thinks, Damn, this guy drives like he is rushing to his own funeral. Stepping out of the whip is none other than Trung Thung Chit, rocking a knee-length coat that looks absolutely ridiculous on him. One hand slams the door, the other is clutching a cigar. He tilts his head back and blows a long cloud of smoke. They're the same age, but this dude looks like he is pushing 50. After taking a puff, he struts over to Dung Dao. He asks, Yao Dung Dao, is this the VIP you mentioned? The lapdog chirps back, Big bro Chit, this is Khương Tiểu Dũng. Remember him? Meanwhile, Tiểu Dũng is just standing there with his hands in his pockets, waiting to see what these clowns do next. The guy squints through his smoke and looks at him. He asks, Who? Dung Dao gets all excited and repeats, It is Khương Tiểu Dũng, our old high school classmate. Hearing the name, it clicks instantly. The hype dies down for a second as he takes a deep drag and growls, Oh, I remember now. Seeing the kid he used to bully, Thung Chit acts even trashier than Dung Dao. He starts by blowing a face full of smoke right at Khương Tiểu Dũng. Khương Tiểu Dũng glare is sharp enough to cut through steel, filled with pure hatred. This Thung Chit guy has not changed one bit since they grew up. He is still the same arrogant trash, picking on the weak, greedy, and acting like he is the main character. He has still got that cigarette hanging out of his mouth. Hands in his pockets, he tilts his punchable face up and says in a condescending tone, Oh, so it is that stubborn brat again? Thung Chit walks right up to Khương Tiểu Dũng, grabs the drawstring of his hoodie, and starts judging him with the most disrespectful look. He laughs, Wait, is this a knockoff brand? Ha! You are just pathetic, bro. Is broke, but trying to flex? What a joke. Even after being insulted, Khương Tiểu Dũng stays cool, just a bit annoyed. He deadpans back, Luxury brands? Never heard of them. I just grabbed this from a random street stall. Thung Chit's brows furrow instantly, and he suddenly grabs Dung Dao by the head, digging his fingers in. He shoves Dung Dao aside so hard the guy almost eats dirt. Veins popping on his neck, he screams, This is your big spender? You kidding me? You are wasting my damn time. Dung Dao cannot even say a word, just cowering from the rage. To Thung Chit, this guy is literally just a dog. After smacking his head, he gives Dung Dao a hard kick to the butt that sends him stumbling. Getting kicked and all, the lapdog still tries to explain, but big bro, he really is a big deal. Thung Chit is not buying it. He shouts, Big deal my foot. I have been in the streets long enough to know who has got bank and who is a nobody. Khương Tiểu Dũng just watches these two clowns argue. He waits for them to finish before speaking up. Ha, looks like my vibe just is not hitting right today. His face turns cold as he smirks and drops a bomb. I can't even intimidate an illiterate trash who looks at people with his dog eyes. Say what? Already fuming, hearing this from Khương Tiểu Dũng was the final straw. He spins around 180 degrees. He grabs Tiểu Dũng by the collar and gets right in his face. Teeth clenched, he growls, What did you just say to me, you little brat? Our MC does not even flinch. He is like a wall. A faint smile appears on his stone-cold face as he leans in closer, looking the guy dead in the eye. Khương Tiểu Dũng spells it out clearly. I am saying you have dog eyes and cannot recognize a real player when you see one. Even with the smoke, he stays cold. The tension is insane. His face is twisted in rage as he barks, You dare call me illiterate? Khương Tiểu Dũng is really pushing his buttons now. He trolls him further, acting all innocent. Oh, my bad. Should I just stick to calling you a dog-eyed loser instead? Things are getting heated. Seeing the deal about to go up in flames, Dung Dao rushes in to play peacemaker. He waves his hands frantically. Bro Dung, stop. Don't hit big bro shit where it hurts. He really is illiterate, so he hates it when people bring it up. Wow, this guy is a total moron. Before he can finish, he catches another kick. Thung Cheat sends him flying. Being roasted by Tiểu Dũng was bad enough, but having his own lackey rub salt in the wound, that has gotta hurt. Still clutching Tiểu Dũng collar, he yells at Dung Dao, "Shut your damn mouth. If you cannot say anything useful, keep it closed." Thung Cheat goes full thug mode, yanking Khương Tiểu Dũng collar harder. He glares and snarls, "A big customer, huh? If you don't buy an entire truckload of goods today, neither you nor that idiot Dung Dao are leaving here in one piece." Pulling his phone out, Khương Tiểu Dũng calmly says, "Let go of my collar. Just give me your account number already." He thought Tiểu Dũng was going to be a problem, but seeing him actually ask for the bank info, Thung Cheat just stands there holding his collar, completely stunned. Khương Tiểu Dũng isn't buying from this clown because he's scared. He's just playing the long game since the apocalypse starts in exactly 1 month, and he needs those supplies. Suddenly, Trung Thang Chi's phone goes ping. A notification pops up showing that Tiểu Dũng just wired him 100 million dong. Bro holds the phone right up to his eyes to make sure he's not dreaming. Seeing those 100 million dong, he blurts out, "Wait, you're actually buying this much? You for real?" Khương Tiểu Dũng just shuts him down. "Zip it. You think I've got nothing better to do than troll you? This is just the deposit. I'm dropping 500 million today. Get your boys to load the truck, and you'll get the remaining 400 million once it's delivered." As soon as the money hits, the guy stops acting like a thug and starts playing nice. "Whatever you need, man." Our MC just stands there flexing with his arms crossed like a total boss. He starts dropping the list of essentials. Firewood, rice, oil, drinks, you name it. Just give me the stuff that's easy to eat and drink. Don't bother picking and choosing. Just make sure you check the stock. Trung Thung Chit catches the vibe and nods. "All right, follow me." Inside, this snake is thinking he just hit the jackpot. He's got a mountain of near-expired junk he was about to toss, and now some sucker is actually paying to take it off his hands. Trung Thung Chit leads Khương Tiểu Dũng and Dung Dao straight to the warehouse. The place is massive, and it is absolutely packed with loot. This snake starts his sales pitch, trying to bait Tiểu Dũng into paying full price for his expired garbage. "Yo, if you pay for the whole lot right now, I'll give you a 10% discount off the wholesale price. What do you think?" Our MC knows this guy is a walking red flag, but business is business. Khương Tiểu Dũng doesn't even blink at the discount. He walks over to some bags of rice with a cold stare. "What do I think? That depends on if your stuff is actually worth my time." Dung Dao and Trung Thung Chit are just standing there, sweating, watching his every move. He picks up a bag of rice and hold up. Something is definitely off. He stays silent for a long moment. After staring it down, he shoves the bag right in Trung Thung Chit's face. Khương Tiểu Dũng completely exposes the scam aside from the packaging. Everything inside is basically expired trash. He gives Trung Thung Chit a deadly look and starts roasting him. "Trung Thung Chit, your little scam just backfired, didn't it?" Trung is shook, thinking to himself, "Damn, I didn't think this kid actually knew his stuff." He immediately switches up and lowers his voice. "All right, look. If you take all this expired stuff, I'll give it to you for 50% off. How's that sound?" Most people would walk away, but Khương Tiểu Dũng has a whole different plan for this expired haul. "I've got a better arrangement." Trung Thung Chit is completely lost, his face going blank. "Arrangement? What do you mean?" Dung turns back with zero hesitation. "We're sticking to that 50% discount you just mentioned. I'll take the entire stash of expired food, but I've got one condition." Khương Tiểu Dũng grips a bag of rice and drops the bomb. "I'll pay the full amount in exactly 1 month." The guy had been struggling to get rid of this junk for ages, so hearing Dung buy it all, even knowing it's expired, Trung Thung Chit is hyped. He double-checks just to be sure, Are you for real? But if the food hits its expiration date and you don't pay up, what am I supposed to do?" Dung stays perfectly calm, his voice full of authority. "Relax. If I don't pay by then, you can have my house." Trung is still suspicious. "Wait, why do you even want this food if you know it's about to go bad? What's your sales channel anyway?" Khương Tiểu Dũng just smirks. "Sales channel? Bro, there is no sales channel. I'm the one using it, got it?" He pats Trung on the shoulder and whispers the cold hard truth. "Besides, this stuff is going to be worthless in a few days anyway." He hit him right where it hurts. Trung Thung Chit turns pale as a ghost, sweat literally dripping down his face. For a greedy snake like Trung, this deal is a tough one to call. He stammers out, What What exactly are you implying? Doong doesn't give him a second to think. He checks the time on his phone and says, there are things you shouldn't ask. Just get the goods to me. I need them as soon as possible. I already sent you the address. Just then, his phone rings. Doong picks it up immediately, and a man's voice comes through. Is this Mr. Hung? Who's asking? Doong replies. The man continues, I heard you're putting your old house up for sale. Remember, he just promised that same house to Trung Thung Cheat. Doong's brain is working overtime. He shuts the caller down before the others can hear too much. I've got things to do. As for the food, just do exactly what I said. He gestures around, acting like he's got a line of other suppliers waiting for him. Once he's finished playing those two, Hung Tio Doong heads out alone. Doong Dao and Trung Thung Chit just stand in the warehouse, watching him walk away. Doong Dao leans in and whispers, see, Chit? I told you I wasn't lying about him. Trung Thung Chit is still baffled. What the hell? How does a kid from a normal family get this cracked this fast? After leaving that place, Hung Tio Doong goes to meet another potential buyer. This guy opens a bag to reveal thick stacks of cash. This time, the buyer is an older gentleman. He's dressed simply with gray hair and a kind face. He hands the bag of money over to Hung Tio Doong and speaks sincerely. I can accept your condition to move out in 3 months. Let's get this contract signed first. Standing in front of the old man, Hung Tio Doong is actually speechless. He thinks to himself, this guy didn't even check the house properly and he's already dropping the deposit? He's really that desperate to buy my place? Still unsure of his motives, Doong asks, old man, do you really need this house that urgently? The old man looks up with a kind smile and explains honestly, to be honest, my granddaughter is transferring schools soon, so we really need this place to settle down. I've looked around, but yours is the only house for sale. Please, don't change your mind. Seeing how vulnerable and honest the old man is, Doong actually feels a bit bad. He gives a soft laugh and says, old man, you're way too honest for your own good. Right out the gate, you really shouldn't have spilled everything like that. Aren't you scared I'll hike up the price? Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong mention a price hike, the old man realized he'd played his cards way too early. His face went pale, and he started begging in a total panic. Mr. Jiang, please. This house money is every last cent of savings for me and my granddaughter. Please don't do this. Not wanting the old man to stress any further, Xiaoyong cut him off, holding the contract to reassure him. Relax, old man. I'm not going back on my word. A moment later, Xiaoyong dropped his signature on the contract like a boss. Holding that paper, the old man lit up instantly, his fear vanishing into thin air. His eyes widened, and he let out a huge laugh, screaming, ha ha ha, this is amazing. This is so good. Once the deal was sealed, the old man didn't want to overstay his welcome. He packed up his things and tossed his cloth bag over his shoulder. He gave Xiaoyong a deep, respectful bow before leaving and said, Mr. Jiang, I know you're a busy man, so I won't take up any more of your time. Sure. Xiaoyong gave a chill nod. As the old man turned to leave, Xiaoyong's expression turned serious, thinking to himself, these people at the bottom are so kind and simple, but in the future that's coming, he and his granddaughter probably won't even last a month. After the old man took a few steps, Xiaoyong called out to him, Hey, old man, wait a second. The old man turned back, confused. Yes? Is something wrong, sir? Xiaoyong's question was simple. Tell me the address where you're living right now. It's clear, our MC is planning to save this old man and his granddaughter when the world goes to hell. Maybe he feels a bit of guilt for lowballing such honest people, so consider this his way of paying them back. With the house deal partly done, Xiaoyong switched gears back to his main project. He headed over to the construction site to check on the progress. The contractor saw Xiaoyong approaching and gave him a massive, warm welcome. He respectfully showed Xiaoyong the way, both of them walking through the site. The contractor saw his opening and moved in close to bring up the cash. Boss Jiang, about that second deposit. Knowing exactly what he wanted without him having to beat around the bush, Xiaoyong scanned the area and said, I'll transfer it to you in a bit, but tell me, how's the progress looking? As they reached the factory entrance, the contractor pointed toward the ceiling and said, We are 80% done, take a look. The walls, doors, ceiling, and all that gear are absolutely solid. You can trust the quality. Xiaoyong looked up where the contractor was pointing and saw that everything looked legit. He followed up, What about the warehouse? The contractor explained with total hype. The warehouse was already part of the unfinished factory, so we've cleared it out completely. It's ready to use whenever you want. Xiaoyong gave a nod, saying, Perfect. The contractor was beaming, looking at Xiaoyong like he was a god. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong whipped out his phone and called Zhang Shengji. Zhang Shengji, get the goods moving now. Just a few hours later, the warehouse was buzzing. Workers were stacking crates onto shelves that were 10 meters high. Everyone was hyped and gossiping. Easy does it, the boss is seriously generous. Someone cheered out loud. This small gig just paid each of us 2 million. This guy is a legend. Someone else noted, this place is starting to look like a straight-up bunker. Another guy snapped back, what do you know? A job like this pays well for a reason. Rich people value their lives more than anything. Xiao Yang held the inventory list, watching everyone work while directing the movers exactly where he wanted things. He pointed in a different direction, telling a worker pushing a cart of greens. All the fresh stuff, the veggies, and the fruit need to stay in a separate spot. Don't mix them up. The worker smiled and replied, got it, boss. Don't you worry about a thing. They worked through the afternoon until late at night, the factory lights blazing as everything was finally set. The workers left exhausted, but happy after getting that fat paycheck. Now, only Xiao Yang remained in the warehouse. He stood there, arms crossed, feeling pure pride, looking at the results of his hard work over the last few days. Since the moment he regressed, Xiao Yang finally felt like he could breathe. He grinned and flexed to the system. Finish it. The system immediately flashed a notification. Mission, 10 years of food and warmth complete. System points, plus 20. Current points, 20. Seeing his score, Xiao Yang dove straight into the system shop. His face lit up when he saw a brand new chest. He couldn't help but wonder, oh, there's actually a new chest in here. System items, physical enhancement pill plus 1, minus 20 points. Doomsday Farmer supply box level 1, minus 2 points. Ability Awakening supply box level 1, minus 10 points. Manual refresh, minus 2 points. After reading the shop menu, Xiao Yang thought, my luck is cracked. To think I can grab a power before the apocalypse even starts. And so, Xiao Yang chose the Ability Awakening supply box. The system flashed a new alert. Exchange successful, 10 points deducted, 10 points remaining. As the alert faded, an ability card appeared on the screen. It was a card featuring a mysterious eye, labeled Mind's Eye Level 1. Trait, can detect whether an opponent is hostile or not. Reading the card, Xiao Yang burst out laughing. I can detect hostility? Haha. This is easily one of the most OP abilities for the early days of the apocalypse. Since Xiao Yang crushed the mission, the system kept the momentum going, dropping a brand new quest. New mission, Armed to the Teeth. Requirement, equip yourself with weapons, 0% complete. Reward, 10 points plus 1 random prize. Ready for the next grind, Xiao Yang looked completely locked in. He pulled his hood up and gave a mysterious smirk. Haha, isn't this exactly what I was planning anyway? The scene shifts to the night market. This place deals in rare and exotic items, mostly stolen goods sold to middlemen. Plenty of people come here to flip items for a profit. Tonight, the market was packed, loud, and chaotic. Xiao Yang left his new warehouse and decided to take a stroll here. Most of the people buying and selling here were thugs who didn't care about the law. That meant Xiao Yang had to be extra careful. All around him, people were whispering and questioning each other. Damn it, are you for real or just capping? One look and I know you are a total amateur. Is that price for real or what? Damn, look at this piece of junk. Someone whispered because the loot they were selling was straight from the black market. Shh, keep it down, will you? I just dug this out of a royal tomb yesterday. Someone else yelled out in shock. Wait, is that actually the skull of Qin Shi Huang when he was a kid? Walking through the stalls, Jiang Xiaoyang heard a voice that hit different. This person was haggling hard. Come on, give me a discount. 3 million, final offer. The seller snapped back. No way, you think money grows on trees? Xiaoyang almost walked past, but then he caught a glimpse of where the voice was coming from. He recognized him immediately. It was none other than that clown, Li Shuhong. He was standing there with his arms crossed, locked in a verbal battle with the seller, his face red as a beet as he yelled. 200,000 for this jade bracelet? Bro, it is a total knockoff. How about I give you 100,000 instead? You are still making a fat profit anyway. Take it or leave it. If not, I am out of here. The seller saw Shu Hong was being a total pain. He quickly lowered his voice to calm him down. All right, chill out. You win, I will sell it to you. Hearing their conversation, Xiaoyang thought, is this loser Li Shu Hong really at the black market buying fake jade bracelets? That is how Xiaoyang realized this guy was just a poser pretending to be rich to bait Kuiqing. He chuckled to himself, LOL, Kuiqing, you are a straight-up idiot. Can you believe she got played by a guy like that? Suddenly, there was a metallic thud as a knife slammed down right between two others. They all had different, wicked designs, but they were all deadly weapons. This caught Xiaoyang's eye. He stood in the middle of the street, staring at a blade stall where a few people were browsing. Xiaoyang smirked. He found exactly what he was looking for. Jackpot. He rushed over to the weapon stall immediately. Xiaoyang picked up a knife that felt just right and inspected it. He looked up and asked the boss, Hey, you got anything actually durable in this shop? The boss was a big, intimidating dude who acted like he owned the place. He pointed at a whetstone and said dismissively, "That is a whetstone. If you want something hard, buy that and sharpen it yourself. Otherwise, go play with a stick." Xiaoyang's face darkened as he snapped back at the boss. "Still not tough enough. I need something way harder." Sensing Xiaoyang's vibe was off, the boss flared up too. He glared at him, suspicious as hell. "What is your deal? You here to start trouble or what?" But then, ting! The boss's phone went off with a notification. Account received, 20 million. The boss stared at his screen, completely stunned, having no clue who sent the money. Turns out, it was our boy Xiaoyang. He was acting all mysterious, but he had already scanned the QR code and sent the cash before anyone noticed. Xiaoyang showed the confirmation screen to the boss and said with a grin, "Don't get your panties in a twist. This is just to show I am serious about buying." The boss was left standing there like a total idiot. He quickly turned to a guy nearby who was busy gaming. He barked, "Hey, Xiao Chang, come watch the stall." The gamer dude didn't even realize what was going on. Money really talks. The boss's attitude flipped 180 degrees. He even changed how he addressed Xiaoyang. He said politely, "It is not safe to talk out here. Follow me this way, please." After a while, the boss led Xiaoyang to a house deep in a narrow alley. They entered a room, and the boss was all smiles now, his eyes practically disappearing into his grin. He pulled out a box containing a handgun. He told Xiaoyang, "Boss, we have this homemade pistol here. It is powerful enough to drop a target instantly. Ammo is cheap too. Just some gunpowder and steel balls. What do you think?" Xiaoyang stood there with his hands in his pockets, looked at the gun, and said coldly, "No thanks." The boss realized he was dealing with a very picky customer. He went silent, racking his brain. Then he brought out another one. He said, "This revolver is 5 million. It is basically as good as the real deal. It fires 9mm rounds. I can sell the ammo for 50,000 a pop. How does that sound?" He stared at the gun. Xiaoyang crossed his arms, looking like a total boss. In the shadows, his eyes looked like two deep, dark pits. He replied, "It is okay, I guess. But I already gave you a 20 million deposit. Isn't this a bit underwhelming for that kind of money?" The boss only showed him low-tier gear because he thought the 20 million was the total. But Xiaoyang wanted something way more expensive. The boss was floored by those words. He stammered, A deposit for what?" Xiaoyang's vibe was terrifyingly serious. He looked the boss in the eye and said, "That was just 10%. I am looking to spend 200 million on weapons." Hearing that and seeing Xiaoyang's aura, the boss thought he was dealing with some legendary underworld kingpin. He was shaking in his boots. He pointed at himself with a nervous laugh and asked, "Wait, big bro, what exactly are you planning? Why would a high-level buyer like you come looking for me personally?" Since he had already started acting like a dangerous boss, Xiaoyang had to come up with an excuse fast. He lied through his teeth. "I don't usually handle small-time stuff like this. My subordinates usually take care of it. But things have been crazy lately, so don't ask so many questions. Just tell me, can you do it or not?" The boss felt like he had just won the lottery. He scrambled toward the door and told Xiaoyang, "Please, just wait 1 second." Xiaoyang just stood there. He waited in silence. The boss locked all the doors and even secured the windows. He pressed against the wall and peeked through the curtains. He checked to see if anyone suspicious was outside. Seeing how careful he was with high-value gear, Xiaoyang realized this guy was actually a pro. The boss turned back with a dead serious look. "You definitely came to the right guy," he whispered as he leaned in close to Xiaoyang's ear. Whispering on the low, he says, "I got you, bro. Just write down the list, and I will give you the address in a bit. After 12 o'clock the day after tomorrow, you just drive over and we will finish the deal." Khương Tiểu Dũng was chill and cooperative, making the stall owner think he was some high-level big boss. The owner saw Khương Tiểu Dũng off with total respect. He walked ahead, carefully guiding the way, and did not forget to shout, "Big bro, watch your step." Just as he stepped out the door, a familiar voice called out, "Oh, if it is not Khương Tiểu Dũng." Khương Tiểu Dũng squinted to see who it was. He already guessed it was that trash Lý Thụ Hùng. After finishing a deal at the market, he just happened to run into him on the way out. The guy acted all smug and said in a mocking tone, "Well, look who is at the black market. Tell me, why have you been flexing so hard lately?" He even brought up that girl Thôi Tĩnh, questioning him with a smirk. "And why are you ignoring Tarn like that? Seems like your family still has some hidden treasures left, huh?" To make it worse, this clown walked right up to Khương Tiểu Dũng, showing off his scruffy beard and saying, "What is the deal? I have seen you buying and selling a lot lately. You trying to copy the lay-flat lifestyle by selling everything just to live comfortably?" Seeing how arrogant and nosy this guy was, Khương Tiểu Dũng was already fed up, but he stayed silent, not even bothering to reply. He remembered he just unlocked a new ability in the system. Khương Tiểu Dũng gave a cold smirk, glaring at Lý Thụ Hùng. He thought to himself, all right, let us see how this new ability works. Khương Tiểu Dũng activated his mind eye. Suddenly, one of his eyes flared up with a blue flame, making the entire eyeball and pupil glow. Khương Tiểu Dũng used that eye to look around. He could literally predict the emotions of everyone nearby. A blue smiley face floated over the shop owner, while a purple angry face sat on Lý Thụ Hung's head. Khương Tiểu Dũng thought, this ability is actually OP. Now it was time to clap back. He pointed at the junk Lý Thụ Hung just bought and taunted him. Yeah, I am laying flat. So what? By the way, who even are you? Oh right, the guy working with Thôi Tĩnh. She was dumb enough to sleep with you for some fake junk and some worn-out trash? Makes sense, though. She is just my used leftovers anyway. That is all she is really worth. That lowlife Lý Thụ Hung was fuming after being exposed. He clutched his bag of goods, looking like he wanted to rip Khương Tiểu Dũng apart. The emoji above his head turned from purple to a deep red, and the level kept rising. He flexed his muscles and let out a massive roar. He screamed in Khương Tiểu Dũng face. What did you just say? Seeing the tension, the weapon shop owner stepped in and asked, Big bro, is this guy bothering you? Khương Tiểu Dũng coldly turned away and replied, an acquaintance? More like a total loser, I know. Luckily for Khương Tiểu Dũng, the stall owner was treating him like a VIP and had called over some massive, muscular goons to protect his client. He said softly to Khương Tiểu Dũng, I got you, big bro. If you are busy, head out first. I will make sure this guy catches these hands. Khương Tiểu Dũng walked off quickly, but turned back for one last warning. Do not kill him. His life belongs to me. The four goons stood there, with terrifying looks on their faces, just waiting for the order to wreck Lý Thụ Hung. Once Khương Tiểu Dũng was gone, the shop owner led the four giants toward Lý Thụ Hung. They walked in silence, looking savage as they cracked their knuckles and prepped their fists. Lý Thụ Hung backed away in terror, his previous tough guy act completely gone. He stumbled backward, shouting empty threats to try and scare them off. But it did not do anything to stop them. What do you think you are doing? I am telling you, I can. The shop owner pulled out a short handle. With a flick of his wrist, it extended into a long steel whip. He gripped it tight and closed in on Lý Thụ Hung. This time, the guy ego completely broke. Lý Thụ Hung realized he stood zero chance against these guys. Terrified, he waved his hands in a panic. Wait, big bro, let us talk about this. A second later, the delusional fat guy hit the ground with a thud, landing flat on his stomach and screaming in pain, Ugh, ah. Nobody nearby bothered to help the guy. They just gathered around to watch him get humbled. An hour later, Lý Thụ Hung was covered in footprint bruises. He took a brutal beating and was left crawling on the ground in agony. With a face full of hate, he slammed his fist down and cursed under his breath. Khương Tiểu Dũng, you piece of trash, just you wait. 2 days later, at the factory on the land Khương Tiểu Dũng just bought, night had fallen. Khương Tiểu Dũng stood behind a truck with its cargo doors wide open. He stared at the goods intensely. Suddenly, the system notification popped up. Mission, armed to the teeth completed. System points plus 10. Current total, 20. It was probably because the black market deal for the heat went through smoothly. He looked at the AKs and long-range rifles piled up in front of him, along with crates of ammo. Everything was going even better than expected. Then the system sent another notification. Bonus reward received, physical enhancement, serum plus 2. He held a syringe that was a gift from the system. It glowed so brightly it lit up half his face. Khương Tiểu Dũng stared at it, totally impressed. He said, Oh, I actually got a physical enhancement potion. He held the massive syringe, which was as big as his palm, and raised it up with excitement. And it is a plus 2? Compared to the stuff in the shop, this is an absolute steal. He rolled up his sleeves, looking determined as ever. He held his left arm out and raised the giant needle in his right hand, getting ready to inject the strength serum. Khương Tiểu Dũng grit his teeth, enduring the pain as the power surged through his body. His eyes blazed with energy that felt like it was about to overflow. His whole body tensed up as he endured the transformation. 1 minute after the injection, his strength directly increased by 2 points. Khương Tiểu Dũng clenched his fist. Looking at his hand, he thought, the average physical stat of an adult male is 5. Adding these 2 points means my strength just jumped by 40%, if that is the case. After a moment of planning, Khương Tiểu Dũng summoned the system shop. The shop system is finally up. 1 strength potion costs negative 20 points. A level 1 survivalist supply box is negative 2 points, and a manual refresh is also negative 2 points. Our boy Dung doesn't hesitate for a second and grabs another strength boost. He is locked in. He's got the syringe ready, and he's not playing around. With this massive advantage, he's got to max out his stats. Once it's done, Dern is literally glowing with raw energy. He's fire. He's flexing hard, feeling that power. 8 points of strength means he's 60% stronger than any average Joe. Time to find a target and test this out. He spots some steel bars leaning against the wall and gets hyped. Perfect. He grabs one and prepares to show off. Laser focus. Dong winds up and kicks that steel bar with everything he's got. One shot. He sends it flying straight into the wall with a loud shout. Crash! That noise was insane. The bar actually bent into a number 5 and cracked the wall. Lol, it's working. Bro is officially OP. With this kind of strength, nobody can touch him in a fistfight. He's on a whole different level now. He's feeling himself. Even if early-stage zombies show up, he's not even breaking a sweat. MC Diff is real. The energy settles into his body, back to normal. Dong checks his fists, then eyes the weapons on that big truck. He's thinking these weapons won't take up much space in his storage ring. It's way safer to stash them in his personal pocket dimension. Just like that, his ring sucks in all those weapon crates. It's like magic. In a flash, the truck is empty. Dong looks out with a serious face. He knows what's coming. The day after tomorrow is when the apocalypse officially kicks off. He's double-checking his list. The end of the world is almost here. Everything is ready. The remote shelter has 10 years' worth of food, weapons are stacked, and his combat power is cracked. But there's one thing bugging him. He tricked a poor old man into buying his house with his entire life savings. He remembers the old man saying his granddaughter needed the house for school. It's a sad situation. Out of all the houses, only Dung's was for sale. The old man was so nice about it. Dung's feeling a bit guilty. He can't stand the thought of them dying in the apocalypse after spending everything on that house. They're cooked. Dung grabs his head. He's frustrated with himself for still having a heart in this messed up world. Even after surviving the past life among snakes, he still can't ignore people in need. He's not a total monster. He decides to act. He's going to hook them up with supplies, just some essentials to give them a fighting chance. Whether they survive or not is up to them. He's just giving them a boost. Think of it as a thank you for the house money that funded his prep. Next morning, he's at the old man's place. His shiny black car pulls up to a rundown apartment building. Talk about a contrast. Dung looks up at the old place. Man, if it weren't for GPS, no one would ever find this hidden spot. No elevator, bro's gotta climb the stairs. He realizes the old man is really struggling. High floor, cheap rent. It's rough. He reaches the door and stops. He's got everything stashed in his ring. He's about to knock, but then thinks twice. Can't just spawn stuff in front of the old man or it'll be a whole thing. Better to pull the supplies out now to avoid any awkward questions later. Smart move. The ring glows bright, and suddenly, dozens of crates appear in the hallway. Done. Knock, knock. The old man is busy inside but rushes to the door. Coming. Just a second. He thinks it's the landlord coming for the rent. I'll have it next week, I swear. Dung just stands there. When the old man sees Dung, he's shocked. Wait, Mr. Dung, what are you doing here? He opens the door wider and his jaw drops. The entire hallway is packed with boxes. He's totally lost. What is all this? Dung doesn't waste time explaining yet. He grabs a box and walks in. I'll tell you in a bit, but first, help me move these inside. Don't want the neighbors getting nosy. The old man is still processing everything, hands stuck on the door handle. Eventually, they get everything inside. Dung helps him stack it all up. The old man is huffing and puffing. You young people are built different. You didn't even stop for a breather. Dung looks around. The place is okay, and the door is solid enough for now. He looks out the window and gets serious. Listen, I need you to hear me out. This is important. The old man is all ears. Dung tells him to plan out these supplies carefully. This should last you 6 months. Starting tomorrow, the world is going to. Suddenly, a photo on the table catches his eye. Dung completely freezes. He looks like he's seen a ghost. The old man asks, What's wrong, Mr. Dung? You can just leave these things in your room for now. We won't be moving in for another Mort Thang anyway. But then, a photo catches Kung Tiu Dung's eye and makes him freeze. It's a picture of the old man and his granddaughter. This girl. She looks exactly like his ride-or-die teammate from his past life, back when they were fighting off hordes of zombies in the safe zone. No way the world is this small. Kung Tiu Dung is shook. Is that really San San? The memories of his old comrade come flooding back. She's the literal spitting image of the girl in the photo, right down to the last detail. Kung Tiu Dung picks up the picture for a closer look and asks the old man, Grandpa, is your granddaughter's name Marn San San? The old man is completely flabbergasted. He gags and stares at him. How on earth do you know that? I don't remember mentioning San San's name at all. That confirms it. It's a plot twist. This old man is actually San San's grandfather. Kung Tiu Dung goes silent. He immediately asks about her situation. Where is your granddaughter right now? The old man, being honest, spills it right away. She's currently studying back in our hometown. We're just waiting for you to move out so we can transfer her school. The paperwork is basically done. In his past life, Khương Tiểu Dũng met San when they were both completely alone, with not a single family member left alive. Thinking back to those days, little San was slumped over, crying on a pile of rubble, blaming herself through her tears. It's all my fault. I'm the one who got Grandpa killed. Thinking about that moment, Khương Tiểu Dũng can't help but feel for her. He remembers her saying her grandpa risked everything for her in the past. He had stormed into a high school overrun by monsters to save her. Even though he got her out safely, he lost his life right then and there. Originally, Khương Tiểu Dũng only planned to give this old man a few crates of food to last South Thang. After that, they'd be on their own. But now, this girl is his comrade from his past life. Plus, his own mistakes back then led to her tragic end. He gently sets the photo back down. Khương Tiểu Dũng silently vows to San, I'm going to make up for everything in this life. Then, he turns to the old man with a serious look. Grandpa, you guys aren't moving into this room. Wait, Mr. Kung, are you? Are you backing out? Mr. Kung, please, you can't do this to us. The old man is terrified that he won't sell the house anymore, and he starts begging desperately. Khương Tiểu Dũng places a hand on his shoulder. Trying to calm him down, Khương Tiểu Dũng gets dead serious and tries to explain the situation. Grandpa, just listen to me first. Starting tomorrow, this world is going to turn into a literal hell on earth. Whether it's my house or your granddaughter's grades, none of that is going to matter anymore. The old man is completely stunned and speechless. It's hard to tell if he even believes a word of what's coming out of Khương Tiểu Dũng mouth. His face is just pure shock. Tiểu Dũng keeps pushing. Right now, you need to come with me to San's school to pick her up immediately. I'll set you both up in a new place. I mean, how is a normal person supposed to believe the apocalypse is coming tomorrow? The old man is beyond confused. He furrows his brows and asks again, Mr. Hung, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word of this. Khương Tiểu Dũng is even more stressed out. He knows a disaster is coming but has no idea how to explain it to someone who hasn't lived it. He thinks to himself, this old man is up there in age. There are so many things he won't understand. How do I even get through to him? As he talks, Khương Tiểu Dũng starts spinning the ring on his middle finger. He tries to simplify everything. He asks slowly, Grandpa, do you know what a famine is? The old man nods and says, yeah, I know about that. While staring intensely at his ring, he continues, then you can imagine how desperate and terrifying people become when they're starving, right? The old man gets tense and answers cautiously, I can imagine. But we're living in a peaceful era. How could there be a famine? Even if there was, it wouldn't. Before he can even finish, Khương Tiểu Dũng points his ring right at the center of the room. Suddenly, everything in the house gets warped and sucked straight into the space inside the ring. Witnessing this insane scene, the poor old man is absolutely mind-blown. His mouth is wide open, and his brain is basically short-circuiting. In just VJ, everything in the house has been sucked into the ring. Only dust remains under their feet. This move leaves the old man so dizzy he can barely stand. His knees buckle as he looks around frantically. He screams in terror, where did all the furniture go? It's all gone. Mr. Kung, what kind of magic is this? Only showing him this crazy power would make a normal person believe what he's saying. He holds out his hand, the ring still glowing with a bright purple light. He shows it to the old man. A blue aura is radiating from his eyes. Khương Tiểu Dũng is not playing around anymore. I have superpowers, and I can see the future. If you want to live, and if you want San to live, you have to do exactly what I say from now on. Then he asks with a cold expression, where is San's school? A moment later, Khương Tiểu Dũng sick black ride pulls up in front of the school. He brought the old man along. It seems like after that magic show, the old man is a total believer now. He can't stop staring at Khương Tiểu Dũng in awe. Speeding right into the school courtyard, they both hop out of the car. He asks the old man urgently, what grade is San in? Where's her dorm? Do you know? The old man quickly replies, yes, I know. Khương Tiểu Dũng snaps back, good, we have to move fast. Cut to San. It looks like she's having major trouble with some school bullies. In front of San is a girl in a tracksuit, with two other girls blocking her path and bay boys behind them. They're holding baseball bats, acting like guards for the two girls. One of the girls is dressed way too mature for her age and has a ton of makeup on. She looks like pure trash and super aggressive. She winds up and gives San a massive face slap, sending the poor girl reeling. Then, the bully starts screaming at the top of her lungs. You little brat, I seriously don't get what's so special about you. Why is Zhang Xiaochen so obsessed? San is literally the sweetest soul, just like her grandpa. She's so shy and gentle, but even with her face bruised and red from that slap, She's still trying to explain herself to this trash. Listen, I already told you, I don't have anything going on with him. He's the one following me around, it's not like I want him to. San tries to protect her face, but she's way too weak. Before she can even finish, another girl literally launches a flying kick straight into her stomach. No way. This girl is actually unhinged. She's throwing hands like a maniac, screaming, "Stop acting innocent," and poor San catches another brutal kick. This is hard to watch. She's clutching her stomach on the ground in total pain. Then, this girl in black just smirks, grabs San by the hair, and starts pulling like a psycho. She's losing it. She's literally ripping San's hair out. She's like, "Oh, so you're saying Zhang Xiaoqin is a stalker? You're too good for him? So you're just gonna ignore him then?" San is screaming in pain, caught between these two absolute monsters, until suddenly a loud voice booms out. "Hey, what do you think you're doing to my granddaughter?" The bullies stop and give him the nastiest side eye. It's already late afternoon. Old Han and Zhang Jiangyang finally found where San was. Seeing the situation is totally south, they sprint over. The girl with the high bun sees the old man and just laughs. "Oh, isn't that your pathetic loser of a grandpa? Normally, grandpa should be at home cooking." San is totally confused. Like, "Grandpa, why are you even here?" Old Han points at those two bullies, totally fuming. He screams, "What do you think you're doing? Let San go right now." Jiang Xiaoyang is right behind him, looking absolutely livid. That's when the three male lackeys guarding the girls finally step out. The blonde leader slowly pulls out a dagger, pointing it right at them. The two guys behind him are looking all tough and arrogant. Trash behavior. I don't know how many years this dude repeated school, but his face looks older than a dried-up raisin. He glares at them with a trashy smirk and gives a warning. "Back off, old man. This is young people's business. Don't go sticking your nose in." But old Han is way past his limit after seeing how they treated his girl. He uses every bit of strength to lunge forward and push the blonde leader. But it's 3 against 1. The guy on the left pulls out a baseball bat like a total idiot. He swings it high, aiming straight for old Han's head with both hands. This guy has zero humanity. He actually yells out something truly evil right before the impact. "Drop dead, you old geezer." The bat is inches away from the old man's neck, but luckily, Jiang Xiaoyang's hand catches it just in time. He literally grabs both of the guy's hands. Talk about a cold entrance. Our MC is him. He looks these punks dead in the eye and says, "You kids should be in school, not playing around like some budget gangsters." Facts. Seeing the MC block the hit, the other two start laughing like idiots. Ha! Where did this broke-looking loser come from? The blonde leader is confused too, like, "I never heard of this brat having an older brother." The guy is still trying to struggle and won't let go of the bat, so Xiaoyang just loses his patience. He delivers a kick that sends the dude flying. One shot. Done. He slides across the school pavement on his back. That's gotta hurt. Seeing Xiaoyang's energy, the other two are officially shook. These two brats are clenching their teeth, totally terrified. The guy with the buzz cut panics and swears, "Damn it, boss. This guy actually knows how to fight." The blonde leader is definitely scared now, but he still won't shut up. He yells, "Let's get him together." Xiaoyang just gives these two chickens a cold stare. One has a knife, one has a bat. They're surrounding him, but they're both hesitating. Nobody wants to be the first one to get cooked. Xiaoyang just stands there, perfectly calm. Finally, the buzz cut guy decides to be the crash test dummy and rushes in from behind. He aims a full swing at the back of Xiaoyang's neck. But please, Xiaoyang doesn't even need to turn around to know exactly what's coming. His reflexes are cracked. He ducks down instantly, making the guy miss a potentially fatal hit. The dude swung with everything he had, but he just hit air. Massive L. For Xiaoyang, his speed is on a whole different level now. To him, dodging regular people is like taking a walk in the park. Easy mode. Mid-dodge, Xiaoyang is actually impressed with himself. Since I buffed my physical stats, my reflexes are way faster than before. Before the guy even knows what's happening, Xiaoyang has him by the collar. He goes straight into a judo throw. This is going to be satisfying. He slams the guy from back to front, right into the pavement. Boom. Standing there in his combat stance, Xiaoyang looks absolutely cold and ruthless. The guy is totally knocked out, eyes rolled back. That's 2 pieces of trash taken out. Only the blonde leader is left. Blondie is still pointing that dagger at Xiaoyang, but he's clearly terrified. Xiaoyang just gives him a look that says it's over. A split second later, he's already closed the gap and grabbed the guy's sleeve. The leader is literally bug-eyed with shock. Xiaoyang winds up for a massive kick. He kicks the kid's knee joint like he's going for a world record field goal. The force is so insane the guy flips backward and smacks his head on the ground. Ouch. A total critical hit. For someone with Xiaoyang's power, handling these small fry is light work. In just a few seconds, all three are laid out at his feet. Pure MC diff. That's the first part of the problem solved. Now, time to handle the next course. Those two girls who were bullying San, Xiaoyang stays silent. He doesn't say a word, just starts walking toward those two bullies. The girl with the bun can feel the bad vibes. She's shaking like, "What? What are you doing?" The first thing Xiaoyang does, a massive face slap. Boom. Her pretty little face gets slapped so hard it turns bright red and practically deforms. She's stunned. She probably never thought she'd get hit like this in her life. Xiaoyang grabs her by the head and growls, "You really like pulling hair, don't you?" She starts screaming like a banshee. Justice served. Let me go. He really isn't the type to be gentle with trash like this. Jiang Xiaoyang glared with killing intent, his dagger pressed right against her throat. Seeing him pull out cold steel, this girl started losing it. She lost all chill, tears streaming as she screamed, "A knife? What are you doing?" Still cold and decisive as always, Jiang Xiaoyang made a quick cut. Her scream echoed out, "A." Right below that long-haired girl's legs, San and that other bratty girl watched him take down their classmate. The girl with the bun was so shook she couldn't even stand. San was so scared she covered her face, not daring to look. The long-haired girl's knees hit the floor hard. She sat there in shock, touching her hair. She couldn't believe the long hair she'd spent so long growing was gone in a split second thanks to Jiang Xiaoyang. She screamed, "My hair, my hair." She went full rage mode, mouth wide and eyes popping, yelling at Xiaoyang, "You jerk, you actually dared to cut my hair? You're dead meat. I'm never letting this go." Standing over her, Jiang Xiaoyang gave her a cold look. He let the hair fall slowly in front of her face and said, "Long hair is just going to be a burden for you." This brat glared at him and snapped back. "What did you just say?" Xiaoyang just started walking away. He turned his head for one last tip. "In a few days, this haircut is going to save your life." The two mean girls just stood there looking salty as heck, waiting for him to leave. Old Han was still sticking close to his granddaughter San. She was looking at her hero, Jiang Xiaoyang, with total admiration. Then Xiaoyang called her name in a super chill, big brother tone, "San, let's go." She was startled and asked, "Go? Where are we going?" Cut to a bit later, Xiaoyang's black car was already cruising down the main road with the two of them. He'd successfully brought them both to the base he'd spent a whole month building. San's voice was full of shock as she shouted in the car, "Wait, we're not going to class anymore." At this point, old Han finally got a chance to explain things to his granddaughter. He repeated what he'd gathered from Xiaoyang, "A major famine is coming. Forget school, just staying alive is lucky enough." Out of nowhere, her grandpa was pulling her out of school to hide because of a famine. How could San believe that? She tugged at old Han's shirt, totally lost, and asked, "What do you mean by a major famine?" From being confused, she turned annoyed and reminded him, "Grandpa, I told you 100 times, stop falling for those scam calls." Worried he'd been tricked, San insisted, "Tell me, how much money did you lose this time?" Old Han tried to explain, "It's not a scam, what I'm saying is real." But San wasn't having it. "You say it's real every time you get scammed." Watching them bicker in the rearview mirror, Jiang Xiaoyang made a silent promise, San, "In this life, I will definitely protect you." While driving, he turned to her to clear things up. "Your grandpa didn't get scammed this time. I'm the one who told him about the famine." Hearing it straight from Jiang Xiaoyang himself, San's eyes went wide. Finally noticing the guy who'd been driving them this whole time, she stammered, "Who are you?" The car sped up as they hit the highway. Inside, he replied, "My name is Jiang Xiaoyang. From now on, you can just call me Brother Xiaoyang." Hearing that, San quickly said, "Brother Xiaoyang, thanks for teaching those bullies a lesson for me." He just told her, "Don't worry about that. Honestly, those girls won't even survive the next few days." Hearing that her bullies might actually die, she was shocked. "What do you mean? Is there really a famine?" Xiaoyang kept his eyes on the road, looking calm. He continued, "Famine is just a word I made up so your grandpa could understand easier." San froze, asking nervously, "Huh? Like I said, it's a time of peace. How could there be a famine?" Xiaoyang stayed chill and added, "The truth is, the apocalypse is about to go down." Hearing that, San was completely floored. Her eyes went wider than before as she gasped, "The apocalypse?" Xiaoyang's gaze turned deep, his voice dropping as he said, "The time is almost here. If you check your phone for news or short clips, you'll see the signs." Believing him, San immediately pulled out her phone to check the news. Before she knew it, she blurted out, Is this for real?" The news report on her phone was saying, "Starting from street brawls, it's like the moon shining and the west wind blowing leaves away. This is the first time I've ever seen a rabies patient biting people like this. On the screen, San saw someone with pale skin, drooling nonstop, being held down by two riot cops. Right now, the media and the public still thought it was just rabies. Scrolling further, there was another report about the end of the world situation. More fog? It's not just me, but this fog smells really weird. San's hand flinched. She scrolled to a video filmed by a citizen. In it, someone yelled, "Damn it! Are you crazy? Why are you biting me? Are you a dog or something?" There was also a victim struggling to speak, saying, "I don't know why I can't stop it. My whole body feels wrong. Please take me to the hospital." Holding her phone close to see better, San was getting more and more anxious. Her pupils dilated like she'd seen a ghost. Since Zhang Xiaoyang had seen all this before, he was just calmly predicting the situation. As expected, the signs of the apocalypse are here. San sat in the back, totally stressed. She looked away from her phone and asked with a tremble, "Is the apocalypse really happening?" The car was still cruising down the road. Inside, Xiaoyang started briefing San and Old Han on what was coming. Tomorrow is the first day of the end of the world. Toxic smog will cover several provinces, including Province B. It was getting dark now, so he flipped on the headlights. He continued, "This toxic fog of unknown origin will affect all living things." He started describing the apocalypse clearly for them both. Slowly but surely, a massive number of people will turn into zombies under this change. And then you've got these cannibals. If you don't have immunity and you die, you're becoming one of them. No cap. Our boy Xiaoyang slowed the car down. He gets serious again, staring straight ahead. "You're so young. You even know what a zombie is?" San leans in from the back seat and replies with total innocence, "Yeah, I know. It's just. This whole thing is hard to believe." They hit the main road and it's a total mess. Cars are backed up for miles. Inside the car, Xiaoyang adds, "Just wait until tomorrow, the day after, or next week. All of this is actually going to happen. By then, none of this will even feel weird." Xiaoyang sticks his head out the window, teeth clenched in pure annoyance. "Great. Of course we're stuck in a massive traffic jam." It wasn't just the regular lanes either. The emergency lane was packed too, with everyone honking like their lives depended on it. Xiaoyang did the math. Of course, the emergency lane is blocked too. Typical. Old Han was low-key panicking. He's already thinking 10 steps ahead and asks, "Mr. Xiao, we're stuck here. What if those zombies you mentioned catch up to us? What do we do?" Xiaoyang pulls his black car right up behind a white sedan. He honks the horn. "Bip bip. Old man, relax. It's not that deep yet. Don't sweat it." On the outside, Xiaoyang was acting cool, so no one would freak out, but internally, he was stressed. Damn it. Even if the zombies lose control later, it should take a few days. But what if a small outbreak hits right here? Xiaoyang, Old Han, and San were just waiting for the gridlock to move. Suddenly, from the side lane, this expensive Mercedes comes flying in and cuts right in front of Xiaoyang's car. It was so sudden that Xiaoyang had to slam the brakes to avoid a total wreck, sending all three of them flying forward. Xiaoyang was fuming. He glared at the car ahead, teeth gnashing. "Are you kidding me? You absolute trash. No blinker, just cutting from the emergency lane into a jam? Who does that?" Pure rage. Xiaoyang swerved the wheel hard and floored it, pulling right up to the bumper of the white car in front, successfully blocking the Mercedes from cutting in. But the Mercedes driver was a certified clown. He kept trying to squeeze in, forcing Xiaoyang to stop again, stuck in traffic with a moron. Xiaoyang gave him the death stare, looking through the window of the Mercedes on his right. "Damn it, you still haven't had enough? You really want to go?" Neither of them was backing down. Every time the Mercedes moved an inch, Xiaoyang moved an inch. They were almost touching. Finally, the owner of the Mercedes rolled down his window and started barking like a dog, screaming insults and talking trash about Xiaoyang's mother. Xiaoyang just let it slide. He didn't care about some random NPC's opinion. Old Han in the back, being his usual peaceful self, leaned forward to calm Xiaoyang down. "Mr. Xiao, that guy looks like he has money. Let's just let it go. One less problem, right? But Xiaoyang has the money, the house, and the apocalypse is coming. He doesn't fear anyone." He stared straight ahead and told Old Han, "Don't worry about it. If he gets out of that car to start something, I'll happily send him to the next life early." For a second, it seemed like it was over. Xiaoyang's car finally got some open road. He let out a long sigh. "Finally, we're out." That traffic jam literally wasted 1 hour of their lives. San looked in the rearview mirror and saw a car charging at them. She screamed, "Xiaoyang, watch out. It's that same car from earlier. He's trying to block us." Right as she said it, that black Mercedes came flying up, high beams flashing and honking like a maniac. "Here we go again." Xiaoyang glanced over, beyond pissed. You've got to be kidding. This guy is like a freaking ghost. The car sped up and swerved right in front of Xiao Yong at high speed, nearly making his car flip. The arrogant rich guy successfully blocked them, sending everyone inside the car into a panic. San hit the seat hard, wincing. Old Han was terrified of the drama. Mr. Xiao, please stay calm. Don't slam the brakes and go out there. Don't do anything reckless or you'll bring trouble on yourself. Xiao Yong was getting tossed around in the driver's seat, eyes full of rage. Everyone has a breaking point, and this was it. Xiao Yong finally snapped at old Han. If this was the old me, I would have taken it. But tomorrow is the apocalypse. I don't have to take crap from trash like this anymore. He slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Xiao Yong aimed straight for that. Mercedes parked right in front of him. Boom! The impact sent the Mercedes flying to the side of the road. The massive car slid across the asphalt, screeching so loud it echoed through the whole area. The rich guy's tires left huge black marks on the road. That car was definitely totaled. He stumbled out of the car, clutching his head in pain and screaming his lungs out. Son of a you piece of trash. Turns out, this guy had some power, so he thought he could act like the main character of the world. He whipped out his phone, called the traffic police, and screamed into the receiver, giving an urgent order. Hello? Get the traffic cam team on the line right now. Find me that license plate. By then, Xiao Yong's car was long gone, looking like a tiny speck in the distance. The guy stood there looking stupid, watching Xiao Yong disappear. He barked into the phone, I'm going to make sure he knows I'm not someone he can just mess with. After escaping that mess, Xiao Yong finally got San and old Han to the newly finished base. The car slowed down and stopped right at the main gate. All three of them stepped out. Old Han's jaw literally dropped. He was staring up at the base, eyes wide in total shock. San was looking around too, since it was her first time seeing something this huge. They looked like tiny ants next to the industrial-sized facility. San couldn't help it. Whoa, this is insane. Xiao Yong walked ahead, then turned back to them. You and San go get some sleep. Starting tomorrow, everything gets a lot harder. They both nodded, but you could see the anxiety on their faces about what was coming. The next morning, Xiao Yong was standing in front of a massive glass window, just vibing and watching the sunrise with a hot cup of coffee in his hand. San just woke up, giving a massive yawn and stretching her arms out. Stretching his arms out, he lets out a huge yawn. Man, I haven't slept this much in forever. No morning classes is an absolute vibe. Hearing that, Xiao Yong just gives a small smile. He turns to San, looking low-key handsome, and asks, Yo, you finally awake? Let's go. Time for a grand tour of our new fortress. And just like that, he takes the old man and San on a full tour of the base. Xiao Yong leads the way with the old man and San right behind him. They walk into this massive room with high-tech lighting that looks straight out of a sci-fi movie. But the room is completely empty. Xiao Yong gets serious and explains, the remote-controlled gate is made of solid steel, 3 centimeters thick. Neither humans nor zombies are breaking through this thing. No one enters this fortress unless I say so. Period. San looks pretty nervous seeing him this serious. She ducks her head, glancing at Xiao Yong with a look of pure hesitation. He calls out, San, come on. Inside the base, Xiao Yong actually built a massive lookout tower connected by a giant bridge. Xiao Yong leads San and her grandpa up there. As they walk, he drops some truth bombs. In this new world, you can never trust anyone's intentions. The bridge is literally as wide as a road. This guy's investment is insane. Xiao Yong continues, people's darkest sides are about to come out in full force. Being too kind will only get us killed. Looking down from that height, the old man and San are absolutely floored. There's a massive courtyard surrounded by barbed wire, filled with long shipping containers and a 2-story building. Xiao Yong keeps explaining, if I'm not around and survivors come looking for help, they can stay in the temporary shelter area, but never, ever let them inside the main fortress until I get back. You got that? San quickly nods. I understand. Then, Xiao Yong leads them both to the food warehouse. He walks with his hands in his pockets, saying, I'll show you the storage room now. That way, you and your grandpa know where everything is and what's good to eat. A few minutes later, they arrive at the massive food vault. Standing there, the three of them look tiny compared to the sheer size of this place. It's massive. Suddenly, Xiao Yong activates his mind's eye skill. A blue flame flares up in his right eye. He can see their emotions, and both the old man and San are glowing with pure happiness. The blue glow lights up their shocked faces. Xiao Yong thinks to himself, wait, is this blue light a sign of total trust? That's the first time that's happened. Xiao Yong points his ring toward the floor, summons a wooden crate out of thin air, and says, in this world, weapons are your best friends. The two of them can't look away as they quickly pick out some gear. Sansan grabs a crossbow while the old man goes for a sniper rifle. Their jaws are on the floor. They're so stunned they can't even speak. Xiaoyang warns them again. Make sure you keep control of these. Don't ever let these fall into the wrong hands. Even though he's old, the grandpa knows exactly what's at stake. He gives a serious nod and says, "Yeah, you got it." Suddenly, a system notification pops up. System mission. Reunite with Meng San and start the old partner's quest chain. New mission. Old partners level 1. Objective. Find and rescue your past life comrade, Zhang Ji. Reward, 20 points. His eyes widen. This is exactly what he wanted. He's like, whoa, in his head as he looks out the large glass window. A green navigation arrow from the system appears. The two of them watch him curiously while he thinks, this is actually perfect. I was worried about how to find my old squad. Now I can track down my bros and stack up some points at the same time. Xiaoyang doesn't waste a second and starts heading out. He doesn't forget to remind Sansan, remember everything I told you. Don't you dare break those rules. He hops into the driver's seat and yells from inside the car. I'm off to recruit more members for our team. He revs the engine and speeds off following the arrow. Meanwhile, at a famous karaoke bar, people are inside having a blast and singing, including Zhang Ji. They have zero clue that the zombie apocalypse is popping off. Zhang Ji just finished his song and is hanging out with a friend in a button-down shirt. Someone asks them, "Yo, what are you two up to?" The friend leans against the door to stay upright and jokes, "Oh, just going to return some recycled beer." Everyone inside starts cracking up. "Take your time, don't call for backup." Haha, Zhang Ji is so drunk, his head is spinning. He jokes back, "Save me some leftovers." From inside the men's room, you can hear them letting out long sighs of relief as they finally handle business. Damn, I think my kidneys are fried. Someone shouts, "Yo, back off a bit." Once they're done, they're back to being best buds, arms over shoulders. Walking back to the party, Zhang Ji accidentally bumps into a pretty girl hanging onto some random dude. She jumps and lets out a scream. Looking pretty annoyed, Zhang Ji quickly tries to play it cool. "My bad, didn't mean to bump into you." They both look at him with pure disgust just for a tiny bump. The boyfriend uses that as an excuse to jump him and throws a massive punch. The punch lands right in his gut, sending Zhang Ji flying back. The guy glares and barks, "Are you blind? You piece of trash." Then comes a brutal kick, slamming Zhang Ji right into the corner of the wall. His back hits it hard with a loud thud, and he lets out a painful groan. Zhang Ji's friend in the button-down rushes over to help. "Bro, you okay?" Zhang Ji's in so much pain he can't even get a word out. He's grimacing, trying to catch his breath. Seeing how messed up this is, the friend turns around and yells, "Yo, what the hell is your problem? Why catch hands for no reason?" That boyfriend dude is still flexing, acting all tough with his hands in his pockets while looking down at Truong Tri on the ground. This guy eyes Truong Tri and then shifts to his big friend. He starts cracking his knuckles like a straight-up villain and growls, "Damn it, you really want to play? First time someone's had the guts to talk back to me." This absolute unit of a guy just grabs the big friend by the collar and lifts him up like he weighs nothing. Poor big guy is just kicking his legs in the air, stammering, "Wait, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, the girlfriend is just leaning against the wall, smiling like a psycho. Truong Tri doesn't want any smoke. He limps up as fast as he can and starts begging the thug, "Big bro, it's our fault. We messed up. Please don't hit him. Please." While things are getting heated over here, a waiter nearby is just loudly blowing his nose. Turns out it's just a staff member on break. He was trying to catch 5 seconds of peace when he gets caught up in the drama of these 4. He's thinking, "Damn, my stomach hurts and now I've got a cold? And now people are throwing hands again? Can I get 1 hour of peace?" The waiter rushes over to break it up. "Sir, please, no fighting." But the boyfriend has zero chill. He just grabs the waiter by the collar too. He gets right in his face and screams, "Damn you, look at me. Do you know who my dad is? Even your boss is scared of me. And don't you dare touch my clothes." But the waiter is a real one. Even with his collar gripped, he's staying totally professional. He sneakily signals Truong Tri to run for it. He mouths the words, "You two, get out of here. I'm really sorry." The thug is still tweaking. He takes out all his rage on the waiter, shouting like he owns the place. "Call your boss out here right now. Hurry the heck up. I'm losing face because of this trash staff." Truong Tri and the big guy bolt, leaving the poor waiter to deal with the monster. He's getting choked out but still has to beg for mercy. "Please, sir, calm down." Our boys finally run all the way back to their spot. Room 3090. They burst inside while their friends are still just vibing and singing. Truong Tri collapses on the couch while the big guy is doubled over, gasping for air. Their friend looks over, confused. "You guys look like you're being chased by a pack of dogs. What happened?" The big guy gasps, "Not dogs. We just stepped out of the bathroom. We ran into some drunk thug, and he tried to end us. If that waiter hadn't been quick and distracted him, we'd be cooked. Our faces would be gone by now. The friend with the mic stands up, absolutely fuming for his boys. Damn, what was he trying to do? Since when does Mechanized Team 3 take an L like this? Hang on, I'm calling the whole squad down here right now. We're gonna wreck that guy. His friend is talking big, making the guy in white jump. But Truong Tree just wants peace. He tries to chill everyone out, waving his hand. Forget it, it's fine. I'm graduating in less than a year. Don't start drama, just keep the party going. But then, bam, someone kicks the door wide open. It's the thug, dragging the waiter who's been beaten to a pulp. He's brought some heavy-hitting goons with him, and that girl is right there too. Team 3 was just getting their vibe back, and now they're absolutely terrified. Their faces turn white as ghosts as they stare at the door. A guy walks in with a massive baseball bat, followed by 2 muscle heads. The boyfriend points right at Truong Tri. Yeah, that's them. Team 3 is trapped. They're shaking, trying to stand up, but too scared to move. The thug growls under his breath. Grab them. In seconds, Truong Tri and the big guy are on the floor, heads in their hands, surrounded by thugs. The injured waiter is shivering in the corner. One friend with a buzz cut tries to be brave. You think I won't call the cops? The thug isn't having it. Damn you. Did I say you could talk? He grabs a heavy glass bottle of whiskey. He swings it with everything he's got. Crack! The bottle shatters right on Transung's head. Truong Tree screams, Transung. Transung goes stiff, blood and whiskey mixing as they pour down his face. Outside, Jiang Xiaoyong's black ride pulls up. The system led him right here. Jiang Xiaoyong is hyped to see his old crew, smiling like a kid. Haha, college life really is something else. Inside, things are going south fast, but Xiaoyong's timing is actually god tier. Staff members open the doors for Xiaoyong like he's the main character. Back in room 3090, Transung lets out a scream of pain. He drops to the floor in a pool of blood. Truong Tri is panicking, trying to wake him up. Transung, wake up. The thug is still holding the jagged, broken bottle. These guys are pure evil, no remorse at all. The thug puts his arm around his girl, rubbing her arm gently. You good now, baby? You still mad? The girl in the red dress doesn't even care. She's just checking her nails, totally indifferent to the carnage. Mad? Why would I care? This isn't even the guy who bumped into me. These people are absolute trash, treating lives like dirt. The thug points another bottle right at Truong Tree's face, smirking like a total psycho. So it was this guy, huh? Truong Tree knows he's in deep trouble, but he stays silent, just swallowing his rage. Transung looked like he was completely out of gas, but bro still had one trick up his sleeve as he reached back and snatched an ashtray. Gripping that thing tight, Transung forced himself up to rush that arrogant boyfriend, but 2 lackeys pinned him down before he could even move. Some thug screams at Transung, "You little brat, you actually dare to fight back?" Caught off guard, the guy flinches and jumps back. Seeing Transung's insane boldness, he's absolutely losing it. Pure rage mode. His eyes bulge out as he gnashes his teeth. Damn it, I didn't think you had the guts. That bottle meant for Truong Chi? Yeah, it just shattered right over Transung's head. This time, the guy goes all in. He slams him so hard the poor dude tilts to the side. 2 lackeys are pinning Transung down, making him a punching bag. Transung's eyes roll back as they drop him onto the floor like trash, seeing his friend take a beating for him. Truong Chi is losing his mind. He's kneeling by Transung, screaming in protest. Finally snapping at this arrogant jerk, Truong Chi lunges at him, shouting, "You son of a, you piece of trash." Even the big belly guy joins the fray. Both of them are ready to throw hands at the same target. Meanwhile, the guy in the white shirt is just huddled up in a corner, holding his head, knees to chest, shaking like a leaf. Total chaos is breaking out around him. You kids aren't scared yet? Wanna die? I'll crush anyone I catch. In the middle of this brawl, nobody notices the waiter acting super weird. He's coughing like crazy, turning purple, and dark veins are popping out on his face. He's sweating buckets, but shivering like he's at the North Pole. Truong Chi is scrapping with 2 guys, swinging a fist at the black-haired dude. Missed. The guy dodged, and now Truong Chi is getting pinned from behind. Suddenly, the waiter transforms. His face is pale white, veins bulging on his neck and forehead, eyes bleeding, drool everywhere. It's disgusting. Hearing the fight, he snaps his head toward them. His eyes are glowing red, totally soulless and terrifying. The waiter lunges at Truong Chi's group with a weird run, hunched over, arms swinging like a broken puppet. Then, he groans and sinks his teeth into a long-haired lackey's shoulder. Caught off guard, the guy screams in pain. Ah, what the hell? The girl in the red dress sees the horror and lets out a loud shriek. That bite looks like it's going to rip the meat right off his bone. The long-haired guy is panicking. Is this a mad dog? It hurts. Someone help me. The guy hiding in the corner is completely losing it now. He's terrified, clutching his neck, eyes wide, jaw dropped. Amidst the struggle, someone yells, "I'll handle these 2 dogs. Go help him." But that waiter is still latched onto the lackey's shoulder. Another guy rushes in to help. He grabs the waiter's arms, trying to pull him off, but it's no use. He shouts, "Why is this guy so freaking strong?" Finally, the waiter lets go, but only to bite the other guy's arm. He's definitely infected. A total soulless zombie now. The guy in white screams, "Damn it, it bit me too." This freaking mad dog. The zombie just gets stronger, biting down like it wants to tear him apart. It slams the lackey onto the floor. He's struggling, yelling. He's crazy. He's too strong. Just when things look dire, a hand grabs the zombie by the neck. It's him. Our MC, Kwang Tae-dung, has finally arrived. He lifts the 180-centimeter zombie like it's a balloon. His cold stare has everyone turning pale. Tae-dung's eyes are glowing like a machine. With just one hand on its neck, he swings the zombie around effortlessly. Boom! The TV screen shatters as the zombie's head gets buried inside. Tae-dung turns around, looking absolutely fire, and gives an order. "Stop, all of you." Seeing his insane power, the thugs realize he's him and shut up. The guy who just got bitten crawls back up. Clutching his arm, he thinks, "That freak was so strong, but this kid ended him in one shot." The arrogant boyfriend shouts, screaming in Tae-dung's face, "Who the hell are you?" But look at the lackey behind him. That bite mark is turning purple. The wound is literally rotting. He's scratching his neck, but no one notices. Ignoring the leader, Tae-dung calmly asks, "Truong Chi, did you get bitten?" This is their first time meeting. A stranger, knowing his name, Truong Chi is on guard. Sitting between 2 thugs, he looks up cautiously. "No. Why?" "Everything seems fine. Now, just gotta get Truong Chi back to the base." Tae-dung says, "Seriously, follow me." Without a second thought, Truong Chi stands up to follow, but the arrogant boyfriend grabs his shoulder. "Hold on, we aren't done here. Where do you think you're going?" The virus is already spreading in the long-haired guy. He feels awful, eyes shut tight, face contorted in pain. Clutching his head, he moans, "Boss, my head is killing me." The leader turns around, confused. "What's wrong? Is your fever getting worse?" Tae-dung glances at him. With his experience, he's already on high alert. That bite mark looks like a black hole, rotting flesh and purple skin. He's about to turn into a zombie. The lackey touches the wound. "I just had a runny nose earlier." Tae-dung is still pinning the first zombie to the TV. "It's still thrashing." He asks, "Did this guy bite your shoulder?" By now, the skin around the bite is turning purple and spreading to his head. Clueless, he scratches the wound and mutters, "Yeah, why?" Tae-dung goes silent. If this guy was already sick and then got bitten near the head, he's cooked. He's going to turn any second. Tae-dung doesn't say a word. He just drags the zombie toward the door while everyone watches in shock. The boss raised his voice, shouting, "What the hell are you waiting for? Make it quick." Jiang Xiaoyang didn't hesitate. He swung the door open and tossed that walker out like it was nothing, sending it tumbling down the stairs. It hit the floor with a heavy thud, just like a bag of trash. He grabbed the handle and slammed the door shut with insane force, then waited for a heartbeat. Outside, that walker was going feral, scratching and banging like crazy. Xiaoyang let go of the handle on purpose, but there was no way that thing was getting back in. He figured he was lucky these things didn't have any brain cells yet. A moment later, Xiaoyang turned to the crowd and started clapping his hands. Talk about an attention grabber. Xiaoyang looked absolutely cracked, his eyes flashing with raw power as he cracked his knuckles. He looked like he was straight out of God mode. "Jiang Ji, buddy, tell me, who do you want me to delete first?" Jiang Ji was completely lost, looking up like, "Wait, what? Bro, do I even know you?" The thug boss in the back saw this new guy as a total nuisance and started scowling. He thought he could keep flexing on everyone, but he just messed with the wrong one. The thug charged at Xiaoyang, screaming, "You little brat, you're way too cocky." To Xiaoyang, this guy was just a bug. He just stood there with his arms folded, totally unfazed. Then, he cold-bloodedly palmed the guy's face. The thug's momentum was completely reversed as Xiaoyang shoved him back with insane strength. He wasn't holding back. He grabbed the guy's head and slammed it into a table, smashing it into 1,000 pieces. The long-haired lackey saw his boss getting cooked and charged in immediately. "You're dead, kid." But it was a total speed diff. Xiaoyang was way too fast. He only needed one move. One solid hit to the face left the guy leaking ketchup from his nose as he collapsed. 2 down, just like that. Xiaoyang stood his ground, looking like an absolute unit. His fists were literally glowing. Suddenly, the guy on the floor started twitching and foaming at the mouth. A nasty purple color was spreading from his wound all over his body. His buddy panicked and tried to help, shouting, "Yo, what's wrong with you? Are you serious right now? Getting a seizure from just one punch?" Xiao Yang just stood there, towering over them in the middle of the room. His aura was terrifying, and he was ready to smoke anyone left. Anyone else not convinced? Who else wants to catch these hands? If you're feeling brave, step up. He casually shook out his wrist. He turned to Zhang Ji and said, "Zhang Ji, take your friends and wait for me outside the room." Zhang Ji could only nod, totally stunned. Okay. They cleared the karaoke room in a flash. Zhang Ji and the big guy were helping their buddy limp down the hallway, moving as fast as they could. Inside, the bully and his crew were trying to dip too. One of them was dragging the guy who got bitten, and man, he looked like he was in pure agony. The wound was turning rotten fast. The boyfriend scowled and said, "Let's get out of here." But then, he ran right into Xiao Yang standing at the door. Xiao Yang blocked the exit, looking like a total demon. The guy hissed, "What the hell do you want now?" The girl in the red dress behind him was shaking like a leaf. Xiao Yang just stared them down and calmly reminded them of what they did to Zhang Ji's group. "Got a little bit of alcohol in you and forgot your place, huh? You almost got my brothers killed in there." The boyfriend's tough guy act was completely gone. He was terrified but still tried to bark. "What are you yapping about? Get out of my way before I lose it." In an instant, Xiao Yang swung. He used a burst of energy to blast the guy straight back, sending that loudmouth flying onto the floor. After getting knocked down, the guy started cursing. Damn it. Before they could even react, Xiao Yang slammed the door shut. The boyfriend went feral, pounding on the door like a madman. He was screaming his head off. "Open this door, you trash. I'm gonna skin you alive." But no one noticed the long-haired guy anymore. His eyes had turned blood red. Veins were popping out all over his face. He didn't look human anymore. He let out a roar like a wild beast. Drool was dripping everywhere, and his eyes looked like they were about to explode. Like a puppet with its strings cut, he threw off the guys helping him and lunged forward. He went straight for the boyfriend with insane speed. He had turned into a literal monster, growling like a demon. The other two started screaming in terror. "Bro, what are you doing?" On the other side of the door, Xiao Yang just held the handle, ignoring the sounds of them getting absolutely wrecked inside. "Holy crap, why are you acting like a rabid dog? Get off me. How do you open this door? Help. Somebody save me." Xiao Yang heard every bit of it, but he didn't even flinch. He just listened to every scream and every movement. After what he went through in his past life, his heart was ice cold. Seeing Xiao Yang standing alone outside the chaotic room, a staff member walked up, looking lost. "Sir, what's going on? Do you need help?" Xiao Yang just looked at him and gave a direct order. "Lock this door tight, right now. Nobody is allowed to open it. Then call the cops and an ambulance. Tell them there's someone inside with a severe case of rabies." The staff member was shook. He kept nodding, probably thinking about the weird sickness that had been in the news lately. He stuttered out, You mean the mad flu?" Seeing the guy's slow reaction, Xiao Yang got intense. He turned and glared, shouting, "Just do it." The guy scrambled to obey, shouting, "Yes, sir." Even with the screams getting worse inside, the staff did as he was told. Following Xiao Yang's order, the guy locked that door up tight. Once it was done, Xiao Yang waved his group over and said, "Let's move." Zhang Ji and the big guy carried their friend, following Xiao Yang without question. Only the guy in the white shirt hesitated, looking a bit rattled as he followed. The staff member who locked the door was getting more nervous by the second as the screams got louder. "Man, this is getting way too intense." Another worker came over and saw his face, asking, "What's the deal? Why is it so loud?" The first guy pointed at the room and said, "That guest said someone in there has the mad flu." The second guy looked confused, throwing his hands up. "The mad flu? Is that even a real thing?" The outbreak had just started, so everyone was still pretty skeptical. The staff member with the keys just stared back. "Wait, you actually know what this is? No time to talk." They bolt. Our boy looks back mid-sprint and says, "I've heard the rumors." "Straight to the security room. Let's go." They burst in after a frantic run and find the staff shaking in their boots. Total nightmare fuel in there. They look at the screen for room 3090 and completely lose it. Everyone's face turns ghost white. Cold sweat everywhere. The room went silent. The footage is insane. Some psycho is literally ripping a woman's face off. She's on the floor, eyes rolled back, totally gone. Her boyfriend tries to save her, but he's cooked. Bloody mouths wide open. Pure horror. They're straight up eating her alive, tearing through flesh and organs. Total predator mode on the weak. The staff screams, "Call the cops! Hurry!" Outside the karaoke spot, Jiang Xiaoyang is already at the getaway car, waving them over like, "Move it or lose it. Come on, this place is cooked." Zhang Ji and the crew finally scramble out the main doors. A few minutes later, they're all packed in and ready to roll. Xiao Yang floors it down the highway. Zhang Ji is in the passenger seat, sweating bullets. He turns to the MC, looking completely shook. Bro, thank you for saving us. Xiao Yang isn't about to give him the full backstory, so he drops a cover story to keep Zhang Ji's group in line. Name's Jiang Xiao Yang. I was hired to keep you alive. And don't even bother asking who my boss is. Just sit tight and follow my lead. The timid guy in the back can't wrap his head around the chaos. He stammers, Big bro, is this mad flu thing actually real? I thought the internet said it was a hoax. Xiao Yang looks back, cold as ice. You think what we just saw in that room was a hallucination? The big guy with glasses leans forward, panicking. Wait, so, is there a cure? Can the doctors fix this mad flu? Xiao Yang goes quiet for a second. He looks in the mirror and drops the bombshell. There's no fixing this. It's only getting worse. The world is over. Welcome to the apocalypse. They're driving along when a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. Everyone jumps. Something is going down on the street. Out the window, they see it. An infected freak, pale as a ghost, looking like a literal walking corpse. He lunges at some random girl on the sidewalk like a rabid dog. She's pinned down, screaming for her life. Help! Someone help me. What are you doing? That's it. The mad flu. It's here. Screams for mercy and pure terror are echoing down the whole street. Xiao Yang sees the writing on the wall. This is bad. He focuses on the road, looking dead serious. This is just the start, small scale. Most people are still just carrying the virus without knowing it yet. Pretty soon, this whole city will be out of control. If you guys want to make it through the night, listen up. From now on, you do exactly what I say. The crew yells back, Got it, Brother Yang. Right then, the system pings. Mission. Old partners completed. System points, plus 20. Total balance, 20. Xiao Yang's impressed. Wow, that was actually fast. Not bad at all. Mission clear already? Perfect. Let's see what's new in the shop. Boom. 3 loot boxes pop up. First, the level 1 Apocalypse Farmer box for 2 points. Second, the level 1 Sugar, Oil, and Protein box for 5 points. Third, the level 1 Tactical Threat box for 5 points. Xiao Yang frowns. Why is this farmer box still here? Guess I gotta buy it to see the new stuff. Fine, I'll waste a few points to refresh the stock. He's scrolling through the system while drifting through traffic. He's locked in on the system shop, thinking to himself, these boxes are actually fire, and they're cheap too. Once we get back to the phalanx, I'm trading for all of them. He glances at Zhang Ji and the others in the back. They look terrified. They're following him like lost puppies. But there's a massive problem. Xiao Yang remembers the first time he saw Zhang Ji. He was crying his eyes out because of a betrayal. That betrayal destroyed the whole team. Zhang Ji's voice echoes in his head. And we actually called that trash our brother. Xiao Yang starts piecing it together. In his past life, Zhang Ji got sold out by one of his own in the dorms. Everyone died to the zombies. Zhang Ji barely made it out alive. So, the guy who caused all that death, he's in this car right now. One of these 3 is a total snake, but he hasn't shown his fangs yet. Everyone looks suspicious. He's thinking, which one of you is it? Meanwhile, at a high-rise across town, Thôi Tĩnh is on the phone. She's talking to some guy named Lý Thụ Hùng. Hey baby. She's staring out at the city, looking pale as a sheet. She's definitely losing it. When are those supplies getting here? It's pure chaos out there. I'm too scared to even go to the supermarket alone. The guy on the phone plays it smooth. Almost there, babe. As soon as the paperwork clears, I'll send them over. Suddenly, bang! Someone is hammering on her door. She thinks the zombies are breaking in and lets out a massive scream. A-H-H-H. Shu Hung panics on the other end. Baby, what happened? She catches her breath and slowly walks to the door, heart pounding. Shu Hung, someone's at the door. I gotta go. She peeks through the hole. When she sees her bestie, she finally breathes. She opens up, like, Girl, why are you knocking so loud? The friend rushes in, looking over her shoulder. She's got some tea to spill, and it's not good. She tells her something crazy just happened in the building. Uncle Lou from the first floor? He got dragged away this morning. She slams the door shut and locks it tight. Thôi Tĩnh is shook. Wait, he was taken? Why? What did he do? The friend says the cops and an ambulance took him together. Thôi Tĩnh starts thinking. No wonder it was so loud downstairs this morning. The friend looks dead serious. That mad flu warning? It's not just a rumor anymore. Then she asks, Did Shu Hung send those supplies yet? Thôi Tĩnh looks at her phone, her face dropping. Not yet, nothing. She looks totally crushed. When she heard that, her bestie Thôi Tĩnh immediately flipped the script. She started pointing fingers and trashing Lý Thụ Hùng, saying, Mama, I told you, men are literal trash. One minute she's hating on him, but the next she's plotting to use him. This toxic snake tells Choi Tin to get in touch with him like this. Yo, listen to me. You need to give him a call. Tell him that Xiaoyang has a massive hoard of supplies. He can help him make bank during this pandemic. Choi Tin looked totally confused and asked, wait, for real? How do you even know that? The bestie crossed her arms and started spilling the tea about her last visit to Xiaoyang's house. He kicked me out, so I sent one of my simps to stalk him. Turns out, massive supply trucks are constantly dropping loot off at his unfinished factory. Choi Tin fumed, grinding her teeth in annoyance. Did this brat really know the apocalypse was coming or something? The bestie kept going. Li Shuheng won't even have time to notice. Bro, she's a literal snake in human form. First, she was trying to rizz up Xiaoyang, and now that things are cooked, she's planning a whole heist. She looked up with a dead serious expression. She started pressuring Choi Tin to move fast. Trust me, pick up the phone and call him. We gotta move as soon as possible. When we get paid, tell Li Shuheng we want a 20% cut. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang and Zhang Ji's squad finally made it back to his HQ. Everyone hopped off the truck. Zhang Ji was shook looking at the place. No way, this place is massive. It's a literal fortress. Xiaoyang just smirked with pure confidence. Everyone's got a different reaction, huh? Old Man Han and San San heard the noise and walked out to meet them. Old Man Han was hyped. Xiaoyang, you're finally back, San San whispered. You good? No injuries? Xiaoyang was all smiles. Don't sweat it, Old Man Han. San San, come here. Let me introduce the new recruits. He quickly pointed to the squad and started the intros. This is Zhang Ji and his classmates. From today, they're our new companions. Zhang Ji gave a friendly wave like a total bro. Then Xiaoyang introduced his team. And these two are Old Man Han and San San. San San smiled and said, if Xiaoyang picked you, then welcome to the club. Xiaoyang then turned to Old Man Han. Han, could you take these guys for a tour? Let them know the layout and our house rules. Old Man Han, gripping his piece, nodded at Xiaoyang. Say less, I got this. The chubby guy in the group was low-key panicking though. He whispered to his buddies, bro, why does this feel like we're being trafficked to Southeast Asia? Suddenly, the shy guy raised his hand and pointed to himself. Can we get some weapons? We want to help protect the base too. Xiaoyang's vibe shifted instantly. He gave the guy a cold side eye. The nerd with glasses quickly whispered, Nat Min, chill. Don't ask for heat yet, we just got here. We gotta earn their trust first. Xiaoyang played it cool to calm them down. Relax. In a few days, I'll gear you guys up. He immediately switched the subject, looking at the guy the nerd was carrying. Anyway, his wounds look pretty bad. Get him to the med bay for a checkup as soon as possible. A bit later in Xiaoyang's showers, Zhang Ji's squad was finally cleaning up after that chaotic day. The big guy dried his hair and sighed. Ha, that feels so much better. But Nat Min was still salty. He snapped at the big guy. Lao Tu, why did you stop me back there? Lao Tu was confused. Huh? Nat Min kept yapping. If you hadn't stopped me, he probably would have handed over the weapons by now. Nat Min was getting hyped up now, pointing at the floor. Think about it. Best case scenario, we're being protected. Worst case, we're under literal house arrest. Bro was silent in the karaoke bar, but now he's acting all tough. Make it make sense. Lao Tu was getting stressed out too. He tried to calm Nat Min down. Bro, keep your voice down. The man literally just saved our lives. Nat Min turned to Zhang Ji suspiciously. What's this guy's deal? Why would he even bother saving us? Zhang Ji looked back to answer. Didn't he say someone hired him to protect us? Nat Min was not buying it. Hired? He won't say who. For all we know, he's capping. Nat Min was grinding his teeth in frustration, totally different from his shy act earlier. And look at how he's treating Tran Sung. He says it's a med bay, but those doors and windows, they're more secure than a max security prison. Thinking about Tran Sung made him lose his mind. Who knows? Maybe he's gonna harvest his organs or something. We gotta strike first while we have the chance. Lao Tu wasn't feeling it. He still trusted Xiaoyang, but if we're wrong about him, isn't that basically stabbing our savior in the back? Nat Min doubled down, pointing at himself. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. If Xiaoyang is telling the truth, then we should just take over this fortress ourselves. We take the lead. He gave a sinister smirk. It's just us, Xiaoyang, an old geezer, and one girl. Easy pickings. We wait until Xiaoyang leaves, then we bag him. And that girl, she's a total 10, so we could. Haha. He was actually proud of himself, thinking everyone was just as twisted as he was. He expected them to jump on board. But Lao Tu and Zhang Ji just stared at him, speechless. The room went silent. Nat Min realized he messed up the vibe and tried to laugh it off. Hey, all right. I'm just messing with you guys. Don't take it seriously. Zhang Ji let out a huge sigh of relief and wiped his forehead. Bro, don't scare me like that. It's not the end of the world yet. You're talking like a literal supervillain. Lao Tu agreed. For real, if he wanted to harvest us, we'd already be locked in cages. Plus, the man is packing heat. The shower water stopped running, and the talk ended there. As the other two walked away, Nat Min gave a dark, sinister grin. Bunch of brainless kids. In this chaotic world, you gotta be savage. Just wait until I make my move. Then I'm gonna turn you two into my personal pack mules for life. Bet. Scene cuts to inside Jiang Xiaoyong's room, where he's just chilling on the sofa looking like a boss. San San and Old Han walk up to him slowly. Old Han starts giving him the full lowdown on Zhang Jai and the rest of the crew. He says calmly, Xiaoyong, Zhang Ji, and the others have all settled in. But that kid Chen Sung is in rough shape. He's currently in the medical bay. I did exactly what you asked. The windows are all locked down tight. Xiaoyong nods, satisfied, and gives Old Han a little bow of respect for coming through. Then he says, appreciate the hard work, Pops. He gives them a smile and adds, Old Han, you and San San better hit the hay early tonight, because tomorrow, trouble's definitely coming to our doorstep. Then he realizes something, snaps his fingers and goes, oh wait. Old Han stops in his tracks. Xiaoyong gets serious and gives them a final warning about Zhang Ji's little squad. Aside from Chen Sung, you gotta keep a real close eye on the other two with Zhang Ji. I've got a bad feeling that in a few days, someone's gonna try to snake us. Old Han and San San look completely shook. Cut to the storage area in the dead of night. Xiaoyong's silhouette sneaks into the warehouse solo. He pulls up his system UI and starts eyeing those loot boxes in the mall. He taps the first chest and boom, two screens pop up with a blinding light. He just scored a Doomsday Farmer Supply box for 2 points. He's got 18 points left. Then he drops 5 more for a sugar, oil, and protein pack. Now he's down to 13 points. Next, he grabs the OP weapon supply box for 5 points. 8 points remaining. He heads back to the shop main menu. 3 more boxes show up, similar to before but with different loot. Box 1, 50 corn seeds. Let's go. Box 2 is packed with 200 kilos of sausages and 100 kilos of salted pork and veggies. Box 3, 1,500 rounds of 9mm ammo. Cracked! After a quick shopping spree, Xiaoyong is swimming in loot. These supplies are piled up like mountains, glowing like straight gold and silver. Absolute treasures. MC is feeling himself. The loot in these boxes is fire. It's not like the old days when he was swimming in cash, but in the apocalypse, resources are going to be rare as heck soon. This haul is literally a game changer. Next morning, the weather is looking crisp. It's a vibe outside. But suddenly, 3 cars come tearing down the road at insane speeds. You can see them clearly from the top of the fortress. These cars are moving way too fast. Suspicious. They screech to a halt, and some guy starts shouting at the top of his lungs. I found it. This is definitely the spot. A pack of thugs jumps out, and man, they look triggered. They're all packing swords and knives, swearing up a storm and acting like they own the place. Their leader is some guy in a suit. He's on the phone like, yeah, let's grab dinner when I'm back. Wait, it's that rich trash who tried to mess with Xiaoyong on the highway. He points at the base and screams, this is it, level this place. His goons start marching forward looking like absolute NPCs. Boss man gives the signal, and these idiots start wailing on the iron gate while he just watches from the back. They're punching and kicking, but the door isn't even budging. The head thug runs back to the boss, all scared. Yo boss, this door is like 10 centimeters thick. We can't break through this. The boss is seething, clenching his fists. Screw this. Who in their right mind puts a door this thick on their house? He loses it and yells, bring out the goods. His lackeys pop the trunk and haul out a heavy crate. You already know it's something dangerous. Inside are a bunch of unlabeled liquor bottles with red caps. But plot twist, those aren't for drinking. They're Molotov cocktails. They disguise them as fancy wine to dodge the cops. These scumbags light the fuses and start yeeting them straight into the base. 1, 2, a dozen. Fire starts blooming everywhere the bottles land. It's getting real hot, real fast. The flames are raging. In no time, Xiaoyong's base is looking like a straight-up inferno. Thick toxic smoke is everywhere, and the main gate is burning out of control. San San and Zhang Zi's crew rush out. They're sprinting out of the house. San San's leading the charge with a water bucket, followed by Zhang Ji with an extinguisher and the rest of the guys. San San's screaming, it's on fire. Man, Xiaoyong's warnings were spot on. She splashes a bucket of water and pants out. Xiaoyong was right. The world hasn't even ended yet, and people are already losing it. Then, out of the smoke, Xiaoyong appears looking absolutely cold. He racks the slide on his gun like a total badass and stands on the observation deck with old Han. He's annoyed, like, let's see which idiot is asking for a death sentence today. They get up to the high ground and look down at the cars. those thugs are definitely up to no good. Old Han squints his eyes. Those cars? That face. It clicks. He's seen these clowns before. It's that same trash from the highway incident. He shouts, "Yo, it's that loudmouth from the expressway." One of the goons looks up and spots them. He immediately reports back to the leader. "Boss, they appeared." The boss is grinding his teeth in pure rage. He glares up and growls, "That's the guy. That's the little punk." He points his finger and screams like a maniac, "You little brat. Get down here right now, or I'm gonna turn you into roasted dogs." Xiaoyang doesn't even blink. He just looks down and calmly warns them, "I'm giving you 5 minutes to take your sorry selves and beat it." The thugs absolutely lose their minds. They start tweaking out, screaming, "Oh, you think you're tough? This kid's got a death wish. What did you just say, punk? You clearly have no idea who our boss is." But right in the middle of this trash talk, the system suddenly pings with a notification. New mission alert. This catches Jiang Xiaoyang's eye immediately. He squints at the system screen showing the new objective, which involves dealing with these low-level threats. The mission is clear, the base is under attack, so take out the trash as soon as possible. The reward? 10 points. Beside him, Old Han is looking worried and asks, "Xiaoyang, what's the move? Should we fire a warning shot?" But Xiaoyang is already on it. He stays ice cold as he raises his rifle. Click-clack. He locks and loads, aiming straight at those thugs. He just mumbles under his breath, "A warning?" These guys look like straight-up bottom-tier thugs. The world hasn't even fully gone to hell yet, and they're already out here setting fires. They don't care if people burn alive. Xiaoyang squints through the sights, locking onto his target. He is one finger twitch away from ending this. Letting trash like this survive until the apocalypse is just asking for trouble. They will hurt innocents and eventually come for us too. Old Han sees the ruthless look in Xiaoyang's eyes and he is absolutely terrified. Without a second thought, Xiaoyang pulls the trigger. Boom! The bullet flies out with a lethal whistle. In an instant, the leader's hand is literally blown off and sent flying. The guy did not even know what hit him. All he heard was the loud bang. He drops to his knees, clutching his mangled arm. He is screaming in pure agony. "My hand! My hand!" The goons behind him are all terrified, ducking and covering their heads. Xiaoyang's face does not even twitch. As smoke curls from the hot barrel, he actually looks a bit disappointed. Sigh, "I missed. Guess I have been living the peaceful life for too long. My aim is getting rusty." Meanwhile, the thugs down below still haven't learned their lesson and start cursing at him. Dang, he has got a gun. Is that a freaking rifle? Now they finally realize they are cooked. They start running like headless chickens back to their cars. The leader, still clutching his arm, yells at his lackeys, "Hurry up, fall back and cover me. You are dead meat, just wait. Hurry." His goons are sprinting for their lives. But Xiaoyang, he is just lining up his next shot. He coolly says, "Let's finish today's business today. I hate waiting." Then he just starts raining lead down on them. Bullets rip through everything: arms, legs, chests. He even lands a headshot on one of those arrogant punks. A few lucky ones manage to scramble into the back of their car. The leader panics and screams at the driver, "Start the engine. Get us out of here, now." Old Han, seeing he does not even need to help, just leans on the railing. He looks down and says, "Looks like they are trying to bolt." Xiaoyang does not even flinch. He casually reloads and says, "Relax. This is exactly why I brought an automatic rifle." He starts dumping mags into their getaway car. The car is flooring it, but Xiaoyang is just getting started. He is flawlessly reloading and firing wave after wave of bullets like a pro. Old Han is standing there, totally weirded out by Xiaoyang's skills. He thinks to himself that reload speed and accuracy. He is shooting like an elite soldier. Who exactly is this kid? From a distance, Xiaoyang's base is covered in a thick cloud of gunsmoke, but the threat is finally neutralized. Finally, silence. But man, the road in front of the fortress is a total graveyard. Bodies everywhere and a wrecked, smoking car. Every single window in that car is shattered. Mission accomplished. Xiaoyang turns to Old Han and says, "Go grab Zhang Ji." Along with his friends in San, we are heading out to finish the sweep. Old Han thinks he is being a bit too aggressive. Han just watches him in a daze. Suddenly, Xiaoyang stops in his tracks, his eyes sharpening. Wait a minute, he thinks. We are still in the early stages of the apocalypse. It is better to let these guys turn into zombies so I can use them as training dummies for Zhang Ji and San. Those bodies outside do not even matter to him. He tells Old Han, "Never mind, let's not rush it." Old Han is totally lost. "What about the guys out there? You are just going to leave them on the road?" Xiaoyang replies coldly. "Yeah, leave them. I have got other plans for them." Meanwhile, on the highway heading toward the base, 2 white cars are speeding along. Li Shusheng is inside one of them. He frowns, annoyed, and asks, "Are we there yet?" Seeing him grumpy, Kui Jing's bestie giggles, trying to act all cute as she replies, "It is just at the next intersection." Kui Jing sits there with her arms crossed, staring out the window. She looks at her friend and thinks, she always puts on this act when Shusheng is around. Does she think I do not see what she's doing? The car pulls up to the base, and Shusheng says to Kui Jing all sweetly, "I will park here and wait, babe. Just text me when you are inside." Kui Jing nods, then glares at her friend in the back. "Xiao Ya, let's go." Xiao Ya looks confused and asks, "Wait, I have to go too?" Kui Jing gets serious. She is not letting Xiao Ya stay behind. "Don't be stupid. If you do not come, how am I supposed to know which factory it is?" Xiao Ya just rolls her eyes and starts whining. "You can just see it from the road. Besides, these shoes are killer, and I am way too tired to walk 2 blocks. Kui Jing knows exactly what she's up to. She wants alone time with Shuxin. So, she grabs Xiao Ya's arm and drags her out of the car. "Stop making excuses. Nobody told you to wear high heels. Stop talking and get moving." Xiao Ya tries to pull back, making even more excuses. "Wait, my phone is still in the car." Kui Jing isn't having it and snaps, "Just leave it. I have my phone in my pocket. That is enough." After a lot of nagging, Xiao Ya finally follows. As the 2 girls walk off, Shusheng sits behind the wheel, watching them. Then, he makes a call. "Hello? Tell everyone to get ready. The moment I start the car, you guys move in." Following right behind Shuxing's car was another vehicle waiting for his signal. Inside were about 10 tough-looking thugs, some even packing knives. The guy in front receives the order and confirms it over the radio. Tin leads the way while Nya just won't stop yapping. "Oh, Tin, why did you have to drag me along?" Tin snaps back, totally annoyed. "Look, we're both snakes here. You really think your shady little mind can play me?" Na purposely rushes over to walk right next to Tin. She puts on that fake innocent act and says, "Wow, you're doing me dirty. I dressed up this good just to make sure we could bait that Kang Tu-dung guy out, okay? Besides, he already knows about you and Lý Thụ Hùng anyway." Tin looks ahead, feeling like something is off. She wonders out loud, "What's going on up there?" Na's jaw drops too. Ha. As they get closer, they stumble upon the absolute carnage left behind from the battle. Na can't even hide her shock. Holy crap, what is this? A literal shootout? As they walk past the bodies, Tin is shook. To reach the fortress, they have to navigate through these corpses. The 2 of them cling to each other, trembling with every step. Na stammers out, Tin. Though Tin. These people are all dead. Tin is just as terrified, looking at the bloodstains and trying to piece it together. These guys definitely died recently. Are 2 groups fighting over Tu-dung supplies? Looking at a wrecked car nearby, they can't help but feel the dread sinking in. Na starts overthinking. Is that Tu-dung guy already cooked? Tin only has eyes for the loot. It's no loss if that Tu-dung guy is dead, but I need to know if the supplies are still in his hands. Na, being a total coward, says, "Maybe we should just head back and let Lý Thụ Hùng crew check it out." Tin whispers, "Shay, keep your voice down. Let's go see if the factory door is locked." They're so busy plotting to backstab others that they don't even notice the corpse of the leader with the missing arm twitching. Seems like this guy was infected way before, and now he's fully turned into a zombie. Hearing their voices, his bloodshot eyes snap open and lock onto Tin and Na. Eyes wide and bulging with veins, he starts making these disgusting throat noises. By now, Tin and Na have reached the gate. Na quickly runs up and touches it. Tin drags her feet behind. Na bangs on it for a bit and immediately starts cursing. "Damn it, this door is shut way too tight. We can't even see what's happening inside." Na keeps pounding on the door like a maniac, but it's useless. Is it really locked this hard? Tin looks around, trying to figure it out. Did something happen to Tu-dung? Suddenly, a loud voice booms from above. "Hey, you two." Both girls jump and look up in total shock. It's San. She's looking suspicious and has her gun aimed straight down at them, demanding answers. "Who are you people? How do you know about this place?" Na shouts back from below. "Oh, little girl, we're friends of Tu-dung." Tin chimes in right next to her. "I'm Tu-dung's girlfriend." San hears this and turns back inside, but deep down, she isn't buying a single word. She stays on high alert and shouts, "Brother Tu-dung, there are 2 girls at the gate. One of them claims to be your girlfriend." Tin hears Tu-dung's name and literally grinds her teeth in rage. She says bitterly, "I knew that jerk Tu-dung didn't change his attitude for nothing. He probably found himself a new girl." Seeing the situation, Na turns to Tin and whispers, Tin, you gotta keep it together. Don't show your anger. The mission comes first. That woman up there has a crossbow. Can Lý Thụ Hùng handle this? Betraying others is one thing, but seeing another woman next to Tu-dung makes Tin's blood boil with jealousy. She puts on a cold face, her heart full of resentment, and growls quietly, "Don't worry. He brought several pistols. As soon as we get this door open, he can take Tiu Dung out in one shot." Up on the watchtower, Tiu Dung finally walks out. He looks down, and the moment he sees those two, his face instantly twists into pure disgust. He shouts down, "You two trashy chickens, Tho Tin and Van Thuk Nya, what are you doing here?" He immediately activates his mind's eye skill. He needs to see the real emotions of these two gold diggers. With his sharp gaze, both Tin and Nya feel incredibly salty and pissed, but only Tin shows it. She crosses her arms in silence, looking totally pressed. Na, sensing the MC diff, tries to play it off with a fake, sweet voice. "Oh, brother Tiu Dung, we're all friends here. Can't we just come visit? It's so chaotic out here. We were so worried about you. Why don't you care about us?" Hearing this fake cap, Tiu Dung just laughs. He looks down with pure contempt and says, "Worried about me? Haha. If I'm not wrong, that scumbag Lý Thụ Hùng is hiding nearby, right? And he brought a whole squad with weapons, didn't he?" It's like he read their minds. Both girls are stunned, jaws hitting the floor. They're internally screaming, "How? How does he know already?" Before they can even process it, he starts blasting. He fires rounds down, forcing the two girls to scramble for cover. Tin can't help but scream at him. "Kang Tiu Dung, are you insane? You're actually shooting at me." But he just stares back with cold, dead eyes, full of nothing but hatred. He aims his gun straight down. Tin is losing it, screaming insults at him nonstop. Nya freezes. She turns and snaps at Tin, trying to hold her best friend back. "Tin, shut up. He has a gun. Speak nicely. Don't trigger him." But Tin is still being arrogant. "What are you scared of? Does he even have the guts to kill me?" Tiu Dung hears that and lets out a dark, satisfied laugh. "Haha, kill you? That would be way too easy for you too." Right after he says that, a strange, guttural sound suddenly echoes nearby. Tin and Na both slowly turn around, their hearts racing. When they see what's behind them, they both freeze in absolute terror. Tin screams, "What? What is that? Is that someone with the crazy flu?" From the pile of bodies shot earlier, they've suddenly sat up like they've been resurrected into something much scarier. Their eyes are glowing red and their skin is deathly pale. Na gasps. Can the crazy flu really bring people back to life? Watching this, Tiu Dung's eyes glow with a haunting intensity as his resentment overflows. His whole body radiates a dark aura as he drops a cold, brutal line. "I want you two to die in their mouths right now. Enjoy." These monsters are literally howling like they haven't eaten in years. One whiff of human flesh and they're charging in with their mouths wide open. Disgusting. They lunge straight at Kui Jing and Xiao Ya. Pure luck that those two were fast enough to dodge. The zombies missed and slammed right into each other. What a fail. The girls are sprinting and screaming for Li Shusheng to save them. Shusheng is chilling in the car and can't see a thing since he's too far back. He just scowls. Meanwhile, the girls are running for their lives. Because these walkers are relentless, chasing them like hungry beasts. Qiu Jing can't keep up with Xiao Ya and starts screaming for help. "Save me. Xiao Ya, help me." But Xiao Ya is a total rat. She's crying but just ditches her friend. It's every girl for herself now. Shusheng leans out the car window and finally sees the horde. He's shook. Damn it, where did all these crazy flu freaks come from? He ducks back inside and grabs the radio immediately. "Turn around, now. There are infected freaks everywhere. Get us out of here." This guy didn't hesitate to abandon those two girls. Talk about trash. He was only using them for their looks anyway. Kui Jing is fuming. Seeing Shusheng pull a U-turn and leave her behind, she loses it. "Li Shusheng, you absolute bastard. You piece of trash." The car speeds off, and she's shaking with fear. The zombies are right on her tail, and she's crying her eyes out. "I don't want to die like this." She's so desperate that she throws her bag straight at Xiao Ya, who's running ahead. Talk about toxic. She screams, "You bitch," and guess what? The bag strap wraps right around Xiao Ya's ankle. Xiao Ya face plants hard onto the ground while running. Ouch. The zombies are closing in at insane speeds. They're howling and reaching out to grab her. She's absolutely terrified, sweating bullets as she realizes she's cooked. She barely chokes out, "Wait," but the zombies don't care. Their eyes are pure white as they dive in and start tearing her apart, and just like that, it's game over for her. Red sauce is flying everywhere. She's getting shredded and can't do a thing, her eyes wide with shock. Tears and pure hatred fill her eyes as she screams. Kui Jing doesn't even look back. Xiao Ya is basically a buffet for the walkers now. With her last breath, she curses her friend. "Kui Jing, you bitch. You're going to die a miserable death." Kui Jing just smirks like a psycho. She's whispering to herself. She deserved it. She had it coming. Our MC, Jiang Xiaoyang, is watching this whole drama from above. He's not even satisfied with how they died. San is standing next to him, trembling at the gore. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. Threat mission cleared, 10 points added. Total points, 18. Then, a new notification appears for Xiaoyang. New mission unlocked, street cleanup. Objective, eliminate all infected and monsters in the area. Progress, 0%. Reward, 10 points. San looks at him, totally confused. Did they just turn into zombies like that? Xiaoyang explains the situation. It's officially the end of the world. There's an infection from another dimension in the air. Once you die, you turn into a monster almost instantly. Even the living can turn if they're injured or just too weak. San is stunned. No way. Xiaoyang wastes no time and heads back inside. He tells San to call everyone for an emergency meeting. She's a bit dazed but follows his orders right away. Everyone gathers in a room around a table. San locks the door tight. Xiaoyang checks the room first. He gets serious with everyone. For the next 2 days, don't leave your rooms unless it's an emergency. Keep the windows shut so your bodies can adapt to the air. This is the only way to lower the risk of turning. Zhang Ji is looking stressed. He's worried sick about his friend, Chen Song. He stammers, but what about Chen Song? Cut to the infirmary. Chen Song is lying there in total silence. The room is pitch black because the windows are sealed, but something's wrong with his hand. Purple veins are popping up everywhere. That's a bad sign. He's definitely about to turn. He looks like he's in pure agony. He's still unconscious, but he's sweating and his face is covered in dark veins. Is a zombie about to go on a rampage inside the base? Meanwhile, downtown at Zhang Xingzi's place, it's pure chaos. You can see smoke pouring out of the apartment windows. The whole building has basically been overrun. Down below, guys are desperately climbing over walls to escape. Shengzhe is watching the carnage from his window, looking terrified. It's a total war zone out there. He turns to his wife and son, who are hugging each other in fear. I have to go to the warehouse tonight to move the rest of the stock. Xiao Li, you and Shuai stay here. Don't open the door for anyone but me, okay? Suddenly, there's a loud banging on the door. Boom. Shengzhe jumps out of his skin. His family is clinging to each other, shaking. The knocking gets even more aggressive. He wants to ignore it, but he's on edge, wondering who or what is on the other side. He shushes his family and quietly grabs a golf club from the corner. Ready for a fight, he slowly reaches for the handle. Then he hears a voice from outside. Jay, you in there? He recognizes the voice. Shengzhe finally exhales. Phew, it's just Yang Dao. In these times, you can't be too careful. Even if you know someone, you gotta put yourself first. Jiang Shengzhe tries to slam the door shut and lock it, but he's too slow. One of Yang Tao's goons delivers a massive kick, bam, right to the gut. Jiang Shengzhe collapses on the floor, gasping in pain. Gah. Before he can even breathe, a pack of thugs swarms in and pins him face down. Yang Tao strolls in last, looking cold as ice. The betrayal is real. Yang Tao brought his whole squad to take the throne. He looks down at Shengzhe with pure disgust while the former boss struggles to break free. Shengzhe grits his teeth and screams, "Let me go." He twists his neck, glaring at the traitor. Yang Tao, you piece of trash. What the heck is this? I treated you like a brother. Yang Tao's lip twitches with rage. He points at his own face, finally letting out all the bottled-up humiliation. Say that again? You treated me well? Ha ha, that's rich. In your eyes, I was nothing but a dog on a leash. Right in front of the boys, Shengzi barks back. Do you even have a soul? Without me, you wouldn't even have the down payment for your house. You hear that? That's the sound of Yang Tao losing it. He snaps, throwing a kick and shouting back, yeah, I paid a down payment. But you made a mountain of cash and bought how many houses? Shengzi's veins are popping. He's absolutely fuming but helpless against the disrespect. Yang Tao shuts him down. Enough yapping. Give me the keys and the address to your warehouse. Shengzi stays stubborn, clenching his jaw in total defiance. Not a single word. But Yang Tao is even more of a demon. He turns his sights on Shengzi's wife and son, creeping toward them with a nasty grin. He whispers, "Oh." Still playing the tough guy? Then he grabs Shengzi's wife by the hair. She screams in pain, and little Sua sees his mom getting hurt. His eyes well up, but the kid is a hero. He charges at Yang Tao with everything he's got. Tears streaming down his face, the kid yells, "I'll kill you." Yang Tao doesn't take him seriously until comp. The brat sinks his teeth right into Yang Tao's arm. Ow. You little brat, you actually dared to bite me? With one casual flick, Yang Tao swats the kid away like a fly. Get lost, you little dog. The mom is panicking, her heart breaking for her son. Shengzhe is losing his mind, trying to pull himself up. You coward. If you're so tough, take it out on me. Leave my wife and kid alone. On the other side, a massive goon pins Swa to the ground. The boy is too weak to fight back. Yang Tao crosses his arms, acting like he's the man. Chill out, cooperate, and your family stays safe. Sheng Jie might be a beast to the world, but he's a total softie for his family. He stares at Yang Tao with pure hatred as the trader continues. Now, take us to your warehouse. 30 minutes later, they arrive at the storage site. Yang Tao's leading the pack with 2 goons and a defeated Sheng Ji. The heavy doors slowly creak open. Sheng Jie stands in the back, fuming because he knows what's coming next. Yang Tao walks in and sees empty crates everywhere. He turns around, confused. Is this it? This is all that's left? Sheng Jie snaps back. Didn't your big shot client find you? Everything's sold out. Even the expired junk is gone. Yang Tao rubs his chin, thinking. Jiang Xiaoyong, interesting. He lets out a snake-like grin and looks at Sheng Jie. If we can raid Jiang Xiaoyong's factory for supplies, we'll be set for life. Sheng Jie knows this guy is playing with fire. He warns him, I'm telling you, don't mess with that guy. I saw him packing some serious heat during a delivery. He's built different. Sheng Ji narrows his eyes, thinking out loud. That kid definitely knew the apocalypse was coming. Yang Tao just shrugs, looking down on Sheng Jie with a smirk. Well, that's a problem for you to figure out, not me. Sheng Jie gets a bad feeling. He stammers, wait, Yang Tao. What do you mean by that? Times have changed, bro. Might makes right now. Yang Tao threatens him with a cold stare. Get Jiang Xiaoyong's supplies, or your family is cooked. It's a fair trade, right? Man, how the tables have turned. Sheng Jie used to treat him like a dog, and now he's the one on the leash. Sheng Jie is dying to kill him, but he swallows his pride for his family's sake. Meanwhile, back at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, everyone is crowded around a hospital bed where Chen Sung is lying. Even Jiang Xiaoyong can't hide the shock on his face. Chen Sung is turning. He's tied down, but he's thrashing like a beast. He's let out a guttural scream as the mutation takes over. It's over. Chen Sung is becoming a zombie. He's twitching, making those horrific clicking sounds from the back of his throat. The rest of the squad is devastated. Zhang Qi is taking it the hardest. He's drowning in guilt because Chen Sung took a hit that was meant for him. Big guy Lao Tu is sobbing his eyes out, but Nat Min, he's stone cold. Nat Min looks at Chen Sung like he's just dead weight. He mutters, just kill him already. Jiang Xiaoyong narrows his eyes. He already knew Nat Min was a snake. Seeing him act this heartless just confirms it. Jiang watches him, full of suspicion. Zhang Qi can't believe his ears. He snaps at Nat Min. What did you just say? The selfish coward won't even look him in the eye. He just stares at the floor and says, he's already dead. If we don't end this now and he gets loose, we're all cooked. Lao Tu isn't having it. He's our brother. Are you really just going to give up on him without even trying to save him? Zhang Qi stands there in silence, crushed. But let's be real, this virus is endgame. There's no cure. Jiang Xiaoyong has to be the leader. He stands before the thrashing Chen Sung, his heart turning to stone as he prepares for the inevitable. Telling the truth, so fatty number 4 understands he's right. Once the sickness takes over, they're basically cooked. There's no coming back. Fatty cries out in despair. Big bro Deng. Then Deng pulls a dagger from his pocket. He decisively hands the knife to Nut Min and says, take it. Seeing Deng acting so cold and stiff has Nut Min shaking in his boots. He jumps back, stuttering in total fear. What? What are you doing? Deng's cold gaze is locked onto Nut Min, and he isn't flinching. Without a hint of emotion, he says, finish him. The dagger in front of him feels like a ton of bricks. He's talking tough, but his hands are shaking like crazy. Deng sees right through him and decides to test Nut Min's resolve. He gets right in Nut Min's face, looming over him. Then he whispers in his ear, didn't you always want a weapon? He slowly brings the knife up to Nut Min's face and continues, take the weapon now and set him free. These words have Nut Min second-guessing everything. After a massive mental battle, suddenly, Trung Chi reaches out and snatches the knife from Deng's hand. Talk about a plot twist. Even Deng is caught off guard. This was not part of the plan. Even Nut Min is stunned. Trung Chi stays silent, clutching the knife and hesitating for a second. Big bro Deng. Chi is shaking, but his eyes are locked in with determination. He summons all his courage, looks at the blade, and says, let me do it. Trung Chi has always been a kind and gentle guy. He's taking a huge step by grabbing that knife, but he can't hide how terrified he is. Deng gets it, so he literally grabs the blade with his bare hand. He's testing Trung Chi's heart, asking with a cold expression, have you thought this through? What if I was capping about everything before? One strike, and you're a murderer. Chi is scared to death, but he doesn't look away. He looks Deng right in the eye and says, I trust you, big bro Deng. He knows that once someone becomes a zombie, they aren't human anymore. Ending Trun Sung's life is the only way to stop the pain. Deng gives a satisfied smirk. He nods and says, "Do it." Now Trung Chi is moving toward Trun Sung's bed. He's holding the knife tight, and Trun Sung has fully turned into a zombie. He's thrashing around, making the bed creak like crazy. It's brutal for this guy, having to finish off his own best friend. He's in so much pain, tears are flowing, but he has to lock in and hold them back. He raises his hand, putting everything into one strike to end it for Trun Sung. A sharp sound echoes as the zombie Trun Sung lets out a horrific scream. He's in agony, his whole body turning purple. The knife is inches from his neck when suddenly, Dong stops Trung Chi's hand. For some reason, he's calling it off. Trung Chi is gritting his teeth, gasping for air with tears in his eyes. He's totally confused, looking at Dong who's standing there like a stone-cold boss. He asks in a daze, "Big bro Dong?" No emotion. Dong is staring at his system screen and tells everyone, "Everyone get out. Trun Sung's situation is special. We're keeping him alive. He might be useful." Turns out, Darn's system just pinged a notification. Rare mutation detected. Looks like Trun Sung just got a lucky break. A moment later, everyone clears out. Weird noises keep coming from the med bay. Now it's just Dong left alone in the room with the zombie Trun Sung on the bed. Sung is snapping his jaws, starving, growling at Dong. It looks like he hasn't fully lost his mind yet. Dong tries calling his name. "You're still in there, right?" The zombie seems to sense him. He stops growling and starts whimpering. Dong leans in close and whispers, "I've got an important mission for you." It's like he actually understands. He stops resisting and starts to calm down. Meanwhile, in another part of the story, the sky is clear, but the world is a total L. A luxury car is swerving all over the road, totally out of control. Looks like it got jumped by zombies. The car slams straight into a pole with enough force to wreck the whole front end. Trung Thung Cheat crawls out of the wreckage. He's actually looking for Durm. He's clutching his head in pain, looking at his trashed car and swearing, "Damn it, just my luck." He thinks he's in the clear and tries to walk away, but a zombie is creeping up from behind. It stalks him quietly and then suddenly lunges. Boo! He screams at the top of his lungs. Man is terrified. He yells out, "No way!" Before he can react, the gray zombie sinks its teeth right into his left arm. He's cooked. He's screaming in agony and shoves the zombie back with both hands, sending it flying. He makes a break for the car with his arm bleeding out. This zombie is like a freaking leech. It won't stop. It gets back up and keeps chasing. He spots a metal pipe in the car and grabs it. He swings hard, a fatal blow straight to the head. He's losing it, screaming, "Get wrecked, you piece of trash." The zombie takes a massive hit and falls over, and one of its teeth literally flies out. Cheat is going feral, hitting it over and over. He's unloading all his rage on this thing. A while later, he's covered in sweat and gasping for air. He looks down at the zombie, and it's looking like literal mush. He says, "Damn it, I can't stay here." He doesn't notice more zombies smelling the blood and closing in. After finishing that one off, he decides to bounce. He's clutching his arm, looking like a total mess. Switching back to Dung's base, some trash-tier zombies from the last fight are still loitering at the gate. Time to take out the garbage. Doom pushes the side gate open and steps out, scanning the area carefully. He isn't even sweating it. He's seen this 1,000 times. Behind him is the homemade squad. Everyone's armed with hammers, bats, you name it. Someone's even got a gun. Everyone is on edge, moving inch by inch. Little Sansan isn't vibing with the protective gear she's wearing. She looks at her elbow pads and tells Dung, "Big bro Dung, these are so annoying. I can't move." Dung breaks it down for her and the rest of the crew. "Listen up. Zombies have 0 brain cells, so they use 100% of their strength. They're 10 times more dangerous than a normal person. You guys have 0 combat XP, so you're going to get hurt if you don't wear this gear. Once you level up your skills, we can ditch them." He takes the lead, moving ahead to scout. He peeks around a corner and spots a lone zombie. Immediately, he signals the team to get ready. "We're in its range now. San, stay sharp." Trung Chi and the 2 mechanics are on high alert, and Lao Tu is locked in, waiting for the signal. Our MC gives the word, "Ready, go." But wait, one of those nasty tan-thie mutants smells them. It snaps its mangled, gross face right at the crew. Xiao Yang yells out, "We're spotted. Get ready to scrap." He quickly adds, "Remember what I taught you." The mutant is already charging like a beast with its teeth ready to crunch. Xiao Yang is still lecturing mid-chaos. Talk about a flex. Support each other and keep your distance. The mutant lunges for him, but he's way too fast. He sidesteps like a literal ghost. Smooth, professional, total god mode. Even with a monster inches away, Xiao Yang stays calm and starts giving orders. "Time for some live practice, boys. While it's recovering from that miss, aim for the temples and the back of the neck. Smash it." Big man Lao Tu doesn't hesitate and charges in. He swings that long blade with everything he's got. Bam! but the mutant's neck is like solid steel. It didn't even flinch, but Lao Tu's hands, yeah, they're feeling that recoil. He's clutching his arms, crying out in pain. Xiao Yang yells from the back. The top of the skull is the hardest part. You won't do damage. You'll just numb your own hands, you casual. Xiao Kai is struggling now too. The mutant sees an opening and pounces. It literally bites down on his sword, growling like a demon. Xiao Kai is barely holding it back. Things are getting spicy. The mutant is going wild, gnawing on the blade and shredding his clothes. That disgusting face is inches away from his. He's at his limit. Help! Someone help me! Big bro Chi, save me. Xiao Yang is just watching, letting them get used to the pressure. He actually smiles. Calm as always, not bad, that's how you defend. Chi, your teammate needs a hand. Go. Truong, Chi doesn't need to be told twice. He takes a massive swing with his baseball bat, aiming right for the neck. Crack. The mutant takes a heavy hit and gets sent flying, screeching in agony. Xiao Yang steps up. Good, but one hit isn't enough to finish it. Everyone, keep up the pressure. The trio starts jumping the mutant, absolute chaos. They turn that Tan Thi into literal mush. But while they're celebrating, another mutant is creeping up behind Xiao Yang. Truong Chi turns around, feeling proud. Hey, brother Xiao Yang, how was that for a performance? Xiao Yang just chuckles. Not bad at all. But the mutant behind him is ready to strike. It's about to lunge, eyes wide, mouth open, ready to take a chunk out of his shoulder. Truong Chi sees it and panics. Look out, brother. The monster is right there, teeth inches from his neck. But Xiao Yang? He doesn't even blink. These low-level mobs are nothing to him. Without even looking, he reaches back and grabs the mutant by the head. Absolute him energy. He's just holding it there while continuing the lesson. Did you guys forget already? Always watch your surroundings. The mutant is stuck, frozen under his insane grip like it's been cursed. The team is speechless. That flex was just too much. Everyone's shook, but they've got to stay focused. Meanwhile, let's check in on Zhang Shengxie. This snake has crawled his way near Xiao Yong's base. He's hiding behind some concrete barriers, peeking around like a coward. He's cursing under his breath. Dang it, people have been here. Did that brat Xiao Yang spill everything? He spots an empty car ahead. He can hear Xiao Yong's voice in the distance, still coaching the team. Cover each other. Stay sharp. Shengzhe starts creeping toward the car. He thinks to himself, that's definitely Xiao Yang. On the other side, the crew is still busy taking down mutants one by one. Shengzhe sneaks behind the car, carefully poking his head out. He whispers, is Xiao Yang's crew actually hunting exiles? He's so focused on spying that he doesn't notice the shadow growing under his own feet. There's a mutant right there. This one just woke up, and the smell of fresh meat has its eyes glowing like flashlights. Plot twist. It's Xiao Ya, Thôi Tĩnh old friend. Remember her? She got torn apart a few episodes ago, and now she's a full-blown monster. Her face is a shredded, bloody mess. Totally unrecognizable. She grabs Shengzi's leg, and he absolutely loses it. He falls back, kicking and screaming like a total loser. Help! No! He sees her mangled face and just freezes. Total terror. Xiao Ya has zero humanity left. She's just a beast now. She makes these horrific guttural noises and lunges at him. She's starving for a taste of his flesh. It's game over. Her torn mouth is wide open, closing in on his neck. Shengzhe is officially cooked. He screams his head off. Damn it, not like this. He closes his eyes, waiting for the end. Everything goes black, but then bang. A massive gunshot rings out. Shengzhe opens his eyes, crying and hyperventilating. He's shaking like a leaf. Guess who? Xiao Yang is standing right there. Cold as ice, gun still smoking. He just put a silver bullet right through Xiao Ya's skull. Her head literally explodes. It's a bloodbath. Shengzhe is still in shock, staring at the corpse before finally kicking it away. He's huffing and puffing, looking like a mess. Xiao Yang lowers his gun, staring him down with pure suspicion. Zhang Shengzhe, what are you doing here? Shengzhe slowly gets up, covered in mutant blood. He walks closer, trying to look pathetic. He puts on his best act. Brother Yang, thank God. I finally found you. I'm so glad I'm still alive. But wait, look at his arm. Xiao Yang spots something. A dark purple bruise is spreading down his hand. He's been bitten. A deep, rotting wound on his bicep. Without hesitating, Xiao Yang presses the barrel of the gun right against his forehead. You're bitten. It's over. Shengzhe's face goes pale. He's terrified now. He starts begging, reaching out with those innocent eyes. Brother Xiao Yang, please. Don't shoot. Just listen to me. I have information you need. Xiao Yang grits his teeth. He's seen this movie before. He keeps the gun steady. Start talking then. Get away from me. Bro is completely broken. Knowing there is zero chance of coming back, Zhang Shengji looks totally depressed. He grinds his teeth, and the tears just start falling as he starts talking real under Xiao Dung's gun. Dung, man, I know I am a goner. It won't be long before I lose my mind and turn. But then, like he is letting out all the pain and frustration inside, he scrunches his face and starts wailing in total despair. It was that trash Yang Dao. He kidnapped my wife and kid. He used them to force me to scam you and steal your food stash. Then he keeps going. Dung, I know I am no saint, but I never thought I was a straight-up villain. My family is innocent, man. Seeing him like this is actually kind of sad. But Jiang Xiaodong keeps it professional. His face is stone cold as he grips his gun and stays silent. But Sheng Jie keeps going, spilling his guts about his situation and begging Xiaodong over and over. Those animals will never let my family go. Their fate is going to be way worse than mine. Dung, I'm begging you, please take care of them. Just count it as my share for helping you stockpile all those goods. After a massive internal struggle, Xiaodong narrows his eyes. He thinks it over. Even if the guy was just looking out for himself at first, honestly, he really did help out a lot. He looks back and nods to his team behind him. He sees everyone he's protecting, including San San, Old Han, Zhang Qi, and his two buddies. Xiaodong realizes the fortress is still huge, and they've got more guys than girls, so the ratio is a bit off. Right then, his system pings. He gives a faint smirk and looks at the system screen, thinking to himself, no way, a mission reward for this? And the payout is actually huge. A new notification pops up over the old one. New system mission. The dying request. Mission goal. Rescue Zhang Sheng, Jay's wife and child. 0% complete. Reward, 25 points. Below that is his current mission list. Street cleanup. Eliminate the infected and monsters outside the fortress. 70% done. Reward, 10 points. Finally, Xiaodong looks at Sheng, Jay, and confirms, relax. I'll handle your wife and kid for you. Sheng Jie was begging, but he honestly didn't think Xiaodong would actually help them. Hearing those words, the guy is so overwhelmed he can barely stand. Tears are streaming down his face as he gasps, for real, Dung? He is so grateful. Zhang Shengjie drops his ego completely and bows right at Xiaodong's feet. He slams his head against the ground and cries out, Dung, man, I can never repay you in this life. I'll be your slave in the next life to make it up to you. After bowing, he just slumps down, totally drained. He's ready for the end. He says, do it, Dung. Put me down. Xiaodong doesn't say anything for a few seconds. He just looks at him and asks, do what? Zhang Shengjie shuts his eyes tight, crying his heart out because he's lost all hope. Please, just end it. I don't want to turn into a monster and end up threatening my own family. Bro might have been a menace to the world, but he really loved his family. Turns out he actually had some honor left. Xiaodong stays quiet, low-key surprised by the guy's true colors. After thinking for a bit, Xiaodong turns to San San and says, San San, go grab a bicycle and give it to him. San San is shocked by the decision. She's like, wait, what? Dung just swings his gun over his shoulder, squints at the guy, and says, just go. Get as far away from here as possible. Find somewhere empty. Shengji looks up, totally confused, and asks, why? That's when Dung finally drops his guard. Don't worry about why. You don't have much time left, so you better move fast. Shengji accepts it. He looks down and gives a satisfied little smile. All right, I get it. Thanks, Dung. A few minutes later, Zhang Shengjie has left the base and is pedaling that bike as fast as he can to get away, just like he was told. He's been out here for a while now. The purple infection marks are already spreading across his face toward his eye. He pedals with everything he's got, thinking only of his family. My wife, my child. Even though he started off as a bad guy, you can't help but feel for him. By now, one of his eyes has turned pitch black. The virus is taking over. The zombie side is winning, but he's still fighting to keep that tiny bit of hope alive. Back at the base, the team is piling up the zombie corpses under Xiaodong's orders. Everyone is wiped out after the cleanup. Then, Xiaodong starts dousing the pile in gasoline. He uses enough to make sure they all burn to ashes. He lights a match, and boom, a massive fire breaks out. Smoke is everywhere. The whole group is watching the flames, except for Yi Ming, who's just complaining, man, I am dead tired after today. Now that the mission is done and the team has some experience fighting zombies, Xiaodong starts giving them the rundown. With their current skill level, 2 or 3 people using basic weapons can easily hunt down solo zombies without getting hurt. It's light work now. The system updates again. Next to Xiaodong, the street cleanup mission shows as completed. He gets 10 points, bringing his total to 28. Even though they've fought zombies before, Xiaodong still warns everyone how dangerous they are. He adds, but if you run into a horde or a special type, you're cooked. Don't even try it. Everyone gets serious after hearing that. After the lecture, Xiao Deng starts walking and tells the group, "Follow me." San San and Jiang Qi are confused, wondering what the boss has planned next. A few minutes later, the whole squad is standing in front of the big warehouse doors. Xiao Deng is in the lead, followed by Old Han, San San, and the others. He waits for Old Han to catch up. Then he calmly says, "Hey, Uncle Han." Old Han quickly responds, "Yeah? What's up, Deng?" Xiao Deng holds out a key and says, "There are weapons stored in this warehouse. I'm heading into the city tonight. For the safety of the fortress, I'm leaving you in charge." The old man took the keys, but he was still sweating bullets. He looked at Kung Tiu Dong and asked, "Bro, the city is literally falling apart right now. Are you really going there all by yourself?" Hearing that, Chung Chi and the big man Tiu Kai were totally hyped to go with him. Both of them shouted at once, "Big brother Teal Dong, let us go with you." But Nepmin just stood there, keeping it quiet. Teal Dong wasn't having it though. He shut them down immediately. He kept it totally cool and told everyone to relax. "Not yet," he said. "You guys aren't ready to face those high-level zombies. If you come along, you'll just be a burden. Talk about a reality check." Then Teal Dong looked at the old man and said, "Sir, I'm counting on you for everything here." The old man gripped his AK-47 and nodded confidently. "Don't you worry, Tiu Dong. You just make sure you stay safe out there." After getting the base secured, Hung Tiu Dong grabbed some guns and gear and hopped into the car. He hit the road. Suddenly, the system popped up showing the shop was completely empty. Nothing. Zero. Zip. Below that was a manual refresh button for 2 points. Hung Tiu Dong looked at the screen and sighed. "Man, this system shop is way too slow with the updates." He didn't hesitate for a second. He hit the refresh button and said, "This mission is no joke. To make sure I stay alive, I've got to refresh this manually." Once he clicked it, the new items appeared, but it cost him 2 points, leaving him with 26. Option 1, a level 1 black tech supply box for 20 points. Option 2, a level 1 relief trade box for 5 points. And 3, a level 1 weapon threat box for 5 points. The refresh button now costs 4 points. Looking at the screen, Kung Tiu Dong closed his eyes, looking a bit salty about the price. He said, "Just one refresh and the price doubled from 2 to 4? I really need to start saving these points." He leaned his head on his hand, thinking hard. He thought, spending points to get a cool box? Worth it. Luckily, he had just enough. He tapped the first box, and 4 system notifications flashed. Level 1, Black Tech Supply box purchased successfully. Minus 20 points. Current balance, 6 points. Inside the car, things were about to get wild. The chest popped open with a blinding flash, lighting up the whole area. The system announced, Level 1 Black Tech Supply box opened. Reward, plus 5 physical enhancement potion. Still blinded by the light, Hung Tiu Dong covered his eyes and shouted, "Ah, what the heck? Did I just eat a flashbang?" But then he saw the massive needle in his hand and his jaw dropped. Holy crap, a plus 5 boost to my stats? Without wasting a second, Hung Tiu Dong went straight for it. He slammed that needle right into his arm. Better safe than sorry. He felt a massive surge of power rushing through his body. Hung Tiu Dong was evolving at high speed. His eyes turned pure white and started glowing like crazy. His whole body was literally glowing and his hair stood straight up. He's cracked. The system showed his new combat power analysis. Attribute score, 13. That's 260% stronger than a normal human. Total God mode. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Trung Thung Cheat's apartment. High up in the building, inside little Soai's room. Trung Thung Cheat's wife and son were locked inside, but at least they were safe for now. The mother tried to comfort her crying son, saying, Soai, don't be scared. Your dad will be back soon." But right then, that trash Dung Dao and his lackey kicked the door open. They burst in like animals. Trung Thung Cheat's wife screamed in terror. "What do you think you're doing?" Dung Dao started acting like a total creep. He walked up and grabbed her hair, looking absolutely disgusting. "What am I doing?" "Just getting a little taste," he said. His lackey was right behind him, looking just as thirsty. The creep licked his lips. A second later, they ripped the woman's coat off, exposing her shoulder. She tried to fight back, crying, "No, stop it." She was crying, feeling totally helpless. Then those 2 pieces of trash, Dung Dao and the big guy in the white shirt, pinned her down on the floor. Dung Dao held her down while the lackey laughed like a maniac, ripping away her shirt. This is getting dark. Little Soai tried his best to save his mom, but he was too small. He was screaming and crying while his mom fought with everything she had. "Let me go, please." These guys were losing their humanity. In a world like this, it's like they turned into literal demons. Soai threw a weak punch. Right then, a pair of boots appeared at the door. Everyone thought it might be Kung Tiu Dong coming to save the day, but nope, It was another guy from Doom Dao's crew. This was the big boss, and he walked in wondering what all the noise was about. He scratched his neck and looked around. "What are you guys making such a mess for?" The guy in the white shirt, acting like a total animal, said, "Boss Lee, you're just in time. Come join us." Luckily for them, Boss Lee wasn't feeling it. He looked at his men and snapped, "Shut up. We aren't done with our work yet. Think about the job first. Let her go." The guy in the white shirt looked super annoyed that his fun was being ruined. He gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, what's your problem? This isn't the first time we've done this." But it seemed like Boss Lee was actually thinking ahead. He explained it to his idiots. He narrowed his eyes and threatened them. "If you mess with his wife now and the woman kills herself, then what? If she's gone, we lose our leverage over him. He won't listen to us anymore. Nobody wins then, you morons." Then Boss Lee casually put his hands in his pockets. He glanced at the mother and son with a sick look and said, "After we deal with him, we can all have our turn. She won't be going anywhere." Deng Dao and the other guy stopped and stood up. The guy in the white shirt adjusted his belt and started cursing. "Damn it, fine, we'll do it your way." Total buzzkill. That trash. Deng Dao followed them out, but he turned back one last time to mock them, pulling his face and sticking out his tongue. "You two just wait for me." Trung Thung Chiade's poor wife was left there shivering with Soai Soai. They huddled together, crying in the dark. Little Soai Soai wiped his eyes and clung to his mom. Outside, night had fallen over the city, and the streets were filled with wrecked cars. Only one car was moving, its headlights cutting through the dark, and all around it, terrifying, mutated zombies were wandering the streets, hunting for their next meal. Meet Jiang Xiaoyang. Our boy is deep in thought, plotting his next system upgrade strategy. He's just chilling, leaning on the steering wheel like a boss while he cooks up a plan. With 13 points in stamina, his stats literally doubled. His reflexes and control are on a whole different level now. Xiaoyang's car is just weaving through obstacles like it's nothing. Trash cars everywhere? No problem. He's drifting past them with zero effort, vibing hard because this new power feels absolutely fire. He hits the main road and it's a total graveyard. Overturned cars everywhere and not a single soul in sight, just a bunch of hungry zombies looking for their next snack. Xiaoyang pulls over at a street corner. He hops out of the car, moving like a ghost, and quietly shuts the door behind him. He scans the area and realizes the city center is right ahead. Driving would be a total death wish, too loud, too flashy. Time to go on foot and stay stealthy. Suddenly, a nasty growl erupts right behind him. He glances back, and boom. Two zombies are already flying through the air, lunging straight for him. These things look like they haven't eaten in years. They're rushing him at full speed, jaws wide open and ready to chomp. Xiaoyang quickly spins around to face the threat. He's a bit caught off guard, but honestly, these trash mobs are nothing compared to his new stats. He just glides to the side like he's playing on easy mode. He dodges the grab with ease. The zombie misses and hisses in frustration, but Xiaoyang is already faster, landing a heavy punch right over its shoulder. He flexes his arm and puts some real weight into a shove. The zombie completely loses its balance, and Xiaoyang sends it flying forward with insane force. It slams right into the zombie behind it, and both of them go down in a heap. Our MC is just standing there looking cold, holding his hand out like a total badass. With ice-cold eyes, he decides it's time to end this and summons his weapon. As the two zombies try to scramble back up, the blade teleports straight from the car into his hand. Talk about a flex. He's ready to carve these high con up, moving with a speed that's honestly terrifying. He blurs forward like a straight-up ninja, no emotion at all. Just a few flashes of light slash, 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 and he plants his feet firmly on the ground. Behind him, two zombie heads go flying and thud onto the pavement. They didn't even realize they were already dead before their bodies collapsed under the glow of the headlights. Gripping his blade, he's feeling himself. He realizes his strength and reflexes are so cracked that these zombies are just fodder now. Is this what it feels like to have double the stats of a normal human? It's not just his brawn that's buffed, his hearing is insanely sharp now too. He picks up sound waves from way off in the distance. His perception is definitely on another level. Damn, someone's getting cooked out there. He looks toward a crowded residential block about 800 meters away, which is exactly where the noise is coming from. Just then, a system notification pings. Random quest triggered. It's an encounter mission. Cut to 800 meters away at a small mini-mart. A horde of zombies is swarming the place, trying their best to smash through the glass doors. Some are pounding the glass while others are literally headbutting it to get inside. Inside, people are panicking. Damn it, we're surrounded. A security guard stands in the middle, clutching a gun for dear life. He's barking orders, telling everyone to stack heavy stuff against the door. He grips his gun tight and yells, "Move it, hurry up. We need more weight over here." A father and son are desperately pushing a heavy shelf toward the entrance. The little kid is a total mess, tears streaming down his face, as he looks at his struggling dad and asks, "Dad, are we gonna die here?" The man is completely exhausted, drenched in sweat, but he tries to keep it together for his son. "It's okay, buddy. These monsters aren't getting in here." But then, he mutters under his breath, "And if they do, well, at least we'll be with your mom again." Hearing that, the kid totally loses it and starts bawling his eyes out. The guard hears this and is just done with this guy's attitude. He shoots him a look and says, "Damn it, Old Tong. You really don't know when to shut up, do you? You're making things worse." Old Tong snaps back, finally letting out all his pent-up frustration. "Oh, so you're the expert on talking now? If I was good at talking, I would have been the apartment manager by now." The guard doesn't even bother arguing. He's got bigger problems like staying alive. He mutters to himself, "Damn it, is this really how it ends for us?" Just as everyone inside the store is giving up hope, something happens. Suddenly, crazy noises erupt from outside. It sounds like someone is absolutely wrecking those zombies. The commotion is so loud it nearly makes everyone jump out of their skin. Everyone braces themselves for the worst, while the only woman in the group ducks for cover. The guard cocks his gun and yells, "What the hell is going on?" Suddenly, right against the glass, a zombie gets its head slammed into the door with a massive crack. The glass almost shatters from the impact. The kid and his dad are absolutely terrified. The little guy falls backward in shock, and his dad is just frozen stiff, paralyzed by fear. They're staring at the door with wide eyes. All they can see is thick, dark tomato sauce from a zombie's head slowly sliding down the glass. It's staining the whole window. This goes on for 30 minutes, more and more dark splatters hitting the glass until suddenly, everything goes dead silent. The guard is drenched in sweat, heart racing. Panting for air, he whispers, "Hork, hork, hork, Old Tong, you and Z Xuan, start moving this stuff out of the way." The woman in the back is totally confused. Meanwhile, the guard stays on high alert, gun ready in case a zombie decides to pounce. "Use the lift, and stay quiet," he commands. Old Tong and his son struggle with a heavy table, trying their best not to make a sound. After a bit of heavy lifting, the barricade is finally cleared. The guard leads the way, opening the door to scout the area. He looks out and sees the entire pack of zombies are all straight up deleted. They're just lying there in a pile of bodies. Cautiously, the two men, the woman, and the boy step out into the open. Old Tong has a massive steel bar over his shoulder, looking around in disbelief. What? What happened? Who could have done this? Z Xuan looks absolutely pale. He grips his iron pipe and gasps, "It's a mutant. It's got to be a mutant." Hearing his son use these weird terms, Old Tong turns to him, confused. "A mutant? What the heck is a mutant?" Just then, Z Xuan still had tears in his eyes, gritting his teeth as he replied to his dad, "These aren't your average slow-mo zombies. They're way faster and stronger." He grips his iron bar tighter, ready for whatever. Every manga, novel, and game says the same thing. But his dad isn't buying it. He snaps at the kid, calling him delusional. "Manga? Novels? Games? No wonder your grades are always trash since you spend all day on this stuff." Meanwhile, the guard is done with the drama. He's on high alert, clutching his rifle like his life depends on it. Seeing the family bicker, he snaps at Old Tong. "Seriously, your EQ is 0. You really think now's the time for a lecture? Keep up and watch the perimeter. We can't let some mutant catch us lacking." The four of them huddle up, weapons out, and start moving onto the street. The guard takes the lead with his gun, telling everyone to watch their own sectors as they head toward the extraction point. A bit later, they reach a street corner. The guard raises his hand, signaling the group to go silent and stop. They peek around the corner and freeze. What the heck is that? Right there in the middle of the road, they spot Jiang Xiaoyong. He's just standing there, casually checking his system screen. Notification, mission clear. 5 points added. Current total, 11 points. Little Z Xuan takes one look at Xiaoyong and shouts, "That's definitely a mutant. It has to be." But the guard isn't convinced. He scans Xiaoyong from head to toe and says, "Nah, looks like a normal guy to me," even though they're quite a distance away and whispering. Xiaoyong's SSS rank senses pick up everything. He tilts his head back, glancing at the group. "A mutant? Ha, kid, you got a wild imagination. It's way too early for mutants to be roaming the streets." Hearing a human voice, the guard lets his guard down. He puts on a friendly smile and walks over. Finally, another survivor. He lowers his gun and gives Xiaoyong some advice. "Listen, kid, wandering around alone is suicide. In this world, we gotta stick together to survive. Come with us." Xiaoyong is actually surprised by how nice this guy is. He plays along and asks, "Who are you guys? Just the four of you?" The guard keeps scanning the area as they move, looking over his shoulder while he talks. "We're out looking for supplies. There are plenty of civilians gathered back at the Dung Huang Sanctuary." Xiao Yong perks up when he hears the name. Deng Huang. Wait, isn't Kim Duke Mansion right near there? Old Tong steps forward to back him up. Yeah, it's just one street over. Since they don't know Xiao Yong is OP, they try to recruit him for his own safety. Old Tong puts a hand on his shoulder. Look, little brother, join us. There's power in numbers, and Captain Li here has a gun. We know how to deal with these trash mobs. We can protect you. Captain Li flexes a bit, looking pretty proud of his firepower. Xiao Yong doesn't even know what to say. He just smiles and nods like a pro actor. Haha, sounds great. Thanks everyone. So the squad grows to 5. The guard, the father-son duo, the woman, and now our MC. They start heading back to base. The 4 of them are sweating, weapons ready, looking like they're in a horror movie. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang is just vibing in the back. Old Tong turns around to strike up a conversation. He asks cautiously, "Hey kid, you were asking about Kim Duke Mansion. Looking for someone important?" Xiao Yang doesn't feel like explaining his whole life story. He just gives a quiet yeah and looks away. Old Tong, being a typical dad, keeps pushing. He stops and turns around. Family, or maybe a girlfriend. Xiao Yang stays silent. Seeing him go quiet, Old Tong thinks he's heartbroken. He pats his shoulder to comfort him. Look, Xiao Yang, it's the apocalypse. Whoever you're looking for, there's a high chance they're already cooked. You need to be ready for the worst. Captain Li up front eavesdrops and frowns. Even if the zombies don't get them, those human trash out there might. Xiao Yang hears the hate in his voice and asks, "Human trash?" Captain Li starts explaining the situation in the East District. He grits his teeth, remembering a gang of thugs holed up in the Bix Thui Sun villas. They'll kill other survivors just to live another day. His face twists in anger as he continues. We ran into them once, lost a lot of good people to those bastards. Just as he finishes, a dark shadow creeps up behind him, a zombie with bared teeth. Captain Li hasn't noticed yet. He waves his hand, trying to drop the subject. Forget it, let's not talk about those scumbags. Just remember, if you see other survivors, keep your guard up. Little Zixuan is the first to spot the threat. He screams, "Uncle Li, look out." Li jumps out of his skin. Right then, a pale, rotting zombie lunges at him with a snarl. It reaches out to grab him, but Li reacts just in time. He racks the slide. Boom. The gunshot echoes through the dead, silent street. The zombie hits the pavement, a fresh hole in its head. One shot, one kill. Li grits his teeth and curses. Damn it, but there's no time to celebrate. That gunshot just rang the dinner bell for every zombie in the area. He realizes it instantly and shouts, "That noise is going to bring the whole pack down on us." Seeing the horde slowly crawling toward them, Captain Li loses his cool. The tough leader act is gone. He's shaking, looking around like he's already dead. What do we do? What do we do? Calm down, stay calm. He spots an old bus nearby and yells, "There, follow me." He leads the sprint. Get inside that bus, now. The others scramble after him. Xiao Yang just follows quietly at the back. Our MC isn't ready to flex his god mode yet. He's just observing the group. Running aimlessly is a death sentence, but a bus? That's a solid defensive position. Not bad. The only catch? If they get cornered, there is no way out. But our boy Xiao Yang is feeling himself. He just nods. Not bad. Making a call like that under pressure? I would give it a 70 out of 100. In a flash, the other 4 are already in the whip. Good guy old Li holds the door for Xiao Yang and screams, "Kid, get over here, fast." A zombie is literally on his heels, but Xiao Yang hits the nitro and bolts for the bus. A second later, old Li steps back to let Xiao Yang dive right in. Bro moved like the wind. The moment he is inside, old Li slams that bus door shut. Boom. He tells young Zixuan, "Check every seat. Make sure we do not have any uninvited guests hiding back there." Zixuan is glued to the window. He sounds the alarm. They are not stopping. They are all swarming this way. And just like that, the horde is right on top of them. These ugly things are literally pressing their faces against the glass, pounding on the door. It is getting heated. Old Li starts sweating. Damn it. Are we cooked? Is the engine too slow? Outside the bus, it is a total circus. Dozens of stiff hands are just hammering against the metal like crazy. It is looking real bad as more of them show up to the party. They are literally blanketing the bus. Old Li is losing it. Damn it. I cannot hold them back. Inside, he is totally reaching his limit. He is leaning against the door with everything he has got, trying to hold the line. But one of those creeps manages to wedge a hand in and pry the door open. At this point, old Li thinks they are toasted. It is over. But out of nowhere, Xiao Yang steps up and puts his hand on the door to back him up. This caught the old man off guard. A second later, Xiao Yang does not even need help. He just uses one hand, and lightly shoves the door. Shut. Slam. Old Li is just standing there with his brain lagging, trying to process what just happened. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang is as cool as a cucumber. Old Li is literally standing there with his mouth open. He is thinking, yo, where did this insane strength come from? Xiaoyang keeps his hand on the door and gives him a cold look. He tells the old man straight up, I have got the door. They are not getting in. Go tell the others to smash the windows and fight back. Now, that snapped old Li out of it. He bolts to the back, following orders like his life depends on it. Crack! He smashes the window wide open. The noise sends the zombies into a frenzy. They are all trying to crawl through the broken glass, growling and banging on the metal like crazy. Suddenly, one of those trash mobs gets an iron rod shoved straight through its skull. One shot. It lets out a nasty screech. It is Old Song. He is leaning out the window, driving that rod home. Go to hell, you freak. Inside, Zishuan and the lady are holding onto Old Song's legs so he does not fall out. Old Li steps up too, aiming his piece out the window, but he is looking stressed. He mumbles, there are way too many of them. I'm going to run out of ammo, then use this. Xiaoyang's voice rings out right in his ear. Old Li is confused. A crossbow. Bro, where did you even find this? Xiaoyang is still holding the door with one hand, absolute Chad energy while handing it over. He just says, picked it up on the road. Seemed useful. Old Li is shook, but he takes it with both hands. No time to waste. Twip! The next zombie takes a bolt straight to the temple. Down. With these weapons, Old Song and Old Li are absolute menaces. They are leaning out, one smashing, one sniping. In a flash, the horde is basically wiped. Bodies everywhere. Only a couple of stragglers are still trying to be heroes. Old Song screams, come on then. Eat dirt, you losers. A few minutes later, they cleared the lot. All 5 of them finally step off the bus. Little Zishuan is clutching his stick. He is acting all tough and proud. Surviving twice isn't just luck. We are clearly the main characters of this apocalypse. We are built different. Xiaoyang just stretches his arm out. Holding that door for so long was a workout. He gives Zishuan a serious look. Do not get cocky. Stay sharp. Do not repeat the same stupid mistakes. Cut back to the base. It is still dark out. Natmin is acting all concerned. I hope Xiaoyang is doing okay out there. Inside the base, Old Han, San, and the rest of the crew are wrapping up a meeting and heading to bed. Then Natmin points to himself and tells Old Han, hey, let me take the night watch tonight. Our boy Fat Xiao Kai thinks that is sus. He nudges Natmin with a grin. Yo, since when did you become such a hard worker? Natmin flinches. He gives Xiao Kai the death stare. Then he just snaps. Shut your mouth. I have always been a hard worker. Worry about your own business. Xiao Kai is just left standing there like, okay? He just bites his lip and walks away, hands behind his head. Geez, why the big reaction? Chill out. Natmin is still glaring at him like he wants to throw hands. Old Han sees Natmin being proactive and says, all right, if Natmin is volunteering, the rest of you go get some sleep. He tells him to keep his eyes peeled. Natmin is all like, trust me, I got this. Fast forward, it is late and everyone is out cold. Natmin is up on the watchtower, looking bored out of his mind. He looks around and whispers, it is late enough. They should all be asleep by now. Something is definitely up. He just abandons his post and sneaks off. No time to waste. I have got to finish this before Xiaoyang gets back. Meanwhile, Old Han is snoring away. He kept the warehouse keys that Xiaoyang gave him right next to his head. Suddenly, a sliver of light hits the blanket. Someone just cracked the door open. But Old Han is still in dreamland. Surprise, surprise. It is Natmin. He ditched his post to sneak into Old Han's room. He opens the door wide, wearing this creepy, twisted expression. This snake starts creeping toward Old Han's bed. He slowly, carefully, reaches his hand toward the keys near the old man's head. He is going for it. He is literally inches away from the keys. Old Han seems to be sleeping soundly, but then he feels something. His eyes snap open. He jumps out of bed and roars, what the hell do you think you are doing? Natmin nearly jumps out of his skin. This guy gets caught red-handed and immediately chooses violence. Since he's cornered, Natmin decides to give Old Man Han a nasty surprise. He lands a heavy punch right on the old man's head, leaving him dazed and reeling. Then, like a total snake, he snatches the keys and bolts. Old Man Han is too up there in years to keep up, so he just screams out in pure frustration. Luke Natmin, you little brat, what do you think you're doing? Give those keys back right now. The shouting is so loud it wakes up everyone in the nearby rooms. San and Truong Chi hear the chaos and rush out to see what's going on. San is shocked. What happened? Your forehead is already turning purple. Old Man Han clutches his head in pain. It's Nutman. That traitor stole the armory keys. Quick, you have to stop him before it's too late. Hearing that, San, Truong Chi, and Tu Kai immediately start the chase. Truong Chi yells at the top of his lungs, "Get back here." Even big man Tu Kai is huffing and puffing, trying to keep up. "Luke Nitmin, what the heck is wrong with you?" Netmin hears his friends calling, but he stays silent and keeps sprinting like a man possessed. Realizing they're gaining on him, he kicks over a metal ladder and tosses a bunch of junk in the hallway to block the path. Talk about a low-tier move. The trio is forced to stop as the hallway is totally trashed. Truong Chi's face is red with rage as he growls. "Damn it, that little rat." While running, Nutmin passes the med bay and suddenly stops. He peeks inside with a devious look on his face. You can tell he's cooking up something absolutely evil. He mumbles to himself, "In for a penny, in for a pound." He steps into the room where Tran Sung is still tied to the bed. Bro is a bit hesitant, but he slowly approaches the bed anyway. The moment the zombie Tran Sung senses someone, he starts thrashing and growling like crazy. Nutmin reaches for the restraints. The zombie's arm is already looking pale and dead. Out of nowhere, Tran Sung's left hand breaks free and lunges straight for Nutmin. The zombie is snarling like a beast. Nutmin jumps back, nearly jumping out of his skin. He screams, "Holy crap!" Seeing Tran Sung flailing with one arm free, Nutmin's expression turns cold. He starts wondering why the restraint failed. Why was this side so loose? Did they get lazy with the knots? Suddenly, a dark smirk forms on his face. This is actually perfect. Now he doesn't have to risk his own skin untying the monster. Meanwhile, after clearing the obstacles, San San, Truong Chi, and Chu Kai finally make it to the med bay. They see a tall, slumped figure standing right in front of the door. Truong Chi immediately recognizes who it is. It's Tran Sung. He's absolutely livid. That piece of trash, Nutmin, actually let Tran Sung out. Does he want us all dead? Tran Sung is now a full-blown zombie, looking completely gone. The zombie stands there growling at his former friends. Old Man Han finally catches up, and seeing this mess, he's about to blow a fuse. He curses Nutmin, "Son of a... I can't believe that kid is such a monster. I totally misjudged him." San San stands there, feeling a chill down her spine. She looks at the zombie and asks her grandpa, "What do we do now? All our weapons are locked in the armory." Old Man Han makes a split-second decision. No matter what, we have to team up and shove him back into the med bay. He calms everyone down and starts barking out orders. He signals Truong Chi and Tu Kai, "Split up. Use the formation Tu Dung taught us. Stay sharp, and whatever you do, don't let him bite you." The four of them creep forward, closing in on the zombie. They're being extra careful since Tran Sung hasn't noticed them yet. Then, Han yells the signal, "Now." On his command, Truong Chi and San San charge forward at full speed. Tran Sung is totally caught off guard. Thanks to the training from Tu Dung, Truong Chi is actually cracked now. He lunges in and locks Tran Sung in a headlock. Boom! Got him. Tu Kai and San San immediately grab the zombie's arms and pin them down. Tran Sung is completely immobilized, just screaming in rage. Truong Chi grunts, "He's secure." Old Man Han flings the medbay door open. He tells them to be careful as they force the zombie back inside. Their teamwork is actually fire as they successfully push him in. Han counts down, 3, 2, 1. Truong Chi gives one final shove and yells, "Get in there." As soon as the zombie is inside, Truong Chi slams the door and locks it tight. One problem solved, I guess. Old Man Han looks at Tran Sung through the glass and feels a bit uneasy. He goes quiet for a second. Even Truong Chi feels like something is off. He looks at his former friend inside and says, "Is it just me? Or was that way too easy? I barely broke a sweat." Old Man Han nods. "I felt it too." But he doesn't have time to think about it because that rat Nutmin is still out there. He growls, "Damn it, we wasted too much time here. That snake probably already grabbed the weapons." Suddenly, a voice echoes, "Oh wow, who are you calling a snake?" Nutmin slowly steps out, looking incredibly smug. He looks down at a small pistol in his hand, looking pretty annoyed. "Damn it, I have no idea where that jerk Tu Dung hid the rest of the gear. I could only find this one pistol in the whole armory. This guy is totally unhinged now." He points the gun straight at his own teammates and starts acting like a boss. "But this is more than enough to deal with you losers. Once I'm done with you, I'll find the rest of the stash at my own pace. But this is more than enough to deal with you losers. Once I'm done with you, I'll find the rest of the stash at my own pace." The group is stunned. This betrayal is on another level. He shouts, "Start moving. Get to the back room now." Truong Chi can't hold back anymore and screams at his old friend. "Look, Nutmin, what is wrong with you? Tu Dung is the one who saved our lives." But Nutmin just keeps the gun leveled at them, his eyes cold. He finally shows his true colors. Great favors lead to great resentment. Look at him acting all high and mighty every single day. Just because he saved us once, we're supposed to be his slaves for the rest of our lives? No way. Old Man Han is absolutely disgusted by this ungrateful brat. He glares at him and says, "Some people are just born trash. You really are a snake in the grass." Kai is heartbroken but still tries to talk sense into his best friend. Nut Min, please don't do this. Inside the med bay, Tran Sung is watching the whole thing. He sees Nut Min acting like a tyrant with the gun. "Stop talking and do what I say," Nut Min barks. Inside the room, Tran Sung's eyes turn a terrifying shade of red and veins start popping all over his face. Then, a massive plot twist. It turns out the armory key is actually in Tran Sung's hand. While outside, Nut Min is still power tripping, yelling at everyone to move. Cut to the city center. Tiu Dung's group has finally handled the surprise zombie attacks. Old Man Lai starts leading the way, guiding Tiu Dung through the chaos. Just one more intersection and you'll hit Jinyu Mansion. That place is a maze and crawling with zombies, so stay sharp, brother. Old Li gives Xiaoyong a heads up. He points down the road and adds, "Once you find your people, meet us at Rongshan Gardens. We're on the 8th floor, but make sure to use the side entrance. Do not use the main gate. You got that." Xiaoyong flashes a thumbs up as he heads out. He gives a chill smile. "Got it. Thanks." As he walks off, Old Tong and Old Li watch him go, looking pretty skeptical. Old Tong turns to Old Li. "We really just gonna let him go alone?" Old Li sighs. "We don't know the situation in there. One wrong move and we're literal zombie snacks." Old Tong worries. Is he just walking to his death then? Clearly, these two have no idea how cracked Xiaoyong actually is. Total overthinkers. Old Li just shakes his head. "We warned him, but it's a shame to lose someone with that kind of strength." Cut to Zhang Shenji's building. The place is infested. Zombies everywhere, young and old. Since they can't find any humans, they're just stumbling around, covered in filth and blood. Suddenly, Yang Tao's voice rings out, sounding totally frustrated. "Man, my phone is dead and there's zero signal." He leans against the wall, crossing his arms. He looks annoyed and exhausted. No clue how Zhang Shengji is handling things, but those guys outside must be having a field day. One goon in white keeps glancing around, fuming at Yang Tao. "I don't care anymore. I've waited way too long. Tonight, I'm letting out all this rage. If I don't, I won't be able to sleep." The goons are all crowded outside the room where Soe and his mom are hiding. The guy in black chimes in, "Facts. Zhang went out solo. He's probably already dead." Yang Tao thinks that makes sense. He stays leaning against the wall. He looks at them coldly and adds, "When you guys are done, tie her up tight. Make sure she doesn't get any ideas about ending it." One of the guys smirks. "True that. We don't even know if we'll be alive tomorrow, so might as well enjoy the moment now." Inside the room, Soe and his mom hear every single disgusting word. It's heartbreaking. Knowing exactly what's coming for them, they're both shaking, hugging each other as tight as they can. They're crying silently, pure agony. Meanwhile, the big boss Yang Tao finally gives the go-ahead. He crosses his arms and growls, "Fine, damn it, just be careful. Don't go and kill them." The goons immediately cheer. "You got it." One of them asks, "You joining in, boss?" The boss, surnamed Li, just scoffs. Before he can even answer, another guy speaks up. "If you're not talking, you're going last." Suddenly, the boss sees something weird out the window. His face goes totally blank as he looks down. Those zombies from before, they're all wiped out. Piles of mangled, bloody bodies everywhere. It's a total massacre. Hearing a noise outside, the boss opens the door. He looks around, glares down the stairs, and grits his teeth. Could it be backup? Suddenly, his eyes bulge out. A flash of light streaks through the air like a lightning bolt. Swish! A clean cut appears on his neck, blood spraying everywhere. Before he even realizes he's cooked, his head falls off. It rolls across the floor while his body just stands there, frozen in shock. Back in the room with Soai's mom. They're both huddled on the floor. Zhang's wife pulls her son close, screaming at the thugs. "You monsters, get out!" The guy in white starts undoing his belt, grinning like a total psycho. "Oh, stop acting so innocent." He rips her coat open. Another goon grabs Soai by the collar and drags him away. She panics. "What are you doing? Let my son go." Slap! The goon hits her hard across the face. Her face swells up instantly. Soai gets tossed toward the door. "Ah!" He screams in pain. His mom reaches out, shaking, but the trash goon just stands there. "You're the only target we care about." Despite the pain, Soai is a little warrior. He gets up, sobbing, "I'll kill you," but he's no match for these guys. A brutal kick sends him flying out the door. Boom! He slides across the floor as the scumbags slam the door shut. He looks up with pure hatred. "You bad people, let my mom go. My dad is gonna finish you all." Right then, the headless body of the boss hits the floor. Thump! The The noise startles Soe Soe. He turns around and sees the corpse. He turns pale with fear. Then, a dark figure with glowing eyes appears in the doorway. "Hey kid!" Soe Soe screams, "WHO are you?" Finally, our MC Xiao Yang has arrived. He steps into the light looking like an absolute boss. "Jiang Shengzhe is your dad, right?" Soe Soe is still shaking, backing away as he stammers, "Yeah, that's right." Inside the small room, the wife is curled up, trying to cover her torn clothes, crying her eyes out. Yang Tao lunges forward and delivers a massive slap. "Shut up. You want your kid to hear? If you don't scream, I won't be satisfied." Poor woman. She's so scared her son will hear something traumatic that she won't even make a sound, no matter how much it hurts. The goon in white shows his true colors. He strokes her hair. "If you won't scream, I'll just go first." She stays silent, tears streaming down her face. Just then, the door gets kicked wide open. The guy in blue at the back turns around. He thinks it's the kid. This brat is actually pretty strong. Suddenly, a flash of light cuts through the air. The same blade that took out the boss slices right through his neck. He doesn't even realize he's dead yet. He just stands there, silent. Yang Tao yells, "Well, kick him out. What are you waiting for?" But the guy's already gone. He collapses onto the floor. Just like that, a head rolls across the floor. This scene instantly kills the mood for the other three creeps, and they just stand there shook. One guy pulls his blade, squinting his eyes like a total loser, and growls, "Yo, what's going on here?" Before he can even finish his sentence, Khương Tiểu Dũng already has a death grip on the guy's forehead. Our MC is moving with insane speed, being absolutely cold and decisive. He gives a massive shove, sending the guy flying straight into the cabinet behind him. After that brutal impact, the dude starts coughing up blood right on the spot. He's officially cooked. His eyes roll back, and he looks like a total mess. Everything happened way too fast and out of nowhere. The most impatient guy in the back hurriedly tries to fix his pants, stuttering like a coward. Who the hell are you?" Trung Thung Trit's wife is huddling on the floor, even more terrified than before. Without saying a single word, Khương Tiểu Dũng just delivers a brutal kick straight to the guy's face, stomping his shoe right into the trash's mouth. Meanwhile, back at Khương Tiểu Dũng base, that snake nutman is pointing a gun straight at his own teammates. The tension is reaching a total breaking point. Old Han is absolutely fuming at this traitor, but he's forced to play along for now. He whispers to San San, "Just listen to him for now. Go to the room he told you to." San San tries to argue, worried about our boy. But what about Brother Tiểu Dũng? Old Han cuts her off immediately, knowing that in this crisis, safety comes first. He's the one with the gun. Everyone just do what he says while I think of a plan. Nutman sees this and just smirks like a typical villain. Haha, think of a plan? Forget it. Looks like if I don't start a bloodbath today, I won't be able to establish any authority. Nutman points the barrel straight at old Han's face. The guy actually has the nerve to smile and says, "You're going first, you old thug." San San screams in terror, while Trung Chi is livid at Nutman's betrayal, shouting for him to stop. "Knock it off, Luke Nutman." Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from the infirmary, the place where the zombie Trun Sung is being kept. Everyone stops and turns to look, totally confused. Nutman is shook, asking, "What was that noise? What's happening?" The infirmary was supposed to be locked, but look at the door. The lock starts clicking and turning on its own. It's like someone is twisting it from the outside, spinning it faster and faster until it's a total blur. Everyone is wondering, who the heck is in there? A second later, the infirmary door swings wide open. Zombie Trun Sung is standing there like a final boss, and everyone is staring at the lock in pure disbelief. They see a key stuck in the door and start losing their minds. A key? Did Trun Sung just unlock the door himself? Nutman is officially panicking. No way. He's a mindless monster. There's no way he knows how to use a key. Trun Sung starts stomping toward Nutman, and the traitor's face turns pale as a ghost. He is absolutely terrified. The zombie's face looks more furious by the second. It's like he actually got his mind back and is ready to get revenge on the snake who betrayed the team. Nutman switches his aim immediately. He points his gun at Trun Sung's face and yells, "Damn you, a zombie that knows how to use a key? I can't let you live." He pulls the trigger. Click. But something is very wrong. The gun didn't fire. The guy looks at his weapon in total shock. Did it just jam? Are you serious? Instantly, Trun Sung lunges. Nutman is sweating bullets now, screaming, "No way. How is this possible?" Well, the trash is finally getting his ending. He's about to be torn apart, and it's by his own former best friend. The red sauce starts flying everywhere. Trun Sung looks like a literal demon with zero humanity left, going absolutely wild on Nutman. Trun Sung finally stands up, still growling with pure rage. He starts dragging Nutman's lifeless body across the floor, leaving a massive trail behind. The guy's stomach is a total disaster. The whole team is just standing there, jaws on the floor. Old Han is trembling, asking, What does this even mean? Trung Shi whispers, he was so peaceful just a minute ago, wasn't he? Trun Sung turns around, breathing heavy, his face completely covered in Yut Min's red sauce. He starts walking toward Old Han and the crew. Everyone is turning pale, and Old Han has to cover his nose from the smell of blood. But then, Trun Sung reaches for the door lock again. He pulls the key out and just tosses it away like it's nothing. He doesn't even look back. Clink! The key lands right in front of Old Han and Trung Chi. They both just stare at it in shock. Trun Sung casually walks back into the infirmary and slams the door shut, locking himself back in. Boss move. Seeing this, Old Han, San, and the rest are beyond confused. They can't believe a zombie like Trun Sung can actually tell the difference between good and bad people. He didn't hurt a single person on the team except for the traitor. Meanwhile, back at the other house, Khương Tiểu Dũng has officially taken over. He successfully reached the room where the mom and little Soi are. Dung Dao and his white-shirted lackey are tied up tight in a corner. MC stands there watching the mother and son huddling together. Khương Tiểu Dũng looks down and says, Kid, come over here. Soi looks up, feeling a bit confused. The mom looks like a mess and suspects Tiểu Dũng is just like the other creeps. She hugs Soi tight and snaps, What do you want with my son? But Tiểu Dũng stays calm, only saying one thing coldly, Get over here. Soi can tell that Khương Tiểu Dũng isn't a bad guy. The boy stands up, leaving his mother's arms, and tells her, Mom, it's okay, I'll be fine. The mom is still worried sick. Now, Khương Tiểu Dũng hands a carrot to Soi and tells him, Take it. Soi is stunned, staring at the MC's hand with wide eyes. Then, our MC points straight at Dung Dao, and the other trashy lackey, telling the boy, Pierce through them. These two creeps nearly jump out of their skin, shaking like leaves. Innocent little Soi looks at the carrot, his face turning pale. The two losers, Dung Dao and his friend, start begging for their lives at the top of their lungs. Please spare us. Have mercy. The mom panics too, crying out, Mister, please, my son is just a child. Soi looks down at the carrot in his hand, his mind filled with a million conflicting thoughts. Khương Tiểu Dũng looks at the boy and says, From today on, things aren't like that anymore. He keeps building the kid's spirit, his face cold as ice. Kid, from now on, you're the only one who can protect your mother. Now, take a deep breath and erase the beasts who hurt her. Soi starts remembering everything these monsters did to his parents. His face turns determined, and his eyes light up with a massive will to fight. He finally realizes what he needs to do. This is his awakening. Soi grips the carrot with both hands, tears in his eyes, and lunges at Dung Dao and the other guy with insane speed. He lets out a scream, Ah! A second later, the red sauce is flying everywhere, along with the screams of the two creeps who ruined his life. The boy stands before Dung Dao and his lackey, who are now lying on the floor. They're slumped on the ground in a pool of red sauce. Soi is still holding the carrot, now completely covered in red. The mother sees her son like this and starts panicking. She can't believe her eyes and cries out, My baby. Soi finally looks up, his eyes full of sadness as he whispers to our MC, Mister, Dad, did they get him too? Xiao Yang stayed silent for a moment. He lowered his head, then looked up with a firm gaze. Yeah, he is gone. Hearing that, the little guy grabbed a stray knife from the floor and sprinted to his mom, sobbing his heart out. Mommy. Oh no, Mommy. The wife's heart shattered. She bit her lip hard, trying to hold back the tears. Mission accomplished. With the rescue done, Xiao Yang was ready to dip, but the mom wasn't letting him leave. She begged him, Savior, please, take my son with you. I will pay any price. But little Soi shouted back, No, Mom, I am not going with him. I have to protect you. Seeing how desperate they were, Xiao Yang finally spoke up. Both of you are coming with me. I promised your husband I would keep you both safe. And just like that, Xiao Yang started leading them back to the base. They stepped out of the building, everyone clutching something for protection. The ground was a straight-up graveyard of bodies. Looking at the defeated zombies on the floor, Soi was shook. What? Is he really strong enough to take down this many monsters? He looked at Xiao Yang with sparkling eyes like he was a legend. Total hero vibes. Xiao Yang stayed cold as ice. He started to say something but just gestured for them to follow him. Suddenly, he froze. Hold up, he heard a strange noise nearby. Xiao Yang locked in, his senses sharp as he scanned the area for trouble. He turned to the mom. Sister, do you know the general location of Building 8 in Hong Huang Garden? She gripped her sword tight. She answered immediately. Building 8? It is the way you are looking. Why? Cut to Building 8. A pack of thugs with weapons was acting like they owned the place, shouting at the entrance. Relax, we are just here to redistribute your supplies. Fair and square. Also, every girl under 40, yeah, you are all coming with us. Inside Building 8. On the 3rd floor, we see the security guard Lai and his crew from the last episode. This time, they had a new man and woman following them. The guy in the yellow shirt was panicking. What do we do now? Should we just surrender? Old Lai, shut that down fast. No way. Those animals will not keep their word. If we give up, everyone is cooked except for a couple of us. Outside, the thugs shouted another warning. You have 10 minutes. If you do not come out, we are not leaving a single soul alive. The woman was terrified. She had tears in her eyes as she spoke. Maybe the two of us should go out and beg for mercy? The girl in the black suit snapped. No chance. I am not becoming their toy. Lai saw the crew losing their cool. He put a finger to his lips. Shh, stay calm. We are not backing down. Guard the stairs. They cannot get past us. Outside, a thug with a massive blade told his boss, their leader has a real weapon. Those cowards are camping like turtles. We cannot just rush in. The boss was flexing a gun, looking totally smug and confident. Humph. We do not need to rush them. Go lock the main water valves for the units on the 1st floor. Let us see how long those rats can last without a drop to drink. Nearby, Xiao Yong had already arrived at Building 8 with the mother and son. They were staking out the place from behind a wall. Little So-I whispered carefully, Uncle, are these guys the bad guys too? Xiao Yong glared at the thugs. Yeah, you got that right. He stepped out solo, swinging his AK-47 onto his shoulder. He walked forward and said, they are the same kind of trash that bullied you and your mom. A few minutes later, Old Lai was holding his gun, leading the group. He turned to the others. Keep the stairs tight. Do not give away your positions. I am going to see what they are doing down there. Old Song warned him. Hey, be careful. Lai stayed low, moving as quiet as a ghost toward the door. Lai peeked out and his heart sank. Dang it. 7 of them, fully geared, and 3 have guns. We are in trouble. Suddenly, boom. A massive explosion blinded everyone. The blast nearly blew Lai away. He ducked down, covering his ears in total shock. Good grief. Lai's crew was panicking. Everyone was left with a massive question mark. Down below, one of the thugs trying to take the building just got his head deleted by a bullet. The rest of them started screaming at each other. What happened? Their friend was on the ground in a pool of red. The rest of the trash started running like roaches, looking for a place to hide. The boss screamed, Who is there? From the 3rd floor, Lai spotted a man casually walking out with a gun. He muttered to himself, Wait, is that? He looked closer and realized it was the same guy he met the night before. It was Xiao Yong. His eyes were cold, radiating straight-up main character energy. He rested his gun on his shoulder, picking them off one by one. Lai gasped, It is that kid. Downstairs, Xiao Yong was just strolling, spraying his AK at the bad guys. They scrambled for cover, but a few of them were already leaking on the ground. One thug tried to pull his pistol, but Xiao Yong was faster. He fed him a lead pill straight to the dome. The guy fell back, totally finished. Another thug hiding behind a steel crate was sweating bullets. He peeked out just a bit to see. Then, he and another lackey tried to grow a pair and fire back. They popped out and aimed their guns, screaming like crazy. But these guys were literal bots. They could not land a single hit on Xiao Yong. Bullets were sparking at his feet, but our MC was just vibing, walking forward like a boss. In the glow of the muzzle flashes, Xiao Yong just gave a cold smirk. He tilted his head. Heh, amateurs. The boss was fuming behind his steel crate, teeth clenching. Dang it, where did this psycho come from? He had no idea Xiao Yong was already standing right over him, aiming the barrel at his head. Xiao Yong opened fire, shredding the steel crate next to him. The boss ducked, clutching his head and cursing like a madman. He screamed at his men, What are you doing? Shoot him while he is busy with me. The teamwork was trash. The lackey finally peeked out, trying his best to get a shot. This clown starts screaming to bait Xiao Yong's attention. Hey, hey, hey. He points his gun right at him, but Xiao Yong just gives him that icy death stare. Xiao Yong flips the script, snapping his aim toward the idiot who just popped his head up, with just 2 bullets. Xiao Yong lands a perfect hit to the temple and another to the chest. The henchman didn't even get to pull the trigger. His buddy drops like a sack of potatoes, but the boss is still laughing like a maniac, leaning against a crate, thinking he's got this. Ha, you're out of ammo, aren't you, you little rat? He lunges out at full speed, pointing his pistol with total confidence. He screams with joy, Die! But Xiao Yong doesn't even flinch. He literally drops his AK, letting the boss aim right at his face while he just glares back. The crazy boss gets confused, hesitating for a split second. Then he decides to pull the trigger anyway, but with Xiao Yong's current stats, dodging a bullet is literally light work. The boss yells, "Go to hell!" But Xiaoyang just tilts his head, moves like a ghost, and snatches the gun right out of the guy's hand. He snaps the guy's arm like a twig, leaving him paralyzed and shook. Xiaoyang jams the barrel right under the leader's chin, getting real close to his face. The boss starts sweating buckets. No delay, no talking. For trash like this, Xiaoyang just pulls the trigger without a single shred of mercy. Tomato sauce sprays everywhere from the top of his head. A second later, he's face down on the dirt. A massive red puddle forms, and the guy dies with his eyes wide open. Xiaoyang just stands there watching for a bit. Xiaoyang starts looting the leader's pockets while the guy is still cooling off. After a minute, Xiaoyang walks right through the front door of the building like he owns the place. A few thugs are hiding behind the walls with knives, just waiting to jump him. But Xiaoyang already knew these chickens were camping. Xiaoyang glances to the right with a face that says, "I already saw your script, bro." He stands right in the middle of the doorway like a total boss. One guy jumps out from the left with an axe, while over here, two more idiots charge him. A few minutes later, Xiaoyang is still standing in the exact same spot, but the floor is covered in thug bodies. He shouts into the main hall, "Come out and face me, all of you." A few hours later, everything is cleared out. The squad Xiaoyang saved finally comes down the stairs, followed by Soai and his mom. Soai looks at Xiaoyang with total worship and says, "Uncle Xiaoyang, you were so cool back there." Xiaoyang just gives a small smile and checks his system screen. New system mission update. Requirement: recruit and reform the people of Donghuang Uyen. Survival count: at least 5 people. Reward: 25 points. Xiaoyang looks down at the bodies and asks Old Lai who even were these guys. Old Lai looks down, still fuming with rage. Those animals are from the Bitch Thui Mountain Villa. Hearing that, Xiaoyang's eyes narrow. Bitch Thui Mountain? Old Lai nods. Yeah, over on the south side. Then Old Lai turns and calls out to 2 young guys in yellow, Lu Xiu, Tran Kiat. Hearing their names, Lu Xiu runs over quickly. "I'm here, Brother Lai." "You need something?" Old Lai orders them. "You guys are from the south side. Tell Brother Xiaoyang what's going down at Bitch Thui Mountain." It seems like in this building, Old Lai is the one with the most clout. Right after that, Lu Xiu and Tran Kiat start spilling the tea. Turns out those guys are a dark force with power and heavy weapons occupying the mountain villas. Most of the survivors on the south side have been forced into their gang. Then Xiaoyang closes his eyes for a moment to process. Wait, the place where Lai Thu Hung and Tho Tin are staying is on the south side, right? Could it be them? Xiaoyang asks to be sure. "So you're saying this Bitch Thui crew is the only big gathering spot on the south side?" Tran Kiat answers eagerly. "Not originally, but they have the guns. Any other small groups that try to stand up to them just get wiped out. They have 0 chance. Just mentioning them makes both guys look like they want to throw hands." Tran Kiat spills the rest of the horror story. Every time those animals attack a settlement, they kill half the people first. Then they take the young, pretty girls and anyone willing to be their dogs back with them. Xiaoyang hears this and it all clicks. He says out loud, "Then it's definitely them." Old Lai looks at Xiaoyang's serious face and gets curious. He asks, "What's wrong?" Xiaoyang doesn't answer. He just walks over to the 3 bodies and looks down. "Old Lai, these 3 had guns. Take them and hide them. If you search them later, I bet you'll find plenty of ammo." Then Xiaoyang takes his own AK and hands it to Old Lai. "Keep this rifle too. I'll leave you 5 magazines. Old Lai takes the gun with shaking hands and stammers, Is this for real?" Xiaoyang turns his gaze toward Bitch Thui Mountain with eyes full of vengeance. "That Bitch Thui crew won't let this slide. These weapons, even a dozen of them won't be able to touch you guys." Old Lai still can't believe he's holding an AK. He's literally sweating just looking at it. Xiaoyang promises, "You guys just hold the fort here for 2 days. I'm going back to gear up, and then I'm going to turn that place into a graveyard." Hearing that, Tran Kiat panics. "That group, the Bitch Thui gang? No way, brother, you can't go. You're not their match. There are dozens of them. Plus, their numbers are probably even higher now. Everyone seems terrified of them. Even Old Lai tries to talk Xiaoyang out of it. He's right, brother. We're not worth risking your life over. We can just find a new base." Old Lai looks at Xiaoyang's determined face and continues, "After all, we're miles apart. They can't search the whole city." Since they don't know Xiaoyang's true power, he appreciates the concern, but he knows what has to be done. Xiaoyang brushes it off and tells them, "Don't overthink it. I've got my own personal beef with those guys." While Old Lai is still processing, he adds, "Also, in a few days, I'll drive a big rig over to pick everyone up and move you to the east side." Old Lai is shocked. "The east side," Xiaoyang explains, I built a fortress over in the old Tea Leaf City area, and I'm short on people. Old Lai hears fortress and safe and immediately trusts him. Once everything is settled, Xiao Yong heads out with Soai, and his mom. He waves goodbye to Old Lai's group and gives one last warning, you guys stay sharp and stay safe. Then he calls out, sister-in-law, Soai, let's move. Old Lai waves back, you guys stay safe too. The scene shifts to the south side, where a zombie head is seen impaled on a rusty iron fence. This place looks absolutely ghastly, just slumped there in the dark. Outside, heavily armed guards are patrolling all night at this hideout on Beach Thui Mountain. On the porch, they've got 3 mangled zombie corpses hanging like sick trophies. 2 guys and a girl, just shredded. Totally unhinged behavior. Inside a large room, 4 people are gathered around a table for a meeting. The leader is a handsome dude with red hair, puffing on a cigarette. He looks totally bored and asks the group, still haven't secured the supplies from Fu Kim Durk? Figures. The guy in the white shirt, Lý Thụ Hùng, points outside and tries to force a smile. Ah, Boss Vun, I already sent the squad out. They should be back any minute. Then a guy in a brown suit jumps into the conversation. Boss Vun, Fu Kim Durk isn't just about supplies. There are plenty of high-tier girls living there too. He gives a shady smirk and continues, we can't just focus on the gear, right? He's straight up clowning Lý Thụ Hùng right now. Getting called Little Lee boils his blood, but he's got to play it safe to stay alive in this world. He swallows his pride and laughs, Boss Kai, we're on the same page, aren't we? I told my men if they find survivors, bring them all back. The red-haired boss just takes a long drag of his smoke and exhales. He starts lecturing Hung like he's trash. Look, Little Lee, I'm not hating, but you haven't closed a single deal I've handed you. 0 wins. Hung looks hyped but low-key terrified as he replies, trust me, boss. I'm gonna make it happen this time. No mistakes. The guy in the brown suit is loving the drama, smirking with total contempt. Finally, the high-pressure meeting is over for Hung. He steps outside, wiping sweat off his forehead and huffing. A lackey sees him and asks, Boss Lee, you okay? Hung just stays silent. He's venting his rage now, snapping at his subordinate. Did those 7 guys get back yet? The lackey is shaking in his boots. Boss, the scout I sent an hour ago just came back with bad news. Turns out, that raiding party at Dung Hung Wien was Hung's group. Hung absolutely loses it when he hears the report. This guy is screaming his head off. What? They all got clapped? Every single one? Weren't those Dung Hung Yuan people just regular civilians? We had 3 guns. How did we still fail to catch them? Hung is seeing red now. He's determined to win because of his boss's orders. He yells, go! Get everyone who can handle a piece over here right now. This time, we are not failing. Period. Back at Hung Ti-dung's base, his ride pulls up to the gate in the dead of night. Dung hits the horn beep beep. San hears it and gets hyped, calling out, yo! Dung is back. Lao Han and Trung Chi immediately rush to see. The system screen flashes. Rescue mission complete. He just bagged 25 points, bringing his total to 36. Let's go. Everyone gathers around like he's a hero returning home. Dung steps out, and San is literally beaming with joy. She's so happy, saying, Dung, you're finally home. Lao Han is breathing a sigh of relief. But Dung notices everyone is there except for Luke Nyet Min. Dung just smirks like he's got the script. Haha, classic Luke Nyet Min. The whole squad is just standing there, totally confused. San is like, wait, Dung, did you know this would happen? Dung just points over to Trung Thung's wife and little Soai. Trung Chi, get them settled in a room, then meet us in the med bay. We need to talk. Trung Chi is nodding like crazy and follows orders. A bit later, the whole gang gathers outside the medical room. Lao Han is absolutely floored by the reveal. He can't believe how OP Dung is. So Dung, you really knew Luke Nyet Min was a snake from the start? Dung picks up the piece from the floor and breaks it down. Honestly, I wasn't positive it was specifically him, but I knew for a fact it was someone in Trung Chi's circle. Hearing that, Big Kai and Trung Chi look absolutely devastated. Total heartbreak over their supposed best friend. Dung flashes back to his past life, remembering how Trung Chi cried about that traitorous snake. Dung says it with pure venom. The traitor. Right then, Trung Chi finally gets his hands on the gun Luke Nyet Min was using. He notices something weird and his face just drops. Trung Chi slams the magazine out and inspects the rounds. He's like, wait, rubber bullets? Really? Lao Han looks over at the medical room, putting the pieces together with a nervous look. What was the kid's name again? Oh yeah, Trun Sung. Dung flashes back to the moment Trun Sung first turned into a zombie. He's not your average zombie. He's a rare variant. He can actually understand us. Dung walks over to the bed where Trun Sung is chilling. Dung gets right in his face and speaks clearly. Blink if you can hear me. 3 times, steady rhythm. go. At first, Sung is just sitting there like a statue, but then it actually happens. He blinks 3 times, exactly like Dung said. He's low-key growling, but Dung's like, good job, time for an IQ check. What's 2 times 2? Blink the answer. Sung hits him with 4 blinks. Dung is hyped. Perfect. This is straight up miraculous. Back to reality, Dung starts dropping lore about zombie evolution that he learned in his past life. After the world ended, people infected by the rift have a tiny chance of turning into these rare variants. They're way smarter and have more potential than regular zombies. Some even keep a bit of their human memories. Dung just swings the medical room door open, zero fear. Trun Sung is standing there now, looking totally chill. His skin is pale and low-key creepy. Sung is literally stomping on that traitor Luke Nut Min's head, and honestly, his face is looking absolutely cooked. Truong Chi and the others were low-key shaking, but Kwang Tiu Dung looked totally satisfied with the chaos. Suddenly, Tran Sung turned his pale face toward everyone. Veins were popping all over his head and his brow was furrowed in a terrifying scowl. He let out a growl that sounded straight up demonic. But then, Zombie Sung just gave a friendly wave to the squad. It was actually kind of adorable, but given the situation, it left the other 4 standing there lagging for 5 seconds straight. Finally, Tu Dung broke the silence and gave the order to Zombie Sung. He was dead serious when he said, all right, no need to hold back. End him. Just like that, Tran Sung actually understood him. He grabbed the corpse of Luke Nat Sin by the neck and started dragging him out like literal trash. It was a brutal sight. His teammates were stunned, and Truong Chi couldn't believe he was seeing the day Tran Sung actually regained his consciousness. Truong Chi was the first to step up and ask, Big Bro Sung, do you actually remember us? Tran Sung stopped in his tracks the second he heard Chi's voice. He whipped his head around and flashed a big, friendly smile. He gave a couple of happy grunts, clearly stoked to be reunited with his best friend. Even though he was hyped, Chi was still a bit terrified of the whole zombie thing. He just stood there buffering for a while, but deep down, he was so relieved. Meanwhile, chubby Tiu Kai was just standing there with his brain melting. Suddenly, Tran Sung lunged forward and tried to grab Truong Chi's little bird. Luckily, Chi's reflexes were cracked and he dodged that life-ending move just in time. He screamed at the top of his lungs, oh my god. He was literally scared to death. Tran Sung was still the same old troll, looking way too proud of his prank. Chi's face went dark as he barked out, what the hell is wrong with you? I guess you really do remember everything, huh? Even as a zombie, your hands are still moving for no reason. Once the chaos settled, everyone headed back to their own rooms. Kwang Tu Dung collapsed on his bed to catch some breath. He opened the system panel and saw a new notification. Hidden achievement. Mutant teammate completed. The system gave him 10 points, bringing his total to 46. Tu Dung was shocked. No way, a hidden achievement? That's huge. Let's see what's new in the shop. A fresh shop menu popped up. Level 1 support crates for 5 points, Level 1 weapon crates for 5 points, and even a Level 2 crate for 50 points. Manual refresh cost 4 points. Holy! A Level 2 crate. Tu Dung sat bolt upright, totally hyped. Wow, I've never seen one of those before. He rubbed his chin, trying to stay cool and plan his next move. Too bad it's so expensive, 50 points is a lot. Guess I'll open the other 2 first so they don't take up space. He clicked the boxes and the system pinged twice. Level 1 support crate exchanged, minus 5 points. Current balance, 41 points. Level 1 weapon crate exchanged, minus 5 points. Current balance, 36 points. Sitting on his bed, Tu Dung confidently tapped to open both. A blinding flash of light filled the entire room as the system announced his rewards. Level 1 support crate reward. Otherworld infection inhibitor. Effect. High chance to stop the virus from spreading, though it can't reverse a full transformation. Level 1 weapon crate reward. Barrett M80, 2 sniper rifle, with 10 rounds of 50 caliber BMG ammo. After reading the rewards, Tu Dung flopped back onto his pillow, unable to hide his excitement. No way! A tier 1 box gave me this. If level 1 is this OP, a level 2 or 3 crate would probably give me a whole tank. And this inhibitor, does this mean I can save people who've been bitten before they turn? He quickly pulled up his active mission, strengthening the squad. The goal was to recruit at least 5 survivors from Dung Huang Garden for a reward of 25 points. Tu Dung grinned to himself. I am dying to open that level 2 box. Tomorrow, I'm finishing this mission no matter what. While the whole base was fast asleep, only Tran Sung was still awake, busy dealing with Natsin's body that had been tossed outside. The next morning at the base, Tu Dung gathered everyone for some serious target practice. He shouted out to the group, listen up. From today on, every single one of you needs to spend at least 1 hour a day training with a gun. Everyone was ready and willing to lock in, knowing they needed to protect themselves and the base. The squad Old Han, San San, Truong Chi, Tu Kai, and even So-I lined up in a row. They aimed their weapons at bottles and random junk on a table, focused on their aim. Tu Dong walked over and tapped Old Han on the shoulder. "Hey Gramps, can you have Chi and the others clear out some rooms? There's a group of survivors over at Dung Huang Garden, and I'm heading out to bring them home today." Old Han nodded while reloading his gun. "You got it, kid. Don't worry about a thing. I'll handle it." With that settled, Tu Dung called for Zombie Sung. Big Bro Sung was a real one to keep the team safe. He'd volunteered to wear a mask so he wouldn't accidentally bite anyone. Because of the mask, his growls sounded low and muffled. He turned to Tu Dung with a grunt, and Tu Dung just said, "Follow me." A few hours later, they were out on the highway, where a bus had been wrecked for quite some time. The area was littered with corpses and fresh zombies, just wandering around aimlessly. Tu Dung and Tran Sung pulled up to the front door of the bus. One zombie already had a knife buried in its forehead, collapsing to the ground. That was definitely Tu Dung's handiwork. In the driver's seat, the driver had already turned into a zombie. He was stuck in his seatbelt, lunging toward Tu Dung and snarling like he was starving. A second later, that zombie was eating dirt. Tran Sung handled him fast, literally ripping him out of the seat with both hands. Once the bus was cleared, Tu Dung held out a key to Tran Sung and said, "Here." Tran Sung was acting like a total bodyguard. Whatever Tu Dung said, he did. But because he was afraid of accidentally hurting Tu Dung, Sung reached out for the key with super gentle, slightly awkward hands. Seeing him acting so careful, Tu Dung just placed the key in his palm, headed toward the driver's seat, and gave a cheerful wave. "It's all good, bro. Take it off. You don't have to wear that stuff when it's just me." Tran Sung pauses for a second, looking low-key touched by our MC's words. Tran Sung unlocks the gear near his chin. Kwang Tu Dung reminds him to put it back on once they hit the Dung Huang Uyen area. "Don't go scaring people now." Chen Sung says that while keeping his mask on tight, the dog barks like he's totally on the same page as Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, let's head over to the base at the South City. We're at Jade Mountain, the hideout of that fat loser Lý Thụ Hùng and his squad of bottom-tier thugs. These trashes are piling into a pickup truck, getting ready to catch a major L in battle. Big Boss Lee is losing his mind, screaming, "Why is the squad not all here yet?" Finally, a woman and another guy show up late. The dudes in the truck are already sweating, they know the vibes are off. Someone shouts back, "We're all here, let's move." President Lee. Lee's sitting in the front seat, clutching a gun like his life depends on it. He's got a cigarette in his other hand, shouting, "That's enough. No way we fail to take that villa this time." He flicks his cigarette onto the ground like a low-budget villain, and the truck roars to life. The whole gang of thugs starts shouting together like they're actually tough. "Let's go. Let's go." Xiao Yang is about to run into some old enemies, and this clash is looking like it's going to be pure fire. Down on the streets, it's a literal zombie parade with walkers everywhere. A pack of them are huddled up, busy tearing into some poor soul. But wait, from the distance, a massive bus comes charging in, its headlights blinding the zombies. One zombie is mid-snack, tearing into a body when it looks up. Surprise! It's the bus our boys Xiao Yang and Chen Sung jacked yesterday. They floor it and ram straight into the pack, sending zombies flying like bowling pins. All you hear is the sound of bones snapping and those things shrieking. The bus is roaring, weaving through the wrecked cars like a pro gamer. Now, let's check back in on the villa. Old Lee is busy protecting the family while Old Song and the crew are huddled up, snacking on some dry crackers just to stay alive. They're sticking close together, no one wants to be the first to go. Suddenly, they hear an engine roar. Little Tu Heen stops chewing his cracker and his eyes light up. Big brother Xiao Yang. He's sure his hero is back to save them, but Old Lee isn't taking any chances. He signals for everyone to zip it, grabs his AK, and heads out to check the perimeter. Old Lee whispers to Tu Hien, "Shh, stay back. Let me scope it out first." He peeks through the glass, his heart racing as he checks the situation. He's sweating bullets and looking worried. Bad news for the squad, it's not our MC. Lý Thụ Hung's gang got there first, and they're already shouting orders. "Check your gear. Which house is it?" Fat Lee hops out the truck, acting all big and bad. "House number 8, right there." Fat Lee grips his AK and waves the goons forward. "Move it, you losers. Everyone behind me." Every single one of them is armed to the teeth and looking for blood. Old Lee realizes it's not Xiao Yang, and he's beyond worried. He grits his teeth and mutters, "Damn it, it's not Xiao Yang. It's those animals from Jade Mountain." Old Song is ready too, clutching the piece Old Lee handed him. Hearing those punks, he locks and loads. These animals really think they can just show up? Guess they didn't learn their lesson the first time. Since Xiaoyang left them plenty of heat before he dipped, the crew isn't just sitting ducks anymore. Old Li signals the squad to get ready. We've got the weapons now. Let's show them what's up. But he doesn't forget to warn them. Stay sharp. Don't get cocky. This isn't a game. They're outnumbered and outgunned. From their high ground, they can see exactly what kind of hardware Lý Thụ Hung's crew is packing. After checking the numbers, they start moving according to the plan. Everyone hits their marks and ghosts into position. I'm hitting the roof. Down in the yard, Li's thugs are flexing, thinking they've already won. They're pointing their guns up like they own the place. They're aiming right at the windows of the villa. Old Song and little Tu Hien are barely peeking out, keeping a low profile. Old Song is drenched in sweat, but he's locked in. He coordinates with the team, saying, "Okay, they're in range. Move up a bit. Time to take out the trash." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire is deafening, and those cold-blooded thugs start dropping like flies. The thugs are just spraying and praying, not caring about anything but winning. A window shatters and glass shards fly everywhere near old Li. He shields his face and yells to Tu Hien, "Get back. Now. Damn it. They're coming from this side." Lý Thụ Hung turns and grabs his long-haired minion. He barks out an order. "Give me the megaphone. Everyone else, watch the windows. If a single head pops out, blast it." Fat Li taps the red megaphone and puts it to his mouth. Mic check. 1, 2. But he didn't even get a word out. A rifle round zips right past his minion's head so fast the guy didn't even blink. Li nearly jumps out of his skin while holding the mic. A second later, the long-haired guy hits the dirt. Stone dead. Li and his crew are shook. They did not see this coming. A rifle? Since when do they have? Before he can finish, another shot rings out and snaps another thug's leg. Clean and surgical. The guy is screaming his head off. My leg." Li just stands there looking like a total clown. Up on the roof, the smoke is still clearing. The Jade Mountain crew is in full panic mode, screaming, "Take cover, get down." And there's old Li chilling on the roof. He's got his AK propped up on the concrete like a pro sniper. Who knew the old man was this cracked? He's the one who just served them that humble pie, and the thugs are losing it. Watch out, they've got automatic weapons. Talk about too little, too late, they already lost a man. The whole gang is scrambling for cover. Fat Li is ducking behind a wall, seething. Damn it. My intel said they only had one pistol. With the ones they took last time, they should only have 4 handguns. Where did this automatic come from? One guy is hugging a tree, shaking like a leaf. He's absolutely terrified. He looks at Li and begs, "President Li, what's the move?" Li is completely lost and has no idea what to do. He just screams at his team, "What do you think, genius? Retreat." The minion doesn't even wait, he bolts the second he hears the word. He's running and screaming like a total coward. Li sees him dipping and loses it. "Wait for my signal, you absolute trash." Then, boom. One shot is all it takes. That coward tried to save his own skin, but now he's just another body on the pavement. Guess he's cooked now. Covered in red ketchup, that guy just ate a lead candy. Li Shujiang was tripping, but honestly, he felt way more satisfied than sad. This trash kept yelling, "Damn it, serves you right. Everyone, listen up and charge. 3, 2, 1, run." As soon as Li Shujiang gave the word, they bolted like crazy. Totally different from their hype at the start. Now they're just sprinting for dear life. Never seen a captain this trash and heartless before. He let his boys run ahead while he just stood there with a cold smirk. Everyone who listened to Li Shujiang and ran for it caught a bullet and dropped. Li Shujiang was literally using them as meat shields. He was just waiting for the other side to run out of ammo from spraying so much before he made his move. While sprinting for his life, he was counting their shots, guessing they'd need to reload. This snake was right, old Li was out of ammo and couldn't keep the pressure up. Now Li Shujiang and some lucky survivors reached the truck. He hopped in the driver's seat and screamed, "Drive faster," while the rest scrambled onto the back. These guys were so selfish, only caring about themselves. They left one of their own behind, and he was screaming, "Wait for me, I'm not on yet." But the truck didn't even slow down. Old Li finished reloading, and the guy left behind was cooked, caught a lead candy right in the forehead. Then old Li started spraying the back of the truck. Old Li was aiming for the tires, bullets sparking everywhere. The guys in the back were literally praying for their lives. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyang's bus was zooming down the main road. Jiang Xiaoyang's driving skills? Absolutely cracked. He's behind the wheel and spots a familiar-looking car on the road. He just scoffs. He pulls the bus up to an intersection just as Li Shujiang's truck flies by. Xiaoyang's like, "Who's that guy?" But he didn't really care. His main goal was getting to Rose Garden. Mission first, points are everything. And just like that, Xiaoyang pulls the bus up to the estate. He revs the engine and hears the pop-pop of gunshots. Stepping out, Xiao Yang and Chen Sung find a body covered in red ketchup lying in the street. He looks at it and goes, "Oh, looks like the gun I left behind did the job." So that truck from before was definitely the robbers running away. Seeing a body made the zombie Chen Sung drool like crazy. He's making all these growling noises. Xiao Yang finds it hilarious and asks, "What's up? You hungry?" Zombie Chen Sung growls back like, "Heck yeah." Xiao Yang just laughs and gives him the green light. "Fine, better you eat it than some other random walker. Go for it." Chen Sung was like a happy puppy, stoked to get some fresh meat. One of his eyes turned glowing red, and he had this thirsty look like he hadn't eaten in years. Chen Sung lunges at the body fast as lightning. Xiao Yang yells out, "After you're done, meet me at Building 8. Chen Sung just growls back in agreement. Tearing into that fresh meat, Chen Sung was in heaven eating his favorite meal. He looked up at Xiao Yang and gave a satisfied growl. Xiao Yang starts walking and just smirks. Behind him, it's a total feast. Chen Sung rips off a huge piece and devours it. Looks pretty intense. After finishing that snack, a weird red spark flickered in Chen Sung's eyes. He looked satisfied. Maybe eating fresh meat helps him level up. His growls sounded like he was saying, "This is the life." Xiao Yang just walks into Rose Garden like it's a normal Tuesday. There were bodies of Li Shujiang's goons everywhere. Xiao Yang's like, "Damn, old Li really put in work today." Peeking through the shattered glass, Zixuan sees him and screams, "It's brother Xiao Yang. He's actually here." Everyone rushed to the balcony, waving and shouting, "Xiao Yang! Xiao Yang!" He stops and realizes it's old Li's crew. A moment later, old Li leads everyone down to meet him. Xiao Yang asks first, "Did you take all these guys out?" Old Li gives a proud wave and says, "You bet." But he didn't take all the credit, pointing back and saying, "We gotta thank you, Xiao Yang. Your rifle saved us. I used to be a crack shot back in the day." Suddenly, a massive growl echoes out, making everyone jump out of their skins. Xiao Yang looks back, annoyed. What now? Then a man in black shoes starts walking toward them. It's the zombie, Chen Sung. After his high-end meal, he was looking hyped to see Xiao Yang. His face was a bit pale, but he seemed chill. But as soon as old Li saw him, he raised his gun and yelled, "Watch out! A walker!" Xiao Yang immediately blocked old Li's aim. He just looks at Chen Sung and says, "Yo, chill, he's with me." Old Li looks at the pale, creepy zombie. He's sweating bullets, like an old friend. Knowing Chen Sung was there for the meat, Xiao Yang points and says, "There's plenty more over there, go nuts." Chen Sung tilts his head, growls, and heads where Xiao Yang pointed. Old Li was absolutely stunned, seeing Xiao Yang tame a zombie like a pro. He asks right away, "Xiao Yang, what is this? Can you actually talk to these things?" Xiao Yang just wanted to get everyone out of there. "He's not your average walker. It's hard to explain. Let's get on the bus. I'll tell you everything on the way." Then Xiao Yang calls out to Chen Sung, "Eat fast, then meet us at the bus." Chen Sung, mid-meal, just gives him a thumbs up. Once he finished his snack, he was actually being pretty careful. He put on his anti-bite mask, all professional-like, and headed for the bus. Everyone on board except Xiao Yang was low-key terrified when they saw him getting on. Seeing them panic, Xiao Yang calmed them down. "Don't trip. He's my friend and he's going to protect us on the road." Chen Sung just nods like a boss and sits in the corner. The bus starts rolling, leaving the ruins and the robbers' bodies behind. Old Li sat next to Xiao Yang, still processing the absolute madness he just saw. "Xiao Yang, you've really changed since we got separated." Xiao Yang just gave a cold smile. The world changed, so we had to level up to survive. On the way, Xiao Yang told them all about Chen Sung and how he evolved into a smart zombie. Everyone was locked in, feeling a mix of fear and total respect. They realized that nowadays, the line between human and walker is razor thin. Chen Sung stared out the window, his red eyes reflecting the ruined city. Deep down, maybe he still had some humanity left. The bus zoomed through the empty streets toward the safe zone Xiao Yang picked out. The road ahead was definitely going to be hell, but with Xiao Yang leading and Chen Sung as backup, everyone finally had some hope. As the sun dipped behind the skyscrapers, another long night was coming in this death trap of a world. The bus just kept moving forward while everyone sat in deep thought. Young Zixuan is clinging to the bus handle like a pro. He's completely shook, shouting, "Bro, no way. This thing actually knows how to put its mask back on after eating? That is straight up nightmare fuel." Jiang Xiaoyang starts teasing the kid. "Nightmare fuel? Chill out, kid. If he hears you saying that, he might decide you're his next snack." Zixuan's voice drops instantly. "He's totally Ren now, whispering I mean. He looks kinda classy, right?" Xiao Yang smirks, "Yeah, keep that energy. He might actually like that one." All eyes are on the zombie king, Chen Sung. He steps onto the bus and boom, he accidentally stomps too hard. The The raw power makes the entire bus shake like crazy. Everyone on board is even more terrified now. Old Man Lee gasps, "Holy, did the bus just tilt to the side? This guy is built different." Chen Sung reaches out and hands his mask to Xiao Yong. He struggles, but manages to squeeze out 2 words, "mask." On. Xiao Yong is absolutely floored. He points a finger, jaw-dropping. "Chen Sung, you're talking? Since when?" Looks like that red meat really kicked his evolution into high gear. He's getting smarter. He keeps trying to speak, word after word. It's clunky and broken, like a toddler learning to talk, but honestly, it's a straight-up miracle. Watching him hold that mask, Xiao Yong's brain is racing. This guy's eaten 6 corpses already. As an undead, he's evolving at a cracked rate. I need to get back as soon as possible and dump my points into strength. Time to build the ultimate squad. No more wasting time. Xiao Yong grips the wheel and yells, "Buckle up, fam, we're heading home." The bus roars to life, tearing down the road at high speed, heading straight back to the base. Xiao Yong knows Chen Sung is no ordinary zombie, he's a beast. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to that trash Li Shu Hung at Emerald Mountain. This loser crawled back after catching a massive L, and his bosses are already ripping him a new one. The leader, Kai, is absolutely fuming. Kai points a finger and goes off. "Damn it, I knew it. This guy is absolutely useless." Shu Hung can't even look him in the eye. He just takes the L in silence. He's shaking, sweat dripping down his face as he begs, "Big bro Van, please. It's not my fault. Those guys were packing automatic rifles, I swear." Van narrows his eyes, unimpressed. He folds his arms and scoffs. "Stop capping. Where would a random guard get military-grade rifles? You think I'm some kind of idiot?" Shu Hung is desperate now, shouting, "No, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, send your own guys to see for themselves." Van stays cold and collected while Shu Hung looks like total trash. Seeing the vibe, Kai loses his patience and delivers a brutal kick. Shu Hung's chubby body hits the dirt hard. "Get lost." Kai barks. Shu Hung is wailing in pain. "Ah." Inside, he's seething with rage, but he knows he's weak, so he keeps his mouth shut. He wipes the blood from his lip, shoots them a dirty look, and slinks away like a beaten dog. Once he's gone, Kai grinds his teeth. "I'm sick of this bum." He doesn't even need words, he just makes a slow slit-throat gesture. He's done. His crew is wiped out. Should we just finish it now? Seeing Kai's plan, one of the higher-ups in the group just laughs. "You're still thirsty for that girl of his, aren't you?" Kai's eyes light up, but he tries to act casual. "Yo, Sue, what are you even saying?" Standing between Van and Sue, Kai finally drops the act and grins. He throws his arms out and shouts, "Yo, sharing is caring, right?" Van looks like a gentleman, but the moment girls are mentioned, he turns into a total creep. He warns him, "Patience, Kai. Let's just wait for the perfect opening." They think Shu Hung is long gone while they're busy plotting his downfall. But plot twist, this guy isn't as dumb as he looks. Shu Hung was lurking by the door and heard every single word. He's beyond livid, veins popping out on his face, but he knows he can't do anything. Yet, he gives one last glare and bails. Back at the Emerald Mountain base, Shu Hung is losing his mind in his room. He's smashing everything in sight, trying to vent all that built-up rage. He wants to scream his lungs out. "Damn it all," he screams. His girl, Do Tin, sees the mess and walks over to check on him. "What's wrong, hubby?" she asks, trying to keep her voice soft to calm this ticking time bomb down. "Just breathe." But he just snaps. "Forget that. Pack your things. We're out of here right now." She's stunned. "Like, we're just leaving?" "Leaving? To where?" He grips her hand tight, teeth gritted. "We can't stay here anymore. We gotta be one step ahead. In this apocalypse, everyone is a threat." With his girl by his side, Shu Hung turns and starts hollering for his subordinate, "Yo, kid, get in here." A guy in a white shirt rushes in immediately. "What's the move, Boss Lee?" Shu Hung barks, "Go get the rest of the crew. Now, we leave at dawn." Something feels off. But as soon as Shu Hung turns his back, though Tin's face drops. She's definitely not feeling him. She's only with him for survival. She knew this trash wasn't for real ever since he tried to use her as bait for Xiao Yang. That plan failed miserably, by the way. Back at Xiao Yang's base, the bus finally pulls up to the gates. The squad Old Han, San San, Zhang Ji, and little Kai grab their weapons, thinking it's an intruder. After that long ride, everyone finally piles out. Little Zi Xuan looks around and his jaw hits the floor. No way. It's like a real-life fortress in the middle of the apocalypse. Xiao Yang hasn't even hopped off yet. He's busy checking his mission rewards. Mission: recruit survivors at Donghuang Garden. Goal was 5, he got 8. Overachiever. Reward: 25 points plus a 5-point bonus. Total balance: 66 points. He reads it and thinks, "Oh, so over-delivering gets me extra loot? say less. Feeling good about his new balance, Xiao Yang finally steps off the bus. He sees Chen Sung waiting by the door and says, Chen Sung, tomorrow night, you're with me. We're heading to the south side of the city. Chen Sung just grunts through his mask. Huh? Old man Li speaks up for him. The south side? What are you planning to do out there? Xiao Yang just gives a cold smirk. I've got some unfinished business with the trash over at Emerald Mountain. Time to settle some scores tonight. Once everything is settled, Xiao Yang heads back to his room. He pulls up the level 2 high-tech supply box in the system, minus 59 points, leaving him with a manual refresh cost of -4. Staring at the screen's glow, Xiao Yang doesn't hesitate. He hits that manual refresh. Let's go. He clicks the icon for the mystery box. First level 2 box, let's go. A system window pops up. One level 2 black tech supply box exchanged successfully. 50 points down, only 16 left in the bank. Suddenly, light starts swirling like a legit tornado around our boy Jiang Xiaoyang. He looks absolutely cracked in that mysterious glow. Our boy's hyped to see what kind of insane item he's getting for his new skill. He's dead serious. Don't let me down. The chest pops open, and boom, it's a freaking syringe. The info panel drops the deets. Level 2 supply box rewards him with a plus 20 stamina booster. Xiaoyang is grinning ear to ear holding that loot. He's like, plus 20 stamina? That's actually broken. Level 2 boxes are fire. Then suddenly, triple AG, you could hear his screams from a mile away as the light blasted out of the house. After a rough minute fighting that booster, he finally chills out. His body, it is far from normal now. He flexes to feel the raw power and realizes he has got 33 stamina points. He is literally 6 times stronger than a regular human. The vibe is insane. A mosquito starts buzzing around his face, trying to be annoying. Snatch. He catches that thing with just 2 fingers. He brings it close to check it out. The little pest is still trying to escape, buzzing its wings like crazy in his grip. He decides to be nice and lets the poor thing go. It zips away instantly. That reaction speed? Our MC is officially on another level. Later that day at the base, the sky is turning a deep orange as the sun sets. Xiao Yang heads out to the training grounds with his zombie bro, Chen Sung. Old Li and San San are still grinding hard. Li spots him and asks, Yo Xiao Yang, you heading to South City now? Xiao Yang just gives him a smirk. Instead of answering right away, he eyes Li's sharpshooter skills. You got it. And hey, brother Li. Li is all ears. What is the word, boss? Xiao Yang gives him his flowers. You are the best shot we have got here. So do me a favor and train the crew, all right? Li is hyped to be recognized. Say no more. That is my bread and butter. You go do your thing. With that settled, he heads for the bus. He waves and calls out, Chen Sung, let's move. And just like that, he floors it. The revenge arc officially begins. Night falls, and everything goes quiet. Cut to Li Shu Hung's place. He and his goons are trying to make a run for it. He asks his lackey, what is the status with Qing Zi? The guy replies, don't worry, boss. Everything is set. Hearing that, Shu Hung gives the order to move out. They are all on high alert, looking over their shoulders. Suddenly, a car appears and blasts its high beams right at them. The whole squad is blinded, groaning and covering their eyes. While Shu Hung is still seeing stars, some guys and their goons pull up right in front of them. Turns out Kui Jing totally betrayed Shu Hung. She is chilling in the car with Big Bro Wen and Big Bro Kai. We know her type, she just hops to whoever has the most power. Loyalty, she doesn't know the meaning of the word. One of the goons is like, wait, what is going on? Shu Hung is still processing the situation. His own subordinates set up the car, but now it is crawling with enemies. Yeah, he is cooked. Dong Shu pulls out a piece and asks with a smirk, going somewhere? Shu Hung squints, trying to see who is talking. Once he realizes who it is, he grinds his teeth. Dong Shu. But then, he immediately switches to his Oscar-winning acting mode. Even though he is fuming, he fakes a smile. Oh, Boss Shu, we were just heading to Dongshan Garden to see if we could score some loot under the cover of night. Dong Shu just gives him a cold sneer. Haha, Dongshan Garden, huh? Then, from the shadows, a lackey drags out one of Shu Hung's men and tosses the body right at his feet. Shu Hung nearly jumps out of his skin. He knows he is in deep trouble now. The goon next to him sees his buddy and screams, Qing Zi. Before he can finish, Shu Hung clocks him right in the jaw. He is trying to save his own skin. He barks at his lackey, open your eyes, idiot. That is not Qing Zi. Then he turns back, acting all confused. Boss Shu, who even is this guy? I have never seen him before. Dong Shu is not buying any of his BS. He levels his gun right at the group. He shouts the order, bang, bang, bang. Lead starts flying, and screams are cut short as the bullets hit their mark. Shockingly, Shu Hung is still standing, but he is shaking like a leaf. He looks around and realizes those 3 shots were for his men. He keeps trying to talk his way out of it. I really don't know them, Boss Shu. What are you doing? Like it was all part of the plan. Dong Shu points to the car and laughs. Haha, you got a big mouth. Look closer, who is that in the car? The headlights cut out, and Shu Hung's blood starts boiling. He never expected that woman to snake him. He is grinding his teeth, probably cursing her out in his head. Inside the car, Kui Jing is already clinging to someone new. Big bro Kai looks at Shu Hung and says, don't even try to deny it. Seeing her with another man makes Shu Hung absolutely lose it. Kui Jing already spilled the tea on your betrayal. Shu Hung is ready to throw hands, but Dong Shu's men hold him back. He just screams at her, you little snake, how dare you betray me? Seeing enough, Kai turns to Big Bro Wen. How do we handle this, Boss Jiang? Wen just gives a cold, silent gesture. In the dead of night, it is a clear sign that Shu Hung is finished. Suddenly, a rope is looped around Shu Hung's neck. A massive dude pulls the rope, hoisting him into the air. He is kicking and gasping for air, tears streaming down his face. Gasp, choke. Looks like Jiang Xiaoyong's bad luck from his past life finally caught up to Shu Hung in this one. Talk about karma, his death is almost exactly like Xiaoyong's in the previous timeline. After a few minutes, Shu Hung stops moving, just hanging there like a warning at his own gate. A bit later, Xiaoyong's bus finally rolls up. He and his zombie buddy Chen Sung sneak along the wall, but wait suddenly, Shu Hung's leg starts to twitch. MC Kwang Tu Dong spots something and tells his bro Tran Sung to hold up. No way, Lý Thụ Hùng actually turned into a zombie after biting the dust. Bro is struggling hard to break loose. Seeing this, Tu Dong just scoffs. He says, serves you right, though it is a bit of a mid-ending since I did not end you with my own hands. With that, he eats a stone with pinpoint accuracy. The stone snaps the rope holding Lý Thụ Hùng up. The zombie falls face first into the dirt, and it looks like it hurt. Tu Dong walks over and grabs him by the hair. He says, you absolute trash, since your end is this pathetic, I will give you your revenge. Our MC is honestly too kind. Scene shifts to a building nearby. You can hear some super sus sounds and creepy laughter coming from inside. Through the window, we see 2 guys hanging out with a woman on a bed. Turns out it is Thôi Tĩnh, and she is currently cuffed to the bed. She is looking all smug and starts yapping. She says, why are you being so mean? I did a great job, so why treat me like this? Hurry up and uncuff me. The leader named Van gets close and acts all tough. He asks if she likes this reward and moves in. Though Tin is totally lost in the sauce now. She stops asking to be freed and just starts vibing to the alphabet. Suddenly, there is a weird noise outside. Another guy named Kai was about to get busy but has to stop. He asks, what was that noise? He walks over to the window to get a better look. The room was so loud that he had no idea what was going down outside. Kai frowns as he looks out. His eyes nearly pop out of his head when he sees his subordinates lying face down on the ground, totally motionless. There is red tomato sauce everywhere. Suddenly, the door starts getting slammed. Someone is kicking it like they want to tear the whole place down. Kai and Van are shook. They turn all their attention to the main door and yell, what the heck is going on? But they did not see Kwang Tu Dong sneak in through the window behind them. Tu Dong looks absolutely terrifying. He is radiating pure killing intent as he glares at the 2 trash bags. Smooth as butter, he slides his small carrot right next to Kai's neck. Kai feels the cold metal and slowly tries to look back. Kai's face turns ghost white. He starts coughing up red sauce. Bro is in pure shock and pain, only able to make some pathetic groaning sounds. The carrot flashes across Kai's neck like a bolt of lightning. A second later, he is face down on the floor. Tu Dong uses the momentum to vault into the room. Van sees his buddy is officially cooked and starts panicking. He screams, Kai, you brat, who even are you? Though Teen, who is barely enjoying her reward, sits up and gasps, Kwang Tu Dong. Our handsome MC is stone cold, no wasted movement. He yeets the knife in his hand with insane force. It flies straight into Van's throat. Bro is coughing up strawberry syrup everywhere. Since his neck is messed up, he cannot even breathe. It is over for him. He stops moving and rolls off the bed onto the floor. Though Tin is now covered in that man's strawberry syrup and starts looking around in a panic. Her hands and feet are still tied tight. She screams as Tu Dong gets closer. Kwang Tu Dong, why are you here? What are you trying to do? Looking at her cringe state on the bed, Tu Dong just rolls his eyes and roasts her. Wow, you guys were really having a blast, huh? He ignores her and heads for the front door. He grabs the handle and says, I wonder how that trash Lý Thụ Hùng would react if he saw you like this. Though Tin starts sweating bullets, her face goes pale as she stammers, Lý Thụ Hùng? Our MC throws the door wide open and steps aside. He clears the way for Lý Thụ Hùng to charge in like a wild beast. The fat guy has totally lost it. He is now a hungry zombie and lunges at Thôi Tĩnh, growling like crazy. Though Tĩnh realizes she is finished and starts crying. As soon as Lý Thụ Hùng gross hands touch her face, she loses it. She starts begging and crying, Tiểu Dũng, I was wrong. Please forgive me. But it is way too late. The man she chose literally bites into her neck. Red tomato sauce sprays everywhere without any mercy. Tiểu Dũng slams the door shut, giving Lý Thụ Hùng a tasty snack right there on that bed. Her high-pitched screams echo through the whole room. Tiểu Dũng peeks through the door, watching the two people who ruined his past life tear each other apart. After dealing with those two, he goes out to meet Tran Sung. He looks at the fresh bodies and says, go ahead and eat. Tran Sung has actually leveled up. He looks at a nearby body and slowly says, eat one more person. Understanding what he means, Tiểu Dũng nods. Zombie Tran Sung lunges at a body and starts feasting like there is no tomorrow. Tiểu Dũng raises his hand, sensing sound waves from far away. In a locked room in the distance, a family is hiding. A man, a woman, and a little girl are huddled together, looking terrified. Suddenly, a fat guy in a chef outfit slides the iron door open with a loud screech. This big guy is holding a massive meat cleaver. He looks absolutely demonic. He grips the blade tight, showing off his terrifying face with a long scar over one eye. Right then, a lackey in a white shirt rushes in first. This skinny guy grabs the little girl's arm and says, this one looks nice and tender. The little girl is crying her eyes out, screaming in fear. The fat chef frowns and looks the girl over. No, she is too skinny. He points his finger in another direction. Turns out there are tons of people locked in here. The chef points at a chubby little boy who is hugging his mom and says, take that one. The mother is heartbroken but cannot do anything. Without another word, the chef grabs the boy as if he was just picking out a fish for dinner. He says, Fatty, you are coming with me. The boy is crying and trying to reach for his mom. The woman screams, let him go. Let him go. Getting annoyed by the noise, the trash bag swings his meat cleaver at the mother. She gets knocked back with insane force. She did not even have time to react. The evil chef yells, shut your mouth. The little boy sees his mom getting hurt and screams, Mommy, this woman? Bro, she was fuming, slamming her fists on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She just screamed, no, please, let my child go. I'm begging you. I'm begging you all. And honestly, nobody in that room dared to move. Everyone was too shook to even look at her, reaching out, sobbing. Someone, anyone, save my son. Have mercy, please. Suddenly, a huge rumble times came from outside, making the two bad guys and the terrified mother and son snap their heads around. They all looked towards the door, which now had 3 perfect circle holes punched through it. The fat chef dude just yelled. Someone sensed that things were about to go down. More henchmen rushed in, guns and knives pointed forward, while the chubby chef held his knife defensively close. He barked, that's a shotgun. Who else has one of those? A confused guy with a knife mumbled back. Nobody? Only the boss has one. This was their chance. The little boy ran to his mom, bawling, Mommy. She clutched him tight, shaking, and tried to soothe him. It's okay, baby. It's okay. There were 5 thugs total in the room, all pointing their weapons at the door, waiting. The fat chef backed up as the door slowly creaked open, letting in a sliver of light from outside. The tension was crazy. The chef dude scowled and turned to his lanky henchman, go check it out. The guy held his weapon, but he was whispering, me? The chef's face just got uglier. Stop with the dumb questions. Just go. Forced into a corner, the henchman carefully took slow steps. Clutching his pistol, he crept closer to the door, sweat dripping down his face. Out of nowhere, Tran Sung's pale, greenish hand shot in and grabbed the back of his neck. The dude was scared senseless, screaming his head off. Ay. He was yanked out with brutal force, slamming against the doorframe, yelping in pain. Inside, 2 other guys with pistols saw it all and were terrified. They screamed, it's a zombie. Shoot him now. They aimed and the next second just sprayed bullets at the door. They were so freaked out. Their shots went everywhere but hit nothing. Noticing a figure outside the doorframe, they switched targets and started blasting at the heavily boarded-up entrance. Watch out over there. Tran Sung was fast. He smashed through the nailed-shut door, flying into the room, his eyes cold. He charged in, completely unfazed by the bullets, roaring. The evil, fat chef backed away, only to find himself right where Tran Sung burst in. Tran Sung took the opening and leaped. The fat guy realized he was cooked and let out a huge, terrified scream, his mouth wide open. Tran Sung grabbed the dude's big head with both hands, pushed hard to the right, and his neck bone *** cracked. ***. The chef's eyes bugged out, speechless. Transung, still midair from his jump, twisted that evil fat chef's pig-like head all the way around. He was gone, right there, dropping his trusty knife. Transung landed with a casual cool, then he swiftly moved forward in a zigzag, radiating pure killing intent. He was a cold-blooded zombie assassin now. From outside, chaotic screams erupted. It's charging at me. Help me. Help me. UGAAAHAA. A short while later, everything was settled. Transung stood there, with several people in the room watching. At his feet lay the thugs, sprawled out. A girl, disbelieving, stammered, He didn't kill us? What kind of zombie is this? Transung's stark white eyes and pale skin made him look. Not great, but our boy Transung was totally stable now. He shoved his hands in his pockets and looked at the door. It was Jiang Xiaoyang, coolly walking in. He said, Nice, Transung, no leash, no mask, and you're still that fast. Not only are your movements stable, but your reflexes are on point now too, Transung. He raised his gnarled hand and said, It's even cooler this way. The people in the room were even more terrified. The woman who was just holding her child gasped, A zombie. A talking zombie? Transung stood in the middle, commanding everyone's attention. Thanks to his bizarre behavior, so different from the mindless zombies outside. The young mother clutched her daughter, her face etched with fear of him. The little girl secretly peeked, trembling. Seeing their awkward faces, Jiang Xiaoyang approached kindly, waving at the little girl and saying, Don't be scared, it's okay. He won't attack anyone. Transung turned and gave a trustworthy nod. The little girl had big, sparkling eyes. Tear tracks still visible, her face red from crying too much. Her face full of disbelief, she stammered, Is he a high-level monster that hurts people? Jiang blinked. Jiang Xiaoyang's face darkened, and he started to wonder why the little girl knew about high-level monsters. Xiaoyang let out a curious, huh? After that, Jiang Xiaoyang sat closer to the little girl and asked, Have you two seen someone similar before? The little girl was still scared, nervously clinging to her mother's embrace. Then the mother hesitantly replied, Yes. Jiang Xiaoyang cautiously asked, Where did you see them? The woman, a bit afraid of him, immediately answered, In Decoration City, in the East District. Jiang Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed in thought, looking off into the distance. He said, That soon? I thought it would be at least a month or two later. Decoration City wasn't far from Laoche City. Transung, who had been listening from the side, also stammered out, What? What? Jiang Xiaoyang turned and explained more clearly, It's a variant, just like you. Depending on each person's situation, you'll retain your sanity and memories to different degrees. Because of that, your hunting efficiency is way higher than regular zombies. But because the mutation is unstable, most of you have violent temperaments, making you extremely dangerous. Transung looked a little scared, his brows furrowed as he stammered, So, me, now? Jiang Xiaoyang placed a hand on Transung's shoulder. He gently reassured the kind zombie, Don't worry, you're super lucky, and I'm here too. I won't let you lose your mind. After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyang turned to the crowd and asked, There must be other survivors in this Emerald Mountain Villa area, right? One of the men spoke up, There are still quite a few people trapped in the real estate sales office. The woman next to him added, And who knows? There might even be survivors in the basement. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyang led the group from the room. They all went down to the basement. Thinking back, as soon as the basement door creaked open, they saw many red splatters on the floor below. Many people behind them, seeing the scene inside, turned pale and started sweating profusely. Jiang Xiaoyang looked surprised, his face showing his confusion. Where is this? Inside the dark shadows were hanging bodies, almost like a pig's slaughterhouse. The trapped people explained to him that those guys would catch living people from nearby areas every day. Then they dragged them in here to butcher. Stepping into that pitch-black basement filled with death vibes, Khương Tiểu Dũng looks at a corner and finally gets it. This is the spot. Is there no other hideout in the south side? His face turns pale, totally disgusted by these trash humans. He asks, But with this much slaughter, can they even finish all that meat? The long-haired guy looks devastated and replies immediately. They move the meat out on a schedule. We have no clue how many of them there actually are. Staring at the massive pile of bodies stacked up like trash, Khương Tiểu Dũng is fuming. These guys are monsters. He thinks to himself, I have a good idea of their numbers. There is no way they eat this much. Are they raising zombies or what? Thinking that, Khương Tiểu Dũng turns back to the guy from earlier. Give me the full rundown. You mentioned a real estate office earlier. Tell me everything that happened there. The man answers right away. That office is to the south, about 1 kilometer from here. Anyone they catch gets locked up there first. Then they sort through them. The ones they are done playing with get sent here to be butchered. Hearing this, even Khương Tiểu Dũng is shook by how twisted these guys are. This is pure evil. He lets out a frustrated sigh. Right then, a system screen pops up in front of him. System mission alert. Beggar version of Utopia has been activated. Mission. Community expansion. 1. Requirement. Do your best to raise the community rating. Current rating is 2. Reward, 20 points. Current total points, 36. 30 minutes later. Over at the South Real Estate office, 2 shadows are guarding the entrance. It is late at night. One guy holding an iron rod says nervously, "I think I heard gunshots coming from the north gate just now." The other guy scowls and snaps back. "Ha, they are probably just using live bait for target practice again. Don't worry about it." Out of nowhere, Tren Sung pounces from behind. He lands perfectly like a pro. All you can hear now are the desperate screams of those 2 guards. "Ah, zombies! Ah!" Splat. A moment later, inside a tiny, empty room in that real estate office, 4 girls are huddled together, stripped of everything. One is so drained she is passed out under a blanket. Hearing the noise outside, they all look absolutely terrified. They look completely broken and exhausted. The girl in the red dress looks toward the door and asks, What is happening out there?" The girl on the thin mat starts clutching her head and crying out, "I don't care what they do, just do not let them come in here. Please, not again." Right then, the doorknob starts to turn. Everyone freezes. The girl keeps clutching her head. She's clearly been through hell and is losing it. "Do not come in. Do not come in. Please do not come in." Luckily for these 4, the person walking through that door is Khương Tiểu Dũng. He sees them shivering and trying to hide their bodies. His eyes narrow with pity. Khương Tiểu Dũng says firmly, "Everyone, get out. Now." And just like that, our MC leads the group out of the office. They are literally stepping over the corpses of the trash who locked them up. Red dress girl cannot believe her luck. She asks, Are you really giving us a place to stay?" Tiểu Dũng turns back with a serious look and says, "That is right." Then he lowers his voice. But in exchange, everyone has to work. Surprisingly, everyone, men and women alike, is totally down for it. They cheer, "No problem. We have still got our hands and feet. Yeah, I will work as hard as I can." Instantly, Khương Tiểu Dũng steps out and leads the group through the gates. He raises his hand and says, "Hyped up. No time to waste. We are moving out right now." So, the bus is back on the road, heading to the base in the dead of night. 1 hour later, they finally arrive, and everyone hops off. Khương Tiểu Dũng and Tren Sung are right there to lead them in. Up on the watchtower, Sang Sang and Chung Chi see them and get hyped. Sang Sang shouts, "Brother Tiểu Dũng is back. I'm going to open the gate." But Chung Chi stops her and says, "Hold up. He did not drive straight in. Let us see what he is planning first." Below, our MC looks toward the base. "That place is my fortress, but I cannot let you guys in just yet. Since they have been through so much, they totally get the vibe." The long-haired guy speaks up. "The world is a messed up place. We get it." Another woman asks, "So where do we stay then?" Tiểu Dũng explains the details. There is temporary housing and a steel fence right next to the fortress. It is not as safe as the inside, but the conditions are way better than any other camp. Now Khương Tiểu Dũng continues. "In this old Leaf Tea City area, there is plenty of empty land and abandoned buildings. We will renovate them bit by bit and things will get even better." Everyone bows to him, totally grateful, and says together, "Your kindness is overwhelming. Thank you, Savior." The next day is a beautiful sunny morning at the Bishui mountain base. 2 large vehicles are rolling through the gates, a car and a huge truck. They are hauling tons of these mysterious black plastic bags. It is a massive load. A woman sitting in the car clicks her tongue in annoyance. She has got this cool blue-black hair and a super trendy outfit with fishnet stockings, but she looks pissed. She leans her head on her hand and grumbles, "Why is no one picking up their damn phone? That jerk Trung Han Vun. Is he trying to play mysterious again?" She scowls and says, "Seriously, this woman is not alone. She has got a massive guy with her as they head straight for Trung Han Vun's room and kick the door open. The moment she sees inside, she is beyond annoyed. Locked in that room are 3 zombies, that fat guy Lý Thụ Hùng, and the 2 bosses she was looking for. Sensing the scent of fresh human meat, zombie Lý Thụ Hùng starts growling. Immediately, all 3 of them lose what is left of their minds and lunge forward to attack. They are only driven by one thing: hunger. But this woman? She is built different. Facing those zombies, she does not even flinch. With just one strike, she sends that fat guy Lý Thụ Hùng crashing down. Then, she unleashes a flurry of lightning-fast attacks. You can only hear the pathetic screams of those zombies. A moment later, she takes a cloth and wipes the tomato sauce off her carrot. She is a total pro at slicing them up. Looking at her perfectly clean weapon, she admires it for a second. The big guy behind her finally speaks up. "Sis, Jiang Xingwan is officially cooked." Looking at the meat in front of her, she finally drops her hand and snaps. "There's no other way. We're doing this ourselves now. Then, she gives off a seriously dangerous vibe. It's clear this woman is fuming because her top subordinates got taken out, making her business a total mess. She grits her teeth and says irritably, "I'm going to personally delete the one who broke our rules." Stepping out into the courtyard of the Azure Hill Villa, this big sis is casually holding a carrot while scanning her surroundings. The place is littered with the bodies of Jiang Qingwan's goons. Her lackey mumbles behind her, "Boss, there's not a single soul left alive." But this woman doesn't give a single damn about them. She just coldly asks one thing, "Where's the meat?" The man replies instantly, "The meat is all safe and sound." She wastes no time and orders him to bring the trucks over and start loading the cargo. In no time, the heavy truck is revving up for a fresh deal. Now, the henchmen are busy hauling the goods and stacking them into the back. She just stands there with her arms crossed, eyes like a hawk, watching for any movement. Suddenly, she spots something and lets out an "oh." She squats down to inspect some tire tracks left in the dirt. Her lackey asks curiously, "Did you find something, big sis?" Looks like she's figured it out. She smirks and says boldly, "Humph, I want to see who actually has the guts to pull this off." Her henchman leans in to take a closer look too. Cut back to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. He's chilling on the balcony, soaking up the breeze while checking his system notifications. New quest, Community Expansion. Requirement 1. Boost community points. Current score, 2. He finishes reading. Jiang Xiaoyong is scratching his head like, how do I even level this up? Obviously, the population count is the key factor here. He stares out from the observation tower. Looking down at his massive base, he laughs, plenty of land to work with. Haha, shout out to that dead trash for leaving me all this. Suddenly, his eyes widen and he mutters, "Oh, that rare species." A moment later, he, Sansan, and Zhang Ji head over to the refugee shelter. The second the people there spot him, they start cheering. "Our savior! Oh, Lord Savior, you're finally here." One woman is so overwhelmed she literally sprints over and collapses at his feet. She's sobbing with her hands pressed together. "Savior, thank you so much." He quickly reaches out to help her up and says hurriedly, "No need for all that." He then turns to the mother and daughter from before and asks, "That super monster you two mentioned, where exactly did you see it?" The woman looks at him and answers honestly, "It's at the HNP supermarket over in Trang Tri-City." She starts recounting the story. "Back then, we were heading into the market to loot some supplies. Then we ran into that beast. It slaughtered so many people. In the chaos, everyone scattered. My daughter and I were running for our lives when we ran into the group from Azure Hill Villa. We thought we were saved, but they turned out to be absolute animals." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong's face darkens. He mumbles under his breath, "HNP supermarket." San overhears the conversation and gets worried. "Xiaoyong, we still have plenty of supplies. There's no need to go poking that monster's nest." But Zhang Ji plays it safe, saying, "But we can't just sit and eat forever. In this world, the more loot, the better." Jiang Xiaoyong turns back and drops the most important point. Trang Tri-City is less than 2 kilometers away. We can't let a threat like that just hang around our backyard. The mother and daughter are stunned by his sheer confidence. She literally drops her laundry basket on the ground. Panicked, she rushes over to stop him. "Savior, please don't go." That monster kills without a second thought. Jiang Xiaoyong stays cool as a cucumber. He reassures her, "Don't sweat it. We know exactly what we're doing." He then turns to Zhang Ji, go get Chen Sung. It's time we meet that guy. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a random squad is scouting a massive building. They're all geared up with backpacks and weapons. Leading the pack is a pretty girl with a guy in a suit right next to her. He says to her, "I told you, I remembered there was a huge supermarket around here." But the guy trailing behind them warns, "Don't get too cocky. It's probably been picked clean by someone else already." The girl chirps back, "Stop being such a buzzkill. We found plenty of stuff in other spots," and with that, the whole group heads inside. They enter the supermarket, hoping for a jackpot. The girl is feeling herself, saying, "With our guts and skills, we basically run these streets. Not many people can move as freely as us. Haha." As they step inside, they have to keep their guard up. The place is pitch black and dead silent. The shelves are completely stripped of food. However, they spot some leftovers scattered in the corners. They're like, "Huh? It's been scavenged," but they didn't get everything. One woman bangs a pan against the wall, and the loud noise echoes through the empty space. The squad bunches up, everyone clutching their weapons for dear life. The girl yells out, "Is anyone there?" You can tell they've got some experience fighting zombies. They don't just rush in. The girl scans the area for a moment, and then, literally minutes later, the sound of heavy footsteps floods the mall from every exit. A massive wave of zombies starts pouring out, their faces literally rotting off. These pale, green-skinned freaks are sprinting straight for the group. They scream in panic. They're here. It's a horde of mad zombies. And then the absolute chaos of battle breaks out. Stay focused. Bam, crack. Within minutes, the floor is covered in zombie corpses and the squad doesn't have a scratch. The girl smirks. Ha, piece of cake. The guy with the backpack looks down at the nasty pile of bodies. Just a small pack. Nothing we couldn't handle. The previous group probably cleared the main horde out. Another guy is already celebrating. Man, we hit the absolute jackpot today. The guy in the suit isn't celebrating yet. He tells everyone to stay alert and keep moving deeper. They have no idea a dark shadow is watching them. A massive mutant zombie steps out from a doorway. Its face is shrouded in darkness, showing only pearly white teeth and eyes flickering with literal bolts of electricity. It growls out a terrifying rasp. Prey. Fresh. Prey. Meanwhile, the group is still busy geeking out over the leftovers on the shelves. They're pointing at everything like it's Christmas morning. Look at all this. It's a total haul. We're set for years. The pretty girl. Her face lights up as she points toward the back and yells, "Look over there." She's staring at a high-end luxury bed like she just won the lottery. A bed, an actual comfy bed. The girl doesn't even hesitate. She just flops onto it and sighs, "I don't even care anymore. I'm staying here forever." Everyone is losing it, cheering and shouting. They're all like, "Should we just move in here for real?" Honestly, not a bad idea. The guy in the suit turns to the kid with the backpack and says, "I'm gonna go grab a smoke." The kid's like, "Bet, let's go together." A second later, his Zippo clicks open. The flame flares up as he takes a massive drag, exhaling as he looks up at the ceiling like he's finally at peace. The kid with a cigarette in his mouth asks, "So, what's the move? We really staying here?" The suit guy looks a bit nervous now and says, "Look, this mall has way too many entrances. It's a nightmare to defend, and with all these supplies, we're basically a target. Everything seems fine for a second," then he adds, "But when we first got here, I saw a two-story building over there that looked..." Suddenly, he stops. Something is very wrong. Out of nowhere, a blade covered in red sauce. Wait, that's blood is pressed against his neck. Zero warning. You hear the sound of the blade slicing through skin. Next thing you know, blood is spraying all over the kid with the backpack. RIP to the teammate who just got deleted right in front of him. The kid is speechless, totally frozen. That mutant zombie had been stalking them this whole time. It picks up the dying man and growls, "Your skin looks so soft, it must taste amazing." Ha ha, the kid's legs give out. He's about to collapse from pure terror. Instantly, he bolts. He's running for his life, screaming, "Help! Someone help! There's a monster!" Inside the mall, the rest of the group is still busy looting. They hear their friends' desperate screams and look at each other like, "Wait, what's going on?" The kid thinks he is almost home free. He thinks he's reaching his team, but the mutant zombie is already on him, stabbing him over and over. Poor guy didn't stand a chance. He can't even get a word out, just coughing up blood. The monster lifts him high in the air, and his backpack hits the floor with a thud. The beast gnashes its teeth. Under the flickering lights, it uses pure brute force, and well, the guy gets literally ripped in two. It's a total bloodbath. The girl leading the group is paralyzed. She can barely stutter out, What even is that thing?" She screams for everyone to get out. "Hurry! Everyone out of here!" She's running as fast as she can, just trying to survive. But then, the massive zombie leaps into the air. It spreads its sharp claws and roars. "Nobody's leaving. Not a single one of you." Ha ha. Everyone is losing their minds with fear. Total chaos. People are scattering everywhere. A girl at the back of the pack gets unlucky as the zombie's massive hand pierces right through her chest. Straight through. The whole group is just trying to outrun death. The lead girl is pushing her limits, screaming her head off. "No, please. I don't want to die." She keeps running, but the guy right next to her gets hit and starts spitting up blood. The mutant is relentless. She finally bursts through the mall entrance into the sunlight, and she realizes she's the only one left. She thinks the others are still behind her and yells, "The exit is right here." But then she lets out a final scream. She's out, but she's not safe. The poor girl collapses on the steps, gasping for air. She looks up and sees the terrifying shadow of the mutant zombie looming over her. She's absolutely petrified. She's gritting her teeth, tears streaming down her face. All you can hear is her screaming for her life. Facing the monster, Xiao Ya breaks down. She's crying a river. She puts her hands up to protect herself, but she's got nothing. She just screams. It looks like it's game over for her. But then, Zombie Tran Sung steps into the light of the supermarket entrance. He looks like a total hero coming to save the day. Meanwhile, the girl is still a mess. She's panicking, yelling, "Don't kill me, please." But Tran Sung is cold. He just walks right past her without even giving her a second look. She's stunned. He just walked past me? Before she can process it, she hears Yao Yong's voice. Don't be scared. She's shaking like a leaf and turns around. Xiao Yang and Trun Chi show up out of nowhere. The girl is shocked. Who are you guys? Xiao Yang actually looks pretty chill. He reaches out to her. Remember the real estate girl, Xiao Ning? The one who sold Xiao Yang the land in episode 1? The MC helps Xiao Ning up and tries to remember. You're that real estate agent, right? He scratches his face, thinking back. Your name was Ning Wanwan, I think? While Xiao Yang is acting casual, Tran Sung is in the middle of a full-blown brawl. Punches are flying, but poor Xiao Ning is still traumatized. She's hitting her own head, screaming, ghosts, monsters. There's a monster in the mall, run. Xiao Yang just calms her down. Relax, he's got it handled. Xiao Ning slowly looks back. She's still terrified, but her eyes go wide when she sees what's actually happening. Zombie Tran Sung is going toe-to-toe with the monster that slaughtered her team. The mutant swings at him and mocks him. You, haha, you want to keep all the food for yourself? Xiao Yang is watching from a distance and shouts, Tran Sung, you good to handle this solo? Tran Sung gives the monster a death stare. He replies, let me try. He gets close, but the monster suddenly leaps back with insane speed. Even Tran Sung is a bit surprised by how fast this thing is. The monster flicks its long tongue out and crouches low. It looks absolutely disgusting. It's actually hyped because it finally found another zombie like itself. Ha ha ha, this is perfect. The mutant zombie lunges at Tran Sung to build up some momentum for the kill. Tran Sung stays perfectly calm, just watching. In a split second, the zombie throws a massive overhead strike, aiming right for Tran Sung's lower half. He dodges just in time. The mutant's eyes are glowing red now. It's feeling itself, being super cocky and taunting Tran Sung. Hee hee. I wonder if I'll evolve faster if I eat one of my own? Hee hee. It tries to move again, but all it hears is the sound of the wind rushing past. Tran Sung's fist is already inches from the monster's face. It's stunned, just gasping. In real time, Tran Sung lands a massive critical hit. The monster's head slams into the concrete. Tran Sung leaps high and comes down with a follow-up strike. Talk about raw power. Tran Sung is absolutely cracked. This ugly freak drags its face off the floor, growling like a total loser. Damn, you actually have some power. But Tran Sung is not about to let this thing yap for another second. Tran Sung winds up a massive high kick, slamming it down to end this for good. Look at that MC diff. He's looking down at the monster like it's nothing. Boom! A direct hit on the giant freak. The shockwave is so insane it sends debris flying everywhere. Pure God mode. Tran Sung scans the room, staying sharp. Okay, this thing isn't just fodder, it actually jumped to the ceiling to dodge that kick. It's faster than it looks. Hanging from the ceiling, the monster is absolutely tilted. It's gnashing its teeth, making these high-pitched screeching sounds that'll make your ears bleed. It starts cackling like a villain. I've been saving up my strength while hunting. Time to show you what I've got. But Tran Sung is just waiting. Suddenly, he feels a surge of energy rushing from behind like a gale. He opens his eyes wide, tracking the exact spot where this freak is coming from. Tran Sung turns around and sees that creepy grin stretched ear to ear. The monster is just cackling like a maniac. Crash! The fight is on. They're trading blows at insane speeds. It's getting dangerous. Over at the mall entrance, Truong Chi is watching his buddy go at it. He's freaking out and yells, Brother Tu Dung, Tran Sung is getting cooked. How is this monster so cracked? But Kwang Tu Dung is just calmly analyzing the situation. Better to end this now, Tu Dung thinks. If it keeps hunting, it'll actually be a problem later. He doesn't waste another second and pulls up his system. He literally summons an AK out of nowhere. Tu Nin is losing her mind at this magic trick. She's like, what the heck? Did he just pull a gun out of thin air? He lines up his shot like a total pro. Kwang Tu Dung shouts out, Tran Sung, hold him still for 1 second and I'll stop roasting you for a while. Tran Sung grabs the monster's arms, pinning it down. The zombie freak is thrashing around, screaming, let go of me, you piece of trash. That's 1 second. Easy. Boom. He lets it rip. A lead sandwich goes flying straight into the monster's temple. The monster's face crumples in pure agony. The massive freak starts wobbling like it's about to pass out. It's dragging its feet, screaming in pain, but it's still trying to force its way back. It digs its heels into the ground to stay upright. Red juice is leaking everywhere from the hole in its forehead. It lets out a furious roar that's half scream, half cackle. That hurts. You actually managed to scratch me. It growls. I'm going to murder you. I'm going to shred you into pieces. Truong Chi is staring at this with his jaw on the floor. Wait, it took a bullet to the brain and it's still standing? That wasn't enough? Say less. Kwang Tu Dung decides to feed it a whole buffet of lead. He just holds down the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The giant zombie's body turns into a human shield for all those bullets. It's getting filled with holes and screaming like a dying animal. The whole mall is just echoing with the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. A few moments later, the dust settles. Tran Sung, Kwang Tu Dung, Trung Chi, and the girl. They're all staring at the twitching corpse in a pool of red. No more sounds, finally. Trung Chi asks, "Is it finally over?" Tu Dung looks at Tran Sung and gives him a serious order. "Try devouring this guy. Might be a nice power-up for you." Tran Sung is down for it. "Yeah, monster meat might be just what I need." Suddenly, the system pops up. New mission. Expand the territory. Goal. Raise the area rating as much as possible. Danger factor eliminated. Area rating +1. Current rating, 3. Reward, 10 points. Total points, 46. Kwang Tudong is actually surprised. Oh, that counts too? Now he's really getting into this. He smirks and says, "Since we're here, we might as well make the most of it. Why don't we just clear out the whole mall?" Tu Nin is shocked. "Wait, the whole mall?" Tu Dung just points his finger upward. Suddenly, these weird energy swirls form a mini tornado. It starts vacuuming up everything left in the mall. Tu Nin is just standing there with her mind blown. Trung Chi is loving it. That's fire. What kind of magic is this?" Everything gets sucked straight into the spatial ring. Kwang Tu Dung looks at the bodies of Tu Nin's old team and says, "Leave those for the other zombies." Then he turns to Tran Sung. "You full yet? Good, let's move." Cut to a different spot. A white car belonging to that female boss from the Emerald Mountain faction suddenly screeches to a halt on the main road. They're near Tu Dung's base now. A guy yells out, "Hold up, stop right here." Inside the car, that lady. She is looking all stuck up. She turns to her subordinate who's using binoculars and asks, "What's the deal?" The guy is looking at San, who's on watch duty. San is locked in on her job. The guy then scans the area where Kwang Tu Dung is keeping all the survivors he rescued. There are people everywhere. The guy gets a greedy look on his face and says, "Damn, that's a lot of people. Their weapons are trash, but that workshop is solid. They really reinforced that place," he notes. The driver up front is confused, though. "Wait, if they're so weak, how did they take out Truong Kan Van and Lam Quang Kai?" The boss lady just scoffs. "Isn't it obvious? They probably pulled a sneak attack and lured a horde of zombies in. I told those idiots that using a villa as a base was a terrible idea." She leans back, looking way too happy now that she's found some prey. She smirks and says, "Ha, looks like the universe finally recognized our hard work. It just handed us a new base and a bunch of loot on a silver platter." The guy with the binoculars is hyped too. "For real. I'm almost starting to feel bad for them. Haha." The driver looks back and asks, "So what's the move? We going in or what?" The boss lady just chills, looking at the base like it's already hers. "Nah. We're going back first to get the squad and the heavy artillery. Let's do this right." The white car pulls a U-turn and speeds off. Back to our boys, Tu Dung and Truong Chi. Their car is cruising down the road on the way home. Inside the car, Tu Nin is beaming because she actually found a group to take her in. She jumps up and goes, "Wait, for real?" Truong Chi smiles back and says, "You bet. We've got real beds and even hot water for showers," Truong Chi adds. Tu Nin is basically in heaven hearing that. But suddenly, Kwang Tu Dung's expression changes. He sees something up ahead. He squints, trying to get a better look. "Heads up, everyone. We've got company up ahead. Get your weapons ready." Tu Nin and Truong Chi immediately snap out of their relaxed mood. They shift back into a defensive stance, both looking ahead with total caution. Truong Chi doesn't say another word. He just grips his AK like he's ready for smoke. He peeks his head out the door to scout the situation. A white car is absolutely zooming past Tu Dung's group in the opposite direction. The Mount Bitch Thui trash are rushing back home. As the two cars blur past each other, Kwang Tu Dung tries to catch a glimpse through the glass to see what's up with the other side. Plot twist, the lady boss in the other car is also watching Tu Dung's ride. Their eyes meet for a split second. It's pure suspicion, two rivals clashing before the real fight even starts. Right then, the system goes ting. A new quest just dropped right in front of Kwang Tu Dung. New mission, Punisher of Evil. Objective, repel the invaders. Reward, 50 points. After reading it, Kwang Tu Dung mumbles to himself, "Repel invaders? For real?" He thinks back to that woman he just passed on the road. Kwang Tu Dung looks out the window, deep in thought. No way. Could it be those guys? A bit later, our MC's car finally arrives back at the base. He looks up at the watchtower. The MC plans to go up and check the vibe. It's San's shift today, so Kwang Tu Dung asks her, "Yo, did any suspicious strangers show up around here?" San was already on high alert. She points over there and reports, "Actually, yeah. I saw a car passing by in the distance, but it didn't come toward us." At first, I thought it was you guys. Looking a bit flustered, San San continues, "What's wrong, Tudung? Is something about to go down?" She can smell the trouble. Kwang Tudung locks in. He tells Truong Chi and Old Lai to gather everyone right now. I've got something major to assign. 30 minutes later, at a coal factory in the south outskirts, a man is fiddling with a radio signal. It keeps making that KSHHHHS static noise. The leader of the group is trying to listen to the broadcast. Any survivors, come to the coal factory in the south outskirts. We've set up a base here, but we're short on hands. In the back of the group, a guy in a yellow shirt is standing there scratching his head. He looks around and says, "It should be right around here." Suddenly, a luxury car rolls up toward the group. The yellow shirt guy gets hyped, waving his hands and shouting, It's survivors. Fire!" A bunch of people wave for the car to stop. Dust flies everywhere as the lady boss's crew arrives. The three of them step out of the car looking totally chill. Seeing the fresh recruits, she asks, "Are you guys here because you caught the radio signal?" The yellow shirt guy frantically replies, Yeah. In this world, women are rare gems, and these guys are thirsty. All they can see are the lady bosses. Massive assets. The yellow shirt guy is already having delusions, his face turning bright red. She's definitely got the upgrades. She walks toward the men with a confident stride. She knows exactly what these creeps are thinking, so she starts acting all sweet and innocent. "You guys showed up at the perfect time. Follow me." The guys are loving it. Yellow Shirt's eyes are practically glowing like stars as he gets totally hypnotized. "Oh, wow. Thank you so much." The lady boss keeps spinning her web. It's not far, but the car is full. "We'll just walk a bit, and we're there." The leader of the survivor group responds happily. "Sounds good." Yellow Shirt and his buddy give each other a shady look, clearly planning something dirty, but these idiots don't realize they're just bait. A bit later, the lady boss and her lackeys lead the new group to the gates of a massive warehouse. They kindly open the lift for them. Yellow Shirt's jaw drops as he yells, "Whoa, this place is huge." He's never seen anything this big in the apocalypse. He keeps hyping it up. "This is fire. Finally, we actually have a place to stay." Then he awkwardly scratches his face and says, Wait, I gotta use the bathroom. Let me handle my business outside, then I'll head in, okay?" The lady boss acts all helpful. "No need, we've got a bathroom inside. Follow me." Yellow Shirt starts thinking something dirty again, his face turning red like a total fool. "Oh, okay. Once he gets to the bathroom, he's got this weird, shy smile on his face. He peeks back over his shoulder. To his surprise, the lady boss is standing right there, arms crossed, watching him. This is a move most guys couldn't handle. Yellow Shirt hurriedly fumbles with his pants. He doesn't even bother buttoning up properly, turning around to flex his red underwear at the lady boss with a total creep face. "Hey girl, I know what you're thinking. Come on, don't be shy." She just stands there silent. He adds, "I'm pretty strong, you know." Then shink a scream of pure agony. The sound of metal piercing flesh echoes. This creep's eyes bulge out. He absolutely did not see this coming. He starts coughing and gagging while the lady boss stays ice cold. She stabs a sharp object right through the throat of the man who didn't know his place. You can tell just by her vibe how cold-blooded and savage this woman really is. The thirsty simp's head drops right in front of her legs. Sucks for him, even in his last moments, she just looks at him with pure disgust. "I thought you were top tier, but you're just trash." Her weapon is covered in sauce, but she's perfectly calm, walking out like nothing even happened. Her lackey happily asks, "Boss, you finished already?" She walks back as cool as a cucumber and says, "Yeah, drag that trash in the bathroom out here too." She walks past the fresh bodies of the group she just ended, looking at them for a second before ordering her man and calls second and third brother out here. Meanwhile, back at Tudung's base, he's gathering everyone, inviting all those who helped before to discuss the plan. It's rare to see the whole squad together like this. Old Lai asks Tudung curiously, "Is someone gunning for us? Who is it?" Kwang Tudung explains it clearly. "We know nothing about the enemy, but from now on, we're at risk of an attack every single day." Chao Yang turns to Truong Chi and Transung to give orders. "You two, follow me later. We're clearing out that abandoned building to the southeast. We need to move the refugees there for now. If the enemy attacks, they'll all just be sitting ducks." San San and the big guy Tu Kai are feeling brave too. Seeing they haven't been given a job yet, they immediately volunteer. San San says, "Tudung, I'm going too." Tu Kai adds, "Me too." Even the two guys in hazmat suits from Old Lai's team volunteer in unison. The two of us are in. At this point, everyone else joins in. Even the women and kids are hyped to protect the base. Little Truong Thang raises his hand and yells, "I want to go too." Truong Thang's wife immediately snaps at the kid, What are you jumping in for? This catches Tune in by surprise. At that moment, she was looking a bit shook. Bro raised his hand like, yo, with this vibe, can I join too? Dung was actually pretty touched by how hyped everyone was. He kept it real though, breaking down the situation. He told them it probably wouldn't be too dangerous, so leaving Old Man Han and Old Man Lee to guard the home base was plenty. Everyone else, they're all in. Once the plan was set, Dung led the way with a whole squad of people he'd saved right behind him. Everyone was packed with weapons, heading straight for a massive high-rise. The crowd was so big they looked like a legit strike team as they gathered out front. Now it's showtime. Time to start thinning out the zombie horde. Dung took point, firing the first rounds right into those monsters' faces. That was the signal. His crew jumped in right after, using guns, knives, and some even used their bare hands, just putting in that work to take every single one of them down. After a chaotic brawl, the zombies were all laid out. Everyone was gassed, just huffing and puffing. But Dung didn't forget his crew, checking in on them immediately. Anyone hurt? Check yourselves. Everyone shouted back they were good. They moved toward a broken window, looking out at a base with smokestacks pumping. That's the territory of that boss lady's gang. Dung turned back to warn the squad, telling them that in the next few days, people are going to come for them. He told them to stay put for now, but the woman and the guy Dung saved earlier were feeling it. They told him straight up, we can fight too. For real, we can help. Dung saw their fire, rubbed his chin for a second, and finally gave the nod. All right, let's do it. Then Dung turned to the guy he just talked to. You guys clear this area first. I'll be back soon with pistols and ammo. When the enemy drops in, we'll use radios. You gotta follow my lead. The guy gripped his hand and answered fast. Copy that, no problem. Cut to the bad guys. The boss lady was just standing there with her arms crossed, watching her goons like she owned the place. They were working like slaves. One of them yelled out, "What's the word, boss?" She just gave him a cold side-eye. This skinny dude with his hands in his pockets asked if things were going smooth. Behind him was this huge guy with long hair who looked totally out of it. He was just mumbling about human meat, asking when they were going to eat. The boss lady lost it and screamed in their faces, "Smooth? You think this is smooth? Our food source at Emerald Mountain is gone. From now on, you find your own meals." The skinny guy was shook, asking who could have done that. The big guy behind him started howling. No meat, no human meat, not fun. The boss lady started hyping them up with hate. To make them target Dung's group, she lied and said a big group from the east did it. She told them that tomorrow morning, she and number 2 would go handle it. They're gonna wipe them out. Cut back to Dung's base. He's in his private room with the lights on, talking to himself. 46 points left. Let's see if the system has any new loot boxes. The screen in front of him showed the shop. Awakening box level 2. That's minus 25 points. Doomsday Farmer box level 2 is minus 15 points. Sugar, oil, and protein box level 1 is only minus 5. Refreshing the shop costs 2 points. Dung leaned back on his bed, clicked a button, and smiled. Finally, some new fire items. He tapped the screen, feeling hyped. Oh, 2 level, 2 boxes this time? That's 40 points total. Let's see the loot. Dung opened the system. Overdrive Stamina level 1. It boosts all base stats by 25%. The catch? He'll be weak as hell after it wears off. A cloud of smoke surrounded him as the system confirmed it, and it looked like his body was soaking up that power. This reward is actually cracked. Dung's face lit up. No way. A 25% boost? I've got 33 stamina right now. With 25% more, I'm over 40. That's like having 8 times the strength of a normal human. Crack. He flexed his arm and grinned. I'm getting impatient. I really want to test this new power out. Cut to the main road. Tires screeched and smoke filled the air. It's the boss lady's gang. 1 van, 2 trucks, and 3 bikers rolling deep. Inside the boss lady's car, a goon grabbed the radio and looked back. Second sis. What's the move? The lady, called Second Sis, crossed her arms and glared. Tell everyone the plan again. Kill all the refugees on the outskirts first. She lowered her voice to finish the plan. When number 2 breaks the door, everyone drive in for backup. Use heavy fire to keep them down. The goon nodded, looking mean. The meat-eating psycho next to her was shaking his huge body and growling. Good, good, I'm starving. His face was twisted with hype. I'll kill, I'll eat. The convoy sped off under the blue sky. It's a beautiful sunny day, perfect for a massacre. Over at Dung's base, everyone was watching from the rooftops. Old Man Lee and Dung were leaning on the railing, looking down. Lee sounded a bit worried about their position. This place is hidden, for sure, but the view is trash compared to a real watchtower. There are too many blind spots at the base of the wall. Dung didn't seem bothered at all. Don't sweat it. We're not defending here just for the view. Lee frowned, totally confused. Then why? Dung just smiled, looking into the distance. Then he looked at Lee with a chill vibe and said, I think you mentioned it before. A few years back, you were a sniper, right? Asked about his past, Lee got shy and scratched his head. Nah, you remember it wrong. It wasn't years. Just a few months. I knew a few things and was just filling in, so I fluffed my resume a bit. Even so, Dung still trusted him. After seeing how good he was with a gun last time, Dung asked if he could hit a target at 100 to 200 meters. Lee got defensive. He laughed loud and thapped his chest. Haha, you're low-key insulting me, kid. As long as there's no heavy wind, anything within 500 meters is getting smoked. Dung nodded with a dangerous smile, totally in sync with Lee now. He said, that's enough. Suddenly, Trong Chi called out, Boss Dung, the stuff is here. He was huffing, covered in sweat. Man, what even is this? It's so heavy. Dung and Lee turned around. Trong Chi dropped a wooden crate and leaned on his knees, gasping for air. Dung went to check it immediately, while Lee looked confused. What? What is this? Dung opened the crate, revealing a brand new, top-tier sniper rifle. Lee's jaw literally hit the floor. He gasped, a sniper rifle? You just asked a second ago and now it's right here in your hands. Old man Lee broke into a cold sweat and yelled, oh my god, Xiaoyang. This isn't something just anyone can get their hands on. Where did you find this? As for our boy Xiaoyang, he was completely chill, not a single worry on his face. He just gave a slight smirk and looked back to answer. We only have 2 mags, a total of 10 bullets, so make every shot count. The old man gripped the sniper rifle. It had been his biggest dream since he was in the military. He was still in total shock, mumbling under his breath. I get it. I get it. Once things were settled, Xiaoyang turned to Zhang Qi and asked, is everyone else in position? Zhang Qi answered instantly with a serious face, they're in. Hung Xiaoyang gave a nod of approval and kept everyone on their toes. Good. Tell everyone to stay sharp. The ops could show up any second. Up on the lookout tower, San was struggling to fix her headset signal when she noticed something. Hello? Hello? I see something suspicious. The other end crackled back. Copy that. Right then, old man Lee got into his stance, propping the sniper against the railing as he laid down. He was already trading info with San, saying, I see them too. The comms reported that the enemies were strapped, so everyone needed to be ready. Outside Xiaoyang's base, the lady boss and her crew weren't in a hurry to get out of their cars. Her henchman was using binoculars to scout the area. He couldn't see a single soul and thought it was weird. Strange. Where did all the refugees by the fence go? Don't tell me they already got turned into snacks. The lackey in the driver's seat spoke up. Should we stop and check it out? The vibe felt off right from the start. The lady boss leaned her face toward the front seat. She growled in a low voice. Don't just charge in. We're close enough now. If they spot us and start a fight, it won't be easy to get another shot at this. The guy nodded and took the order seriously. They thought they were being all sneaky and moving in silence, but little did they know, San was watching their every move. She reported their position every step of the way. Group attack coming to the wall, find cover. It was the perfect timing, just like Kung Xiaoyang planned. San locked her eyes on the target and gave the order to the shooters. Enemies in range, let it rip. On the high ground of the base, Xiaoyang's team was ready. They stepped out and aimed their guns down at the targets. Report. Everyone had a gun in hand and their teamwork was flawless. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The lady boss's crew down below got caught in a literal rain of lead. Sparks were flying everywhere as the bullets hit. The convoy tried to floor it to escape, but they were catching smoke everywhere they turned. Inside one of the cars, the driver took 2 shots straight to the chest. He screamed in pure agony and panic. The car instantly lost control and swerved right in front of the others. It accidentally blocked the cars behind it and went flying off the road. It slammed into a row of trees and exploded, wheels flying everywhere. Xiaoyang's team successfully wiped out 1 target. The lady boss in the other car was still safe for now. She saw her team taking heavy losses and was absolutely fuming. She hissed through her teeth, damn it, how is this happening? What do we do now? The whole convoy was forced to slow down, and that just meant the rain of bullets got even worse. They were swerving like crazy to dodge, but it was honestly useless. The people inside the cars shouted to the rest, just keep pushing, there's cover under the wall. After a chaotic scramble, they finally crawled their way to the front gate of Xiaoyang's base. They slammed on the brakes and stopped. A massive, ugly foot stepped onto the ground. This guy was a total psycho, the giant who loved eating people. He was holding a massive chainsaw, revving it until it roared. He opened his huge mouth and screamed, kill, kill, kill. He was going to use that thing to shred the door. The giant started swinging the chainsaw against the door, leaving a massive gash. Up on the lookout, San spotted the absolute trash trying to break in. She screamed, oh my god, there's a freak breaking the door. The guy was gritting his teeth, putting everything into it. Everyone focused on the giant, and San San ordered them to open fire. Fire! Don't stop! Instantly, everyone aimed their barrels straight down. Down there, the lady boss and her gang finally poked their heads out of the cars. They all ducked under the vehicles, looking for a chance to shoot back. The sound of gunfire was deafening and the air was thick with smoke. She yelled, "Shoot back!" Suppressing fire, cover Lao Ni. Up on the tower, San San and another teammate were nearly hit, scaring them half to death. They were shaking as the villains started blasting back. For a high schooler, going up against a notorious gang was a lot to handle. Zhang Qi's group on the other side was also taking heat. Xiao Kai took a bullet right in the shoulder. Zhang Qi panicked and yelled to his best friend, Xiao Kai. Then he quickly dragged him back into cover. He shouted to the rest, "Keep going. They've got submachine guns. Their firepower is just as crazy as ours." Everyone tried their best to stay focused on the target. Reload. Up in the corner, Zixuan's dad was also struggling against the heavy fire coming from below. He looked around, trying to keep everyone's spirits up. "Don't be scared. Hold the line. We've got plenty of ammo." With his years of experience, Lao Han saw exactly what they were trying to do. He turned to his teammates and warned them, "They're trying to cut through the door." The guy lying next to him added, "If that door goes down, we're sitting ducks." Kung Xiaoyong was watching his team fight hard from another spot. He spoke into his headset to calm them down. "Relax, I've got everything calculated." Turns out the reason the MC was missing was because he had a secret plan. While no one was looking at the side door, Kung Xiaoyong slowly pushed it open. He stepped out quietly and sprinted toward the lookout tower at full speed. His footsteps were fast, but no one noticed the MC's movements. Over with the lady boss's crew. After a long shootout with Xiaoyong's gang, a henchman rushed over to report, "We've only got half our ammo left." Looking at the giant trying to break the door, the lady boss was losing her patience. "Is Lao Ni still not done?" The guy was still sweating, hacking away at the reinforced steel door. The door Xiaoyong spent so much effort building was making the giant lose his cool. He roared in frustration, "Almost there." Boom! A massive explosion went off. Behind the door, a giant fireball erupted, followed by a thick cloud of dust and debris. The noise sent the team upstairs into a panic. They rushed down as San San screamed the alert. "The door's broken. Back up to the entrance. Don't let them in." The lady boss was loving it, her face looking like a literal demon with a twisted smile and cold, evil eyes. She laughed like a maniac and said, "Ha ha. Time to show you kids who've never seen the real world what the terror of an evolver looks like." She used an evolved zombie as a shield and waved her hand to her goons. "Let's go. Take cover behind number 2. As soon as we're in, secure the door. Xiaoyong's base is basically trash now. Look at that massive evolved zombie. It's using its bare hands to smash everything to bits." In all that smoke and dust, Xiaoyong pulled a pro-gamer move and sneaked up to the nearby watchtower. He hits up Lao Li on the comms. "Get ready for my signal." Lao Li has been camping here since the start, just waiting for the perfect moment to show off his skills. He's locked in, listening to Xiaoyong's instructions. You see the absolute unit in the middle? Lao Li lines up his shot, aiming straight for the chest of that massive evolved zombie charging in. Target acquired. That beefy man-eater is literally roaring his head off. Bro has 0 brain cells left, just a mouthful of jagged teeth and pure rage. Watching from the inside, Lao Han and the squad are sweating bullets. They're staring at this freak of nature like no way. One guy is paralyzed, stuttering, is that thing even human? Lao Ni is acting like a tank, stepping up to shield Big Sis and her crew while they hide behind Lao Han and the others. They're dumping lead into that massive frame, but the bullets are doing 0 damage. It's like being poked by ants. The zombie just growls, exhaling a long trail of smoke like he's bored. He takes a deep breath, focusing all his energy as he stares at the bullets stuck in his skin. That hide is so thick that normal guns can't even penetrate it. Even crazier, those bullet wounds are literally healing themselves. Lao Han is completely shook, yelling out, "Is that monster actually regenerating?" Right behind the evolved zombie, Big Sis is only as tall as his waist. She's totally flexing her new toy, laughing like a maniac. "Yup, shocked much? Is this your first time seeing an evolved?" High up on the tower, Lao Li is still focused, looking through his sniper scope. Lao Han's voice crackles in Lao Li's ear. "That big idiot has a healing factor. Your guns won't be enough to take him down." Lao Li stays focused and replies, "Bet. Try this on for size." He pulls the trigger, and a massive fireball of a bullet screams out of the barrel with max power. One shot, and the ground literally shakes. The top half of that evolved just vanished into thin air. No head, no nothing. The absolute unit just collapses instantly. He hits the ground so hard the whole area vibrates, sending dust and rocks flying. Big Sis's human shield is officially retired. Now her whole squad is looking beyond terrified. The bearded lackey is bugging out. What just happened? How is this possible? But Big Sis isn't acting all arrogant anymore. She's dripping in cold sweat. Nerving out, she stutters, I didn't think these guys had such heavy artillery. How is this happening? While she's busy panicking over her team, she didn't even notice Jiang Xiaoyong was right behind her. He's already got his gun leveled at the group. A second later, he's spraying lead at Big Sis. Hearing the shots and getting ambushed, the guys in the back panic and try to fire back. Big Sis snaps her head around, seething as she realizes the situation and screams, "Enemy behind us! We're surrounded!" Bro, realizing it now is too late. She glares at Xiaoyong. She's the one who started this beef, but now she's acting all salty, screaming, "This is trash. We totally miscalculated. We low-key underestimated these guys. Trapped like rats, they've got no choice but to fight for their lives." Big Sis takes the lead, gun raised. She starts sprinting, spraying, and praying while yelling the order to retreat. Get to the car. Her goons in the back are getting clapped, blood spraying everywhere. As she gets closer, she sees his handsome face. Big Sis is so mad her veins are popping. She's seething, gritting her teeth. That's when it clicks. She remembers Xiaoyong. They've definitely clashed before. Her voice is urgent and shocked. That's the brat from the bus. Xiaoyong stays cold as ice, keeping her right in his sights as he continues to fire. Suddenly, Big Sis grabs one of her own guys. She grips him so hard he's caught off guard, and before he even knows what's happening, she's using him as a literal human shield. R.I.P. to that guy. He took the bullets meant for her. This woman is cold-blooded, zero emotions. She even has the nerve to glare back at our MC after doing that. Even Xiaoyong is like, damn. He frowns, thinking, her reflexes are cracked. Is she an evolved too? Before he can finish that thought, she eats the dead body. She throws the corpse straight at Xiaoyong. She's tiny, but she's got that crazy strength, throwing a whole man with one hand. Xiaoyong pulls a quick dodge to the side. The body hits the floor with a thud, totally motionless. Xiaoyong takes a split second to check the corpse, but that was a mistake. In those few seconds, Big Sis vanished. She's already booking it. Xiaoyong is heated, yelling, damn, she got away. But wait, we still have an ace in the hole, Lao Li. He's upstairs, prepping for his second shot. Lao Li is fully locked in on the scope, whispering into the radio, you think you can run? He watches Big Sis sprinting for her life. Lao Li lines the crosshair up with her heart and asks, I wonder if my Barrett agrees with your escape plan. Boom. Lao Li aims for the leg first. Her leg literally gets shredded, and she lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. Ah! Her face is a mess of pain and shock. She was inches away from the car, but her luck ran out and she collapsed. Her goons scramble to open the door. Lao Li was aiming for the heart to send her to the afterlife, but he flinches. He's low-key tilted that he missed the clean kill. Dang it, I missed. The bearded lackey manages to scramble in first and drags Big Sis into the car. He's yelling her name while she's dying of pain, but she still manages to bark out, drive, get us out of here. The car peels out under a literal rain of lead. Xiaoyong's squad is dumping entire mags, and the driver is zigzagging like crazy to dodge the shots. The car barely managed to escape the kill zone. Xiaoyong had them cornered, but the boss lady still got away. The team is stressing, yelling, this is bad, she slipped through our fingers. He just stands there watching the car speed off at Mach 10. Xiaoyong is surprisingly chill, even though Lao Li is tripping over the comms. What if they come back for revenge? Lao Li asks. Xiaoyong just gives a light flex with a smile. Don't worry about it. I know exactly where they're hiding. Suddenly, the system pops up. Villain Slayer mission completed. Defense mission successful. Rewards 50 points added to the bag. New objective unlocked. Community expansion. Time to go all out and pump those community ratings to the moon. Mission progress against the invaders is looking good and squad trust is maxing out. Evaluation points +2, total is 5 now. Bonus 20 points bagged, current total is 76 points. While that boss lady's car was speeding down the highway, Jiang Xiaoyong's system flagged a new direction. A giant arrow pointed straight at the villain's hideout. Then, the system popped up with a brand new quest. Villain Slayer Part 2. Mission objective, raid the enemy base and wipe out those cannibals. Reward is 50 points. Once things settled down, San, Old Han, and Zhang Ji were totally hyped over the squad's W. Little San was literally jumping for joy, hands in the air, shouting, let's go, we won. Then our boy Xiaoyong, being the goat he is, checked in on everyone. He asked, did we lose anyone? Zhang Ji stepped up and said, 0 deaths, but a few are banged up. Hearing that, Xiaoyong immediately ordered the injured to the med bay for a quick detox. As for the enemy bodies, dump them all in the cold storage for Chen Sung. Then he looked back and gave another order. Go get the survivors from that abandoned building. Finally safe. Stage 1. Complete. Xiao Yong looked at his system screen, feeling himself, and thought, 76 points in the bank. Time to go on a shopping spree tonight. Cut to the villainous' base. They just rolled up and parked right at the gate. A bunch of goons were standing guard. The boss lady was looking rough. She lost a leg, and though she barely survived thanks to some quick first aid, she was totally cooked. 2 lackeys had to drag her inside. One guy saw her looking like a total wreck and rushed over, asking, "Yo, what happened?" He was gripping a club, looking heated because their side got clapped. After catching that massive L, the boss lady couldn't hide her rage. She gritted her teeth and spat out, "Damn it. We slept on them. I didn't think those nobodies had heavy heat. Pure salt." She started taking it out on the guy at the door, screaming, "What are you standing there for? Get me some human meat right now." The guy cringed, clearly fed up. You could tell right away. His life under her was absolute trash. He didn't even answer. He just gave her this low-key, terrifying smirk. He and the rest of the crew just stood there, completely still, ghosting her orders. When she saw them acting up, she pointed right in his face and barked, "What are you waiting for? Move it, you useless trash. You're not even worth half of number 2's pinky toe." But number 2 was gone, and with the boss lady down a leg, the power balance was totally broken. The blonde leader finally dropped the act. His face went dark as he pointed at her missing leg and growled, "You old hag. You're literally falling apart and you still think you can talk to me like that." The boss lady was speechless. She was weak and knew she was cooked. She flinched back, her voice dropping, sounding shook. You're trying to start a mutiny? Talk about bad timing." She was seeing red and snapped at her 2 most loyal guards behind her. "Do it! Grab him now." But even those 2 realized the game had changed. They stayed dead, silent, and didn't move an inch. They were weighing their options. After screaming for a while with zero reaction, she turned around and finally realized she was being betrayed. With nothing holding him back, the blonde guy raised his club high and flexed on her. "You're crippled. Number 2 is dead. That makes Emmy the strongest one here. Besides, we've all had enough of your crap." He had zero fear left. He tilted his chin up, pure disrespect in his eyes, and shouted, "Am I right, boys?" The boss lady was trapped. She was powerless because the whole squad had officially turned on her. Fuming, she gnashed her teeth and hissed, "You pieces of trash, get back. You think a little mutiny is going to stop me from putting you in your place?" It wasn't just a few. A whole mob of guys swarmed her like ants on sugar. After years of her treating them like dirt, now that she was down bad, everyone wanted a piece of her. As the circle closed in, she started stuttering, "No, wait." But the blonde leader just raised his iron pipe high, wearing the most satisfied grin ever. He stared her down with crazy eyes and let out a massive laugh. Ha 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 ha. This was the end for the monster that had ruled them for so long. A bunch of jack dudes, all holding heavy iron pipes, got ready to end it. Then they just started unloading on her. You could see the pure relief and joy on their faces. They were literally pushing each other just to get a good swing in. They were howling with laughter. Ha ha ha. Seeing her get jumped like that was brutal, but honestly, after all the evil stuff she did, this was just karma hitting back hard. The boss lady curled up in a ball, trying to survive the onslaught. She clutched her head and screamed, "Eh." She got wrecked until her voice faded out, her consciousness finally slipping away. But the blows didn't stop. It took a hot minute of them venting all that pent-up rage before they finally backed off. The blonde guy wiped the red stains off his fingers, grinning like a psycho at what was left of his boss. Then, a guy behind him muttered, "Third leader." Suddenly, the blonde guy snapped his head back, looking lethal. He glared at the guy and barked, "What did you just call me?" The dude nearly jumped out of his skin. His face went pale, and he dropped to his knees instantly, slamming his head on the ground. "Ah, big brother, my bad. I'm so sorry." Slip of the tongue, I swear. The new boss's vibe was totally different now. He shoved his hands in his pockets and waved it off. "Whatever, make it quick." The lackey looked up fast, looking stressed. "Since she's gone and number 2 is dead, plus all the brothers we lost, our combat power is basically trash right now. If we run into that guy..." Speaking of which, the new boss scratched his cheek. He was thinking about that evolved zombie Huge, with those terrifying tentacles. He muttered, "That tentacle freak." But then he just shrugged it off like it was nothing and said, "Nah, don't sweat it. We can just go join up with the Shijiang crew." He walked inside, leaving the boss lady's wet corpse out in the dirt. A few hours later, Jiang Xiaoyang's car followed the system's nav and rolled up to the boss lady's base. Xiaoyang stepped out of the ride, with Jiang Ji and old Li right behind him. The moment they landed, Jiang Ji looked around cautiously and nodded to Xiaoyang. "Yo." Brother Yang was spitting facts. This place is straight up a base. Xiaoyang just gives a slight smirk and leads the way inside. Xiaoyang signals them to lock in and stay quiet. Shh. We're going full stealth mode, don't make a single sound. Old Li and Zhang Qi do their best to keep up. The trio whispers for a bit, but there's zero movement. Is the place ghost town status? Did they already bail? They probably dipped because they were terrified we'd hunt them down. Then they finally find it. The three of them stand there frozen at the sight of the female boss's corpse. She's absolutely mangled, her limbs are snapped, and she's already missing a leg. Her face is so deformed it's straight up brutal. Old Li points it out, realizing it's the same woman he shot earlier. Did these guys seriously just off their own comrade? Not even surprised by these thugs, Jiang Xiaoyang looks down with pure contempt. Haha, honestly, I'm not shocked at all. Zhang Qi leans in and says, Brother Yang, for real though, that massive monster we fought earlier was nothing like that insect master guy. Even Zhang Qi is questioning things after seeing that evolved zombie. Hearing this, Xiaoyang looks away in deep thought, and Old Li notices the vibe change. He brings up the guy whose head he popped. Yeah, I heard them calling it an evolved one or something. Then Old Li asks the real question, what even is an evolved one, and how do you become one? Our MC has more questions than anyone. Since he's a regressor with a literal system, Xiaoyang's head is spinning with all these plot twists. He crosses his arms, thinking it over, and drops the bomb on Old Li. Cannibalism. The duo freezes, breaking out in a cold sweat. They shout back in sync. Eating people? Xiaoyang stays stone cold and replies, exactly. If you want to become an evolved one like the zombies and get that instant power boost, you gotta be a cannibal. Zhang Qi is absolutely losing it, pure horror on his face. Even though he knows the MC is cracked, this is too much. Zhang Qi stammers, asking Xiaoyang, wait. So, Brother Yang, did you? Old Li is spiraling too, asking more questions. If we want to survive this apocalypse, do we really have to eat people? Facing their panic, Xiaoyang just chills, hands in his pockets, and tells them to relax. Don't worry, cannibalism is just the most direct way, but it's not the only way. Then, he holds out his hand. In his palm is a glowing red orb. Looking at the weird object in Xiaoyang's hand, they're both bugging out, jaws on the floor. What? What even is this? Xiaoyang starts explaining. Simply put, whether it's an evolved one or a zombie, they're all mutants. And mutants need to evolve. They need to absorb special energy. In normal people, this energy is scattered in their flesh. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. Stronger beings can condense this into an energy core. For rare mutants and evolved ones, that energy gets way more intense as the disaster gets worse. Even zombies have a chance to form an essence core. Old Li starts to get it, rubbing his chin. So that means zombies have this energy too? Can we just eat the zombies directly? Zhang Qi's face goes pale at those words. He's totally horrified and screams, I swear, Uncle Li, if you're eating that, you're on your own. I am not touching it. Xiaoyang drops one more reality check, lowering his voice. Normal people can't eat zombie meat or they'll get infected. Only mutants like that insect guy can swallow zombies to get stronger. Just as Xiaoyang finishes speaking, suddenly, a system screen pops up with a quest notification. Punisher of Evil Part 2 complete. Quest goal: attack enemy base 1, eliminate the cannibals. Reward: 50 points. Current points: 126. After reading it, Xiaoyang thinks, oh, so the system already did the math. Looks like even if there are survivors, they're not a threat anymore. He's focused on the quest when Zhang Qi screams, watch out. Xiaoyang's eyes go sharp instantly. His face darkens as a pale, blood-stained zombie with multiple wounds lunges right at him. It jumps him, but he just slides to the side and drives his dagger straight into its temple. A second later, the zombie hits the dirt hard. Still holding the blade, Xiaoyang is actually surprised. Didn't expect it to sneak up on me without a sound. Old Li and Zhang Qi immediately get into a defensive stance. He walks over to the corpse and slices a long gash across its chest. A faint red glow starts peeking out. He pulls a red, fleshy lump out of the zombie. Xiaoyang inspects it closely and realizes there really was one. Guess it's time for the real hunt to begin. He holds out 2 of these essence cores to Zhang Qi and Old Li. Our MC slowly approaches them, but the guys are definitely not used to this. They both back off. Zhang Qi waves his hands in refusal. No way, I'm not doing it. Give it all to Uncle Li. Old Li is built different though. He takes the 2 bloody lumps. He's trying his best to keep his cool, staring down at the gross, bloody red things in his hands. He stays silent, brows furrowed deep. It's straight up nasty, but he knows if he can get past this, things will be different. Old Li tells himself, screw it, all in, and shuts his eyes tight. Old Li shoves both of them into his mouth, chewing and swallowing as fast as he can. You can literally hear the squelching sounds of the flesh. It works instantly. Old Li's eyes snap open, glowing red, and he hasn't even finished swallowing yet. Then he just lets out a massive roar. In just a few minutes, old Li's muscles are literally bulging. He flexes his arm for Xiaoyang to see this feeling. It's fire. Xiaoyang keeps it real. It feels great, but you just joined the Evolve Club. You're not strong enough to solo the apocalypse yet. Don't go doing anything reckless. Old Li locks back in, his face getting serious again. Xiaoyang, I hear you. Don't worry. Mission accomplished. There's nothing left for them here. Xiaoyang turns around to lead the way out. All right, threat's gone. Let's head back. Scene shift to a different base, the Shifeng Steel Mill. A group is heading inside, arriving in a white car parked out front. A guard spots the intruders and shouts, "Halt! Who goes there?" It's a guy named Sandang and his lackeys, looking to leech off a bigger gang. He starts acting all extra, trying to play it cool. "Oh, it's just me. I'm the big boss of the coal plant." The guard just gives him a cold, deadly stare. Bro's acting all suspicious. The third leader of the coal plant? Wait here while I tell the boss. Our man, the third leader, is nodding like a crazy person, thinking he's finally made it. A bit later, the guard comes back with the green light. The group heads inside to meet the big boss, a massive bald dude who looks like he eats rocks for breakfast. Standing right next to him is this baddie who looks like she could end you with one look. The boss laughs and says, "Yo, number 3, what brings you here personally this time?" The lady stands there, hands on her hips, asking the real questions. "Where are Jing Rui and the second bro?" Mentioning the big boss lady makes our guy sweat. He's looking at the floor like he lost a contact lens. He can't even look them in the eye. We got jumped. To save the rest of us, the big sis and second bro, they didn't make it. Bro is caping so hard right now. The bald boss's face goes dark. He just nods slowly. "Oh, is that so?" He knows something is up. These two groups were tight, so this news hits different. Baldy turns to his goons and tells them to take the third leader and his crew to the safe room. This third leader guy starts acting all high and mighty because of his connections, but he's still too scared to look the boss in the face. It's so obvious he's hiding something. The bald leader whispers something to his girl. She just smirks and whispers back, "Yeah, I see it too. They definitely smell the cap." So the group gets led away after the boss of the West Wind Base gives them a place to crash. They get tossed into a room deep inside the facility. One of the minions calls him Third Bro, and he absolutely loses it. He snaps at the dude for calling him by his old rank. "What did you just call me?" The lackey scratches his head, super awkward. Big bro. My bad, big bro. I got a bad feeling about this, boss." The new big bro just snarls, "Stop being a coward." Bad feeling my eye. But the lackey is still looking out the window like something's coming. He's being super careful, whispering, "Watch out, big bro. Look at this safe room, iron doors, iron windows. This is literally a jail cell." Before he can even finish, the guard kicks the door open. This dude looks absolutely terrifying, and the whole group starts panicking like crazy. He glares at the third leader and barks, "Get out here, now." A few minutes later, they're dragged right back to the boss. They're totally surrounded by goons now. The bald boss and his lady are just standing there, waiting. The third leader tries to force a smile, acting like everything is fine. "Boss, what's going on? Is there a problem?" He's really trying to play dumb, but the lady next to the boss isn't having it. She's standing there twisting her hair, asking real loud, "What do you think happens to someone who betrays their own leader?" Bro didn't think they'd find out so fast. He goes full snake mode, crouching down with his hands up, stuttering like a broken record. What do you mean, Big Eagle? Sis Lin? This is all a big misunderstanding. He's literally sweating buckets right now. Sis Lin doesn't buy a single word. She just laughs and narrows her eyes, basically telling him, "I see through you, bro." She signals a big guy behind her. "Misunderstanding? Ha! Lai Trin, why don't you help him understand exactly why he's cooked?" Time for the truth. Lai Trin steps up and exposes him. "I went to the coal plant and found Lai Jing Rui's body right there in the yard. The second leader is nowhere to be found. No body, nothing. And guess what? There wasn't even a single sign of a fight at the plant. The third leader is frozen. He's got nothing to say, just gritting his teeth in pure fear. Then Lai Trin points right at his face and screams. The only logical explanation is that you snakes turn on each other when things got tough and murdered Lai Jing Rui. Lai Trin's eyes are full of straight-up killing intent, but this dude is still trying to talk his way out of it, sweating like crazy. He yells, "No, that's not true. You have zero proof. You're just guessing." He's trying so hard to look innocent. Suddenly, Big Eagle starts laughing like a maniac. "Proof, ha ha ha. Bro really thinks we're in a court of law right now. Who needs proof in this world?" Next to him, Sis Lin is just smirking. Big Eagle continues, "Let's be real. The only reason I didn't end you guys sooner was because I actually liked Jing Rui and your second leader's skills. His face turns demonic. He drops his voice, making it sound terrifying. Kill every single one of them. He's looking absolutely savage right now. One of the guys in the group is so scared he drops to his knees. Wait, please spare us. I have intel, real intel. Is he about to snitch? The third leader is shaking in his boots, mouth wide open, while Sis Lin's ears perk up. Ooh, what kind of intel? She looks at the lackey, curious. He immediately starts pointing and spills everything he knows to Big Eagle's crew. There's a huge base in the East City. They have tons of supplies. That's where Big Sis and the second bro got clapped. Please don't kill us. I'll take you right to them. They're throwing Jiang Xiaoyong under the bus just to save their own skins. In this world, food and supplies are worth way more than human lives. Sis Lin looks at the guy, and you can tell she's interested. So, how big are they? How do they compare to us? The lackey hesitates, then says, they're pretty much on our level. Sis Lin looks at her man and says, yep, they're definitely going to be a problem. The boss goes quiet, thinking it over. But the lackey wants to earn his keep, so he drops one more bomb. They don't even know how to become awakened yet. I didn't see a single evolved person in their entire base. Lai Trin is taking notes on all of this. He looks at the guy, wondering if this intel is legit. They don't know how to evolve? He furrows his brows, processing the info. Baldy scratches his head and asks the real question. If they don't have any awakened, then how did your entire squad get wiped out? The small guy rushes to explain. They have heavy artillery. Normal guns couldn't touch the second leader, but they dropped him with just one shot. They haven't met Chen Sung yet, so they're definitely underestimating Jiang Xiaoyong's crew. Sis Lin smiles and says, nice, that's actually useful info. Then she cold-bloodedly orders, now, kill them all. They're literally drenched in sweat, faces pale as ghosts. The loudmouth lets out a gasp, totally losing it. Outside, you can hear the members of the Three Brothers crew. They're screaming their heads off. Wait, I gave you the intel. You can't do this to me. Have mercy, please. One by one, they're executed. In this wasteland, there's no right or wrong, and no one's coming to save them. A moment later, one body is totally shredded and tortured, covered in red sauce. The leader of the Three Brothers is officially cooked, lying in a pool of tomato soup. Eagle Bro just shoves his hands in his pockets, looking at the corpse like it's nothing. He says, what now? We gotta take out this threat as soon as possible. Now Eagle's crew is sweating over Jiang Xiaoyong. Sister Li chimed in from the side. The enemy has heavy artillery. Going in now is straight up suicide. We need to evolve and rank up first. That's the only way. They absolutely wrecked 3 randoms, leaving them sprawled on the floor. It's a total bloodbath, and they died miserably. The boss orders, send a scout first, and make sure they have no clue how to become an awakened. Cut to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. Our MC is just vibing on a plush sofa. He pulls up his system screen. Xiaoyong's like, 126 points. What should I buy? On the screen it shows, current points, 126. System shop, rank 1 food and protein crate for 5 points. Rank 2 black tech supply crate for 50 points. Manual refresh is 4 points. Xiaoyong is hyped. He stares at the screen and says, a rank 2 black tech crate? No way, that's crazy luck. He taps the screen, beep. Immediately, 2 notifications pop up. Purchase successful for rank 1 food crate, 5 points deducted. Purchase successful for rank 2 black tech crate, 50 points deducted. Current points, 70. 1. Rank 1 food crate activated. Rewards include 500 kilograms of lotus powder from Best Store, 200 kilograms of butter and cooking oil. Rank 2 black tech crate activated. Received enhancement potion. Suddenly, something starts glowing right in front of him. A blinding gold light fills the room. Xiaoyong's successful. He's laughing like a madman. Ha ha ha. He's just chilling, enjoying the win, when suddenly knock, knock. Someone's at the door. He's startled and yells, come in. It's San, and she looks worried. Brother Xiaoyong. Seeing her panic, he's like, what's the move? San says, we caught a suspicious guy sneaking around. An intruder? Xiaoyong's eyes go wide, and he stands straight up. He looks concerned, and says, let me handle this. A bit later, Zhang Qi and Old Li are holding down this guy. They're being super careful. The intruder's pinned down, shouting, I'm not the enemy. Call your leader out here. Right on cue, Jiang Xiaoyong shows up. He walks up slow and drops his voice. You looking for me? San is behind him, giving the guy the major side-eye. The guy suddenly brightens up and asks, oh, so you're the boss? Xiaoyong stays on guard, looking him dead in the eye. That's me. Talk to me. What's the deal? The guy tries to be smooth. How should I address you? MC's face is stone cold. Jiang Xiaoyong. Xiaoyong's gaze drops. He's clearly not feeling this conversation at all. The guy just points at himself and starts cackling. Haha, Brother Yang. Then he acts all friendly. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ahing, from the Westwind Iron and Steel Plant. Old Li and Zhang Qi loosen their grip a bit. Even Zijuan's dad is watching. He steps forward, curious. From Westwind? The guy nods like a bobblehead. Yeah, exactly. Xiaoyang's curious too. What's the word, Mr. Song? You know this guy? Old Song explains. Westwind is in the southwest. It's the biggest steel plant in the area. Seems like it's become a survivor hub, just like the coal factory. Xiaoyang asks, how far is it? Old Song says, about 3 kilometers further than the southern factory. Hearing that, Xiaoyang gets right in the guy's face. He's suspicious. That's a long walk. What are you doing here? The guy flinches back, sweating bullets like he's got a guilty conscience. He tries to play it off cool. Look, the world is a mess. We survivors gotta stick together, right, Brother Yang? Xiaoyang is still cold. Yeah, keep going. The guy starts his story. Our leader sent us to find survivors and bases. If we find any, we're supposed to bring them back. But he's acting shifty, unable to look Xiaoyang in the eye. Sounds nice on paper, but our boy Fat Kai wasn't having it. He shoves a piece of paper in front of Xiaoyang and shuts him down. Brother Xiaoyang, don't listen to his trash. This guy was lurking around here for laps, and he was even drawing a map. Xiaoyang grabs the map and scans it carefully. The scout is literally shaking while he watches. That's when Xiaoyang triggers his ability. 3 spirit eyes. A blue flame ignites in his eye as he stares the guy down to see the truth. The guy's true colors are showing, and it's not pretty. He's trying to act innocent with a fake, awkward smile, but the jig is up. Without a word, Xiaoyang levels his gun right at the guy's temple. The scout loses it, throwing his hands up in pure terror. Xiaoyang's face goes dark, his eyes drilling into the guy. It's the apocalypse. You really think I'm an idiot? Tell me the truth right now, or I'll end you. The guy is terrified. He's caught red-handed and swallows hard. But the snake keeps trying to wiggle out of it, even with a gun to his head. He puts on a pathetic face and whines. Brother Yang, no cap, we're just playing it safe. Got to have a backup plan in this world. After the guy finishes talking, Kwang Tudong leans in to whisper to Truong Chi. Does he know Tran Sung exists? Truong Chi covers her mouth and whispers back. No way, Tran Sung hasn't shown his face to him at all. Right then, Kwang Tudong suddenly changes his mind. He lowers his gun and waves his hand to let the guy go. Old Song is shook. How could Tudong just release such a shady suspect? He's totally confused and asks, wait, we're just letting him walk? Meanwhile, the guy is literally jumping for joy. His heart is still racing because Tudong switched up so fast. He lets out a nervous smirk and stammers, for real? Then, Kwang Tudong grabs the sketch from the stranger. He points right at him and says, give him this map and let him go. Tudong didn't even blink. He was dead serious. Man was decisive as heck. Now that he's free, the stranger drops to his knees and starts slamming his head on the ground. He's beyond hyped and super grateful to Tudong. He keeps banging his head and shouting, thank you, big brother, Tudong. In a flash, he turns tail and runs like the wind, escaping the group. He bolts, without even looking back. Once he's far enough, Tudong lets out a mysterious smirk. He looks down, watching the guy disappear into the distance. He thinks to himself, haha, the Taifong Steel Factory, huh? I wonder how many system points you guys are worth. Looks like our boy Tudong has a new plan to carry out a massive sweep. 5 months later, at the Taifong Steel Factory, 2 guys are pushing carts of scrap metal. One of them says, I heard people have started disappearing again lately. The other guy thinks about the tentacle monster that eats people nearby and starts shaking. Is that monster acting up again? Suddenly, a weird noise comes from the scrap pile. Both of them freeze. What was that? One guy pushes his cart closer to check it out. The other guy is more terrified than curious. He stays back and shouts, don't go over there. Get the guards to check it. Out of nowhere, a dagger flies through the air at insane speeds. It's small, but it's launched with deadly force and pinpoint accuracy. The blade slices right through one guy's neck. The wound is deep and he starts coughing up blood instantly. Before he even knows what hit him, he's headed straight to the afterlife. Meanwhile, in another part of the factory, a guy named Lai Trin is chilling and taking a puff of his cigarette. He's got his hands in his pockets, leaning against a wall, enjoying the peace. Suddenly, a desperate plea for help echoes out, help, save me. The voice catches Lai Trin's attention, and he glances over, his face immediately changing. As soon as the scream rings out, a lackey comes running in a panic. Lai Trin immediately asks, what happened? The guy points back and screams at the top of his lungs, monster. A monster killed Tu Tran. Hearing that, Lai Trin immediately thinks of the beast that's been causing chaos lately. A monster? You mean that tentacle thing? The lackey, panting for breath, is 100% sure. It's the tentacle monster. Definitely him. Lai Trin asks, where? The guy replies quickly, over by the trash pit. Lai Trin is visibly annoyed, gritting his teeth and muttering. So it's attacking without any warning now? He quickly spins around and orders his gang, everyone hide. Those with evolution powers, follow me. With one shout from Lai Trin, the strongest guys gather up. Following his lead, he takes 3 of his core evolved soldiers with him. He even makes sure to bring weapons as they approach the trash pile. The whole squad is moving carefully, one step at a time. Lai Trin leads the way, leaning against a plastic bottle in the heap. He's got his weapon ready to go. He scans the area and signals his crew, shh, it's the tentacle monster. If we run into him, don't try to be a hero, just run immediately. The 2 guys behind him also have their weapons out, ready for combat. Ahead is a massive pile of trash next to the victim's abandoned cart. Lai Trin stares intensely for a while, scanning every tiny detail. After a moment and seeing nothing, he frowns and says, is it not here? He feels a bit let down, but eventually moves toward where the victim was killed. Lai Trin and his crew spot human footprints on the ground. A lackey asks, did the tentacle monster leave already? The other guy wonders, maybe it already caught its prey and took off. Lai Trin squats down, acting like a total detective. Observing and piecing it together, he reaches out his hand. Lai Trin says, ever since Bix Thui Mountain and the southern coal plant were wiped out, our people have been going missing way more often. It's obvious the hunters used to be spread out between 3 locations, but now we're the only ones left. Lai Trin's expression darkens as his hatred becomes clear. He glares forward and realizes something, whispering to himself. No, this isn't the tentacle monster. Scene shifts back to Kwang Tiu Dung's base. It's a beautiful sunny day with blue clouds. The MC's spot is quiet and totally safe. He's standing on a high balcony far above the ground. Kwang Tiu Dung looks out at his $1 million view and starts thinking about the big picture. I've already survived longer than in my past life. At this rate, rebuilding civilization might actually be possible. Suddenly, the system screen pops up. Utopia Starter Version. Mission. Community Expansion. Requirement. Put in the work to raise the community rating. Current rating, 38. After reading, he puts his hands on the railing, looking a bit concerned. It's been months, and the mission for that Tai Fong steel factory still hasn't dropped. Right as he's thinking, someone shouts his name, Huang Tudung. It's San San calling from below. San San waves excitedly from a car. She shouts out like she's showing off her wins. We're back. Tudung looks down from above and gives a satisfied smile. Suddenly, a flash of light slams down. Months have passed, and our team's skills and power have reached a whole new level. He drops from the high balcony like it's nothing. Man is literally cracked. In an instant, he's standing right in front of San San and Truong Chi. Seeing his crew, Tiu Dung asks right away, did you guys manage to hunt without being spotted? Truong Chi smiles confidently. Don't worry, brother Tiu Dung. With our current power, if anyone was tailing us in the area, there's no way we wouldn't have caught them. Now that the adults are done, it's the kid's turn. Tu Dung really cares about his team. He leans down to ask the little guy, how was Tu Soe? Did you adapt well? Tu Soe nods confidently with a loud yes, and starts showing off his moves. The kid immediately flexes for Uncle Xiao Yang. Don't worry, Uncle. I totally crushed it today. Xiaonan stands by, looking at the cute little guy. She's loving the energy, so she pats his head and joins in on the hype. For real, little Shui actually soloed a zombie all by himself today. Seeing this makes Jiang Xiao Yang feel way better. He gives the order, great job, everyone. Now move those mutant cores into the vault. Right then, the system pops up with a new quest, Villain Nemesis Part 3. Mission, eliminate the threat and boost some potential teammates. The reward is 80 points. After reading the prompt, Xiao Yang wonders, potential teammates? Is the system talking about those guys at the West Peak Steel Factory? A bit later at the base, Xiao Yang calls a meeting. He's listening to Old Li, who looks totally shook by the MC's plan. Old Li clenches his fists. What? You are going to infiltrate the steel factory alone? That is way too dangerous. Zhang Qi and Old Song are there too, looking stressed. After hearing the plan, Old Song is not feeling it either. He backs up Old Li. He is right. Those guys have been sending spies around here constantly. Who knows what shady stuff they are planning? Then he adds, Xiao Yang, if anything happens to you, we are all cooked. We cannot hold it together without you. Xiao Yang gets it, but he has already got a plan. He looks off into the distance, sounding like a total boss. Relax. With my current power, even Chen Sung cannot touch me. Those guys are nothing. Besides, this time I am going to see if they are friends or enemies. Xiao Yang takes his seat at the head of the table and looks at Old Han, reaching out his hand. Old Han, Old Li, everyone. I need you guys to protect the fortress and Lin Jian while I am gone. Everyone respects his call and listens up. Old Han nods. All right, we will handle things here, but you better be careful. This place is nothing without you, kid. Cut to the West Peak Steel Factory. You can see black smoke pouring out from the distance. Suddenly, a lackey shouts, "Let me in. I have got an emergency report." Inside the factory, two guys are guarding a door. After hearing the guy's plea, a guy in a black suit blocks him. "I told you, no one enters without the boss's permission." Suddenly, the guy demanding to get in goes absolutely feral. His eyes go wide and veins pop out on his forehead. He looks terrifying. It is Li Cheng, and he suddenly grabs the guard by the throat. Li Cheng is huge, so his grip is insane. The guard is gasping for air, teeth clenched in pain. Another lackey yells, "Li Cheng, have you lost your mind?" Hearing the shout, Li Cheng suddenly snaps back to reality. He flinches, his eyes wide like he was just possessed or something. Realizing he messed up, he quickly lets go of the guard. He is stumbling over his words. My bad. Sorry about that." The guard, who almost met his maker, is huffing and puffing. As things settle down, Li Cheng stares off into space, whispering to himself, "What is wrong with me? Why am I losing control of my emotions like this? It has been happening more and more lately." The two guards are totally freaked out. One of them snaps, "Damn, what is wrong with you? Just because the boss likes you does not mean we will not throw hands. Don't think you are untouchable." Inside the room, Sister Ling hears the commotion and calls out, "Is that Li Cheng? Let him in." The guard turns around and answers, "Yes, ma'am." He looks annoyed, but he has no choice. "Get in here." The door opens and the light hits Li Cheng's face. He looks totally dazed and surprised. He sees something inside that catches him off guard. It is Sister Ling, leaning against her desk, looking like an absolute baddie. Her shirt is tied up, showing off her toned waist. She gives him a smirk and a look that is pure femme fatale. She asks, "What is up?" Li Cheng immediately vents about the mutant zombie causing chaos. He mentions the tentacle monster and their hunting grounds. "I think there is more to it." Ling gets serious immediately and asks, "Oh, what are you thinking?" Li Cheng says, "I checked the scene thoroughly. I found female footprints, but the victim was a man." Hearing this, Sister Ling starts to feel a bit uneasy. She pouts, looking pretty annoyed, then she looks away and tests him. "So you are saying the killer is someone else?" "It is just the two of them," Li Cheng says. "Exactly." Suddenly her eyes change color, glowing a bright, eerie yellow. Ling looks down, sounding dangerous. "All right, I got it. This info is useful, but keep your mouth shut. Do not tell anyone." Li Cheng is confused. "Why not?" Ling explains, "That tentacle monster already has everyone panicking. I do not want people too scared to go outside." He gets her point, but he is starting to feel weird about how she is running things. He stammers, but Ling cuts him off. "No buts. I will make sure things do not get worse." Li Cheng has no choice but to bow and obey, even though his head is spinning with questions. Now Sister Ling is feeling playful. She gets close to the tall, handsome Li Cheng and whispers, "What is the matter? Want to do something else?" It is like she is poking the beast inside him. Li Cheng turns bright red and starts sweating. Even with the green light she is giving, he does not dare move. He panics and makes a run for the door, trying to get as far from her as possible. He just waves. Sorry, Sister Ling." "Damn." He slams the door shut. Ling is left there looking totally disappointed. Outside, Li Cheng's face is still burning red. He is embarrassed and cursing himself. "Crap, look at my memory. I forgot to ask about that other thing." Meanwhile, in the room next to Ling's, a man's voice laughs loudly from behind the door. "Female footprints? Haha, you were too careless, Sister Ling." She snaps back at the person inside. "If you were so much better than me, why don't you do it yourself next time?" Turns out, the guy in the room is a bald dude named Da Peng. This guy is literally wearing an apron and happily chopping up human parts like he's lost every bit of his humanity. He's doing it so calmly too. Just chop chop, throwing them into the bin like they're total trash. He's even multitasking, dividing the chores like it's a normal job. "Fine, I'll do the killing, you handle the rest." Turns out all those people missing from the gang, it was just the two leaders teaming up to take out their own men. They're literally backstabbing their own subordinates just to feast on them. Apparently, they need meat to evolve. And that thing the Eagle boss just tossed into the trash, yeah, that's the head of the guy they just took out. The whole place reeks of blood and death. Then suddenly pant, pant, pant. You can hear someone struggling nearby. Quick and clean. A zombie gets absolutely folded at Zhang Xiaoyang's feet. Bro got slammed into the dirt with his face all messed up. Our MC has finally reached the West Wind Steel Factory. He's holding a sharp blade, standing over a pile of zombie corpses and black blood. But look at Xiaoyang, he's completely chill. Not a single sweat broken. He's looking ahead, muttering to himself, "Almost there, gotta keep it low-key." Then, Xiaoyong uses his system to summon a pair of small scissors. Snip, snip. He's getting real fancy with it. Bro is literally giving himself a fresh fade with just one hand. I don't know where he learned to cut hair like that, but he's cracked. After the haircut, he rubs his fingers in the dirt and smears it all over his hands. He's purposely making himself look messy to go undercover. Now he's drawing lines on his forehead and cheeks. Xiaoyong is going full stealth mode to avoid any unnecessary drama. A few minutes later, the transformation is complete. He looks like he's been through the trenches, dirty clothes, and a messy face. He even puts on some glasses to hide his identity, but honestly, he still looks like him. The drip is permanent. Camouflage complete. He takes a few steps toward the factory gate, and immediately some random grunt points at him and shouts, "Stop right there." Xiaoyong stops in his tracks. Seeing a stranger invade their territory, this lackey starts acting all tough. He's got a major attitude, glaring at Xiaoyong like he wants beef. "Who the heck are you?" Time for the Oscar-winning performance. Xiaoyong switches to actor mode, smiling all bright and happy. He's trying to act harmless to lower the guy's guard. "I saw signs of life around here, and I was right. This is great." He's acting so hyped to find people that the guard actually starts to believe him. Bro is being played like a fiddle. The guard's face instantly relaxes. He looks almost disappointed as he replies, "Oh, so you're just some wanderer who survived, huh?" Then the gatekeeper points at Xiaoyong and starts flexing his authority. "Listen, kid, I'm asking you, how did a weakling like you survive this long?" He's already trying to act like Xiaoyong's boss. Xiaoyong keeps up the innocent act. He pauses for a second, looks down at the ground, and starts capping. "My group of 12 people got jumped by a horde of zombies. Everyone died. I'm the only one who escaped." He looks so heartbroken and miserable that the guard actually thinks he's got the full scoop on this new guy. The guard keeps digging. "So, you don't have any special powers?" Xiaoyong acts totally surprised by the question, playing the role of a normal person in trouble. "Powers? What do you mean?" Then he acts all nervous, waving his hands around. "Oh, I guess I have a little bit of skill. I've survived a few attacks, so I've got some experience. I'll work hard to be useful." Seeing Xiaoyong act so clumsy and weak, the guy just scoffs and smirks. He's totally underestimating our MC now as he walks even closer. This guy is starting to look suspicious. He gives a shady smile and says some weird stuff. "Who asked you about that? You don't get what I'm saying." But whatever, he thinks he's about to bag some new prey, so he's feeling pretty good about himself. He points inside and says, "Follow me. If you want to join, you have to pass a test." Perfect. Xiaoyong is officially getting closer to their hideout. Xiaoyong notices the guard sneakily reaching for a pistol in his waistband. This clown really thinks Xiaoyong is a total noob. He's celebrating way too early, thinking he trapped a new victim. Little does he know, while Xiaoyong looks tired and emotionless on the outside, he's judging everything on the inside. "Ha, I knew it. This West Wind Steel factory isn't a good place either. Everything is going according to plan until someone suddenly yells, 'What's going on here?' They both jump and turn around. As soon as the grunt hears that voice, he looks terrified, while Xiaoyong is just curious. Seeing a stranger at the base, a guy named Li Cheng comes over to check the situation. He looks super stressed as he walks up to the gatekeeper. "Who is this guy?" The gatekeeper is clearly shaking in his boots. He's just a subordinate, so he's totally scared of Li Cheng. He awkwardly reports, "Oh, brother Li. He's just a wanderer who survived. I was taking him somewhere quiet too." "Ah, search him." Xiaoyong is laughing internally. "A search? Really?" Li Cheng isn't vibing with that. He looks annoyed and snaps back at the guard. "Why do you need to go somewhere quiet for a search? Can't you just do it right here? Looks like there's some beef between these two." Xiaoyong immediately clocks what was happening. He says to himself, "That guy was definitely going to take me to a corner and end me." Li Cheng confronts Xiaoyong directly. He walks up and says, "You, come here, hand over all your weapons and then you can enter." Xiaoyong stays perfectly calm, acting all innocent. He asks, "Hand over my weapons? How do I know you guys won't just trick me into entering and then kill me?" Li Cheng isn't like the others. He's serious, but he seems way more human and reasonable. He doesn't even force Xiaoyong. It's the apocalypse. People are trash. It's normal not to trust anyone. "If you won't hand over your weapons, I won't force you. You can just leave." Li Cheng's straight-up attitude forces Xiaoyong to play along. He reaches in and pulls out a hidden dagger, acting like he really doesn't want to give it up. Playing the victim, Xiaoyong holds out the knife and says, "Fine, here's my weapon." A moment later, Li Cheng searches him thoroughly. He wants to make sure Xiaoyong doesn't have any other weapons hidden on him. Xiaoyong just stands there with his arms wide open, letting Li Cheng do his thing. Behind those cracked glasses, Xiaoyong's eyes look a bit annoyed. He's silently sizing up Li Cheng. This guy actually seems to have some principles. It looks like this West Wind steel factory is a bit different from the trash at Emerald Mountain or the South Suburb coal plant. After a while, the search is finally done. Li Cheng holds up the dagger Xiaoyang handed over, looking curious. You traveled through the apocalypse with just a dagger? Kid, are you an evolved human? Our MC starts playing the innocent little brother role again. He clenches his fists and acts like he has no idea what's going on. An evolved human? Who? Me. I'm feeling way stronger now. My innocent newbie act totally worked, and Lai Trin has zero suspicion toward me. He just waves me over and says, "Follow me." Turns out, every evolver has to report to the leader first. A few minutes later, Lai Trin leads Xiaoyang into this dark, creepy room. He shoves Xiaoyang inside while he stays out to guard the door. "Wait in the living room for a bit," he says. I just give a cold smirk, noticing him glancing at a chair in the corner. Windows are all locked tight. Living room? Yeah, right. With those reinforced doors, this is a straight-up prison. Xiaoyang knows exactly what these trash bags are up to, but honestly, he's not sweating it at all. Then, Big Boss Eagle walks in, trying to act all polite and soft. "Sorry for the wait. Can I get your name?" He's playing the nice guy, but behind those fake eyes, this bald dude is literally craving human flesh. He's completely gone. Xiaoyang starts stammering, "K Kwang. I mean, Kwangda." This weak act is working perfectly. Eagle thinks he's just found some easy prey. Then Eagle drops the act. "My guys say you're an evolver, right?" Xiaoyang just nods, looking totally defenseless. He barely even gets a chance to breathe before an axe comes flying at him like a rocket, grazing right past his face. I was actually shook for a second, but for someone like Xiaoyang, this is child's play. He doesn't even blink. He just tilts his head slightly, clean dodging that aggressive move from Eagle. Looking back, that iron axe was huge and sharp as heck. It's buried deep in the wall now. Even Xiaoyang is surprised by how fast that was. I mean, if he were just some regular survivor, he'd be cooked right now. Our boy starts getting cautious of this bald psycho. He looks at Eagle, thinking, is it go time already? No, wait, he's just testing me. Eagle looks both pissed and hyped at the same time. Xiaoyang quickly pivots back to his innocent act. He points at the axe in the wall and screams, "Hey, what are you doing? That's super dangerous." Suddenly, Eagle's attitude flips again. He bursts out laughing like a maniac. "Haha, I knew it. You really are an evolver. This dude treats lives like they're nothing, and it's honestly disgusting." But Xiaoyang keeps his cool and stays in character. He points at himself and confronts the bald guy. "And if I wasn't an evolver, would you have just killed me?" That trash Eagle doesn't even flinch. He spreads his arms, sounding totally unhinged. This guy has zero humanity left. "If that were the case, your death wouldn't even be a waste," he says. His eyes start glowing red, and his voice drops to a creepy whisper. "Since you're an evolver too, you already know how we become one, right?" Xiaoyang just replies, "Yeah, I know. He's definitely one of us." The boss starts flexing his power. "Let me warn you, only a few people here know this secret. I don't want it spreading around. If I find out anyone else knows, you're dead." Before he even finishes, Eagle lunges at Xiaoyang again, fast as lightning. This guy is pure aggression, trying to grab Xiaoyang by the throat, but our MC is cracked. He just leans back and dodges it like it's nothing. He avoids the chokehold but doesn't strike back yet. Eagle is absolutely stunned that he missed. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be this calm under pressure. In a split second, Xiaoyang summons a dagger from the system. He's ready to end this. He draws it lightning fast, putting all his power into his right arm. He stares Eagle down, thinking, lucky for him, he only tried to use his nails. If it were a blade, he'd be dead. He lets the bald guy put his hand on his neck while faking a terrified look. Inside, he's thinking, if I kill him now, will I still finish that 80-point system quest? Seeing the dagger in Xiaoyang's hand, Eagle immediately pussyfoots. He's shook. He looks at the blade, clearly terrified, and quickly pulls his hand back. Oh, nice reflexes. You even pulled out a weapon? He finally stops looking down on Xiaoyang and puts a hand on his shoulder, acting like some seasoned veteran. You've got skills, kid. But my power is beyond your imagination. Don't even think about challenging me, you hear? Xiaoyang just bows. Understood. Eagle tones it down. I'll let the weapon thing slide this time. They leave the room, and Eagle starts barking orders at his goons. Take this Kwangda guy to get cleaned up and changed, then bring him to the meeting room. Xiaoyang follows, slowly closing the door. He's officially in. Looks like the plan is going perfectly. The minions shout back, yes sir. Then Eagle yells, come in. A goon escorts Xiaoyang back to the boss. Boss Eagle, he's here. Eagle acts all welcoming and introduces the new guy. Meet everyone. This is our newest member, Kwangda. Then he introduces Xiaoyang to Sis Lin. Hong Lin is one of the leaders here, just like me. He points to the others. These two are the officers of this base, Li Trin and Hong Ban. Sis Lin has this stone-cold face, looking at Xiao Yang with zero emotion. Then she turns to the guy named Hong Ban. She tells him, Hong Ban, this newbie is working under you. Any problems? The guy looks at Xiao Yang with pure annoyance. He acts all tense and replies, no problem, sis. Once that's settled, Sis Lin softens her tone towards Xiao Yang. Kid, you're lucky you found the strongest base in this area. Starting today, you don't have to worry about survival anymore. Xiao Yang keeps a serious face, acting like he respects her words. She adds, but if you want to eat well here, you better make yourself useful. This is the moment Xiao Yang was waiting for. He bows his head, acting super grateful. I'll follow your orders. His acting is top tier. No one suspects a thing. He looks like he's totally down for the cause. Hongban walks up and slaps him on the shoulder. He whispers, just in time. It's our turn to patrol today. Follow me. A little while later, we cut to the factory exterior. The vibes are actually pretty nice. Green grass, clear skies, total main character weather. Then we hear one of the goons shouting, Ayo Kwang, Hung, time to hit the patrol. The other guy's like, bet. But then one of the lackeys looks over, totally lost. Who's this random? This dude's just a bottom-tier guard working under Huang Bin, so he's got no clue. The second Zhang Xiaoyang steps into the factory. This guard is already giving him the major side-eye. He clearly doesn't like his face. He leans into Huang Bin and whispers, Yo, boss, is this new guy really going to be in our squad? Huang Bin looks annoyed as heck. What choice do I have? The kid knows everything, so we got to keep him in our unit. Walking behind them are Xiao Yang and that guy who tried to raid the MC's base before. This dude is staring at Xiao Yang thinking, wait, why does this guy look so familiar? He's literally squinting with suspicion. He's thinking to himself, why do I know this face? After a bit, Huang Bin turns around and asks, Yo Xiao Yang, Eagle Bro's little protege. Nobody told you how we roll in this camp yet, right? Xiao Yang plays it low-key and shy. Not really. He just warned me to keep my evolved status a secret. Huang Bin nods like, okay, that makes sense. But then his face completely changes. The mood goes from 0 to 100 real quick. He gets this dark, menacing look and says, listen, the only people who know about the cannibalism in this camp are Eagle Bro, my sister, and the four of us standing right here. Now that they're on the same page, Huang Bin starts introducing the squad with a fake friendly vibe. Ahung is Eagle Bro's cousin. Kwa Kwang is my nephew, and Huang Lin is family. It's a whole family business. So if this secret leaks, you already know you're cooked, right? Basically, the whole place is crawled with spies from the same family. Xiao Yang realizes he's in a nest of snakes, so he just nods along. Yeah, for sure. My lips are sealed. But Xiao Yang isn't stupid. He recognizes the guy in the overalls immediately. He thinks, wait a minute, isn't this Ah Hung guy the same loser that President Qi captured before? Xiao Yang plays dumb and asks about Li Chen. So, who was that high-ranking guy from earlier? Huang Bin is surprisingly chill about explaining it. Oh, that's Li Chen. Haha. He's an outsider, but honestly, the dude is cracked. His talent and power are absolutely top tier. But then he gets serious again. Just make sure he never finds out our secret, got it? Or else. He makes this crazy intense face to scare Xiao Yang. Bro looks like a straight-up villain right now. He drops his voice to a creepy whisper. If he finds out, neither of you will live to see tomorrow. Xiao Yang finally gets how messed up this organization really is. He stays quiet, but his brain is working overtime. So Li Chen is actually OP, but they're gatekeeping resources to keep him from becoming too broken. They're scared he'll surpass the two leaders if he levels up. While they're chatting, they finally arrive. Huang Bin walks ahead and shouts, all right, we're here. Xiao Yang looks up, totally confused. We're here? In front of him is a whole new base. It's surrounded by huge trees and built like a fortress. Huang Bin flexes, saying, there are 7 survivors in this camp. We've been camping them for 3 or 4 days now. None of them are evolved, just total fodder. Xiao Yang whispers, so what's the move? We hunting them? Huang Bin just laughs and waves 2 fingers around like it's no big deal. Hunting? Haha, don't be so barbaric. Kid, we aren't hunting them, we're farming them. Then Kwa Kwang comes over and puts his arm around Xiao Yang's neck, acting all buddy-buddy. He's trying to hype the kid up. Listen, kid, you're one of the evolved now. You gotta change your mindset. Don't be a stiff like Li Chen. This tells Xiao Yang everything he needs to know about Li Chen's personality. Kwa Kwang starts acting like some wise mentor teaching a rookie. We're evolved now. In other words, we aren't even the same species as humans anymore. We're the high-tier species at the top of the food chain. It's that simple. Xiao Yang looks over at the survivor base, finally putting the pieces together. So you're saying we capture them, bring them back, and keep them like livestock until it's time to eat? Kwa Kwang gives a nasty smirk. Exactly. Huang Bin holds up 4 fingers and clarifies the plan. We don't need all of them, just bag 5 or 6. The rest, we delete them on the spot. These guys talk about killing people like they're just prepping chicken for dinner. Xiao Yang asks, delete them on the spot? How does that work? Huang Bin sees this as a chance to show off. He raises his hand, looking way too excited. He doesn't explain, he just shouts. Haha, watch and learn, kid. Xiao Yang is low-key disgusted but keeps his poker face on. A moment later, over at the survivor base's brick walls, these people have no idea they're about to get raided. They're just working hard to make their walls stronger. One guy is actually chilling. After a long day of grinding, he just closes his eyes and lets out a massive yawn. Finally, almost done. This work is straight up exhausting. Everything seems normal until suddenly, the vibe shifts. The leader points forward, his face going pale as a ghost. He's literally breaking out in a cold sweat. What is that? Everyone behind him stops and looks. In front of them is a massive, disgusting horde of zombies. They look like they haven't eaten in weeks, just sprinting toward the survivors. They're literally trampling each other to get a taste of human meat. Their faces are mangled and covered in red juice. It's a total nightmare. The survivors are shook. They weren't ready for a surprise attack like this. The men grab whatever weapons they can find to defend themselves. They're shouting in total confusion. Damn it, where did these zombies even come from? There was no warning. Everyone, get ready for battle. But the crazy thing is, these zombies are actually cracked. 1 second, they're far away, and the next, they're right in your face with their mouths wide open. The smell of rotting meat is everywhere as they lunge at the innocent survivors. One zombie catches a young guy off guard and pounces. He panics and pulls out his gun, shaking like a leaf. No, no, no. Stay back. Suddenly, the whole place is crawling with zombies. Most of the people there can't even fight back. That same guy from before can't believe what he's seeing. He's pale with fear, muttering to himself. This is bad. There's too many of them. On the ground, his teammates are gasping for air. Meanwhile, Huang Bin's squad is just standing in the back, chilling. Bro is actually enjoying the show. Xiao Yang watches this and can't believe how evil these guys are, especially how they just let the zombies do the dirty work. Is this the brilliant plan you guys were talking about? Huang Bin keeps waving his hands around like a total snob. He looks at the base being torn apart and speaks with a cold, indifferent tone. He says the resources at the camp are tight and they can't keep feeding extra mouths. Plus, if more than 10 people join at once, they might start their own little faction. That would make them impossible to control. Their logic is technically sound for long-term survival, but honestly, it's straight up trash and completely inhumane. Now, Huang Bin is leading Fa, Gang, and a Xing into the fray. It's the perfect time for them to play hero. Huang Bin looks absolutely devious as he shouts, "All right, boys, it's showtime." Behind him, Fa Gang is cracking his knuckles, looking way too hyped for a fight. Right in front of them, a girl is being cornered by a pack of zombies. 2 of them have her pinned down while she screams in terror, "No, please stop." These brainless monsters have zero chill and are being incredibly brutal. The girl is in total despair, tears streaming down her face. But in literally 1 second, 2 zombie heads are ripped clean off their necks. A flash of light streaks across the scene. The girl is completely shook by what just happened. She looks at the zombie head that was just about to bite her. It's now rolling on the ground like something out of a horror movie. She struggles to push herself up, still trembling. Her face is a mask of pure shock. And there he is, Fa Gang stands right in front of her, making sure she knows he's the one who saved her. He reaches out a hand with a fake, sweet, gentle look on his face. The girl lunges forward, her voice shaking so hard she can barely get the words out. Am I saved? Meanwhile, Huang Bin and a Xing are mopping up the rest of the zombies. These guys are acting so fake, pretending to be the good guys. They're playing the role of heroes for the people at the base. A young guy sees the strangers and yells out, "Who are you people?" Zombie heads are hitting the floor one after another. In the blink of an eye, the area is cleared. To Huang Bin's crew, taking out a few zombies is light work. Now, Huang Bin steps forward to take center stage. He points to himself with a massive ego and introduces them. We're the evolved from the West Wind steel plant. They're really leaning into this whole hero act. The girl they saved and the other guys at the base are instantly curious. The moment they hear the term evolved, their eyes light up with questions. Everyone starts crowding around, asking what an evolved person even is. Their faces are full of admiration and relief. They start cheering. "We're saved. Thank you guys so much." Watching from the sidelines, Jiang Xiaoyang keeps a stone-cold expression. He doesn't let a single emotion slip, but inside, he's already calculating their power. These guys look like they're in their early 20s, and their strength is definitely on par with Jiang Ji and the others. He's playing along with these snakes for now. But thanks to his sharp instincts, Jiang Xiaoyang senses something dirty lurking right behind him. He lets out a quiet gasp, his face filling with suspicion. Suddenly, a light flashes from a room high up in a nearby building. It seems our main man has sensed something seriously weird. He spins around, totally stunned, shouting in his head, "What the hell was that?" He stares at the windows of that tall building, but suddenly, there's nothing. Not a single soul in sight. Only a faint, fading glow remains. He's completely caught off guard. Jiang Xiaoyang tries to calm his breathing, staring up in a daze while muttering, "Was it just a hallucination?" Seeing him space out, Huang Bin snaps, "Hey Jiang Ye, what are you standing there for?" For a split second, his mind was totally elsewhere. The group moves toward the base where bodies are scattered everywhere. Huang Bin points and says, "Get over here and help me clean this up." Jiang Xiaoyang slowly walks over and replies, "Yeah, I'm coming." As he walks away, he still feels like something foul is watching from that building. But for now, dealing with Huang Bin is the priority. Inside that room was the shadow of a massive tentacled monster, the same one the factory workers have been gossiping about for days. This thing is huge, mutated, and looks absolutely terrifying. It's starving for human flesh and getting ready for a sneak attack, especially since the air is now thick with the scent of fresh blood. After successfully tricking the survivors into trusting them, Huang Bin's crew is now leading them by the nose. A man from the base tells Huang Bin they still have supplies in the warehouse. Huang Bin turns to Jiang Xiaoyang with a stern, bossy look. "Jiang Ye, stay here and gather all the supplies at the gate. I'll send a truck later." Then, he leans in close to Jiang Xiaoyang and whispers, "Pile up the corpses of the ones who were killed so we can haul them away too." His face looks disturbingly twisted. It's clear he's got a sick appetite for human meat. Jiang Xiaoyang stays expressionless and gives a short nod. Deep down, he's absolutely disgusted by these pieces of trash. He walks off first. Huang Bin waves the rest of the group forward, shouting for them to follow. The naive survivors still think they're being rescued. They're all smiles and excitement as they follow him out. Everyone leaves, leaving Jiang Xiaoyang all alone with the piles of corpses. The area is now silent and deserted. Huang Bin's twisted plan worked perfectly. Once he confirms he's alone, Jiang Xiaoyang summons a small blade. He grips the weapon from his system and looks at the mess with a faint smirk, saying, "Perfect timing." The scene shifts back to Huang Bin as they arrive at the factory. The survivors are still clueless. One guy is acting all grateful, following Huang Bin and saying, "We're so lucky you guys showed up. We almost didn't make it." The others all nod in agreement. Huang Bin just stays silent, playing the part of the cool hero. The girl Fogang saved is starting to feel uncomfortable. Still believing he's a good guy, she asks, "Hey, will there be water where we're going? Can I take a bath?" The guy gives a long, creepy smirk. Then his true colors start to show. He wraps an arm around the poor girl, pulling her close and whispering, "We've got more than just water. We've got hot water. Plus, we've got scented soap to get you smelling nice." The girl looks awkward and tense from his sudden move. Really? That sounds great. Everything was going according to their plan until suddenly, Xing feels a massive wave of killing intent from behind. He freezes, a cold chill running down his spine. He whips around, eyes wide, trying to see what's there. He's visibly shaken and on guard, letting out a confused grunt. Noticing Xing's reaction, Huang Bin turns to him, instantly suspicious. "What is it, Xing?" The guy is breaking out in a cold sweat, staring blankly ahead as he stammers, There's something there." Huang Bin immediately roars, "Get ready. Everyone, stay sharp." Everyone behind him immediately went on high alert. That little brat Fat Kwong is already taking advantage of the chaos, hugging the only girl in the group like some fake hero. He keeps acting tough and says, "Stay behind me. I will protect you." But you can tell the girl is feeling super awkward about it. Another member of the group is starting to see how trash this guy really is, but since they are weak right now, they don't dare to speak up. Looking down from above, the group is huddled together while strange, dark shadows start twisting and stretching out below them. Everyone can feel the danger closing in, but they can't see it yet. Huang Ban shouts out, "Where's that thing you were talking about?" Ahung replies, "I don't know. I can't sense it anymore." Fat Kwong is young and arrogant, so he is the only one who isn't worried. This kid just wants to get back to the factory as fast as possible. Seeing Ahung so serious, he talks smack. "Damn it, Ahung. Aren't you just being too paranoid?" Ahung snaps his head back. You can see it in his eyes. The situation is way more serious than they thought. He is sweating bullets and says, "I'm not wrong. It was definitely just here." But before he can finish, something huge and long slashes right across his neck. He stands there frozen. No one expected danger to hit that fast. When the others see this horror show, they start screaming their heads off. That is when Ahung finally sees what ended him a massive, long tentacle. As soon as it pulls back, Ahung collapses. Huang Ban is shook and screams, It's a tentacle monster. In just a few breaths, one life is already gone. One shot. Done. Everyone is losing their minds, fearing for their lives. Under the hot sun, Hongban gasps. It disappeared? It's way too fast. Right after that, Fat Kwang yells, "Behind you." Hongban turns around instantly and jumps out of his skin. The monster is right there. A massive eye with multiple pupils and giant seal-like fangs pressed right against Hongban's face. He is completely stunned to see that savage face so close. Meanwhile, let's switch over to what Kwang Tiu-dung is doing. Our boy is just vibing, casually using a small knife to farm zombie corpses. He is looking for those juicy energy crystals. And just like that, he finds 2 sweet ones. Tiu-dung holds them up and says, 2 energy crystals from these zombies? Talk about lucky. While he is admiring his loot, he hears screams coming from Hongban's direction. Help! Save me! Tiu-dung looks over, curious. Hongban is basically cooked. The tentacle is already wrapped tightly around his entire body. Now he's seeing the legendary tentacle monster with his own eyes. Hongban turns pale from fear, barely able to stutter out, "It is over. It is all over." Right in front of everyone, the monster snatches Hongban. It squeezes him so hard you can literally hear his bones snapping. Hongban screams in pure agony. This monster is massive and jacked, with gross black tentacles growing all over its body. It is absolutely disgusting. It tightens the grip one last time, finishing Hongban for good. The girl and the guys who followed Hongban are completely traumatized. They are paralyzed with fear, jaws dropping as they get sprayed with Hongban's red juice. They thought they were being saved and would have an easier life, but instead, they got jumped by the strongest monster in the area. The faces of the survivors are filled with despair. They know they are next on the menu. Now the slimy monster turns its head toward Fat Kwang. It is covered in stinking black gore, with tentacles of all sizes wiggling everywhere. Total nightmare fuel. Fat Kwang is the next target, and he is turning white, not even daring to breathe. He realizes he is dead meat, and his whole body starts shaking. He slowly backs away, gritting his teeth and whispering, "No, this can't be happening." Then, he suddenly grabs the girl behind him. Bro was just acting all sweet and loving a second ago, but now his true colors are out. He straight up throws the girl toward the tentacles to use her as a meat shield. The monster catches her immediately. It lifts her high, binding her limbs with tentacles and slowly crushing her throat. She struggles, but it is useless. She screams in total despair. The tentacles just keep getting tighter, crushing her skin and making it impossible to breathe. The poor girl can't even cry out anymore. She just has to endure the agonizing pain until her strength completely fades away. Her eyes roll back, she is seconds away from death. But right at that moment, something hits the monster out of nowhere. The girl is suddenly released and falls hard on the ground. Everyone from the base is shocked. Kwang Tiu-dung showed up just in time and saved her at the very last second. Severed black tentacles are wiggling all over the ground. All eyes are on him. Fat Kwang sees Tiu-dung and screams with joy, "Kwang da!" Kwang Tiu-dung stands there with a small dagger, looking at them with a serious face. He is standing with his back to the monster, facing the group. He raises his hand and asks, "Is this that tentacle guy everyone keeps talking about?" Fat Kwang is still shaking and points behind him. He stammers, "Tiu-dung. No, this isn't him. This is just the son of the tentacle monster." Tiu-dung is surprised, frowning as he asks, "His son?" Fat Kwang explains quickly, "Yeah, that is what we call them." Then he reveals how dangerous the real boss actually is. Apparently, the monster always mumbles one thing, my son, my son." Plus, it can turn normal zombies into monsters just like itself, so we call these things the sons of the tentacle monster. Fat Kwang's face is a mix of pure hate and terror. Both of his friends were ended by these things. Fat Kwang starts thinking like a total coward. He thinks if even the strongest guys couldn't win, there is no way Kwang Da can. He decides he has to run. This trash guy chooses to be a snake until the very end. He turns tail and bolts, leaving everyone behind. He yells out a fake excuse. "Kwang Da, you hold him off. I'm going for backup." The girl he saved just stares in shock. Everyone else panics and runs too. Only Kwang Tiu-dung stays perfectly calm while everyone else flees. Watching those cowards run, Tiu-dung knows exactly what Fat Kwang is doing. He doesn't even care and just says, "So he is selling me out just to buy himself some time to escape?" Typical. Right behind Jiang Xiaoyong, that tentacle freak is finally making its move. It growls, and a second later, it launches a bunch of those nasty black tentacles straight at him. The tentacles wrap right around his neck, but Xiaoyong, he's chilling. He doesn't even flinch. In an instant, his arms and legs are completely locked down. Those stinking black tentacles are all over him, but our boy isn't in any rush to fight back. He just slowly turns his head to stare the monster down. It's slow, but the vibes, absolutely terrifying. This is peak MC energy right here. Looking straight at that zombie freak, Xiaoyang just gives it a little smirk. The son of a monster? Ha! Talk about a messed up backstory. Xiaoyang just raises his hand and gives a massive, decisive yank. With a small dagger in his other hand, he just rips those tentacles right off. That massive monster is getting dragged around like a toy by his sheer strength. Our boy's strength is actually broken at this point. With just one arm, he sends that whole zombie flying toward him. The thing is totally lost. It's literally lagging, staring at its opponent like, wait, what just happened? Xiaoyang's pull is just way too much for it to handle. Even though it's huge, it can't resist at all. Its feet are literally dragging across the ground. Xiaoyang makes it look easy as he flexes his arm. Looking at those gross black tentacles, he casually says, I unlocked this ability a while ago but never got to use it. Guess you're my test subject today. Xiaoyang pivots and stomps his feet down hard. The ground literally shatters under him, and then his eyes start glowing with power. Behind his glasses, a flash of light sparks like a lightning strike. He shouts, physical overload. Then he crouches down and pumps his arms. Xiaoyang gives a violent yank, sending that disgusting, massive body flying straight toward him. The monster is totally helpless, just getting ragdolled by him. It's getting dragged through the dirt like a puppet. There's nothing it can do but accept its fate as its tentacle-covered head comes flying in. As the head gets close, Xiaoyang just plants his foot right on its face to keep his distance, even though his limbs are still wrapped up tight. Wrapped up or not, he's still him. Xiaoyang pins the monster's head down with one foot, giving it a look filled with pure, cold, killing intent. The monster growls and lets out a weird laugh, but the girl from the base? She is absolutely stunned by Xiaoyang's power. She's speechless, hands over her mouth. She's never seen a human with this kind of god mode strength before. But wait, the fight's not over yet. After beating it to a pulp, Xiaoyang just stands right on its head. Then, he starts ripping every single tentacle off its body, one by one. It's a total massacre. A few moments later, there is nothing left but monster parts scattered all over the place. Its face and tentacles are just gone. Xiaoyang is literally covered in monster syrup, but he doesn't even care. He just walks over and kindly asks the girl, hey, you doing okay? Seeing him like that, she freaks out and backs away. Xiaoyang is still acting all innocent, clumsily reaching out to see if she's hurt. She lets out a scream, making things awkward. Xiaoyang quickly wipes the syrup off his face and tries to calm her down, saying, don't panic, I'm a human. I'm a human, not a monster. A while later, Fa Chang finally shows up at the gate with his crew to kill the monster. They're all running in like they're late. They're all shouting, we're here, finally made it. Fa Chang brings Big Brother Eagle and Sister Ling, with Li Chang following along for backup. Big Brother Eagle is waving his axe around, yelling, what's the situation? Sister Ling has her sword ready and immediately asks, where are Xiaobin and Ahung? Fa Chang points toward the chaos, crying his eyes out as he reports Uncle and Ahung were both killed by that monster. Only Li Cheng remembers our boy. He asks, where's that new guy, Jiang Ye? But Fa Chang couldn't care less. He says, don't even bother, he's definitely toast. None of the three of us were a match for that tentacle freak. Hearing his guys are gone, Big Brother Eagle is losing it. His face is turning purple from pure rage, but even he knows that monster was way too strong. He looks over at the people from the base who were attacked. He just glares at them for a long time. The silence is getting really intense and dangerous. Big Brother Eagle starts growling in a low, scary voice. This is all your fault. The two guys there can already tell he's about to snap. They're pale with fear, sweating buckets. That trash Eagle screams, it's because of you. And then he hurls his axe with everything he's got. He's letting out all his anger on innocent people. The massive axe flies through the air and slams right into the guy standing in front. His body gets split in two instantly. Red syrup is everywhere. Honestly, the way Big Brother Eagle treats people, he's basically a monster himself. Seeing Eagle go off the rails, Sister Ling shouts at him to chill out. Eagle, calm down. But the guy is just fuming and beyond frustrated. He clenches his fists, trying to hold back his rage. Everyone around him is shaking with fear. Then thud, a bunch of tentacles gets tossed right in front of him. They're tied up like a bunch of groceries and dropped right at Eagle's feet. He was ready to explode, so seeing this totally catches him off guard. He squints to get a better look, and that's when Xiaoyang walks in. Everyone's eyes are glued to him and that pile of tentacles. Xiaoyang shows up like a boss, with the girl from the base following behind him. He walks right up to them, showing off his trophy. Li Chang is actually hyped to see him. Jiang Ye, you're alive. He's the only one who actually gives a damn and checks if he's okay. Sister Ling is starting to put the pieces together. Looking at those jet black tentacles, she's completely speechless, standing in front of his prize. Xiaoyang just flexes on them, that tentacle monster. I already killed it. I've officially avenged your two guys. Instead of being grateful, Sister Ling and Eagle are actually terrified of how strong Xiaoyang is. They just stand there in a heavy, awkward silence. They're both thinking the same thing. Is this guy's power really that cracked? Xiaoyang just breaks the tension. All right, you two leaders, get the cars ready. After the smoke clears and everyone's back at the factory, Big Eagle and his girl Lin start grilling Fat Kung immediately. Big Eagle is the first to drop the question. Is that tentacle freak really stronger than Li Trin? Just thinking about that monster gets Fat Kung all worked up. He is literally biting his tongue in frustration as he spits out the truth. That thing almost wiped out Uncle and hung in a heartbeat. Could Li Trin even pull that off? Even Fat Kung is starting to sweat over how Li Trin would handle that tentacle beast. The more he thinks about that monster's combat power, the more he realizes they are in trouble. He's looking at Big Eagle and Lin like, can you two even touch that monster? But let's put that aside for a second. It turns out what these guys are actually terrified of is Tiểu Dũng hidden potential. Big Eagle thinks back to when he tested the kid, when I threatened him. He reacted fast enough to draw his weapon, but he didn't even have time to get into a fighting stance. Lin T just rubs her chin, wondering how on earth a newbie could be that cracked. She is still coping, refusing to believe a new guy like Kung Da is that OP. She figures the tentacle monster probably only won because it landed a sneak attack. So maybe it is not as scary as we thought. Big Eagle nods along, but he's already plotting to take the kid out. Makes sense, but regardless, we can't let this guy live if there's even a chance he and Li Trin team up. Just as they are cooking up a plan, there's a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin signals Eagle to zip it. Shh, come in. It's Li Trin. As soon as he sees Eagle, he shows some respect to the leader. Eagle flips the script and acts all nice. What's the move, Brother Li? Fat Kung jumps up when he sees him, but his eyes are totally screaming that he is not happy. Li Trin starts thinking. Since these guys are mourning their crew, Li Trin tries to be the bigger man and comfort them. Big Eagle, Lin, try not to let the grief consume you. Eagle puts on his tough guy face. It's been the apocalypse for a minute now. No need for the small talk. I'm used to it. Just give it to me straight. He can tell Tiểu Dũng is built different. He points out that Kung Da's power is basically on par with his own, so he deserves an officer spot. I think we should give him a position. Eagle was already sweating over a possible alliance between these two, so he pulls a random excuse out of his sleeve to say no. Nah, his background is too sus. He's acting all hesitant and cautious. Before he can even finish, Lin T waves him off, telling him to pipe down. Eagle catches the vibe and shuts up, just looking at her confused. She's taking the lead because she knows Eagle isn't smooth enough to handle this. Kung Da has the power for an officer role, but he needs to prove his worth first so everyone actually respects him. Li Trin hits back with a solid point. Didn't he just take down a tentacle monster? Isn't that enough of a flex? Man, Li Trin is really rooting for the kid. He really likes Tiểu Dũng, but Lin T is full of schemes. She replies that if he can take out the male tentacle freak to prove himself, wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? She is literally setting him up to get cooked by the monster. Her eyes are looking ice cold and manipulative. Li Trin realizes these two are being weirdly difficult. He is feeling the disrespect on During's behalf and gets right in their faces. You two couldn't even do it, and now you are asking him? How is that even fair? Lin T just sits there like a boss. She crosses her legs, acting all high and mighty with her fake nice act. Relax, we're not sending him on a suicide mission. We're going to rally the whole base to finally wipe out that tentacle threat. A bit later, the three of them, Eagle, Lin, and Li Trin head over to see Tiểu Dũng. After they try to play mind games with him, Dung sees right through it. Oh, so I'm the main character of this op? I just got here and I'm already getting the big roles? Is that really okay? Lin T speaks up for Eagle, acting all sweet. Hey, it's totally fine. After all, the power you showed off is probably on the same level as mine and Eagle's. They are glazing him now, acting like they really need him. If this mission works out, the third position in this base is all yours. The tone sounds hyped, but their faces are still giving Major Snake vibes. Then Eagle turns to Li Trin with a fake smile, trying to stir the pot. Brother Li, Kung Da is about to climb right over your head. You don't have a problem with that, do you? He is totally trying to bait them into a rivalry. Li Trin sees right through the old man's shady games. He gives him a cold look and says, no problem. Eagle acts all chill, flashing 2 fingers. Great, it's settled then. We move out in 2 days. But while they are talking, Tiểu Dũng is low-key using his spirit eyes to see who is real and who is fake. On the outside, he is staying calm, but inside, he is laughing at them. Wow, such a sincere offer. I'm almost touched, for real. If he didn't have those spirit eyes, he might have been fooled. Lin T and Big Eagle are straight-up snakes, but Li Trin is actually chill. He just wants to live right and survive this mess. Only those 2 old foxes are playing games. Cut back to Kung Ti-dung's base. You can hear the static of a radio buzzing from the rooftop. Chubby Kai is holding the radio. He sprints into the room to tell everyone. It's the radio, the one brother Doong left behind. Old Man Lee grabs it immediately to talk for the group. Hello, Doong. How's it going over there? Everyone crowds around, holding their breath. Doong's voice comes through all crackly. Listen up. At the factory, under the cover of night, Hung Tiu-dong is standing on a high excavator, staying away from the zombies and keeping a low profile. He whispers into the radio. The morning after tomorrow, at the South Suburban Park. Get Trun Sung and our strongest fighters ready. Hung Tiu-dong glances toward Big Eagle's room. It's time to finally end the threat in the South. After Dong drops the orders, Old Man Lee starts organizing the squad. He turns to Old Han. Uncle Thung, you're getting up there in years. This life or death mission isn't for you. Besides, we need you to hold it down here. Old Han doesn't argue. He just tells them to be careful. All right, then you guys have to stay safe. This mission is a whole different beast. Old Man Lee nods seriously. Understood. Then he looks at the young guns. He starts calling out the names. Chung Chi, Kai, San San, Du Hien, Liu Xiu, Chen Git, and Chen Sung. You seven are coming with me. Everyone is locked in and ready. But wait, young Zhang Shengji is stepping up, shouting, Hey, don't forget about me. He wants in on the action and promises not to be a burden, but his mom shuts it down immediately, yelling, This war is for grown-ups only. She asks him what a brat like him is doing. But our boy snaps back, I am not a kid anymore, Mom. I am a man. Old Man Liu, standing right there, starts hyping the kid up to his mom. He is like, Relax, Mama Soai. With his skills right now, forget zombies. He is actually one of the strongest even in our main squad. He is low-key cracked. Old Lee nods along. This kid is not normal anymore, and getting some real combat experience early is not a bad move. He promises to keep an eye on him, so the mom finally gives in. Fast forward to the next night, the squad from South Factory is rolling up to the tentacle monster's lair. Big Eagle steps out of the whip, eyes scanning the area. He is like, this is the spot. Xiao Yong and that snake Lin step out too. Xiao Yong asks how to bait it out, but Big Eagle just smirks. Don't trip, we got a plan. The vibes here are straight up cursed. Xiao Yong looks around for his secret backup, and suddenly, he spots something. He is startled but keeps his cool so no one catches on. He looks up at a tall building and sees a tiny flash of light on the roof. That is exactly what he was looking for. Up there, Old Lee and Zhang Qi are hiding behind a ledge. They are tracking everything with binoculars. The whole base squad is assembled. Fat Bro and Xiao Kai are busy prepping the gear. Old Lee warns Xiao Yong through the comms, stay back from the park for now. Don't rush it. After checking the zone, Lee drops the binoculars and says, Ropes ready. We are flanking them from the back. Back on the ground, Lin calls over a random kid they brought along. Hey kid, over here. The boy looks up, shook, and runs over. Boss, what do you need? Lin just gives him this deathly stare. She flashes a creepy smile and tells him, Go walk into the park. The kid turns pale, stuttering. I thought we were just here to carry the loot. Seeing Lin use a kid as literal monster bait, Li Chang snaps. Sister Lin, what the heck is this? Lin just laughs like a psycho. She's like, Oh, please, that monster keeps crying for its son, right? So we are giving him one. Relax. When the tentacle freak shows up, we will bag it. The kid will be fine. Total cap. The boy is terrified, begging her, Boss, please, I do not want to be bait. But this cold-hearted woman just smirks and says nothing. Then, Big Eagle walks over, looking annoyed as heck. He grabs the kid by the collar and lifts him up. Stop whining. If you keep stalling, I will end you myself. And just like that, this monster of a man yeets the poor kid right into the park. The kid hits the ground hard, barely able to move. Up on the roof, Old Lee sees everything and shouts, It is going down, move out. Immediately, the squad starts rappelling down like straight-up special ops. Pure pro moves. The kid is struggling to get up, crying for help. Suddenly, a scream echoes from the shadows. Son, the whole place shakes. 3 seconds later, a massive, muscular monster with tentacles on its back bursts out. It lands right behind the kid, cracking the ground. The boy feels the deathly chill and freezes. I do not want to die. The monster's face gets even more distorted as it roars. Its eyes are glowing red, straight-up nightmare fuel. Li Chang cannot watch this anymore and shouts, The bait worked, save him. He tries to charge in, but a hand stops him. It is Lin. She treats human lives like trash and does not care if the kid gets cooked. She is like, We agreed not to steal Jiang Ye's spotlight, remember? Li Chang is stuck, but Xiao Yang does not waste a second. Haha, I got this. While Lin is holding Li Chang back, Xiao Yang blurs forward. The black tentacles are about to crush the kid, but Xiao Yang is moving at God's speed. He grabs the kid's collar right at the last second. The kid is stunned. Xiaoyong yeets him to safety, but now all those tentacles are locking onto him instead. Li Cheng catches the boy so he does not get hurt. Meanwhile, Xiaoyong's glasses fall off. He is completely wrapped up by the monster's massive tentacles. It screams in his face, "Give me back my son." But Xiaoyong? He is totally unfazed. He looks the monster in the eye and thinks, "Wait, you look familiar. Is that you?" Seeing Xiaoyong trapped, Li Cheng screams, "Jiang Ye, hang on." But suddenly, Big Eagle and Lin grab both his arms from behind. The traitors finally show their true colors. Li Cheng is pinned and cannot fight back. He is like, "What are you doing? If we do not help, Jiang Ye is finished." Lin just smiles, looking totally hyped. She whispers, "Yeah, that is the whole point. He is supposed to die." She watches the monster crush Xiaoyong and scoffs. "I thought he would actually put up a fight. Turns out he is just another piece of trash to be disposed of." Li Cheng finally realizes just how evil these two really are. "So you guys were snakes from the jump? Why though?" Xiaoyong actually heard every single word of their plan. He finally speaks up. "Let me tell you exactly why." All three of them are watching Jiang Xiaoyong and that beast like hawks, waiting for the right moment. Even with those massive tentacles wrapping around him, Xiaoyong drops a truth bomb right in front of Li Cheng. "It is because I know you guys are straight up cannibals." Li Cheng is absolutely shook. He has been played this whole time. He gasps in pure horror. "Cannibals? Are you for real?" Just when the tension hits the roof, a voice cuts through the air. "Open fire." Right after that order, things pop off right where Sister Ling is standing. Brother Eagle gets peppered with bullets, making those cowards let go of Li Cheng and scramble back. Xiaoyong's squad from the base has finally arrived. Talk about clutch timing. Old Li leads the charge with his AK, and on his mark, they start blasting away at those mutated tentacles. San San and little Shuai Shuai jump into the fray to save Xiaoyong. The zombie is fuming when it spots them moving in. Shuai Shuai is locked and loaded with a lit Molotov. He raises it high, ready to send it, and screams at the top of his lungs as he runs. "Uncle Xiaoyong, we got your back." He puts all his strength into it, aiming straight for that mutated freak. Shuai Shuai leans in and hurls it with everything he has. But no way. The zombie just flicks one tentacle and smashes the Molotov mid-air before it can even land. Fire starts raining down everywhere. Suddenly, the tentacle monster is not looking so aggressive anymore. Once it sees Shuai Shuai, it ignores everything else and just stares at the kid. It is looking at him like it is lost in a deep memory. In the monster's eyes, little Shuai is just a brave kid trying his best to fight. But the kid has zero clue he is looking at his own father. The monster chokes out a broken word. My son. Do you guys recognize this zombie yet?" Even while holding Xiaoyong down, the zombie is totally distracted, staring at Shuai with those eyes full of longing. But the poor kid does not realize that thing is his dad. Since his firebomb failed, Shuai is just frustrated and clenching his fists. "I cannot believe this beast is so cracked." As soon as the zombie hears the kid swearing in anger, it totally loses its mind. It thrashes its tentacles around and screams out, "No swearing." Near Shuai, Zhang Ji is holding his gun, looking super worried. He quickly warns everyone to stay sharp because this is not some low-tier zombie. Right then, Chen Sung catches his breath and charges in. The whole team is stunned by his speed. Zhang Ji shouts, "Big bro Sung, watch out." He is moving like a blur while those massive tentacles try to block him. The mutated freak tries to shut him down, but Chen Sung is on another level. He is dodging everything like a pro, while Xiaoyong is still pinned down. Sister Ling and Brother Eagle are ducking behind some thick trees to stay out of the line of fire. The situation is getting more chaotic by the second. Fa Chang peeks his head out and sees Chen Sung, shouting in fear, "What the heck is that? Is that another mutated monster?" Sister Ling is also bugging out. She cannot believe her eyes and blurts out, "Is a mutant actually teaming up with humans?" Right in front of her, Chen Sung is trying to bail out Xiaoyong, but as soon as he gets close, those nasty, stinking tentacles swarm him. He pulls back just in time to dodge, but a second later, he is completely buried under layers and layers of tentacles. Through a tiny gap, you can see Chen Sung's glowing red eyes. He is glaring at the beast, refusing to let it get the best of him. Chen Sung leaps up and rips through that stinking mess with pure strength. He is free and clear. Just when he thinks he is safe, another tentacle lunges at his side. His teammates scream a warning, and he spins around just in time to block the hit. He plants his feet to hold his ground. Man, Chen Sung is fast and absolutely brutal. Now it is a straight-up face-off between him and the tentacle freak. The monster pulls its main tentacle back, and Chen Sung finally catches his breath. Over in the corner, Xiaoyong is actually laughing his head off watching the fight. He shouts over to Chen Sung, "Haha, big bro Sung, Looks like you finally met your match today. Chen Sung just nods, knowing he is right. Seeing Xiao Yong's attitude, Brother Eagle is fuming. He grinds his teeth and mutters under his breath, that Jiang Ye brat. He cannot believe the kid is still laughing and joking. He is not just standing there anymore, though. Xiao Yong starts ripping those tentacles apart with his bare hands. He peels them off like he is just picking vegetables. It is too easy for him. Brother Eagle is losing his mind, screaming in shock. He is ripping them. He actually tore through his main body. Fa Chang, who is standing nearby, suddenly starts stammering, "Wait, hold on a second." He finally realizes something is sus. He looks at Shuai Shuai and says, "That kid, didn't he just call Jiang Ye Uncle Xiao Yang?" Brother Eagle snaps his head around. What? Then he remembers the name of the guy who raided their base before. Xiao Yang tells the story with a look of pure salt. Ahung mentioned before that the leader of the Tra Diep base was named. Sister Ling suddenly puts the pieces together too. She asks, "Xiao Yang, you are sure about that?" Fa Chang glares at Xiao Yang and snaps, "Yeah, it is definitely Jiang Xiao Yang." These smooth-brained idiots finally realize they have been played. Brother Eagle is so tilted he slams his knife into a tree. He screams, "That dog played us." Sister Ling is finally starting to connect the dots and see the real picture. Looking totally stressed and annoyed, she says, "If that is the case, then these guys are definitely the elite fighters from that base." Sister Ling glances over and sees old Li still has them in his sights. Jiang Ji and the rest are also locked and loaded, waiting for the word. She is finally getting cautious because their strongest guy is basically on Li Cheng's level. She screams, "Eagle, hold them off and cover me." He yeets that massive axe forward with pure violence. It's moving so fast, it's literally sparking. The flaming axe from Big Eagle Brother slams right into a giant boulder near Old Man Li's squad. Boom! A massive shockwave hits and debris starts flying everywhere. Everyone's screaming at each other to watch out. Suddenly, a rain of giant boulders starts crashing down on them one after another. In seconds, the trees around Old Man Li are getting absolutely shredded and falling over. Then the enemy team starts spraying bullets like crazy. Old Man Li is struggling, ducking behind a tree and cursing, "Damn it, what is this other team even trying to do?" While everyone's distracted, Big Sis Lin sees her opening and suddenly lunges out to snatch Swai Swai. Tu Kai shouts, So I, watch out." Our boy Tu Kai reacts instantly and throws himself in front of the kid to protect him. He gets aggressive and barks, "Don't pick on a kid, come at us instead." But as soon as he says that, Lin lands a brutal side kick. Tu Kai barely manages to block it with his arms, but her kick is way too cracked. His face gets completely distorted from the impact. A second later, Tu Kai gets sent flying, rolling across the ground like a literal bowling ball. Seriously, this woman's strength is no joke. Tu Kai screams, "She's too strong. She's an awakened." Having swatted the annoying fly that was Tu Kai, she walks towards So I with a smug look, reaching out to grab him by the head. You can see the kid's tiny legs dangling. She slowly lifts him off the ground, gripping So I's neck with zero mercy. She looks straight up evil now and growls, "You little brat, choose which side you're on." San sees So I in danger and panics, So I. But our little hero is built different. Those threats don't scare him at all. Even though he's struggling to breathe, he talks back, "Don't you dare use me as a hostage. It's rare to see a kid this fearless." Lin just smirks and mocks him, "Oh, really now? Looks like you actually have some guts." But Lin suddenly lands a heavy punch right in So I's face. He screams in pain, "Ah!" Hearing that scream, the mutant zombie that was fighting Tran Sung suddenly tosses him aside. He's absolutely losing it and roars, "My son." Tran Sung takes the chance to jump on the mutant's neck from behind, but it doesn't even care about Tran Sung anymore. Its eyes are locked on every move So I makes. Tran Sung takes a deep breath, charging up all his power for a big move. Tran Sung's eyes go wide as he prepares for a finishing blow. But suddenly, Kwang Tu Dung speaks up, "That's enough, Sung bro. Let him go." Tran Sung stops instantly, looking at Kwang Tu Dung in total confusion. He doesn't get what's happening, but he won't act without an order. He's just standing there like, "Huh." Right then, Kwang Tu Dung points at So I being held captive and says he's about to go berserk right now. Getting in his way is a terrible idea. Lin is getting even more aggressive, Bobko, the kid, and shouting, "If you don't want this kid's head to roll, drop your weapons." San is terrified. So I, don't you touch him." Old Man Li is desperate. He literally begs her to negotiate, "Please, let the boy go. Take me as a hostage instead." You can see how much the whole team cares about the kid, but for Lin, this just makes the whole thing more fun. She glances at them and laughs, "Ha, look at you all panicking. I knew I grabbed the right person. Her smug attitude is making Old Man Lai's blood boil. He grinds his teeth and mutters, "Damn it, if anything happens to So-I, how am I ever going to face his mother?" Holding the hostage tight, Lin screams at Tu Dung's group, "Everyone drop your weapons on the ground right now. Then back off 100 meters. At this point, they have to play along." Old Man Lai waves his hand, ordering the team to do what she says. Tu Hien is fuming, but there's nothing they can do. Giving an inch and she takes a mile, Lin keeps barking orders. "Now tell that monster to come with you guys." Right after she says that, someone from her own team screams, "Lin, look out." Suddenly, a bunch of tentacles shoot out, splitting into 4 branches and lunging forward. She turns around in shock, her eyes wide with fear. Boom. Right where Lin was standing, the tentacles smash into the ground. It creates a massive explosion, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Lin and her squad manage to dodge just in time, but the tentacles are attacking everything in sight. One of them slams into Fat Kwong and literally tears him to pieces. He's gone before he even realized what hit him. Seeing his nephew get ended like that, Big Eagle Brother screams in horror, "Fat Kwong." He stares at the spot with pure rage. At the same time, Lin managed to land safely, but she's trembling. She looks up in total shock. What the hell? Wasn't that tentacle monster supposed to be suppressed? Kwong Tu Dung is right there. She's lost her hostage. Looking up, she sees Kwong Tu Dung standing there with a smirk. Seeing how chill Tu Dung and Tran Sung are, Lin finally realizes it. Were they just watching a show this whole time? The mutant zombie's attack actually lets So-I get away from her, but one of the kid's legs is caught by a tentacle. Old Man Lai screams, "Soe, get out of there." He's losing his mind with worry. He's about to rush in and grab the kid, but Kwong Tu Dung calmly walks over and says, "It's fine. So-I isn't in any danger." Old Man Lai is totally lost. He asks, "Tu Dung, what do you mean he's not in danger?" But look, the mutant zombie is actually using its tentacles to gently bring So-I closer. The kid isn't even fighting back. After being apart for so long, the father and son finally reunite. The zombie, Truong Thang Chie, looks like he's about to cry. The boy looks at his dad, who's changed into this mutant with pitch black eyes, not even human anymore. But So-I isn't scared at all. He looks at Truong Thang Chi, hesitating. From behind the zombie, Kwong Tu Dung says softly, "See that? Truong Thang Chi, I keep my promises. Your wife and kid are doing great." The zombie looks back and smiles with pure satisfaction. At that moment, So-I is sure. This is his dad. Floating in the tentacles, the kid screams, "Dad, it's really you." Truong Thang Chiet looks at his beloved son and opens his arms. Watching them, Kwong Tu Dung says, "That's right, that's your dad. My guess was right. Your dad's constitution is just like Sung Bro's." So-I has missed his dad so much. Once he's sure, he just dives into Truong Thang Chiet's arms, sobbing his heart out, "Dad." Hoo-hoo. Every single plan the enemies had. Lin and Big Eagle's plans are officially trashed. Big Eagle is shaking, screaming, "What the hell is this plot twist? We've failed. Retreat. Everyone get out of here now." Even while he was hugging his son, Trung Thung Chi's instincts were built different. He stopped for a second, his eyes turning cold and dangerous. Suddenly, he unleashed his massive tentacles and sent them spinning out for a high-power attack. No way he was letting the people who tried to kidnap his kid escape. Those tentacles were literally right on Eagle Bro's tail. The guy ran for his life, but he was caught in no time. Trung Thung Chiat controlled the tentacles to squeeze him tight. His huge body was being crushed, making Eagle Bro scream in pure agony. He looked up at the sky, feeling like he was being shredded, and started desperately begging his own teammates for help. This clown wanted to play solo just a second ago, and now he's screaming, "Everyone out there, hurry up and cut these things off." He waited and waited, but no backup came. In total pain, Eagle Bro forced himself to shout, "Huang Lin, what are you waiting for?" Little did he know, Lin was already gone. Just like him, she was running away like a coward. This guy turned back and started cursing. "You traitor, you sold me out." While running at full speed, she thought to herself that even if they fought together, they were no match for that tentacle monster, especially with the other group there too. Her only chance at life was to let Vung Dar Bang be the bait while she made a run for it. She really thought she was going to be the only one to survive, but then her eyes widened in shock. Her body was yanked back with insane force. The speed of an evolver was nothing compared to a mutated zombie. A tentacle grabbed her leg, making her stumble and faceplant hard into the dirt. Boom, she was officially caught. Her face hit the ground so hard that her glasses shattered into pieces. Lin tried to push herself up, dealing with the pain while looking at her broken glasses, cursing the whole time. "Damn it all!" Right after she said that, Trung Thung Cheet's foul black tentacles started dragging her across the ground like a rag doll. Lin was being dragged so hard it was a total mess. When Eagle Bro saw her being pulled back, he started laughing like a maniac. This trash really tried to sell me out? Look at you now. Then Eagle Bro had the audacity to turn to Li Trin and act like they were boys. Li Trin, please, our brotherhood is the only thing we can count on now. Li Trin bit his lip and replied, curse it, there is no other way. He was furious because Eagle Bro was never actually good to him, but he was also wavering because they were still teammates. He stood there with his teeth clenched for a few seconds, having a whole internal battle. Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder. It was Khương Tiểu Dũng, looking at him with that I got this energy. Li Trin turned around and asked, when did you even get behind me? That's when Khương Tiểu Dũng whispered to him, don't make a move, I promise you'll be safe. Li Trin looked back, totally confused, but didn't say anything else. Seeing that he wasn't moving, Eagle Bro screamed, you coward Li Trin, are you betraying me too? From a distance, the dark shadow of Trung Thung Cheet loomed over them. He was now hyper-focused on Eagle Bro. The tentacles lifted the guy high off the ground. He was so scared he couldn't even make a sound. Bang. Zombie Trung Thung Cheet slammed Eagle Bro down from the sky with insane power, literally burying him in the dirt. Now Eagle Bro's face was covered in red. Once the dust settled, he lifted his head, and his mouth was a total wreck. He was coughing up a storm, but the monster wasn't done yet. Trung Thung Cheet kept controlling multiple tentacles to surround the guy. They were high up, ready to drop the hammer. Boom, boom, all at once, those massive tentacles smashed down on Eagle Bro. His body was turned into literal mush, and honestly, seeing parts flying everywhere was just disgusting. That's one rat down. Now Trung Thung Cheet turned his attention to the other little rat, Lin. She was struggling in the grip of the tentacles, screaming, ah, let me go. Trung Thung Cheet slowly walked toward her. He tightened his grip on several parts of her body. The tentacles squeezed so hard it looked like she was about to pop. Enduring the ultimate pain, Lin was paralyzed by fear and agony. Facing this tentacle monster, she was finally shaking like a leaf. Her face went pale, no longer looking cold or evil like before. Trung Thung Cheet squeezed even harder, compressing her skin and bones. The pain and pressure went straight to her brain. Lin bit her tongue, and blood started leaking from her eyes, nose, and mouth. She was about to meet her end. Trung Thung Cheet just kept tightening those tentacles. Lin's entire body was being crushed, and blood was seeping out of every gap. Right there, in front of that horror, parts of her body started falling like rain, and her eyeballs literally popped out. Suddenly, Khương Tiểu Dũng system gave a notification. Villain Slayer rank 3 completed. Mission, eliminate the threat and help a potential teammate. Reward, 80 points. Total points now, 150. 1. Khương Tiểu Dũng and Li Trin stared at Lin's mangled remains for a long time. He looked away, feeling pretty satisfied with how things turned out. Khương Tiểu Dũng said, ha, she's just a pile of mess now, isn't she? Then he turned to Li Trin and asked, all right, do you have anything else you want to ask? Li Trin, full of questions, stepped closer to Khương Tiểu Dũng. You guys are from the Tea Leaf City camp in the east, right? Khương Tiểu Dũng nodded. That's right. Li Trin asked next. What did you mean earlier when you talked about eating people? Khương Tiểu Dũng said bluntly. You think becoming an evolver is all about luck? Li Trin broke out in a cold sweat. You mean, the reason we could become evolvers is because? At that moment, Li Trin had a flashback. He was holding a metal lunchbox when a little girl's voice said, Mommy, I want to eat meat too. Her mother tried to stay calm and said, be a good girl, don't be a brat. The uncle needs the meat so he has the strength to protect us. Li Trin noticed them, and the woman gave a forced, awkward smile. I'm so sorry, Mr. Li. She's just a kid and doesn't understand. The little girl just looked at him with big, watery eyes. Li Trin didn't hesitate and offered his portion of meat to the girl. It's fine. Let her have a bite. But the woman insisted on refusing. Oh, no need, Mr. Li. Really, no need. Looking at the child, Li Trin felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He was sweating buckets and muttered, I. Not long after that, back at the shelter, things started getting chaotic again. Not again. The tentacle monster is back, and a few more people are missing. Did any of you actually see it? No. If we saw it, would we even be alive to come back? The woman whose daughter wanted meat earlier was now looking around in a panic, screaming, where is my daughter? Has anyone seen my little girl? Thinking back to this, Li Trin finally realized what kind of meat he had been fed every single day. He started vomiting uncontrollably in front of Khương Tiểu Dũng. Immediately, Li Trin ran at full speed over to Lin's crushed corpse. He started punching the mushy remains in a blind rage. You monsters! Total animal. Bros fully lost it. Once the rage finally settled, Li Chang was straight up dripped in blood. Pure chaos. He's out here gasping for air, trying to keep his head straight. Li Cheng turns to Jiang Xiaoyang's squad, looking salty as hell, and asks, "Wait, so you guys are cannibalizing for gains too?" Old Li just shrugs with his gun on his shoulder like it's nothing. "Bro, really? You think we're that trash? We ain't about that life." Xiaoyang just hits him with a cold finger snap, and a spirit stone pops out. "Chill, we've got the cheat codes. We know way more than you, and there's a much better way to get cracked." The massive stone flies right at Li Cheng, and he snatches it out of the air. Xiaoyang drops the lore. "It's all about this, the mutant core. You can rip these from zombies or other high-level players. It's way more rare than eating people, but the buffs are insane, and there's zero side effects." Li Cheng isn't buying it yet, though. Li Cheng stares at the stone, then side-eyes Xiaoyang with a look of doubt. "Side effects? Like what?" Xiaoyang doesn't sugarcoat it. "I know you feel it, man. Once you evolve, your mental state goes off the rails. You start craving the smoke, and catching bodies gives you a straight-up high. Facts." Li Cheng nods, realizing he's already deep in it. Right? He hesitates. "So, what happens to me?" Xiaoyang starts walking over, slow and steady. "You can't undo what's done, but quit the cannibalism now. At least then, your inner demon won't turn you into a complete psycho." He turns to Zhang Shengji, who's having a wholesome moment with his kid. Xiaoyang's like, "What about you, big man? Can this guy even talk anymore?" Zhang Shengji looks at Xiaoyang and immediately starts waving his hands around. "CEO Jiang, thanks. Son, save dad." He's struggling to get the words out, but the message is there. Suddenly, Xiaoyang just starts roasting him. "Bruh, are you trying to be funny right now? Stop with the drama." Zhang Shengji starts shaking his head like crazy. No. I just mean my kid is super grateful to you, boss." Xiaoyang finally catches the vibe and puts a hand up to stop the rambling. He gets it. All right, I hear you." Then he starts piecing it together, looking over at Chen Sung. It's just like Sung Jia, the mutation fried his speech center. The lights are on, but the body's a mess. He's sharp mentally, but honestly, he looks terrifying. Bringing him back to HQ might be a problem, but man. Zhang Shengji is just happy to be with his boy. "It's fine, I've got this place figured out. I'll stay here." His son looks low-key worried though. The kid gets his dad's vibe and flashes a smile. Xiaoyang translates the mood. "So you're saying you're good here as long as your boy is safe? That's the plan?" Zhang Shengji is hyped that Xiaoyang actually understood him and drops a massive thumbs up. CEO Jiang is big brain. Straight up genius. Xiaoyang's like, "It's called being smart, bro." Then he turns to Li Cheng, who's still looking lost. "Yo, Li Cheng, the big bad is dealt with. The survivors at the West Wind factory are gonna need a leader, and that's on you." Li Cheng immediately shakes his head. "No way. I've crossed the line. I've eaten people, man. If I'm in charge, nobody's safe around me." He's got a point. Xiaoyang goes into deep thought mode for a second. He looks over at old Li. "How about this, Li Hongloi? You be the leader. You're the new boss of the West Wind factory." Old Li doesn't even blink. "Bet." Xiaoyang gets serious. "Li Cheng, you're coming with me back to Tea Leaf City." He throws an arm over Li Cheng's shoulder. He gives him a few pats and whispers, "Don't sweat it. I'll keep you in check." Meanwhile, over at the border of S City, things are going south fast. In the middle of a literal wasteland, people are screaming for their lives. "Help me. Someone help." One dude is desperately trying to reach his friend, but the squad holds him back. "Don't do it. He's already cooked." Right behind them, the friend who couldn't keep up gets cornered by 3 zombies. These nasty, skin and bone freaks are closing in for the kill. His best friend is paralyzed, watching the monsters crawl closer and closer. He has to close his eyes and leave his boy behind. The guy screams one last time, but it's over. He gets absolutely shredded by those hungry monsters. A few minutes later, there's nothing left but a bloody mess. But get this, he died right next to a super weird-looking tree. Suddenly, the tree starts wrapping its vines around the leftovers, stitching him back together. It's literally fusing the parts into some nightmare fuel monster. Total human-plant hybrid vibes. One girl in the group finally hits her limit and slumps against a trunk. "I'm done. I can't move another inch." "You gotta move. If they catch us, we're literal lunch." Suddenly, the guy in black holds up a hand. "Wait, hold up." The guy in the brown shirt is lost. "What is it?" Black shirt hushes everyone. "Shh, listen." Then he hears it, and his face lights up with pure joy. He announces it to everyone. "That's wind, guys. I actually hear the wind. We're close. That means the exit is right there." But just as they hope for an out, they hear that demonic zombie growl right behind them. Everyone's face goes ghost white. They start hauling it like their lives depend on it. "They're right on us. Move, move, move." Brown shirt grabs the girl, pushing her forward. "We're almost out. We can't get smoked now." The whole squad is sprinting for their lives, giving it everything they've got to survive. A moment later, they finally burst out of the woods and see the city skyline. Look, the city. There's light up ahead. We're almost back to civilization. The girl is pointing and crying tears of joy. We made it. We're actually going to live. But then, a creepy vine starts wiggling right above her. Brown Shirt screams, "Watch out!" The vine snaps into action, looking sharp as a blade. In a split second, that vine wraps around her neck like a noose. The man-eating plant yanks her right into its massive, gnashing maw. One bite and her upper half is gone, leaving the rest to just thud on the ground. The guys are absolutely traumatized. Her boyfriend just loses it. He screams her name in total agony. "Xiaodong!" "No!" Black Shirt grabs him by the collar and yanks him away. "Bro, snap out of it. We gotta go." Only stop for a second and those zombie noises are back. Black Jacket Guy is on high alert. Dang, those plant mutants caught up already. Right then, Black Jacket Guy hits his buddy in the brown coat with a massive face slap to wake him up. Man's totally losing his mind, so Black Jacket Guy has to drop the cold truth. Xiaodong is gone. If you don't want to get buried right next to her, you better get it together right now. Brown Jacket Guy is just sobbing and spamming sorry. A few moments later, all four of them finally break out of there. They're hyped to be alive, but running for their lives. The mutant trees hit the edge of the forest and just stop wherever the grass ends. These zombies suddenly stop moving. They're looking at each other like they're second-guessing life. Then, one zombie finally gets the guts to take a step out. That's the first time they've ever entered the outside world. Just like that, a massive army of plant mutant zombies starts flooding into the city. There are way too many of them. It's actually insane. A bit later, the four of them are just wandering through the city. They reach this big white gate and Black Jacket Guy realizes something. He's like, "Wait, I know this place." He tells the squad they've reached the suburban park in M City. They actually made it. The two guys in the back are looking around all suspicious, whispering to each other like, "Okay, this is weird. Why is it a ghost town? It's like the whole place was just abandoned." Then the guy in the back speaks up. "Since our city, S City, went through that nightmare, it makes sense that they evacuated M City too." But then, Brown Jacket Guy freezes and points ahead. What even is that? It's a zombie hiding behind a power pole. He's pointing right at that shadow. At first, they really thought it was just a person. Black Jacket Guy is trying to be friendly, thinking it's another survivor. He's like, "Oh, looks like people from before actually made it. Yo, bro, where's the evacuation spot?" But it's definitely not a human. The thing lurking behind that pole is actually Zhang Shengzi. Once they see him clearly, all three of them lose their minds. A plant mutant. The moment they realize he's not human, they start booking it in every direction. But Zhang Shengzi doesn't even move. He's got zero interest in killing them, so he just watches them go. Later, the group finally stops after running miles away, huffing and puffing like they just finished a marathon. Is it chasing us? Doesn't look like it. Black Jacket Guy is totally questioning reality right now. Like, what is even happening? Why are there mutant plants outside the forest, too? Gray Jacket Guy in the back finally speaks up. Did everything outside the forest get mutated too? Brown Jacket Guy is just as confused. Then why didn't the whole forest just take over the world? Man's got a million questions and no answers. They only stop for a few seconds to catch their breath, and there it is again. That familiar zombie noise. The plant zombies have officially tracked them down and found the four of them. The whole squad starts screaming plant mutants. They're trapped right in the middle of an intersection, and they're coming from the left and the right. They're literally everywhere. Oh man, we're surrounded. Brown Jacket Guy just loses all hope and slumps to the ground. It's over. We're cooked. We should have never left. We could have survived for months back in the forest. Xiaodong wouldn't have died for nothing. But while he's yapping, the zombies are already jumping in for the kill. They've completely lost their mental. Meanwhile, the zombies are smelling fresh meat and getting hyped. But even a cornered rabbit is going to bite back when it's do or die. Black Hair Guy is holding this tiny knife, and his whole body is shaking. I don't want to get ripped apart. I refuse to go out like this. He's about to end his own life because he'd rather go out on his own terms than get shredded. But then, out of nowhere, a massive tentacle comes flying right past him. It's Zhang Shengxi's long black tentacle, and with one single swipe, the plant zombie just gets deleted. The zombie version of Zhang Shengxi slowly starts walking toward the group. He doesn't say a word, just looking at the other zombies like he's absolutely fed up with them. Cut back to Zhang Xiaoyang's massive base. It's late, but he's out on the balcony catching some fresh air. Man, the wind is crazy tonight. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyang's system pops up with an update. The impossible social mission is in full swing. Goal: expand the community. Mission update: the West Wind Steel Plant branch is officially up and running. He gets 20 evaluation points for that, bringing his total up to 62. Plus, he just banked another 80 reward points, making his total 231. Reading this, Jiang Xiaoyang is hyped. Oh yeah, another 80 points? That's almost too much to spend. He taps the system screen, wondering what kind of fire items he can buy today. Let's see what we got. Level 2 Armed Threat Supply Crate for 20 points. Level 3 Power Awakening Supply Crate for 100 points. Level 2 Tech Crate for 50 points. And a Manual Refresh for 4 points. Jiang Xiaoyang literally yells out, "Wait, a level 3 crate. No way. That's cracked. A level 2 crate already gave me physical overload, so I gotta see what's inside a level 3 one." The system shows him the loot right away. 1. Swap for the Armed Threat Crate, minus 20 points. Level 3 Power Awakening Crate Exchange Successful, minus 100 points. Level 2 Supply Exchange Successful, minus 100 points. 4. Opening the Level 1 Armed Threat Supply Crate. He pulls a whole armored vehicle. Then he opens the Level 3 Awakening Crate and gets a Level 1 Slavery Mark. This thing lets him put a mark on enemies and turn them into his straight-up servants. I wonder what the max limit is. He opens the Tech Crate next and gets a Stamina Potion that boosts his stats by 30. Jiang Xiaoyang starts clicking away. He's thinking, wait, I can only enslave one person? Well, Zhang Shengjie and Li Cheng are doing okay for now, so I'll just watch them for a bit. The system keeps updating. The impossible social mission is still going strong. Goal: expand the community. Defend the independent base from invasion. 1 out of 1 completed. Plus 10 evaluation points. New mission: Level 1 Weeding. Mission objective: wipe out the threat coming from the weeds. Reward: 100 points. Jiang Xiaoyang is looking at this like, what? Weeding? Eliminate the threat of weeds? Does this system want me to go out there and do yard work or something? While he's still scratching his head, his radio starts buzzing. Big bro Xiaoyang, do you copy? Shuai's dad is acting up. Time to head back to Zhang Shengjie. The group he just saved is freaking out. Wait, are those zombies? What is even happening right now? Are they like that other zombie, or are they actually on leader Jiang's side? Right then, Zhang Shengjie steps out in front of the group. He's casually dragging a mutant plant man by its arm like it's total trash. Zhang Shengjie finally made it to Jiang Xiaoyang's base. He's standing right there in front of the people Jiang saved. As soon as Shuai sees him, he sprints over. Dad, you're back. The group Jiang saved is stunned. Wait, that's his wife and kid? The two of them are crying as they run to him. After being apart for so long, Zhang Shengjie is vibing with pure joy. His son and his fiancée are finally safe. Old Han watches the reunion feeling a bit confused. Wait, did he say fiancé? Jiang Xiaoyang shrugs and says he probably means his wife. The mutation messed with his brain, so now his speech is a bit glitched. But when his wife sees how much he's changed, she doesn't show a single bit of fear. She just runs up and gives her husband a massive hug. Zhang Shengjie gently pats his son's head. A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyang walks over. He snaps an arm off the mutant plant's corpse. He asks, so this is the thing? Zhang Shengjie stands before Jiang and starts explaining their weird frontier diet. Meat stewed with veggies, and veggies stewed with meat. Jiang Xiaoyang hears this and has no clue what bro is yapping about. Meat stewed with veggies? What? That's when the guy in the black shirt jumps in to help. Boss, let me explain. We're from the city on the other side. Right now, our whole city is being swallowed by a massive jungle. And it's not just the trees. Tons of people are mutating into plant monsters just like these guys. Jiang Xiaoyang picks up a piece of wood to get a better look. Plant mutants? The guy in black keeps going. But boss, I gotta say, your city isn't looking too safe either. Jiang Xiaoyang stands up and nods. Since you guys made it all the way here, you probably saw the chaos on the road. Most people have already turned into zombies. The guy in black just nods. Yeah, facts. Then Jiang turns to old Han. Uncle Feng, listen up. Behind those ruins 2 blocks east of the base, there's an armored jeep. Send some of our guys to go bring it back here later. Old Han nods. Got it. Jiang then looks at the new group. You guys follow me to the city border. We need to see how bad the situation really is. A bit later, the crew from the other city follows Jiang Xiaoyang. They lead him to the edge of the forest where the weeds are already taking over the road. Jiang Xiaoyang moves in to check out these weird vines. The guy in black is shook because these vines have grown way taller since the last time he saw them. Jiang Xiaoyang says firmly, we're going into the forest. The guy in black almost pees his pants. He just barely escaped that nightmare. Wait, what? Are you serious? Why are we rushing in there? He starts yelling, Boss, it's suicide in that forest. If it wasn't, why would we work so hard to escape in the first place? Jiang Xiaoyang stays calm. If we just leave it alone, the Shifeng steel plant will be swallowed whole. If that happens, We can't live or produce anything. It'll be game over. He turns to the people behind him and adds, but before that, we have something way more important to do. Jiang Qi asks immediately, what is it? San San looks surprised too. Jiang Xiaoyong replies, I'm going to make sure you guys have the power to handle these threats on your own. He stands before San San and Jiang Qi, calling over old Li and the factory workers. For the next few days, we focus on hunting. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Over here, a mutant zombie is busy devouring a man. It catches the scent of fresh human meat nearby and turns its head. With a face full of hunger and greed, the mutant looks around. It keeps checking behind itself, but it doesn't see anyone there. That's when it lets its guard down. Jiang Xiaoyong strikes like a literal wind, lunging from the shadows for a surprise attack. Jiang Xiaoyong lands a massive blow right across the giant mutant's neck. The thing doesn't even know who's hitting it. Behind Jiang, his teammates are letting it spray with their guns. They're even flexing that armored jeep he just got from the system. Zombies over here are getting dropped left and right. They're just standing there taking it, eating those copper candies like it's nothing. Shell casings are raining down like crazy, and finally, the noise starts to fade. Jiang Xiaoyong starts searching the zombie corpses for spirit stones. San San and the rest of the squad are also grinding, trying to find every stone they can. Somewhere else, there's a constant sound of complaining. Oh my god, zombies again. Really? A tall, buff dude is angrily kicking a zombie corpse that's dangling like a vine. He looks totally annoyed. Are there any survivors? Is everyone seriously dead? Suddenly, a zombie jumps out to attack him head-on. But this guy isn't even flinching. With one casual hand strike, he absolutely deletes the zombie's face. The zombie's brain is exposed right in front of him. He's trying his best to hold back from eating it. Can I please just run into some actual people? Suddenly, he spots something ahead and gulps hard. Bro is clearly starving for some fresh meat. He whispers to himself, survivors. Back with Jiang Xiaoyong, one of the guys is chilling outside, playing around with a gun. The guy in the black shirt yells out from inside, Bro, do you have a death wish or what? The leader specifically said not to open the door and go out right now. The guy runs back in. Relax, it's fine. Jiang's squad cleared out everything around here. The guy in black waves him over urgently. Stop yapping and just get in here. Meanwhile, that buff mutant guy is grinning, showing off some terrifying teeth. Finally, real humans. He licks his lips in hunger. They haven't eaten their own kind yet, so they're pure humans. He starts crawling over like a freak and mutters, but they've got gear in their hands. If I go in alone, it might go south. I gotta hold back for a few more days. He's drooling like crazy and his eyes are watering, but he forces himself to wait. So annoying. This is so annoying. Back in the meeting room at the base, Jiang Xiaoyong's system pings. Refresh, successful, exchange complete. Refresh, successful, exchange complete. Current points, 300. A voice comes over the radio. Uncle Thang is calling everyone to the meeting room. Old Han quickly gathers the core members. Everyone looks super serious. Jiang Xiaoyong stands before them and says, hunting together was definitely the move. In just 3 short days, we've gathered this much. He turns to Old Li, Li Hongli, and Jiang Qi. You two split these mutant cores evenly. Old Li immediately tries to decline. But that doesn't seem right, does it? This was mostly thanks to you, Brother Xiaoyong. Jiang Qi feels awkward too. Exactly, and everyone worked so hard for this. With just the two of you, our front line is looking a bit thin. Dong waves it off. Don't even try to say no. We've got more than enough heat and ammo to turn you guys into absolute beasts. This makes way more sense than everyone just being mid-level evolvers. Old Man Tong chimes in. Look, if Old Man Li says you should eat up, then just do it. Dong's tactical reads are never wrong. The rest of the squad agrees. Facts. We've got zero doubts about Dong's calls. Right then, Dong turns his attention towards San San. Also, San San. She jumps, totally caught off guard. Yeah, Dong? Dong just says, come with me for a sec. A moment later, she's heading into Dong's private room. She cracks the door open, awkwardly scratching her head. Dong, what exactly are we doing in here? Everyone else is already thinking something super sus is going down. Old Man Tong's kid is being a total ninja, sneaking after them. He signals the others behind him. Yo, keep it down. Then, San and Dorn's voices start echoing from inside the room. This might sting a bit, so just hang in there for me. Trung Chi and a few others are basically glued to the door, wondering what kind of business they're actually doing. Even the zombie Tren Sung is lurking nearby to see what's up. The whole gang is eavesdropping, trying to catch a vibe of what Dong and San are up to. Suddenly, the door swings wide open. Trung Chi's face turns beet red now that he's been caught as the ringleader of the creep squad. Both sides are too embarrassed to even look at Dern. He just stands in the doorway, giving the human gossip cameras a massive side-eye. Chung-chi is sweating buckets, stuttering out. Wait, Dung? You're done already? That was fast. Dung immediately grabs him by the ear and hauls him inside. You little brat. Chung-chi is getting dragged in, yelping and crying for mercy as he follows Dung's lead. Ow, ow, ow. Easy on the ear, Dung. Take it easy. Dung even gives him a little kick for good measure. He shouts at him while San-san is sitting at the table inside, looking like she just got an injection. Ba's clutching the spot on her arm tightly. Chung-chi looks at San-san and blinks in surprise. He scratches his head. Wait, did you just get a vaccine or something? Dung clears the air. She just consumed a bunch of high-tier cores. Right now, she's officially an elite among elites. San-san just giggles and responds. Hee hee, it's all because Dern decided to look out for me. Dern looks at them and says, Yo, Chung-chi, go spar with San-san for a bit. Chung-chi's soul almost leaves his body. Huh. No way, man. I'm not about to bully a girl. Dung is acting real confident, pointing right at San. Ha. Bully a girl, he says. San, go ahead and show Chung-chi what's up. San is a bit shocked. Wait, really, Dung? Dung's just like, don't hold back, go all out, because Chung-chi honestly can't handle you right now. Facing off against her, Chung-chi starts flexing. Haha, piece of cake. I'm literally built different now, so go ahead, and before he can even finish, San lands a punch that completely deforms his face. He never expected a girl to have that much raw power. He gets yeeted straight out the door. Trun Sung and the fat guy barely catch him. Even San is shook by her own gains. Dung explains, I gave her an enhancement drug. Now, besides me and Trun Sung, nobody in this group stands a chance against her. Chung-chi holds his swollen face and starts sobbing. And here I thought me and old man Lee were your favorite bros. Dung. Guess I was wrong. The fat guy points and laughs at him. Stop capping. Dung's not into dudes like that, so why would he be intimate with you? Once that's settled, Dung gathers everyone again. Sung, Chung-chi, Lee Tring. Dung points directly at the new kid dressed in black who just joined. You two, you're coming with me back to your city. The kid in black is terrified, pointing at himself. Me? Then he starts waving his hands frantically. No way. It was a miracle I even escaped that place. I'm never going back. Lee Tring sees the kid's lack of backbone, crosses his arms, and gets serious. We're helping you save your squad and your family, and you're going to be a coward about it? The kid puts his hands together, begging, I don't have any squad or family left. Please. I'll do all the heavy lifting here. Just don't make me go back there. Dung watches the kid's desperate breakdown and honestly can't figure out why he's so traumatized. Then, out of nowhere, the guy in the brown shirt steps up with pure determination. Can I go with you guys instead? The scene then shifts to the western outskirts of the city. Dung's squad is near the area where that massive cannibal dude is still roaming around. He's looking around, mumbling that he remembers being close to here. He starts scratching his head in frustration, getting mad because his brain feels like it's lagging. If he doesn't get some fresh human meat soon, things are going to get real ugly. Suddenly, he hears a noise from behind. It sounds like a person or maybe a zombie. He gets curious and peeks over his shoulder. He immediately shifts gears and sprints toward the sound. I knew I wasn't tripping. It is right around here. He rushes over and rips the door open. Inside, he sees a few figures. He catches two guys getting real close and personal with two girls. They're basically in the middle of some very hot and heavy business. Their little session gets interrupted when the big guy finds them. He lets out a couple of coughs, making the group stop what they're doing to look up. One of the guys is fuming because his vibe got ruined. He glares at the intruder. You again? You actually dared to come back here? Turns out, the bearded giant knows these people. He quickly waves his hands with a terrified look. Whoa, chill. Don't get triggered. I'm not here to steal anything this time. I'm just here to share some intel. But the redhead woman sneers. Sharing intel? Since when are you a nice guy? The brown-haired woman also pipes up, looking totally annoyed. We're all half monsters here. Quit the cap and stop trying to play us. The big guy continues to explain, it's for real. There's a group of pure humans nearby, but they've got some serious heat. I don't think I can handle them solo, which is why I came to find you guys to team up. These two guys are just as massive and built as he is. Behind them, the two beautiful women with killer curves are also giving off a deadly aura. The bald guy's mood shifts instantly. Fine, I'll trust you this one time, but if you're lying to us, you're going to be our next meal. The big guy nods like crazy. Of course not. I'd never lie to you. Then, the redhead woman with her messy clothes walks up. She approaches him with a seductive look, intentionally showing off some skin. If that's the case, then consider us squadmates. Come join the fun with us. Not waiting for a second invite, he sticks his tongue out in excitement and lunges at her. He tackles her, shouting, oh yeah, let's get it. Cut back to Dung's group. They've finally reached the outskirts of City S. The guy in the brown shirt looks around and speaks up. Stay sharp, everyone. Those trees are crawling with threats, and any pile of leaves could be hiding a monster. Xiao Yong looked over at the newbie and asked, "Yo, what's your name, kid?" The youth in the brown shirt answered immediately, "Sir, my name is Zhou Xingkai." Xiao Yong just laughed, "Ha ha ha, you've got guts, kid. I like that. Your squad was shaking in their boots, but you actually had the balls to follow us back here." When asked why, Xingkai's expression turned dark. He had nothing left to lose and a massive grudge to settle. "Those plants killed my girlfriend. I'm here for blood. Plus, my parents are still trapped in that forest. If there is even a 1% chance I can save them, I have to take it." Xiao Yong respected that kind of hustle. He gave a firm nod. "Listen up. I'm taking point. Li Cheng's on the rear. Xuan Jia, Jiang, cover the flanks. We're keeping Xing Kai right in the center. He's our only map out of this hellhole. If he goes down, this whole run is a waste of time." Seeing Xiao Yong put so much trust in him, Xing Kai bowed slightly. "Thank you for looking out for me, boss." Xiao Yong just smirked. "Don't get it twisted, kid. We're not here to be heroes. We're just stopping this forest from swallowing the rest of the world." Just as he finished speaking, a vine dropped right over Xiao Yong's head. He felt something cold and slimy brush against his face and turned around. "What is this stuff? It's absolutely disgusting." Xing Kai realized the danger instantly and lunged forward. "No, get back." But it was already too late. The vine snapped around Xiao Yong's neck like a noose. It was a man-eater. It used the vine to choke him out before revealing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, ready to take a bite. Xing Kai panicked. It's over. No one survives that thing. But suddenly, Xiao Yong grabbed the vine with his bare hands and yanked it hard, planting his feet into the dirt. Everyone thought he was Snacks, but Xiao Yong was built different. He pulled back so hard the plant actually felt the pain, making it too scared to even tighten its grip. Then, Xiao Yong reached deep into that monster's throat and ripped out a disgusting purple mass. It was a foul-looking mess. Over on the side, Xing Kai's jaw hit the floor. That's insane. This massive purple organ thumps onto the ground right in front of Xiao Yong. It looked like the literal heart of the man-eater. And get this, the thing was still twitching. Who knew a plant heart could move? It actually tried to hop away right in front of Xiao Yong. He just stared it down. "Oh, you think you're going somewhere? I didn't expect this thing to have a getaway plan." Xiao Yong barked out, "Don't let it escape." Zhang Shengji was already standing there with his weapon. "You really think he's going to let this thing slide?" Zhang sent his gross, black tentacles flying toward the runner. His chains wrapped around that man-eater like a vice, locking it down instantly. The pressure was so intense it was literally warping the monster's mouth. Zhang put his back into it and yanked the whole thing toward him with raw strength. He swung the monster around and slammed it into the dirt right at the team's feet. Suddenly, a weird green mist started leaking out of the creature's massive mouth. Xiao Yong caught a whiff of the smoke and involuntarily blurted out, "Wow, that actually smells amazing." But then he snapped out of it and got on high alert. "Wait, this mist is sus. Everyone, stay." Before he could even finish, the world went black. Suddenly, he was standing all by himself in total darkness. Where'd everyone go? Xiao Yong was confused. Meanwhile, Xing Kai was getting hit even harder by the hallucination. It was like some weird, twisted hypnosis. He shook his head violently. What is happening? This feels so wrong. But when he looked up, he saw Xiao Yong and the others, except they all looked like straight-up zombies. He started screaming in terror. "Guys, boss, what happened to you?" Just then, he heard a rustle in the bushes. The brown-shirted youth turned around fast. "Who's there?" A figure stepped out of the brush. It was a girl who looked exactly like his late girlfriend. She called out to him softly, "Xing Kai." He was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Was she actually alive? He rushed toward the bushes without thinking. "Xiao Tong, is that really you?" The girl hid behind the leaves and waved him over. "It's dangerous over there, honey. Come here. Everyone's waiting." Xing Kai was totally hooked. He didn't care about anything else. "I'm coming. Wait for me." He dove deep into the brush. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to that half-zombie creep. He finally arrived at Xiao Yong's base. He pointed it out to his two goons. "See that? That's the place." The two guys behind him were already losing it. They were literally drooling. Human meat. Fresh, pure human meat. Their eyes were glowing red with hunger. The leader had to check them. "Yo, chill out for a second." But the long-haired freak was too hungry to listen. He lost his mind and charged in. The big guy couldn't even stop him. "Damn it, you idiot." That maniac was completely off the rails. He leaped through the air, lunging toward his next meal. "I can't wait any longer." Ha ha ha, time to feast. Back at the base, a sentry spotted something moving fast. He turned to warn his partner. "Hey, who goes there?" The black-haired freak pounced before he could finish. He lunged and grabbed the man by the face. "Look out!" someone screamed, but it was a wrap. The guard got a massive chunk ripped out of his shoulder by the black-haired monster. Pure chaos erupted at the gate. Screams echoed everywhere. "What the hell? Shoot, open fire now." Inside the office, old Lee was checking the books when he heard the noise. He jumped up, eyes wide with shock. "This is bad." Out at the gate, one guy was already bleeding out, and the black-haired freak was stalking the man with the gun. The gunman was shaking like a leaf. "Stay back. Get away from me." He dumped his whole magazine into the monster, but the guy's body was like straight-up rubber. The bullets weren't doing jack. If anything, it just made him angrier. He lunged right for the guy's throat, mouth wide open. Right at the last second, old Lee pulled up. He delivered a massive kick to the freak's gut, sending him flying 25 feet back. But don't think it was that easy. The monster flipped in midair and landed on his feet like it was nothing. Old Lee didn't hesitate. He grabbed an AK and started spraying lead at the zombie. Realizing old Lee was a problem, the freak decided to dip. He retreated, barking back over his shoulder, "You lucky brat, you're dead next time." Old Lee yelled out to his men, "Get the wounded to the med bay. Now." Meanwhile, back with the long-haired freak. This loser just took a massive L from Old Man Lie's kick, and he is feeling absolutely cooked. Struggling to breathe, he drags his body down the road until he just can't keep going. He loses all strength and face plants straight into the dirt. The other four in the squad slowly walk over to check on him. His red-haired girl doesn't even look sad. She actually looks hyped, laughing as she talks trash. She mocks him, asking what the rush was since he ended up getting wrecked anyway. She notes that he's not dead yet, just totally exhausted. Hearing this, he loses his mind, screaming at her to shut her mouth. He demands they find him some meat because he needs to recover. The bald guy in the back just laughs and shouts down, asking who he thinks he's bossing around. This makes the black-haired guy even more triggered. He tells them to hurry up and stop talking, but this man is weak and still thinks he's the boss. He tries to act tough but gets a brutal kick straight to the neck. Before he can even react, the girl in brown drives the sharp heel of her shoe right into his throat. Talk about a cold finish. She says it's better this way since there's one less mouth to feed. The guy looks up at her and calls her a piece of trash, but then all you hear is a sickening thud. A massive hole is left in his neck and black blood starts pouring out all over the road. The girl looks at the others and speaks. She wonders how they should break the stalemate. The food they are hunting is hiding inside the factory and they are packing heat. She says this with a totally chill vibe. She says it's going to be easy. The bald guy is confused, asking what she means. She just rolls her eyes and asks if they are stupid, reminding them that they are humans, not zombies. She flexes her body in front of the guy behind her and explains the plan. They are just going to walk right in. Meanwhile, let's check back on Hung Kai. He is currently under a spell, hallucinating his dead ex-girlfriend in the bushes. He's totally out of it, whispering about how light and floaty he feels. The hallucination in the bushes keeps calling him, telling him to stop hesitating and come over. Suddenly, the image of his lover starts shifting into something nightmare-fuel tier. It keeps begging him to hurry over, but then a knife flies in at insane speed. It slices right through the air and cuts the head of the girlfriend in two. Hung Kai is stunned. Seeing his lover's body drop again was too much for him. He starts sobbing and screaming her name, Tu Dung. But it turns out Kwang Tu Dung was the one who made the move just in time. Tu Dung admits that the trap was cracked since even he almost got hypnotized. Hung Kai is still losing it, screaming at him, asking why he killed his girl. Kwang Tu Dung gets serious and tells him to wake up. He tells him that isn't his girl and to look closely at what's actually there. Hung Kai turns around and realizes the horrifying truth. What he saw was just an illusion. In the bushes, the body starts to transform. The body of the woman turns into a mass of writhing tentacles. Hung Kai is shaking, too scared to even move a muscle. He stammers, asking what that thing is. Tu Dung then gives Tran's son a smack on the head because he's still half asleep. He tells him to wake up and stop dreaming. A moment later, Lai Trin and Trong Thang Chiet finally snap out of it too. Lai Trin rubs his eyes, feeling like years have passed since they sat down. Truong Thang Chiet is still mumbling nonsense, trying to talk about the weird dream he just had. He was dreaming about high-speed transport and picking up his son from school back on Earth. Basically, he was living a completely different life in his head. Tu Dung summons a small knife. He realizes that a certain flower must have released a toxic gas that caused everyone to have these wild hallucinations. Lai Trin watches as Tu Dung tries to cut a sample of the tentacle. He asks what he's doing, and Tu Dung says he wants to see how this monster is built. He's looking for a core, but as he cuts it, black slime sprays everywhere. He realizes he was overthinking it because this thing is just a puppet, not the main body. He points to a massive vine digging deep into the ground. It looks like the real boss is somewhere else. Suddenly, Tu Dung spots something strange. He sees something that looks like a tuber on the vine and pulls the whole thing up to see what's going on. He discovers that the root has veins pulsing like a heart. He wonders if it's a potato or some kind of taro. It seems to be where the plant stores all its energy. Tiểu Dũng decides to toss it into his system's storage, thinking it might actually be edible. He asks Hung Kai if he knows anything about these plants. Hung Kai is still shaking but says he only knows they are dangerous and eat anything that moves. He mentions that a guy named Old Man Ha might know more. Tiểu Dũng is curious and asks who that is. Hung Kai explains that Old Man Ha is an expert from the Institute of Agriculture and Forestry. Tiểu Dũng immediately asks where he is and if he's still alive. Hung Kai says he was taking shelter with them in a high-rise building before he escaped, but he isn't sure if the old man is still kicking. That's enough info for Tiểu Dũng. He tells him to lead the way right now. Meanwhile, back with the half-zombie squad, the red-haired girl is starting her act. She pretends to be a weak survivor, crawling toward the base. She accidentally trips over a rock and collapses right in front of the gate to get their attention. She screams for help to make sure she's noticed. One of the guards sees a figure in the distance and looks out. He's hyped, shouting that there's a survivor. Seeing a helpless girl all alone, he thinks they've found someone lucky. Two guards rush out to help. The guy in the back tells the other to wait, but when they see she's barely wearing anything and looks exhausted, they lose their focus. She looks totally pitiful and worn out. The second guard tries to stop the first one, saying they should report this first just to be safe. But the first guy is already simping hard. He asks why they would report it when she's clearly about to collapse. He just wants to bring her inside. The second guard is still suspicious, but the first guy tells him not to be heartless. He claims that if they leave her there, she will definitely turn into a zombie. She keeps playing the victim perfectly. The guard is totally mesmerized by her looks and starts blushing as he asks if she's okay. She puts on a sad face and begs them to save her. The guy tells her she's safe now, completely falling for the trap. Her three teammates are watching the whole thing. They're hiding behind a beat-up car in the distance, watching her masterclass in acting. The big bearded guy is impressed, saying she's actually goated at this. This guy suddenly turns around, and the brown-haired girl is already blushing hard. She starts showing off right in front of the big guy, flexing her curves and basically putting her whole business on display. She thinks she's better than everyone. Right now, the red-haired girl is hitching a ride on someone from Khương Tiểu Dũng base. Further away, things get even more out of pocket as the big guy is straight up wilding with the brown-haired girl. Her legs are literally pointed to the sky. Scene swapped to Khương Tiểu Dũng squad in the middle of the forest. Lý Thụ is leading the way, looking around all suspicious. Man, why did it get so dark all of a sudden? Hung Kai replies, it is already dusk, bro. Plus, the trees are so thick here that almost zero light gets through. Khương Tiểu Dũng asks, how much further? Hung Kai points ahead, almost there. Suddenly, someone shouts, Hung Kai. My man Hung Kai is shook, he gasps. Wait, is that Auntie Zung? From behind a wall nearby, a woman waves at them like crazy. But Hung Kai is getting sus vibes, saying, wait, something is not right. He rubs his eyes to make sure he is not seeing things. Khương Tiểu Dũng just gives a chill smile, relax, we are not under the influence of any hallucinogenic dust this time. It is not an illusion, she's actually alive. Auntie pops her head out, and the people around her immediately go on high alert. I told you not to take risks. Are you trying to get us all cooked? Three guys inside start making a scene, thinking Chow Hung Kai has already been turned by those monsters. They are like, forget it, he's too far gone. Bro has been missing for days and suddenly shows up. He is definitely not human anymore. But Auntie Dũng is not having it and starts clapping back. Stop talking trash and get ready to fight. Everyone is suspecting Hung Kai is a zombie because he is rolling with creatures that definitely do not look human. Auntie Dũng leads the three men and charges in for an attack. 1, 2, 3, let us get them. Behind Khương Tiểu Dũng, Trung Thung Chit is growling, ready to snap. Khương Tiểu Dũng stays calm and warns him, chill out, do not make a move. 3 arrows fly in, followed by a whole rain of them. The arrows are aimed straight at Khương Tiểu Dũng group, but they do not even flinch. Khương Tiểu Dũng raises his hands to show he is chill, yelling, stop, everyone just calm down. Auntie Dũng is completely stunned. How can the thing they thought was a zombie actually speak? Right then, Chow Hung Kai runs forward. Auntie Dũng, chill, they are not the enemy. Auntie Dũng screams to her squad, cease fire, stop shooting. Hung Kai shouts back, they are from outside the forest. They are basically our saviors. Auntie Dũng is shocked and asks, then where are the others who went scouting with you? And what about Tiểu Dũng? Hung Kai's face drops as he explains, half of our people are dead or injured, and Tiểu Dũng is gone too, but the rest of us managed to escape. Auntie Dũng is curious, asking how the outside world looks. Hung Kai says, this is not the place to talk. Let us get back first and I will give you the full tea. Auntie Vung and the guy next to her trade looks, still acting sus toward Trun Sung and Trung Thung Chit. I mean, looking at Trun Sung and Trung Thung Chit, they look like straight-up nightmare fuel zombies. Khương Tiểu Dũng notices their fear and steps up. Relax, they are family. Khương Tiểu Dũng tells the two behind him, yo, say something to show them you are not monsters. Trun Sung tries to look cool and pulls off his muzzle. He says, I might look scary, but I am actually a softie. Meanwhile, Trung Thung Chit uses his tentacles to do some weird circus act, flexing his naked body like it is art. He is basically saying, look how sexy I am. Bro is doing way too much. Khương Tiểu Dũng coughs awkwardly. What the heck are you guys doing? Hung Kai is still trying his best to convince Auntie Dung and the others. Do not worry. These two are our saviors too. They are the ones who actually got us out. Auntie Dung finally lets her guard down. Okay, fine. Come on in. Scene shift back to Khương Tiểu Dũng base. You can hear wheels screeching as San San rides her war horse out. She grabs her radio and says, Uncle Lee, I am at the factory gate. Open up. Suddenly, San San spots something Sue's nearby. It is those three following the red-haired girl, hiding behind an old car. Old Lee hears San San and calls out, San San, over here. The two guys and the brown-haired woman are still stalking San San and Old Lee. The bald guy whispers, that was close. We almost got spotted. The woman in the middle says, you see that? That girl is a pure awakened, a real one. All three of them have this greedy look as they watch Old Lee and San San. The bald guy asks, why is there a pure awakened here? How is she even possible? The bearded guy is literally licking his lips. I do not know, but I do know she looks delicious. The brown-haired woman is hyped too, true, and if we eat her, our power will skyrocket. Scene shift to the medical room. People are chatting inside. San San, you are here? Yeah, Uncle Lee. Are the injured people all patched up? San San walks over to a guy in the clinic with a bite mark on his shoulder. She holds up 2 vials of blood and says, Uncle Lee, this is the infection blocker we prepared. Tiểu Dũng said if anyone gets bitten by a zombie, use this. Old Lee takes it immediately. They have been bitten for several hours already, but since there is no reaction, it means whatever bit them probably was not a zombie. San San is a bit confused. Not a zombie? Then what else is out there biting people? Seizing the moment, the red-haired girl acts all pitiful and speaks up. I know there are many mutants on the edge of the city. They are not zombies, and they are not infectious, but they are brutal and they definitely bite. Old Lee looks at this girl in the skimpy clothes and asks, who are you? She introduces herself to everyone. I am a new member. I just escaped here from the West City. Old Lee asks, what do you know about these mutants? She puts on a whole performance, crying fake tears and saying, they are scarier than zombies, they eat humans, and they are smart. Some of them chased me the whole way here. Luckily, I know how to ride a bike, or I would have never made it out. Old Lee is suspicious, frowning as he asks, so the things that attacked my people were led here by you? She immediately tries to backpedal. I am so sorry. I did not mean to. I just want to survive. I'm sorry. The guy next to this red-haired chick jumped in to back her up. Old Lee, you can't really blame her for this. Old Lee immediately switched to his nice guy act and brushed it off. I didn't mean it like that. I just misunderstood. Knowing the enemy's background makes things way easier to handle. She kept up the act with a desperate look on her face. I'm telling you, they aren't giving up. They're gonna snap and attack any second now, so we gotta get ready. After hearing the intel, Old Lee just waved his hand. Solid info. All right, everyone go get some rest. Seeing that Old Lee finally accepted her, she turned around, hyped. Copy that, boss. Then Old Lee added one more thing. Take some food to the injured. To play it safe, we'll watch the perimeter for one more night. You guys just gotta hold out a bit longer, all right? She skipped away all happy, but San San was locked in on her. San San didn't hide her suspicion at all, giving that red-haired woman the major side-eye. Old Lee walked over to San San. Seeing she looked uneasy, he asked, what's up, San San? She finally spoke up. That new woman. I've got a bad feeling about her. Something's off. Old Lee asked, off how? San San glanced around carefully and whispered, I can't really explain it. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Old Lee didn't suspect a thing. You're probably just stressed. Little Dung really did it this time. Dumping such a heavy mission on a young girl like you is rough. Cut back to Jiang Xiao Dung, who's following Auntie Duong. She led the way and shouted, we're here. Xiao Dung stood there, looking ahead. Why did they pick this spot for a base? We just passed factories and warehouses. There were plenty of stores that were way more secure and perfect for a base. Behind Xiao Dung, Hung Kai answered, our savior, there's something you don't know. The disaster in our city is different from yours. Auntie Duong turned around. If we didn't pick this spot, we'd all be dead in less than a week. Hung Kai broke it down further. Look at that mist. The lower you go, the the thicker it gets. If you keep breathing that in, you'll turn into a plant monster in just a few days. Only from the 10th floor up, where the mist is thinner, can we actually survive. Auntie Duong pointed to the stairs. Exactly. Move it. Get upstairs. We'll talk details there. As soon as they arrived, Hung Kai made the introductions. He wanted to introduce Xiao Dong to someone. Savior, this is Elder Ha. Elder Ha, this is the man who saved us. Xiao Dong. Xiao Dong spoke up. Nice to meet you, Elder Ha. I'm here to update you on what's happening in our city next door. After a while, Xiao Dong spilled everything. So, that's the situation. Sad to say, but things outside the forest aren't any better. Hearing that, Elder Ha grabbed his head, sweat dripping down his face. Seeing this, Xiao Dong turned back. Transung, Zhang Shengzhe, get in here. I've already told them your story. The crowd split to let Zhang Shengzhe and Transung get close to Xiao Dong. The professor looked up and asked, what about City T and City B? Do you know anything? What about outside the country? Xiao Dong didn't know everything, but he answered with what he had. At least for now, we haven't found any place with a working system. Everyone's just out here trying to survive on their own. Then, he pulled out some loot he'd dug up in the forest. By the way, Elder Ha, I heard you're researching these plant creatures. Any idea what this thing is? Elder Ha pointed to the vein-filled root. That's the tuber of a plant monster. It's edible. Auntie Duong's group went out specifically to find these. Xiao Dong was hyped to hear that. So that's how it is. Elder Ha continued, we just figured this out recently. If food weren't so scarce, we wouldn't dare touch this. It tastes like taro and is packed with calories. For the apocalypse, it's actually not bad food. Suddenly, someone rushed in with a report. Emergency. Things just went south. Elder Ha turned. What happened? The man pointed out the window. Plant monsters. We're surrounded. Elder Ha's eyes widened. He was frozen. They've surrounded us already? What do you mean? The man yelled urgently. There's a ton of them. They're swarming the building, and more are coming. Immediately, a young guy looked out and screamed, the flower car. It's the flower car. Xiao Dong had zero clue what that meant. He turned to one of the guys and asked, what's a flower car? Is it really that scary? Elder Ha's face turned pale. Scary doesn't even cover it. I'm afraid we're all going to die here today. Elder Ha looked completely hopeless. Suddenly, he stood up straight and shouted, everyone, listen up. Women and children, get to the top floor. Find a locked room, a bathroom, or a closet, and hide. The rest of the elders, stay with me. Hung Kai started panicking. Elder Ha snapped. Move, now. If even one person survives, it's better than all of us dying right here. The able-bodied young men turned. They ran to follow Elder Ha's orders. Then he turned to Xiao Dong. You're still young. Go upstairs with them. Don't throw your life away here. Xiao Dong wasn't having it. I'm good, Elder Ha. Honestly, I'm just curious. He gathered energy in his palm and said, I want to see just how terrifying this thing is to make everyone this scared. Elder Ha rushed to the window to look down, with Xiao Dong right behind him. He kept shaking his head. We'll be wiped out by these plant monsters before the flower car even shows its face. Xiao Dong stepped up and looked down. Does the flower car have the power to control these plant monsters? Seeing the army slowly closing in on the skyscraper, Elder Ha explained it clearly. Exactly. It's likely using some kind of signal. This kind of organized attack means the flower car is nearby, and it's definitely coming for us. Xiao Dong opened the window to get a better look. Elder Ha nearly had a heart attack. What are you doing? Zero fear. Xiao Dong pulled out an AK-47, just testing to see how tough these guys are. Elder Ha's jaw dropped. Where did you get a gun? Without a word, Xiao Dong started spraying. The plant monsters below got shredded and fell back, but strangely, the bullet holes started healing themselves. They were recovering fast and kept pushing their attack. Xiao Dong noted, these things have some insane survival instincts. Let's see how far their healing factor goes. Xiao Dong kept firing. He glared at the plant monsters, landing headshot after headshot. One bullet won't do it? Fine, eat 100. Xiao Dong unleashed a hail of lead on one of them. Its body was torn apart like a dirty rag. It tried to regenerate, but the damage was just too much. The healing couldn't keep up, and the plant monster finally hit the dirt for good. Khương Tiểu Dũng scratched his head, thinking, 2 whole mags just to drop one of these things? No wonder everyone shook, but it's all good, he's about to pull out the big guns. Everyone there was just staring with their jaws on the floor. Khương Tiểu Dũng had his gun slung over his shoulder as he popped that crate open like a boss. The bearded guy nearby literally couldn't believe his eyes. He started stuttering like, wait, he's not using the gun? Is he really opening a crate with a crowbar in his bare hands? Is he cracked? But what he saw inside was even more insane. The man leaned in closer to the crate and gasped, Molotovs. This is fire. perfect for bringing the heat. Khương Tiểu Dũng headed back to the window for round 2. He brought Tren Sung and Trung Thung Cheat along and gave them the play. Yo, if any of those trash mobs slip through the cracks, use these Molotovs to protect yourselves. Light 'em up. Elder Ha was totally lost. Slip through? What do you even mean, kid? Suddenly, the old man's eyes went wide as he saw Khương Tiểu Dũng standing right there. Without a single care, he straight up yeeted himself out the window. The old man screamed from the top floor, "Bro, that's the 16th floor." But Trung Thung Cheat and Tren Sung didn't even blink, they jumped right after him. All three of them went into a free fall straight toward the horde of plant freaks. Khương Tiểu Dũng was leading the charge, with the Dream Team duo right on his heels. They landed right in front of the plant monsters, looking like absolute legends who didn't give a damn. As soon as they hit the ground, the monsters went feral and rushed them. The creatures let out these pathetic, screeching roars. Khương Tiểu Dũng wasn't even fazed. He reached out with his bare hands and grabbed one of those plant things by its head. He ripped its head clean off like it was nothing. Pure savage energy. Over on the other side, Tren Sung was also putting in work, throwing hands like a maniac. He smashed one monster's head in, and when its buddy tried to sneak him from the side, Tren Sung pulled a pro-gamer move and countered with a massive blow. Tren Sung kept spamming heavy hits, literally shredding those plant freaks so they couldn't even trigger their regeneration. They were cooked. As for Trung Thung Chit, he was absolutely clearing the map, using tentacles sprouting from all over his body to delete those monsters. Honestly, Trung Thung Cheat didn't even have to break a sweat. Up on the high balcony, Elder Ha and the rest of the survivors were watching the absolute carnage. Seeing Khương Tiểu Dũng lead 2 mutated zombies to wreck the plant army's formation had them turning pale. Like, damn, what kind of monsters are these guys, for real? Up there, Li Treen was feeling the hype too. He rolled up his sleeves and headed for the crate. Stop staring and get moving. Let's get ready to catch any of those pests that slip through. Li Treen started barking orders to the crew. If you got the guts, grab a Molotov and hold down the hallway entrance. Don't let anything pass. The rest of you, clear out anything flammable from the hall. Move it. Immediately, the young guys there grabbed a bottle each, ready for smoke. They all shouted in sync, "Bet, we're on it." A moment later, down in the courtyard, the last of the plant trash got folded. Khương Tiểu Dũng just finished off another one. He tossed the dead body aside like garbage. Finally, all clear. Standing in the middle of the mess, Khương Tiểu Dũng pointed and gave the order to his duo. "You two, check those bodies and see if any of them dropped an evolution core." He then looked off into the distance, thinking to himself, "I'm going to go see what this flower carriage thing is all about." Cut to inside the building, the plant monsters trying to crawl up the hallways were getting roasted by Molotovs. The fire turned them to ash. Everyone was hyped. We've got fire. These things are easy work now. For real, but it's mostly thanks to Li and the Hung brothers. Elder Ha was grinning ear to ear. "All right, everyone, come on down. The threat's been neutralized." People from the upper floors started shouting down, "How's it looking? Is it over?" "Wait, where's our boy Kung?" Cut back to Khương Tiểu Dũng. "Man, there are a lot of these plant freaks here." Khương Tiểu Dũng looked at the twisted monstrosity in front of him from his perch on a high branch. He looked down and saw this massive, multi-legged lump. On top of it sat what looked like a giant, creepy flower. So this is the flower carriage they were talking about? He locked eyes on the flower's nozzle. Was that its real body? Suddenly, KTD's danger senses started tingling. He pulled a massive jump to dodge. Turns out this carriage uses tentacles to attack. Khương Tiểu Dũng stuck the landing on the ground, perfectly composed. He glared at the beast thinking, this thing is strong. It might even be on par with Thang Chiet. Suddenly, the flower carriage, looking like a mobile brain, came charging at him full speed. It launched an attack, but he just smirked. "Too bad for you. I've been slapping tentacles like yours all week. I've got your number." Khương Tiểu Dũng was pure confidence. He faced the monster head-on and grabbed 2 of its tentacles with his bare hands. He gave them a massive yank, ripping the slimy mass right out. The monster's purple core was exposed. But then, the flower head suddenly blasted out a thick cloud of toxic gas, trying to swarm him. But he didn't even flinch. "Ha, that won't work on me. I've already seen that same move from your cousins." Khương Tiểu Dũng opened his mouth wide and took a massive breath. The toxic gas hit, but he had already stored enough oxygen to hold his breath. Galaxy brain move. The horror started making these eerie, rumbling noises. It kept pumping out clouds of toxic gas from its head like a giant, stinky fart. Suddenly, its legs started buckling, and it couldn't even stand. Khương Tiểu Dũng took the opening and yanked those tentacles again with everything he had. He let go, built up momentum, and launched himself at the monster once more. His palm was glowing with an insane amount of energy. He roared, "Slavery mark." The flower carriage got desperate and shot a sharp, black spike of toxic gas from its bud, but Khương Tiểu Dũng was already closing the gap midair. He pointed straight at that black mist and yelled, "Slavery mark!" An evil aura exploded everywhere. The flower was hit by his suppression and its own power backfiring at the same time. The whole scene looked like a hurricane. A moment later, everything finally settled down. The guys on the building had been watching the whole time. One of them turned around. "The flower carriage. It's the real deal, and it's heading straight for us." Elder Ha's voice started trembling. "That's it. I could never forget that twisted shape as long as I live." Another guy started losing his cool. "Where's Khương Tiểu Dũng? Don't tell me he got wiped out by that thing." But just as they were panicking, Khương Tiểu Dũng voice suddenly rang out, talking to Trung Thung Cheat. "How are things going with those two?" Old Man Ha and the dude next to him nearly jumped out of their skins. "It is Jiang Xiaoyang. He is back and totally unscathed. What a legend." He asked if those basement plants had any cores. Thang Chiet was like, "Some don't, but others have double. Basically, it is hit or miss." He meant not all of them have one, but there are plenty to go around. One guy gives a thumbs up saying, "Not all of them are built like that. Some are just loaded with cores." Xiaoyang is just shaking his head at this point. One guy can't talk straight and the other is just yapping nonsense while trying to translate. Old Man Ha is absolutely shook seeing Xiaoyang. He is like, "My guy, what happened down there?" But Xiaoyang just keeps it cool. "Oh, that? It is on our side now." Everyone starts losing their minds. "Wait, what? Our side?" A moment later, Xiaoyang leads them straight to that killer lotus plant. He points at it and makes it clear. "Chill, it won't hurt a soul." Ha is the most cautious one there, but he is also the first to step up. He actually dares to get close to the terrifying lotus tree they were all scared of. Ha slowly reaches out his hand. He is so nervous, he has to swallow hard just to keep it together. He summons all his courage and finally touches it, but the plant does not react at all. Ha gasps in disbelief. "You actually tamed it? How is that even possible?" Xiaoyang just flips the script and asks, "You are a botanist, right? What do you make of this thing?" Ha strokes his beard. Even though it turned into a monster, it still has those plant instincts. He starts dropping some knowledge. Just like survival of the fittest with animals, the competition between plants is brutal. Fighting for sunlight is their whole life. Trees did not just start out tall. They grew higher and higher just to hog all the light. The shorter plants get weak because they are stuck in the shadows. Ha gets even closer to the massive meat mass. "I bet this lotus became so aggressive because it lost its advantage in the race for sunlight. So it mutated to hunt animals instead." Right then, two tentacles start wiggling right over the heads of Xiaoyang and Ha. Li Cheng notices something is off. He grabs his knife and screams, "Watch out!" One of the tentacles is lunging straight for Xiaoyang. But our MC has zero fear. He just waves them off and says, "Hold up, stop. It cannot mess with me anymore. Let me see what it is cooking." Li Cheng is stressed out of his mind for him. He is like, "Bro, but you." Xiaoyang just lets the tentacle get closer and closer. The thing suddenly wraps tight around his neck. His eyes go wide, but then he just relaxes and takes a deep breath. Li Cheng is panicking, asking if he is okay. But Xiaoyang is chilling. He looks at Ha and says, "You are spot on. This whole city is a plant battleground now. These mutants could not win the light war, so they chose violence." Ha just nods along as he listens. Xiaoyang continues, "They are just hunting animals for nutrients now." He walks right up to the lotus. The plant immediately lets go of his neck. Xiaoyang says, "Since you are my servant now, I will handle your survival. Now, speak up." Suddenly, the flower bud snaps shut, shakes like crazy, and then blooms wide open. Out pops a glowing green core covered in tiny tentacles. One of the bright green vines crawls right towards Xiaoyang's hand. The lotus brings its core closer to him. He looks up and slowly, the core inside the plant is absorbed by his body. Li Cheng is standing there scratching his head like, "What just happened?" By now, Xiaoyang has absorbed the whole thing. He looks at his hand with a smirk. "It is part of me now." Xiaoyang smiles, turns around, and thrusts his hand out. Boom! 3 green tentacles shoot out of his palm. They are way faster and more responsive than Thang Chiet's. The vines grab a nearby tree. Xiaoyang gives it a light tug and the force snaps that massive ancient tree like a twig. Seeing the same power, Thang Chiet is low-key jealous, shouting that it is light years ahead of his. Then the system pops up with an achievement. Achievement unlocked. The Gardener. Reward, 150 points. Current balance, 153 points. Xiaoyang pulls the tentacles back. He looks at the system and smiles. "Oh, an achievement? That is a first." The lotus is now just a puddle since its core is totally integrated with Xiaoyang. The squad is done here and decides to head out. Cut back to the base. That red-haired lady is already plotting in her room. She is looking out the window like, another fish is on the hook. There is a knock and she turns on the charm. Who is it? It is that dude from earlier who wanted to help her. He is bringing a tasty snack. He says, "Hey girl, I brought you some late-night munchies." She starts flexing her assets and looks up. "Did I ask you to bring me food?" The guy is already down bad for her. He is just nodding, saying he did it himself. He is not even looking at the bread. He is eyeing the real snack in front of him. The lady starts getting close to him. "Well, thanks then." After being lonely for so long, this dude is peaking. He is so hyped, he just lunges at her. She plays hard to get and backs away. "Hey, what are you trying to do to me?" He manages to pull back and says, "Sorry, I thought you wanted it too." His eyes are glued to her. She suddenly gets gentle and strokes her hair. "There are too many people here and the walls are thin. Why don't we go outside the factory and play something more dangerous and exciting?" The guy is all in now. "Let's go." Cut to another spot, heavy breathing, and a car nearby shaking like crazy. Someone is putting in work. The guy finally got what he wanted from the red-haired lady. He is all sweaty, looking at her like she is a goddess. After the round, he is blushing and feeling shy. "You are so beautiful. By the way, what is your name?" But then, he suddenly sees something really weird right in front of him. The lady just asks, "Is something wrong?" Our guy spots something sus near the trash. He gets closer and wait. These clothes, they look way too familiar. Isn't this Zhao's gear? Why is it tossed out here like garbage? But the second he peeks inside, he completely loses it. It's a total nightmare. What's left inside that bin is just a mess of red syrup and human remains. Faces and parts are all tangled up, with his buddy's clothes sitting right on top. He looks up and catches a dark shadow darting past. It's that red-haired girl. She just finished draining that guy's life force, and now she's ready for the main course. It's time for her to feast. Meanwhile, back at the base, over by the old wrecked car, we see the big bearded dude. His teammate suddenly smacks him right in the head. He snaps and yells, "You little trash, what was that for? What do you think you're doing?" The bald guy is fuming. "Having a nice nap, are we?" Beard tries to play it cool. "Bro, I was on lookout duty." But Baldy isn't buying it. He grabs him by the collar, totally losing his cool. "I literally walked right up to you and you didn't even flinch. Did you even see her signal? Tell me, how long were you out?" Beard tries to cover his tracks. "I wasn't sleeping. Man, I just closed my eyes for a second." "Baldy is done. You're useless. Keeping you around is a total waste of time." Then, the brown-haired girl steps in, trying to use her charms to chill him out. "All right, chill out. We've been taking turns watching this whole time, and we still haven't seen her signal." She looks over at the base. I bet she's trying to hog all the food for herself." These half-zombie creeps are already starting to doubt their own team. Baldy barks an order, "Go. Scour the factory and see if that dog left any tracks." A bit later, they actually find the body in the trash. The big bearded guy starts panicking. "I told you, I knew I smelled fresh meat around here." Baldy picks up a human bone, looking grim. "Look at this. You were right, she's trying to eat solo." The brown-haired girl just acts all coy. "Don't worry about it. If she can use her looks to sneak in, why can't I?" Suddenly, Baldy's massive hand reaches out and chokes the life out of her. "You're planning to sneak in and eat alone too, aren't you? Don't think I don't see through you." As she struggles for air, Beard tries to de-escalate. "Boss, take it easy. If you kill her, we've got zero chance left." Baldy finally lets go, and she collapses to the ground. She's gasping for air while he vents all his rage on her. "If you even think about pulling what she did, I'm storming in there. Even if it's the last thing I do, I'll take both of you out." She can barely breathe, but she manages to choke out a response. I got it. Hey." And just like that, she starts her little act. She runs to the base and starts banging on the door like her life depends on it. "Help. Somebody save me." The doors fly open and the guards rush out, guns ready. They aren't taking any chances. "Who the heck are you?" The girl puts on her best terrified face. "Zombies were chasing me. I barely made it out alive." Inside the base, one of the guys starts feeling bad for the beauty. "Man, we're on a roll lately. We just rescued one girl, and now another one shows up. This is wild." The guy next to him is totally down for it. For real. And honestly, this one's even more of a baddie than the last one. Hey. They're about to let her in when a voice screams out, "Hold it." The guards jump, looking back. It's the red-haired girl. She points right at the newcomer and shouts, "She's one of those mutants. She's just pretending to be human." Seeing her own teammates sell her out, the brown-haired girl snaps, "You absolute traitor." But the redhead doesn't stop. "Shoot her. Do it now. She's a freaking zombie." Boom, boom, boom. The guards open fire instantly. She gets absolutely peppered with bullets. She realizes she can't stay, so she bolts for it. But the bullets keep coming. She's getting lit up from every angle. She's got so many holes in her body now, it's a miracle she's even moving. Her luck finally ran out. She collapses right on the road. The crowd starts yelling, "Quick, get the gasoline." They rush over with the fuel, but then she's gone. How does someone survive getting turned into Swiss cheese and still manage to run away? Damn it. Go tell Mr. Lee and San right now. Even with dozens of holes in her, she somehow drags her broken body back to the two big dudes. She's looking absolutely cooked. She stumbles and collapses right at the bald guy's feet. She grabs his leg, begging for her life. "Please, don't kill me. Help me. I'll do whatever you say, I promise." Baldy just looks down at her with zero emotion. "Humph. We're all the same species here. I know exactly how your kind thinks." He suddenly reaches down and grips a massive rock nearby with one hand. He lifts that heavy rock high over her head, his voice turning cold as ice. "As for the food in that base, I'll just have to find another way." All she can do is stare up in pure despair. Crunch! A sickening sound echoes as the rock slams down, completely obliterating her face. Red syrup sprays everywhere. But wait, plot twist. The bearded guy uses the distraction to sneak attack Baldy from behind. Baldy's head hits the ground hard. It wasn't her head, it was Baldy's. That syrup was from the bald zombie's skull getting cracked open. Now the bearded guy is standing over him. He actually licks the red syrup off his knife. Creepy. He looks at the brown-haired girl and says, "An arm and a leg should be enough to heal you. The rest? That's mine." She smirks and nods. Deal. In her head, she's thinking, "Yeah, we definitely know exactly how our kind works. If they'd shared that meal with Baldy, he wouldn't have given them a single scrap. But by taking him out, they're in control now." He gets to decide who eats what. Cut back to the base, and things are getting chaotic because someone's gone missing. Anyone seen Chen? Where did he go? Old man Lee rushes over to the guard, sounding worried. "Seriously, first Zhao, and now another one? Is this a joke?" San looks absolutely fed up with all this mystery. Mr. Lee turns to her. San, what are you up to?" She just shrugs. "Nothing. I'm just going to scout around the factory and see if I can find any new clues." San ain't playing around. She hits up the factory and spots something absolutely disgusting, a trash can overflowing with human bones. There are even clothes mixed in there. Gross. San immediately calls a meeting for everyone in the base. The guy in the black shirt looks at the meat mush inside and is straight up terrified. He's like, "No way. These are definitely Trankak's clothes, and I'd recognize those shoes anywhere they belong to Duan Hai. He's the only one in our squad who flexed that brand." That red-haired girl starts panicking, biting her hand like a psycho. She's cooked. They're digging up the remains she tried to hide in the trash. San is already suspicious of this new girl. No one heard a single sound earlier, and there weren't even any signs of a struggle in the area. She turns around and stares that red-haired trash right in the eyes. What does that tell you? The truth is coming out. This girl is shaking while trying to act all innocent. She's like, "Why are you looking at me?" San is done with the games. Someone's actually trying to act out in her base. She lunges forward like a literal storm. A dagger flies straight at that red-haired snake's body. She screams like she's some helpless victim. But wait, she's a half-zombie, so her stats are cracked. She was just faking being scared. She slides out of the way, dodging San's lethal move like it's nothing. The dagger hits a tree with insane speed, and boom, it explodes. The red-haired girl glares at San, teeth clenched, showing her true villain face. San stays icy, warming up her hands while death-staring this half-demon thing. All the suspicion is locked on the redhead now. The tension is insane. The girl realizes it's over. Damn it. Her cover is totally blown. She snaps. She lunges at the nearest guy, pulls out a hidden blade, and presses it right against his throat. She starts threatening everyone. "Don't move, or he's dead." San shouts back, "If you kill him, you aren't leaving this place alive." This chick is fearless. Just a little girl who hasn't even grown up yet talking big. "If I'm going down today, I'm taking a few of you with me." She drags the poor guy out to the main road. "Give me his gun right now. Don't even twitch, or I'll slice his throat open." San and the squad follow her out, keeping their distance but staying ready. As soon as she grabs the gun, she kicks the guy away. Now that she has the heat, she goes full demon mode. She aims and unloads on him. After doing him dirty like that, she turns tail and bolts to make her escape. San draws her weapon, face cold as ice. She locks on and fires straight at the red-haired snake's back as she runs. Hits! Direct hits on the vital spots. The girl is desperate now, pushing through the pain to escape. She's got to run or she's done for. Old Lai sees San about to act and asks, San, what are you doing?" She says, "I'm chasing her on the bike." But Lai stops her and tells her to let it go. San, we don't know if she has backup nearby. To be safe, let's just lock down the base first." San nods. "Yeah, you're right." She turns and barks orders, "Lock up all the new survivors in the safe room for quarantine. Grandpa, you handle that side. I need to head to Diep Thane and settle things there. Old Lai smiles and nods. Go ahead, be careful out there. He's thinking, wow, San has really leveled up. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Kwang Tu Dung. The plant zombie mob is getting rowdy, but as soon as they see him, they start shaking in fear. One shot, Tu Dung's tentacles shred the plant heads instantly. He and Tiet Hoa are just cruising through this. Using tentacles is basically God mode. They don't even have to break a sweat like before. The tentacles do all the dirty work for them. The plant zombies are flying everywhere like a messy hot pot. Over here, Tran Sung and Lai Trin are each carrying a can of gasoline. These two are pros. Once Tu Dung and the others take them down, they douse the bodies in gas. Within seconds, the whole place is a bonfire. Tu Dung's squad watches the burn. Ha Lao is still totally shaken up. He's thinking, is this safety? Or is he just that scary? Tu Dung's system pings, mission in progress. Mission, expand the community. Progress, defending the independent base from invaders. Task complete. Evaluation score +10. Current evaluation +72 bonus points, +40 accumulation points. Total, 193. Tu Dung is vibing. Ha! Truong Chi and San didn't let me down. Back at the base, Tu Dung's squad arrives. Everyone runs out hyped to see them. Brother Tu Dung is back. Big bro, you're finally home. Tu Dung immediately asks Old Han, where's San? Any drama while I was gone? Old Han explains, the steel factory was popping off, so San went to back them up. Some people got bit, but she took the inhibitors over there. Seeing the new faces, Old Han asks who they are. Tu Dung introduces them as survivors from the other city. He brings Ha Lao over and says, this is Ha Lao, a plant expert from the Science Institute. Old Han is stoked to have another veteran around. Welcome to the base, old timer. Ha Lao shakes his hand. Thanks for having us, we really appreciate the help. Tu Dung turns to Ha Lao with a chill vibe. This is just a temporary stop. In a few days, I'll escort you to the edge of the city forest. Ha Lao is confused. The forest edge? What for? Tu Dung drops the bomb. To build our third base. But just as he says that, Tu Dung senses something sus nearby. Something is definitely wrong. Then he spots San pulling up on an off-road bike. She waves with a big smile, asking, Big bro Dung, when did you get back? San gets serious and starts spilling the tea. Turns out, all the new members are completely shook and can't believe what's happening. Old Man Ha points to himself like, what about us? Tu Dung keeps it cool, saying, no worries, I know your history. You're solid. They aren't exactly new members. Tu Dung whispers to San, this is good. San looks terrified, asking, wait, how is this good news? Tu Dung just shrugs. There is rewards to be farmed, so why wouldn't it be fire? Right then, his system pings. A new mission pops up. Villain's Bane. Goal. Wipe out a level 4 threat. Reward, 120 points. Mission updated, level 4 killer. Objective. Clear the threats in West City and the outskirts. Reward, 120 points. Cut to the red-haired girl who managed to escape. She is absolutely gassed, leaning against a wall and struggling to catch her breath. She is breathing heavy, and suddenly, there is a weird noise nearby. She looks over, totally drained and unable to run anymore. Turns out, it is her own squad. The brown-haired girl smirks, seeing her state. Wow, did your new friends just dump you? Red hair tries to make excuses. It is all a misunderstanding. I have a plan. Don't do this. The brown-haired girl laughs. A plan? For real? Your plan almost got us all killed. She screams in a rage, finish her off. She says that even if things didn't go perfectly, eating the bald guy and this girl makes it worth it. But right as she finishes talking, the brown-haired girl suddenly coughs up a fountain of blood. Her face is covered in veins, and she can't believe the bearded guy actually aimed for her. She stares at the throwing knife sticking out of her chest, completely shell-shocked. She can't believe her own teammate just did her like that, betrayed by the one person she trusted. She glares at the bearded guy and snarls, You trash. You are really doing this again? The guy just throws up a peace sign and smirks. Why the attitude? You were supposed to be dead a long time ago. In absolute agony, the brown-haired girl screams to the red-haired one, Don't trust him. Last time I was hurt, he used this same trick to snake the bald guy. He's only doing this to make sure he gets the most loot. He will betray you without a second thought as soon as you aren't useful. Remembering the brown-haired girl's final words, the redhead just nods without saying a thing. Right now, with a sword stuck straight through her chest, the brown-haired girl starts tweaking and causing a massive scene. Hey, I'm already cooked here and you clearly have the upper hand, so don't kill me. Kill her instead. That girl is the reason we're in this mess in the first place. It's all her fault. The redhead screams back at her, You total trash. How can you even talk about others when you're exactly the same? Just then, the big bearded guy strokes his chin and says, all right, everyone just misunderstood each other, so quit the hating. But hey, your suggestion actually isn't half bad. Haha, the girl suddenly sees a glimmer of hope. Right? We've been together for so long, there's gotta be some feelings there, right? No way, I'm worse than that trashy girl. The redhead on the ground starts making noise too, asking, where am I even lacking? Anything she can do, I can do better. But then, the big guy's face suddenly turns straight up demonic. He delivers another brutal blow to the brown-haired girl and says in a chilling voice, too bad for you, I actually like the redhead more. Just like that, the brown-haired girl's body drops dead in the street. The big guy points at the redhead and repeats what he said before. One arm and one leg are enough for you to recover, but the rest of the loot belongs to me. The redhead just nods and says, fine, deal. Scene shifts back to Khương Tiểu Dũng base where everyone is speed-running to the meeting room. A girl with red hair asks, a cannibal in the western suburbs? She was disguised as a normal human to sneak in here and even took out several of our people. Khương Tiểu Dũng turns to Lý Thụ and asks, I assume you know a thing or two about these cannibals? Lý Thụ replies, know them? Bro, I was basically one of them. Even though I'm not as mutated as those monsters, I can still figure out their basic instincts. Eating flesh makes us lose all restraint, and that primal human nature becomes incredibly selfish. Their vision gets narrow, they crash out over nothing, and they're nothing but gluttonous, bloodthirsty freaks. Khương Tiểu Dũng nods like he's got the whole meta figured out and simply says, I see. Sounds like a dangerous squad. I definitely have to head to the western suburbs, but right now, there's something even more urgent. Khương Tiểu Dũng turns to Lý Thụ to give him his orders. Keep a tight watch over the steel factory. If anything happens that you can't handle, hit me up on the radio immediately. Lý Thụ nods with total confidence. Understood. Fast forward 2 months later, on the rooftop of a tall building, a group is whispering to each other. What do we do? Should we bounce? That creepy sound is back. It shows up every night and it's getting closer. Who even knows what kind of monster is making that noise? Think of something fast or we're all going to be dead meat. One of the guys shouts, pack up the food and the daily supplies. We're moving to a new spot. A moment later, the whole squad decides to ditch their base. One guy looks around and asks, do we seriously have to move at night? What if that monster catches us? The leader explains, if we go during the day, those plant monsters are way more cracked. You really want to get shredded by a plant? Right as he says that, 4 plant monsters jump out to ambush them. The guy screams, watch out, plant monsters. Damn it, the noise is so loud I didn't even hear them pulling up on us. It is pure chaos out here and everyone is running for their lives. One guy is already caught by a massive plant monster, and his so-called teammates, they are not even looking back. The situation is officially critical. They are completely surrounded on all sides. It is a total dead end. Damn it, I told you moving at night was a death wish. Just then, our black-haired MC with the backpack steps up. He points forward and shouts, there is one path left, head toward that noise right now. With 0 options left, the whole group starts hauling it in that direction. They are panicking hard, basically sprinting toward their own funeral. Wait, what? We are cooked anyway, so let us just gamble. Maybe it is not a monster. Is it the army coming to save the day? They kept running and running until they were absolutely gassed and had to stop for a breather. That's when our black-haired MC looks back. He sees his leader looking totally stunned by what's right in front of them. Like, what is even going on with that tree over there? Out of nowhere, it starts moving and expanding. People are losing it, screaming, watch out, as the massive tree comes crashing down right on top of the crowd. No idea who's behind this chaos, but luckily, everyone managed to dodge the falling trunk. The leader of the group slowly peeks his head out to see the damage. With a trunk this massive, what kind of monster could even take it down? Someone hiding behind a nearby tree whispers, yo, zip it, stay quiet or we're cooked. Then they spot a whole squad up ahead using giant chainsaws to cut wood. They realize people are actually logging here. Wait, who the heck is that guy? Suddenly, the leader starts cheering. He shouts, it's Khương. His buddy in the back is sweating though. Like, bro, what are you doing? Don't just run out there. Khương looks back and sees his old pal Luong. Yo, you're actually still alive? Luong is hyped to see his homie. Man, how have you guys been holding up? Khương keeps it real. We got rescued, bro. We're chilling in the next city now. Right then, they hear the zombies groaning again, and Luong starts panicking. Run! The plant monsters are back. But Khương isn't even flinching. He just gives a big smirk and waves his hand like it's nothing. Relax, it's just some overgrown weeds. Nothing to be scared of. Khương immediately hops on the radio. Squad 2 here. We've got some plant specimens. I repeat, plant specimens found. Luong is straight up baffled watching Khương move. Wait, did he really just call them just some plants? How can he be so casual about this? The radio crackles back. Copy that. Hung Kai, who was leading the logging crew, turns to the group. He tells the people who were running for their lives, "Yo, over here, just tuck in behind us." In no time, the reinforcements Hung Kai called for roll up to the scene. These guys are decked out in heavy armor and packing some serious heat. A Luong is looking at them like a total country bumpkin seeing the big city for the first time. No way! This place is actually high-tech. Right away, the specialized plant control squad moves in to handle business. They start blasting massive flamethrowers at those killer plants. The monsters get cooked and start letting out these ear-piercing shrieks as they're suppressed. Lai Trin is also there, watching the whole thing go down. Yeah, these plants are light work. We don't even need to lift a finger anymore. A Luong still can't believe his eyes. He turns to his friend and says, "I didn't know you guys had this much firepower. How did you even pull this off?" Hung Kai just crosses his arms and says, "It's all thanks to leader Xiao Deng." A Luong starts acting all shy when he sees the other big shots like Thang Triet and Tran Sung over there. Hung Kai slaps him on the shoulder to calm him down. "Chill out, man. They aren't monsters. They're our protectors. Since we're short on hands, I'll take you to meet leader Xiao Deng." Before long, Hung Kai is leading a Luong's group back to the main base. As they pass the base's agricultural zone, a Luong's brain literally stops working. This makes zero sense. You're actually farming inside a forest full of killer plants? Hung Kai casually plucks a weird-looking plant and tosses it to his buddy. "Here, check it out." In a Luong's hand, the thing looks like a literal heart and it's pulsing. It's so creepy that he jumps back and yeets it away immediately. Hung Kai's like, "Whoa, take it easy." A Luong's shaking. "What the heck was that?" Hung Kai calmly explains, "Technically, it's still a plant monster. It's actually the same species we just discovered." A Luong is shook. "Wait, you guys actually tamed these things?" Hung Kai breaks it down further. "They grow super fast and they're easy to harvest. Best crops ever." Then, Hung Kai leads the group to meet the man himself, Xiao Deng. A Luong is following closely, asking, "Did you guys buy some kind of God mode DLC from heaven or what?" Hung Kai just points ahead at where the leader is standing. It's all because of leader Xiao Deng. Over there, Deng is watching Old Man Ha do some research on the plants. The old guy picks up a bulb and says, "These plants can change their form whenever we want. I never thought I'd see anything like this in my entire life." Xiao Deng lets a tentacle slip out and says, "If you need anything else, just tell So Hoa." Old Man Ha waves him off, saying, No, we're good. Harvesting is already a breeze now." Xiao Deng stands up and looks at the horizon. "Good, the expansion is going smoothly. If any other plant monsters try to invade, Lai Trin can solo them. It's time for me to head to the western suburbs and deal with those man-eaters." Cut to the western outskirts of the city. Xiao Deng arrives on the scene, and this time, he's only got Tran Sung with him. Tran Sung catches a bad vibe and reports, "We've got company. Someone strong is tailing us." Xiao Deng just nods. "Yeah, I felt it too. They're about as strong as Chuang Tree's crew." Tran Sung whispers, "So, what's the move?" Xiao Deng isn't even sweating. "What else? Just consider it an extra snack for you. It's a red-haired woman and a big bearded guy. She's hyped, thinking, 'Jackpot, this is our lucky day.' I'm starving." Suddenly, the big bearded dude grabs her shoulder. "Wait up!" She snaps back. "What are you waiting for?" Before someone else steals our meal. But this guy is more cautious. He stares for a bit and says, "Too late. Someone already beat us to it." Turns out it's not just these two. There's a whole mob of men and women there, a massive gang armed to the teeth with knives and weapons. They're blocking the path for Xiao Deng and Tran Sung. A black-haired woman licks her blade, looking totally unhinged. "Ooh, high-grade stuff. I've never seen anything like this." The mob starts losing their minds, staring at Xiao Deng. Is this guy actually a purebred awakened? This is crazy. I bet eating him would make us level up like crazy. But wait, what the heck is that thing standing next to him? All eyes turn to Tran Sung. Does this guy have tamer powers? This is perfect. If we eat him, maybe we can steal his skills and finally take down that monster in the outskirts. No more slip-ups on the north side. Up on a nearby roof, the redhead is low-key losing her mind. "See that? I told you to wait, and now someone else snatched the kill." The big bearded guy isn't even mad. He just laughs it off. "Ha ha, just watch. Let's see if this guy is a hero or a villain." The redhead is totally spiraling. Right then, the bearded guy leans over to look, and who does he see? None other than Tran Sung. Our boy is going absolute god mode. Everyone in front of him is getting sent flying at insane speeds, getting sliced and diced. Huang Tiu Dung is moving way too fast. He's literally shredding these trash bullies into pieces. The same guys who were bragging about eating Huang Tiu Dung are now running for their lives. No way. How is a monster this cracked even real? Get out of here. They're scattering like roaches. One guy even tries to scale a wall. But our MC is just standing there, gripping his bloody blade. One guy is desperately climbing the building where the redhead is hiding. He's giving it his all, but as soon as his hand reaches the top, she screams, "You absolute idiot. Don't you dare come this way. Are you trying to get me killed? Get lost." Down below, Huang Tiu-dung isn't done. He hoists a massive chunk of concrete onto his shoulder like it's nothing. He takes aim and yeets that concrete block right at the fleeing zombie. It's like a heat-seeking missile, and the guy is absolutely terrified. Boom! Direct hit right in the zombie's back. He's writhing in pain before he can even reach the roof. The force behind that throw was so insane that the concrete smashed right through the wall. Zombie blood splatters all over the redhead and the bearded guy. They're shaking in their boots and don't even dare to breathe. Downstairs, our MC summons a small knife and smirks. These guys were actually kind of strong. They probably have some decent cores on them. Up on the roof, the bearded guy carefully peeks his head out and mutters, "Holy crap, that is insane." The redhead is totally annoyed. Are they gone yet? The bearded guy realizes the coast is clear. Yeah, they're gone. Let's head down. Once the MC and Tran Sung leave, these two finally crawl out. The guy points at the bodies and tells the redhead, "They only ate 3 of them. Look at all these corpses." To these two, this is basically a 5-star buffet. They're literally drooling. So all this loot is ours now? Meanwhile, Huang Tiu-dung and Tran Sung are heading elsewhere. The MC is roasting him like, "Bro, your appetite is trash. We walked all this way and you only ate 3 people?" Tran Sung lets out a massive burp. "Burp! Look at my body, man. How much do you think I can fit?" As they're walking, they hear something suspicious nearby. Our MC's senses are sharp. He spins around instantly and summons a massive meat cleaver and locks onto the noise. Suddenly, a man with a crossbow appears, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Stay back. Step 1 inch closer and I'll end you." One look, and the MC knows he's just a normal human. But this guy is shaking like a leaf facing these two. He's biting his lip, sweating bullets. The MC lowers his weapon and says calmly, "Relax, don't do anything stupid." But the guy is too traumatized by the apocalypse. He levels the crossbow and tries to act tough. I said, "Get the hell back." He fires, but the MC doesn't even flinch. He just reaches out and catches the arrow with his bare hands. The man's face instantly drops into total despair. No way. Did he just catch an arrow like that? And before he can even blink, the MC teleports right in front of him. MC diff is real. Before he can reload, he's paralyzed by the MC's speed. Huang Tiu-dung just snatches the crossbow right out of his hands. Trash. Now that he's got the weapon, the MC says firmly, "Everyone else, come out. We aren't man-eaters." Turns out, our MC already knew there were a bunch of people hiding. Hearing that, they slowly start peeking out from the shadows. A woman nervously asks, "Who? What even are you guys?" After the MC explains everything, everyone is relieved. So there is a way to fight back without becoming a cannibal? This is a total game changer. Just like that, our MC saves another group. He walks with them and asks, "So, where are you guys heading?" The guy with the glasses from earlier says, "The Taifong steel plant in the southern suburbs. They've been broadcasting radio signals to find survivors, so we were planning to head there." Then the glasses guy pauses and says, "But honestly, they're probably just normal people. They won't stand a chance against the man-eaters." Our MC doesn't reveal he's the boss there. He just plays along. "Oh? So you think there is somewhere safer than the Taifong steel plant?" The guy is honest. "There is a human community in the north. They're actually hunting the man-eaters, so we're going to ask them for help." This is news to the MC. A group like that exists. The glasses guy continues, "We heard it from some man-eaters we encountered. If we didn't hear that, we wouldn't dare risk the trip." He adds, "Word is their leader is an absolute unit. He can take down 5 or 6 man-eaters by himself like it is nothing. That whole place stays safe because of him." The MC is skeptical. All because of one guy. There are at least 1,000 man-eaters in the West. Can he really protect everyone? The glasses guy is confident. Those man-eaters usually move alone. They almost never team up. But a young guy behind him cuts in. "No, that's not true. The other day I saw them gathering. It looked like they were planning something big." Hearing this, the glasses guy turns on him, totally annoyed. "I told you, you're losing it. You're probably confusing your dreams with reality. If those monsters gathered, they'd just kill each other. If they actually teamed up, I wouldn't have survived this long." He turns back to the MC to clear things up. Don't listen to him. He only wants to go to the Taifong steel plant because he thinks his brother might be there. He's told the kid a million times that the chances of his brother being alive are basically 0. If they go there, they're just asking to be cooked. Can the West Wind factory even stop those cannibals? For all we know, they are the cannibals. Even Zhang Xiaoyang had to agree with that logic. You hit the nail on the head. The original bosses at the West Wind Steel Factory, total cannibals. No cap. The two were stunned. Like what? But Zhang Xiaoyang just casually drops the bomb. They are already dead. Problem solved. What is your brother's name? I might know him. Hearing this, the guy with the mullet immediately started tearing up. My brother is Li Cheng. He was an auxiliary cop. Have you ever heard of him? Is he still alive? Zhang Xiaoyang just starts laughing. Haha, what a small world. I am actually pretty tight with Li Cheng. Mullet Boy's face lit up instantly. For real? He is totally serious. He is at West Wind right now, helping me manage the farmland. The kid was over the moon, but also super confused about what he just heard. Farmland? You mean farming is actually back? Yes, I knew it. We have to get to that factory, no matter what. But the guy with glasses was not buying it. Who even are you? I do not believe in coincidences like this. Fess up. Are you trying to play us? Are you just baiting us so you can turn us into dinner? In this world, you cannot trust anyone. Zhang Xiaoyang was just done. Bro, if I wanted you dead, I would not need a lie to do it. Just as he finished talking, a gunshot zipped right past his head. He watched the bullet slam into the pavement. Zhang Xiaoyang cut his eyes toward them. Glasses guy immediately started screaming at his lackey. What the heck are you doing? The kid with the pistol was just stuttering, completely lost. My bad. The gun just went off. But that one accidental shot? Yeah, it just rang the dinner bell for every zombie in the area. Before they knew it, the roars started echoing. Glasses guy panicked. We are cooked. The cannibals heard the shot. He started barking orders at everyone to get inside. Everyone, hide, now. Even then, he actually looked back at Zhang Xiaoyang and Transung. Hey, get over here. You trying to die? I do not care how strong you think you are. You cannot take on a whole pack of those man-eaters alone. But Zhang Xiaoyang was chill, like zero stress. Did you not say those cannibals would just start fighting each other anyway? Glasses guy screamed back. Yeah, AFTR, they kill you. They will fight over your corpse. He kept yelling, but the two of them just would not budge. He finally lost his cool and turned to run. Fine, do not hide. See if I care. And just like that, Glasses guy bolted inside. He hurried everyone along. Get in the rooms, lock the doors. One of the guys spotted a way up to the second floor. Go up, get as far back as you can. Hurry, we are out of time. They managed to scramble into a room and seal themselves in. Glasses guy leaned against the wall, panting. I just hope that kid does not sell us out. Meanwhile, outside, Zhang Xiaoyang was standing his ground. The crowd was getting bigger by the second. They surrounded Zhang Xiaoyang and started mocking him like it was a social gathering. Only one guy? Did you guys already sneak a snack without me? One guy grumbled. Shut up. I just got here too. Then, a woman stepped forward, baring her jagged, razor-sharp teeth with a nasty grin. She looked him up and down. Can you not tell? This one is not your average snack. Eating him would be like devouring 10 ordinary men. Jackpot. Ha ha ha. Up in the room, the survivors were peeking through the cracks. Mullet Boy whispered to Glasses Guy. What is going on out there? Glasses Guy peered out cautiously. There's almost 10 of them now. And more are coming out of the shadows. Sweat was pouring down his face. That kid is finished. There will not even be bones left. Down below, one of the cannibals finally snapped and lunged. First bite is mine. But Zhang Xiaoyang did not even flinch. With a casual flick of his hand, he sent that cannibal's head flying. The massive body just slumped to the ground. Zhang Xiaoyang's face was stone cold. No emotion. The other cannibals? Their jaws hit the floor. So fast. They actually froze, too scared to make a move. Zhang Xiaoyang looked at the pack. Let us save some time. Just come at me all at once. That did it. The whole group lost it and started swarming him. They all charged at the same time, screaming. You think we are a joke? Tear him apart. Zhang Xiaoyang just glanced over at Transung. You take this one. Burn some calories so you can eat more later. Transung just nodded. Got it. While Zhang Xiaoyang was leaning down to grab a weapon, one of those freaks tried to sneak up behind him for a cheap shot. But Zhang Xiaoyang just launched himself into the air. The cannibal missed completely and almost face-planted. Up above, Glasses Guy's eyes were practically bulging. He shouted, Holy, how did he jump that high? Zhang Xiaoyang cleared the gap in one leap, landing perfectly on the high railing. He looked down at the monsters like they were nothing. Glasses Guy was losing his mind. Is this kid even human? Or is he the real monster? Even the cannibals were starting to get cold feet. His physical stats are way higher than mine. Realizing they were outclassed, the cannibals turned tail and started running for their lives. This guy is a monster. We cannot beat him. Everyone, get out of here. But right then, a streak of light flashed through the air, heading straight for one of the runners. In an instant, 8 parts of his head were just gone. The other cannibals nearly had a heart attack seeing that. Jiang Xiaoyong just rested his foot on the railing. After taking his shot, he said coldly, "I will not let any of you leave this place alive." Then he pointed down at Transung. "But hey, you might actually be able to beat him." Transung realized Jiang Xiaoyong was setting him up. He looked up at him, feeling a bit awkward. That power level might be a little too high, bro. By now, the cannibals had him surrounded. Seeing Transung alone on the ground, they decided he was the easier target. "Let us take this guy out first." But right then, Transung's primal instincts kicked in. He was getting seriously annoyed with all these people trying to jump him. He was not having it. Transung moved like a blur, fast and smooth. He used his razor-sharp claws to rip right through every single cannibal that dared to rush him. Right now, Transung is on another level. He's out here doing handstand spins and flurry kicks like a pro, turning this fight into a total bloodbath between him and the zombies. These flesh eaters are covered in blood, and honestly, they're starting to lose it. They're thinking, Transung? No way. Is this guy actually unbeatable? Backing him up from the high ground, Huang Tiudong is hitting every single shot. He's popping zombie heads left and right with these beams of light. Down below, that guy with the glasses is just staring from the room, completely speechless. He can't even blink watching Tiudong and Transung go to work. He's like, are these two really about to solo an entire horde of man-eaters by themselves? Meanwhile, Dung is perched on the railing. He raises his gun and shouts, "Yo, come on out." Seeing that everything has settled down, the guy with the glasses finally leads the survivors out to Dung. But man, when they see the carnage with their own eyes, everyone is absolutely shook. Right then, Tiudong pulls a total boss move and leaps down from the balcony, landing perfectly. Glasses guy doesn't waste a second and speaks up. "We've thought about it, and we want to join West Wind. Will you take us in?" Tiudong doesn't even hesitate and replies, "Done. But first, I've got to hit that northern suburb you guys mentioned." Hearing that, everyone looks confused and straight up terrified. "Wait, what are you going there for?" Dung slowly walks toward them to give them the lowdown. "To see if those guys you mentioned are actually worth it." Then his voice goes cold and his expression turns dark. He emphasizes, "and to decide if I need to end them." "All right, let's leave Tiudong there for a sec." Over at a factory-turned hideout, things are looking grim. You can see a pack of man-eaters from a distance, and they're absolutely smashing the gate. The guards spot them and start screaming, "Incoming! We're under attack! Attack!" The guard scans the area and yells out the report to everyone. 7 man-eaters spotted. Before anyone can process what's happening, a mysterious figure steps forward without a hint of fear. It's a massive guy with muscles, for days, and a thick beard walking toward the guard. The people behind him instantly recognize him and yell, "Big Bro Fong." From the other side, his daughter shows up, looking worried sick. She tries to stop him. "Dad, even for you, this is too much." But he doesn't even flinch or say a single word to her. He just turns to the others and barks orders, "Lock the gates, don't let a single enemy in, and don't let anyone out." The guy next to him nods instantly. "Got it, boss, no problem." Once the defense is set for his squad, he takes a leap of faith and jumps down. His daughter is still screaming, "Dad, please be careful." Triu Fong hits the ground in a classic superhero landing. The man-eaters see him jumping into the fray and don't even flinch. Actually, they're hyped. One of them laughs, "It's him." Another one adds, "Kill him. Once he's gone, the meat in that camp is all ours." They all charge at once. But then, Triu Fong switches modes. His eyes start glowing with a mysterious red light. Black veins and muscle fibers start pulsing all over his body. After a second of powering up, his entire frame is completely covered in a pitch-black layer of flesh. There are streaks of crimson mixed in, and sharp fangs start popping out everywhere from that black mass. It's not just teeth. Creepy mouths that let out low groans start opening all over him. Once the transformation is done, his mere presence makes the man-eaters freeze. They're so terrified they can't even speak a word. Right in front of them is a massive, savage beast. One of the cannibals stares in shock, losing his mind. Is this really his true power? Another one tries to play it cool with a smirk. He looks even more twisted than us, but even that can't stop their hunger for human flesh. They get their confidence back and start screaming, "Gang up on him, take him down." They all rush in, throwing everything they've got. Triu Fong is in full monster mode now. The whole squad is punching and kicking, swarming him without giving him a second to breathe. For a second, it looks like they have the upper hand, but then boom, the man-eaters are literally ripped to shreds. Some of them didn't even know they were dead yet. In just one move, Triu Fong deals massive damage, forcing the rest of them to back off. They stop their reckless charge. Monster form True Fong seizes the moment, lets out a massive roar, and goes all out. It didn't take long for the winner to be decided. Man-eaters are scattered everywhere, dead. Only True Fong is still standing. Back in the camp, everyone's cheering. We won. The man-eaters are wiped out. But Big Bro Fong is looking rough. He's barely hanging on. Even though they couldn't help during the fight, they were watching every second, hearts in their throats. Once things look okay, someone asks, "Is it really okay to just leave him like that?" The guard from earlier is hurting inside, but he replies, "We have to." In that form, he can't control himself. He told us to stay inside to protect us from him. His daughter is just staring, eyes full of worry. She finally breaks down, whispering, "Dad." The survivors see things have calmed down a bit and make a suggestion. A guy in a blue shirt speaks up. He's not moving. If we don't help him, he won't be able to eat those corpses to recover. If this keeps up, he's going to die. Everyone else agrees immediately. "Open the gate. We're ready to risk it." "Yeah, open it up." Seeing how much they care about her dad, the daughter starts crying for real, giving them a grateful smile. The gatekeeper sees the squad is all in. He makes the call. If everyone's down to risk it, then let's go. No more talk. Time to move. Everyone in the camp swings the doors open, rushing out one by one to get to True Fong, who's totally knocked out on the ground. Seeing these weaklings rushing out like it's a suicide mission, the leader screams at them. "What are you guys screaming for? Get back inside now." Luckily, they actually have a brain. They don't just run up to True Fong. Instead, they start dragging over the defeated cannibals. One of them shouts back, "We can't just let you die out here, bro." Even the gatekeeper joins in while hauling the bodies. Facts. If you go down, we're all cooked. Having seen this before, he tosses one of the cannibals toward True Fong just to be safe. He warns everyone, "Don't get too close, just chuck them over." As soon as the mouths on True Fong's body taste blood, he starts gaining his strength back. They literally swallow the guy whole. Everyone watching is totally grossed out, shouting, "This scene is straight up nightmare fuel." Someone gets a bit too close, and a guy instantly barks at him, "Yo, watch it. You trying to catch a one-way ticket to the afterlife, or what?" While they're busy feeding True Fong, a mysterious figure is hiding in the shadows, silently watching everything go down. The squad still hasn't noticed. Someone just says, "Just keep throwing from here, don't get hit by mistake." Turns out, the cannibals are back for more. Even though a few got clapped, they're still swarming the place like flies on trash. One of them gets annoyed, asking, "Wait, why does this monster look so pathetic?" A buff bald guy next to him replies, "Looks like it just had a massive showdown with some of our guys not too long ago." Seeing all that fresh meat, the guy starts drooling and laughs. "Haha, talk about perfect timing. Our brothers already did the heavy lifting for us. We're so lucky." But it doesn't take long for the people in the camp to realize they've got company. Looking totally panicked, one of them asks, "Wait, there's more of these cannibals." The guy next to him is just as confused, wondering, "What do we do about him? We're out of options." They've got no choice but to grab their gear and prepare for a death match. The gatekeeper tells the group, "Fong isn't back to full power yet. He's not ready for this. It's our turn to protect him." Switching back to Tiểu Dũng squad, they're currently on the move with the people they just rescued. They're heading to the next camp. Based on the vibes, Tiểu Dũng notes, "The group you guys were talking about is definitely built different. The north suburbs clearly have way fewer cannibals." A guy in glasses recognizes the area and says, "I know where we are. The destination should be right around the corner." Suddenly, the sound of a shootout echoes in the distance. When the old man asks about the gunshots, Tiểu Dũng turns and says, "That's coming from less than 1 kilometer away. Looks like we're almost there." But back at the camp, things are looking bleak. This fight is totally one-sided. The survivors are getting slaughtered like sheep on a dinner plate. The girl in the suit watches in horror as her friends keep going down. She pulls out her gun and starts blasting, screaming, "Forget this. I'm taking you all down with me." One of the monsters just smirks, "Hey there, little girl." Seeing his prey, he lunges forward without even trying to hide his intentions, teasing her, "Your meat looks so soft and tender." Then, he swings his hand in a flash. He smacks the gun right out of her hand. With a disgusting look in his eyes, he slowly reaches for her and mocks, "Now, let's see what you're gonna do." But before he can do anything, True Fong's hand strikes him out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. The dude gets the Gojo treatment from Jujutsu Kaisen, split clean in half. True Fong looks like he's finally getting his energy back, looking absolutely savage after that hit. That explosion of power also leaves the girl pretty banged up. The other monsters get tilted and warn the squad, "Crap, this monster still has enough gas in the tank to fight back. Take him out first." They all rush in, trading blows with True Fong in a massive brawl. Seeing him getting jumped like that, his daughter can't help but scream out for her dad. The survivors nearby see an opening and yell at her, "We can't stay here anymore. Run with me, now." Trio Fong is clearly at his limit and can't hold out much longer, turning pale and losing his spark after the beating. Just when the villains think they've secured the win, a massive boulder suddenly drops from the sky, hurtling straight toward them. It slams down right in front of Trio Fong. It completely crushes several of the cannibals instantly. Witnessing this insane scene, the rest of them freak out, screaming, "What the heck was that?" As soon as Tiu Dung shows up, everyone goes dead silent. The gatekeeper in the hat asks nervously, "Wait, is this another cannibal?" "No way." One of them looks at Sheng Jia and tries to judge him, saying, "That monster definitely isn't a cannibal, but how can you be so sure? He looks like some kind of freakish demon." Hearing him get roasted like that, Tiu Dung can barely hold back his laughter. Over on the cannibal side, they're totally baffled, asking each other, "Is he one of us?" "No, that's not right." Another one replies, "He doesn't smell like us at all. Is he a pure blood evolver? Is that even possible?" Not wanting to waste any more time, Tiu Dung just points and gives the order, "Get him, Sheng Jia." He doesn't refuse, but he can't stop grumbling under his breath. "Why am I always the one doing the dirty work?" With that, Sheng Jia unleashes his power and charges straight at the villains. They still think he's just some low-level fodder. They rush in without a second thought, trash-talking him. "I've clapped more zombies than I can count, kid." Sheng Jia doesn't say a word. He just stomps on the guy, sending him straight to the lobby. The gatekeeper is shook, wondering, what kind of monster is that? He's way too OP. He's even stronger than Fong. That's when the guy in glasses and his crew finally catch up, immediately telling everyone, "Relax, these guys are top-tier experts from the south suburbs." Hearing this, the guy is completely stunned. The south suburbs? We really thought Fong was the peak of this chaotic world. Meanwhile, the cannibals are getting absolutely bodied by Sheng Jia. One of them is so salty he can only ask, "What is up with this zombie? How is he this cracked? It makes no sense." But these trash bags always have some dirty tricks up their sleeves. The leader just smirks and tells the rest of the fodder, "Don't trip, stay calm. If we jump him all at once, he's done for." Seeing the logic, the other guy responds, "Bet, that's the plan." But a few seconds later, nobody even flinches. No one wants to be the first one in, so it turns into a straight-up civil war. They start cussing each other out right there. You go first, and I'll back you up." Seeing an opening, the rest of them hype themselves up and dive straight at Xiaoyang. "If you guys are going to beef with each other, I'm done acting. That pure revolver is mine, damn it." But as they charge, our MC doesn't even blink. Instead, he locks in, tracking every single move. He casually raises his hand and uses their own momentum to pierce straight through the cannibal's chest. Blood sprays everywhere as he ruthlessly slices the guy in two. The rest of the squad instantly freezes in pure terror. They realize way too late that this guy is not to be messed with. They start running for their lives. "Wait, he's even stronger? This is bad, we can't win. Move it." But Xiaoyang isn't the type to talk, he's all about the smoke. He stretches out his hand and launches threads at them. In a heartbeat, every single one of them becomes a human shish kebab, courtesy of Xiaoyang. He completely wipes out the man-eaters in seconds. The gatekeeper, witnessing the absolute carnage, is shaking in his boots and screams, "He's a demon, a literal monster." The guy with glasses tries to calm everyone down. "Relax, they're on our side." But suddenly, Zhao Feng whips out a tentacle and launches a sneak attack at Xiaoyang. It was so fast he couldn't even react. Realizing there's still one left to handle, he glares at the man. Looking at the scratch on his arm, he asks the group, "What kind of freak is this?" Without another word, he shoots his own tentacles toward Zhao Feng, wrapping him up tight in a split second. The tentacles get all tangled up in a pretty awkward way. Xiaoyang cringes and says, "Damn, this is actually disgusting." With a shout, he swings Zhao Feng into the air. He's about to end it in one shot. Can the old man survive the fall? Just then, the girl from before sees her dad's in trouble and screams, "Dad, no, stop." Confused, he pauses for a second and looks at her. The girl drops to her knees, begging him, "Please, I'm begging you, spare him." "Right." Xiaoyang looks at the tied-up mass of flesh and double-checks. "Spare him? You want me to let this weird pile of meat go?" The girl quickly replies, "Yes, he's my father. He only attacked you because he's lost all control of himself. Please don't kill him." Hearing her out, Xiaoyang slowly pulls his tentacles back, wondering to himself, wait, he's already this twisted. Can he actually turn back into a human? After hearing their plan, he tosses the two guys he just took out over to Zhao Feng. He asks just to be sure, so, just doing this is enough? As usual, the mouth on Zhao Feng's body starts aggressively devouring the offering they just gave him. Watching that scene makes Xiaoyang and everyone else feel sick to their stomachs. He then turns to tease his buddy. "What are you looking at? You weren't exactly a fine diner when you were eating either." Once things settle down, the gatekeeper speaks up. "Big bro, please follow us to the camp. As for Mr. Fong, We can just leave him here for now. The camp is pretty deserted, with just a few refugees scattered around. But the moment they spot Xiaoyang, everyone drops to their knees without hesitation. Everyone shouts in unison, "Our savior is here. If it wasn't for you, Mr. Fong and the rest of us would have been cooked today." Xiaoyang stays cold as ice and tells them, "It's nothing. No big deal. How long has this camp been here anyway? And what exactly is the deal with that guy Fong out there?" The daughter speaks up, "My father. He's infected with the flesh mimic virus. This definitely piques Xiaoyang's interest." Flesh mimic? What even is that? Hyubin goes quiet, her face looking dark and terrified. It's a mysterious creature, but it's incredibly dangerous. She frowns as she remembers that moment. This weird organism was first found on wild animals. Back then, everyone just thought it was some kind of normal bacteria or disease. But once we started culturing it, we were stunned by what we found. Back then, Hyubin was actually hyped, pointing at the sky and screaming with joy. "Oh my god, look at this thing." In the lab, that strange organism started morphing into different shapes. It could turn into literally any kind of tissue. This life form can mimic any cell it devours. And it's not just about the looks, it copies the actual functions too. In fact, its properties were even better than the cells it consumed. Even though it was totally unethical, my teacher decided to dodge the authorities and secretly started human trials. At first, everyone was hyped with the results of the first trial. In less than 7 days, the cancer cells were almost completely wiped out. We thought we'd found the god cell. Hyubin stands up, her voice trembling as she recounts the disaster. But that's when the nightmare started. City M and City S fell into pure chaos. Refugees from all over started flooding in, and back then, we really believed. We believed the god cell was the key to ending the disaster. She falls into a deep silence, but we didn't realize that the so-called key was actually the disaster itself. Xiaoyang cuts her off, guessing the rest. If I had to bet, the stable tissues started losing control, didn't they? She lowers her eyes and slowly nods. Exactly. A terrifying image flashes through her mind. The simulated flesh keeps spreading until every single cell in the host is replaced. The infected person slowly loses their humanity. Replacement is just the nature of the flesh mimic. She remembers those rotting bodies becoming hyper-aggressive. They get this insane urge to infect as many people as possible, completely losing control. Over time, the flesh mimic even forgets the host's original structure. In the end, it just turns into a formless pile of meat. The feeling of helplessness from back then is still burned into her mind. The entity slowly withers away. Once it loses the ability to balance its body, it can't even move anymore. The final result? It just shrivels up because it runs out of nutrients. That's why, while they're still somewhat human, they do everything they can to gather as many traits as possible. This move was their final mistake. It's also the reason why the city is slowly turning into a literal sea of meat. Suddenly, a man's voice rings out. He's calling out Xiaoyang, saying he's officially one of those monsters now. Our boy just shoots him a confused look, glancing toward where the voice came from. Chu Zhaofeng slowly walks up and gets serious with Xiaoyang, asking if the wound on his body was from his own attack. Suddenly, the crowd starts cheering, "Dad, Brother Fong." He looks down at the bloody scratch on his arm and keeps it real. Yeah, it was. The old man just shakes his head and lets out a long sigh of warning. "Then you don't have much time left, kid." Xiaoyang just drops his hand, totally unbothered, and tries to calm everyone down. "If it's me, you don't have to worry. I already purged that fake meat you left in me." Chu Zhaofeng screams out, looking like he absolutely cannot believe it. How is that even possible? Our MC just gives a smug little smirk and explains to the crowd, "I've got a special build. My immune system is dozens of times stronger than a normal person's, so obviously, I'm much tougher." Plus, he holds out his hand to show green sprouts literally growing out of his body. Xiaoyang starts flexing the monster plants he's packing to everyone. "My body is living in symbiosis with a whole new life form. It's as magical as it is lethal." At this point, everyone's jaw hits the floor in pure shock. He pulls back his little bio treasures. Then he realizes something and shouts, "Wait, if this imitation meat is that cracked at mimicking things, can't we just guide its evolution?" Xiaoyang quickly reaches out to Chu Zhaofeng and pushes him. "Go on, infect me. I want to try taming this thing." The old man reluctantly squeezes some blood out of his hand. "If you're that sure you want to try." He quickly grabs the jar of blood Zhaofeng handed over. The slimy stuff inside keeps squirming, suddenly moving violently and acting all stubborn. It refuses to obey Xiaoyang's commands. The old man nervously asks, "Well, how's it going?" Xiaoyang frowns, looking annoyed as he updates him. "No luck, this thing is uncontrollable. The second we merge, it starts a full-on invasion, so I just had to wipe it all out." He gives Zhaofeng a suspicious look. "So how do you control them?" The old man just smirks and drops a bombshell that Xiaoyong never saw coming. I don't control them, I am them. Every bit of tissue and flesh in my body is now made of that imitation meat. From a biological standpoint, I stopped being human a long time ago. He's immediately confused and asks, "Oh, if that's the case, how do you still look like a person?" Chu Xiaofeng clenches his fist and says softly, "My humanity? That's been gone for a while. Right now, it's pure logic and responsibility holding me together. My neural pathways haven't been completely wiped out yet, I guess. That's why I can still think as Chu Xiaofeng and fight off the meat's instincts. But I can feel it. My remaining sanity is slipping away. Soon, I'm afraid I won't even be able to maintain this human form." He suddenly gets serious and begs Xiaoyong, "I'm asking you, please, take my place and protect Xiaoping and these survivors. I'll do whatever you need while I still have my mind." Xiaoping starts sobbing, "Dad." Suddenly, a system window pops up in front of him. Info unlocked on 2 disaster types. Quest triggered. The disaster collector. Xiaoyong's like, "Oh, a new quest line?" The system screen updates the mission. Research disaster types. Progress, superphage virus, mutation spores. Imitation protozoa, reward. 300 points. He silently reads every word from the system and starts theorizing. Superphage is probably the zombie disaster back in City M. Mutation spores must be the plant monsters in City F. And the protozoa is definitely this meat stuff. Xiaoyong quickly suggests, "Actually, I'll come with you." Chu Xiaofeng is confused and repeats his words, "Come with me." "For what?" He just answers nonchalantly. "No reason, just curious." But the old man hesitates, looking at the people nearby. "What about everyone here?" Xiaoyong just pulls out his phone. Then he calls someone up. "This is easy. Yo, Chu Trin, who's bored right now?" That night, everyone gets the fright of their lives. They go pale seeing something at the door. It's the shadow of a beast walking in with a child, making Chu Xiaofeng scream in shock. What kind of monster is this now? The little boy is hyped, screaming, "Uncle Xiaoyong, Uncle Xiaoyong." MC looks at the monster beside him and asks, "Zhang Shengjie, why'd you bring your son here? Is his mom even okay with this?" The kid just flexes his little muscles and shouts proudly, "Don't worry, uncle, I'm not some normal kid anymore. Watch me flex my real power." MC is just like, "Wait, what?" Suddenly, the boy turns around and starts mocking the shadows. "All right, you've been tailing us long enough. If you don't come out now, we're coming in." In the silence, a bunch of guys poke their heads out from everywhere, looking terrified. "Wait, he spotted us." The cannibals start warming up, hyped for a fight. "So this is the famous spot? Let's see if these guys are actually cracked. We gotta jump him together to win." He suddenly points at Shang Ji and yells, "I'm talking to you." The cannibal just scoffs at him. "Heard you can solo our new humans by yourself." "That you?" Shang Ji just points at himself. Then he tries to explain to them, "Look, I'm from out of town and I don't really speak your language. What are you even yapping about?" A guy in a hat turns to Chu Xiaofeng, confused. "What's going on?" The old man just sighs and explains, "They've got the wrong guy. They think he's me." The cannibals are getting pumped, screaming, "A fight's gonna happen anyway. We've got the numbers, let's just take him down now." The little boy suddenly stops Shang Zi. "Dad, wait. Let me handle this." His dad warns him, "Be careful, don't get sloppy." The cannibals look at the kid like he's a free meal and rush in, but he suddenly pulls out a pistol and starts taunting them. "Come get some." He pulls the trigger and the first bullet flies straight at the monsters. One of them just weaves and dodges it easily. Then, he looked at the kid with a mocking smirk and said, "Little brat's got zero fear. Don't you know with our speed, regular trash like you won't even see it coming?" But his smile instantly vanished when a bullet slammed right into his arm. The kid coolly swapped out his empty mag for a fresh one and asked with a smug grin, "Who said I was just a regular human?" The kid started unloading a hail of bullets at insane speeds. One guy tried a sneak attack from behind, jumping up with a roar. "No way! This little brat is way too cocky," but his punch only hit the dry ground. In a flash, the kid jumped onto his back and aimed his gun. A massive bang echoed as he landed a clean headshot, sending the guy straight to the afterlife. The guy in the hat was shook and asked, "Who the hell is that kid? How is he this cracked?" In the heat of the battle, the kid was locked in, dodging every strike from the man-eaters. Suddenly he gasped, "Oh no, I can't dodge this one. I'm gonna get hit." But just as the monster was about to touch him, a massive tentacle ripped right through its body. Thung Trit was standing tall right behind him, using his power to pull the guy into the air. As the monster screamed, the crowd watching was absolutely terrified, shouting, "Are these guys all monsters?" The man-eater leader yelled out in caution, "What is going on? This guy is way more OP than the rumors said." The leader ordered everyone to charge. Everyone attacked together. "Let's see how many tentacles this guy actually has." "Exactly. Once we take him out, The rest of them are just snacks. Thung Trit calmly raised his hand toward the crowd. Instantly, those tentacles transformed into razor-sharp blades, shredding them all amidst their desperate screams. The group walked out past a literal mountain of corpses, feeling totally stunned by how one-sided it was. The kids suddenly looked up at Tiểu Dũng to show off. "Uncle Tiểu Dũng, how was my performance?" He gently patted the kid's head and praised him. "Taking on 2 man-eaters is definitely no problem for you now. Looks like you've been grinding hard lately. Thanks to the special field Uncle Tiểu Dũng created, everyone's been eating the crops there and their power has shot up." Tiểu Dũng noticed something interesting and let out a curious hum. "Oh," he thought to himself, "the crops from the So Hoa field are basically plant lifeforms. Even though they aren't as strong as the wild ones hunting in S-City, they definitely carry evolution energy, which is a nice unexpected bonus." The kid pointed toward a certain direction and asked curiously, "Uncle Tiểu Dũng, what's going on over there?" He glanced over and started to explain. "Based on how this disaster is spreading, I've got a rough idea about a future with plant zombies. And then there's this guy." Tiểu Dũng stood in front of Trio Fong. He started teaching the kid about his body, a life form they called mimic flesh. He fell deep into thought. It seems like every region has its own unique threats tied to the type of disaster there. I wonder what kind of enemies we'll face next. Meanwhile, in another area, a monster army was aggressively trying to storm the fortress. The guards shouted in a panic, "We can't hold them back anymore. There are too many of them. Open the side gate and run, save whoever you can." Instantly, high-powered tanks roared out to clash with the beast horde. One vehicle screeched to a halt as a few monsters jumped in front of it. The people inside were screaming in pure terror. "No, don't leave me behind." The crazed monsters lunged at the man who screamed, tearing him apart. Walking through the hallway, Tiểu Dũng said with a serious face, "It's fine. With his team watching the place, 20 or 30 man-eaters aren't even a threat." Suddenly, something caught his eye and surprised him. Turning his head quickly, Tiểu Dũng pointed at a man tied up in ropes and guessed, "That guy's a man-eater, right?" Trio Fong answered honestly, "Yeah, that's right. He's the one I used to identify those infected by mimic flesh. I also accidentally found out that a man-eater who doesn't eat will develop a massive craving for meat. Not everyone infected by mimic flesh can fight it off. The nature of mimic flesh like mine is that we're actually more dangerous than man-eaters." He kept his eyes locked on the prisoner and continued explaining to Tiểu Dũng, "We don't reveal ourselves, we secretly infect healthy people. That's why we need him to sniff them out." The prisoner suddenly grit his teeth and spoke in a sinister tone, "No need for your tricks today. I'll tell you myself who's infected." Everyone froze at his words. He asked with an evil grin, "I'm curious, since you lost your humanity, do you still feel pain after losing your daughter?" Hyo Bin felt a chill run down her spine. After hearing that question, Trio Fong frowned and questioned him angrily. "What did you just say?" The guy kept rambling just to bait him. "The daughter you're risking your life to protect is already infected with mimic flesh. I don't need to tell you who infected her, right?" Hyo Bin looked down in fear as her arm started to transform and look hideous, remembering when it happened. Tiểu Dũng quickly stepped in to calm Trio Fong down. "Easy. Stay calm." He looked at his daughter and whispered in despair, "What scares me most is how calm I actually am." He wanted to scream in agony, but his voice was eerily steady. "Hyo Bin is infected. My heart should be breaking, but I feel nothing. I think as the human Chu Trier Fong, I've reached the end of the line." He stood up with resolve. "It's time to dive into the sea of flesh." Trio Fong then looked at him with an evaluating gaze. "But brother Tiểu Dũng, even though I can't feel like I used to, I still want to finish what I started. I'm begging you, if you can purge the mimic flesh from your own body, could you do the same for Hyo Bin?" He quickly shook his head and explained honestly, "That's just not realistic. After all, I can't use my own immune system to help someone else." He hung his head in disappointment. "I see. Never mind then." The guy in the hat grabbed her hand in a panic and kept asking, "Hyo Bin, are you really going to end up like Brother Fong?" Hyo Bin gave him a reassuring smile and said, "It's okay. The world is already a mess. There's nothing left for me to miss anyway. When I finally lose control, I hope you guys can finish me off." Just then, Tiểu Dũng pulled out a syringe, giving everyone a spark of hope. "Don't give up yet. I never said I didn't have another way." He handed over a small syringe and instructed her, "Inject this yourself." The guy in the hat quickly asked, "What is this?" Tiểu Dũng held up the vial and told the truth. "It's an anti-infection drug that works on the virus in M-City. I'm guessing it might be effective against mimic flesh too." He waited anxiously for the result. As soon as Hyo Bin poked the needle in, "Yo, check this out." A monster sneered with total contempt and screamed, "Seriously, can you guys use your brains for once? Simulated flesh is on a whole different level compared to a virus. It shouldn't even be possible if you had half a brain, But suddenly, his face turned rock hard and he started stuttering. How? How can this be happening? Xiao Yang was low-key hyped. Seeing that reaction, he knew it was working. The guy in the hat screamed, "Let's go!" It actually worked. Hu Bin hesitated for a second, then got all hyped up. She quickly blurted out, "Xiao Yang, what about my dad? Can we give this to him? Can my dad become human again?" But Xiao Yang just glanced at Zhao Feng and said, "Seriously, I don't think that's going to work. His case is different. You were just infected, so we caught it in time." Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. She's right. Every human part of me has already been completely devoured. Zhao Feng looked at his daughter and kept it real. "I'm nothing but pure simulated flesh now. I'm barely even holding on to this human form." He turned to Xiao Yang and asked, "You still want to head to the Sea of Flesh? I feel like my clock is ticking. I don't have much time left." Xiao Yang didn't hesitate. "Let's move." Just like that, they made it to City K. But suddenly, Zhao Feng turned around, looking totally stressed. "We're close to the Sea of Flesh. It's going to get dangerous." Suddenly, a voice called them out. "Hey, you two." A group of poor kids started begging desperately. "Do you have any food? Please, just a little bit." Xiao Yang looked at them suspiciously. "Kids," but his partner immediately went into God mode, staying on high alert. He turned and hissed, "Watch your back. This place is bad news." Zhao Feng whipped out his weapon and yelled, "There shouldn't be anyone passing through here." The kids kept begging with creepy, hollow voices. "We haven't eaten in days." The boy sat down and reached out to touch the monsters. He wondered out loud, why are there so many bugs around here? They're fast, huge, and we've already taken out a bunch of them since last night. Hu Bin stepped up to explain, "I've never seen them before either. They just started showing up yesterday, and it feels like their numbers are blowing up." The kid scratched his head, looking confused. Did me and my dad attract them here?" Suddenly, they heard the sound of tires screeching as a car slammed on its brakes. Hu Bin asked what was going on while the boy stared at the car. He grabbed his gun and stood up, shouting, "Get back! Be careful. We've got uninvited guests." Gunfire started ripping through the air. The people in the car were hyped. "Look, actual humans. Finally. Finally, we found some people." It looked like a survivor camp. The group in the camp aimed their weapons. "Get out of the car. Now." Two people stepped out with their hands up. "Chill out, kids. We're not the enemy." But the boy wasn't buying it. He raised his gun and squinted at them. "Not cannibals, not evolved, just normal people." The leader on the other side raised his hands and said quickly, "Whoa, take it easy. We don't want any trouble. Don't be scared." He told his men to drop their weapons. "Don't freak them out." Hu Bin's dad whispered, "Watch out." But the kid walked forward confidently. "Relax, they aren't cannibals. They don't look like bad guys." The man scratched his head, totally confused. "Kid, what are you talking about? Are you seriously the leader of this place?" The boy put on a serious face and explained like a pro. "I'm not the leader. I'm just the one in charge of protecting them for now." A guy in the back let out a mocking laugh. "In charge of protection? You're just a little brat." The boy got annoyed real fast. "Hey, watch your mouth. Show some respect. We're the ones about to take you guys in." Duong Min panicked and nodded. "Right, sorry about that." The boy didn't let up. "Who are you people? Where did you come from?" The leader pointed to his crew. "I'm Duong Min. We're from City B. We had a safe zone there, but a massive swarm of bugs totally overran it. We had no choice but to run south. 5 cars made it out, but we got separated and attacked along the way. Our leader and another car headed towards City K. The boy's eyes widened. From over there, a bug swarm?" He pointed straight at the monster on the ground. "Is it these bugs?" The soldiers were shocked. "Wait, the bugs around here are only this small?" Duong Min's men finally let out a sigh of relief. "No way. The bug problem in M City is way chill compared to our place." But Duong Min warned them, "Don't celebrate yet. Those bugs are going to hit this place eventually. At least it shows they aren't moving as fast as we thought." The boy quickly jumped in so they wouldn't get the wrong idea. "Don't get it twisted. We didn't have a bug problem before. These things just started showing up yesterday. We've got our own mess to deal with." Duong Min looked skeptical. "Your own trouble? You mean those walking corpses?" The boy nodded. "There's no way you didn't see them on your way here. We thought they were just puppets controlled by parasites. We were actually confused why there weren't any bugs crawling on their heads." Duong Min waved his hand like a boss. "Whatever, it doesn't matter. Look at our gear." They showed off a mountain of weapons. "We've got more than enough firepower for some bugs, and as for those zombies, easy work." Hu Bin quickly urged them, "Look, whatever you say, just get inside the camp. It's dangerous out here. If the cannibals attack, we won't be able to protect this many people." Duong Min just laughed it off. "Now that we're here, the protection is obviously going to be handled by us. Yeah, don't even worry about it. Compared to what we've been through, the The stuff around here is straight up elementary level. The boy was already tired of hearing them flex. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang calmly pulled out a set of thin steel wires in his palm. He absolutely shredded the monsters disguised as humans. Rotting bodies were piled up everywhere. Zhao Feng watched him from behind and was stunned. This guy's power is absolutely broken. Xiaoyang suddenly glanced at him and said, "There are at least 20 more of your kind within 1 kilometer of here." Zhao Feng nodded. "Yeah, and they're all pure simulated flesh. They've basically lost the ability to even hold a shape. I can't imagine what would happen if a normal person got lost out here." He turned around to rush them while Xiaoyang quietly pulled his weapon back. It'd be a total nightmare for them. "Let's move. I can feel it. It's close." But then, something hits their eyes that literally freezes them in place. Total shock. The entire city, drowned in a massive sea of rotting flesh and tentacles. Absolute nightmare fuel. Zhao Feng finally shows up, sounding satisfied, saying, "At last." But wait, bro loses control and tries to dive right into that meat soup. He's literally trying to sink into the flesh world. Xiaoyang clutches his hand just in time to stop him. Zhao Feng's like, "What now?" But our boy isn't having it. He stares him down like, "You're really just giving up? No fight left in you?" Bro looks completely helpless. He's like, "It's over, man. My will is fading. Eventually, my instincts will win." But then, things get weird, and Zhao Feng starts panicking. He sees Xiaoyang's hand moving closer to his face and starts asking, "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a sharp wire moves right toward his head. No way. It stabs right in, and Zhao Feng's eyes go bloodshot immediately. Xiaoyang is literally pumping something into his system. Talk about a forced upgrade. Xiaoyang yells, "If you're lacking structure, then I'll just build it for you." Bro's brain starts pulsing like crazy. He's basically hacking his biology. Xiaoyang closes his eyes to focus. A second later, Zhao Feng crawls up, gasping for air. He's like, "Bro, what did you just do to me?" He pulls out a card and explains, "I just planted adaptable spores in your body to keep your brain from melting. Plus, I need to study how you prototypes work." Turns out these guys are simulated proto-animals. The system pings Disaster Collector mission in progress. Reward, 300 points. Total balance, 347. Zhao Feng's mind is blown. Simulated proto-animals. But the MC just keeps it real. "Yeah, the same fake meat you were talking about." He grabs the old man's shoulder and drops some truth. "Losing your memory isn't your nature. It's a glitch in your system." He's breaking down the whole flesh sea phenomenon. This giant meat ocean, it's just a desperate survival move. It needs a constant supply of new life to keep growing and feeding itself. But here's the problem: as it gets bigger, it eats everything around it. Eventually, there's nothing left to consume. The whole area gets picked clean. When that happens, the flesh sea will start eating itself. Since it's all just one species, the whole thing will just dry up and collapse. Total game over. Zhao Feng asks with a glimmer of hope, "So these spores, can they bring back my humanity?" But the MC keeps it 100. "No, they can't, but they can keep you exactly like you are right now." He turns away and explains that the spores will constantly stabilize his current self by fighting off the primitive instincts. It's all about balance. As long as he maintains his structural info, he won't lose his identity or get forgotten by his own body. He's basically safe from going feral. Zhao Feng looks up, totally hopeful. "So, I can actually keep living as Chu Zhao Feng forever?" The MC thinks for a sec and then nods. "As long as nothing crazy happens, yeah." The old man looks down, whispering a quiet, "Thank you." He's actually touched. But he's still worried. Even so, just maintaining isn't enough. Fighting my instincts is going to be a massive struggle. I'm scared I won't hold out. Suddenly, our MC leaps up onto a concrete slab and says, "Time for step 2. Get down there." Zhao Feng is losing it. "What?" Xiaoyang just repeats himself. "Jump. I'm coming with you." Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a leader is lighting up a smoke, telling everyone to hurry the heck up. "Danger's everywhere. Move it." His subordinate has to remind him they're literally pumping gas, making the guy panic and put his cigarette away real fast. Close call. He asks if they're out of City B yet, and the guy's like, "Bro, we've been out for ages. This is City K now." To make things worse, their radio is absolutely trashed. The leader's kicking himself for not bringing a spare. But he figures the others will slow down and wait for them to catch up after refueling. Hopefully they'll make it. Then, a random group appears out of nowhere. "Are you guys humans? Can you take us with you? We've got supplies." They look totally desperate. The subordinate's like, "Are you guys just lucky survivors from around here?" The person just keeps repeating, "We have supplies. Please." He asks if there are any giant bugs nearby. The person just stays calm and keeps walking closer, saying, "Bugs? No bugs here. Just supplies. Super sus behavior." The subordinate is about to head over to check their stuff, But the leader suddenly screams, "Watch out, it's a trap." Those survivors, yeah, total plot twist. They turn into flesh-eating monsters with razor-sharp teeth and lunge right at him. They were never human. A blood-curdling scream rings out as blood splatters everywhere. Meanwhile, back with the MC, Zhao Feng is shaking. "Are you for real?" But the MC just gives a smirk. "You're gonna have to jump eventually anyway. Trust me." With that, they both take a leap of faith right into that nasty, slimy pile of meat. Absolute madmen. The meat sea immediately tries to chomp them, growing massive teeth to welcome them. But Xiao Yang doesn't even flinch. He's basically walking into the lion's den. The monster wraps them up in tentacles and prepares to swallow them whole. Most people would be screaming, but these two? They just stand there and let it happen. Total God mode. Everything goes quiet for a second, then boom. Hot monster blood sprays everywhere as something starts growing like crazy. Xiao Yang literally steps out of the monster's wound. The monster actually listens to him and drops them off safely on the ground. Zhao Feng is staring like he's seen a ghost. What is this? But the MC is already moving on to the next task. A blood-curdling scream echoes as a trail of blood sprays across the ground. Meanwhile, over with Tiudong, Tru Fong is looking absolutely shook and asks, "Are you for real right now?" But our boy just gives a light smirk. "You are going to have to jump either way, so just trust me." And just like that, they both take a leap of faith right into that nasty, slimy pile of monster flesh. Instantly, those massive teeth snap up like a giant trap, ready to welcome them into its gut. But Tiudong, he is not even flinching, even as they are literally walking into the jaws of death. Vines wrap around them tight as the monster prepares to crush them with its teeth. But Tiudong and the old man do not even move a muscle. They just stand there and let the beast swallow them whole. For a moment, everything goes deathly silent. Then suddenly, boom, hot monster blood sprays everywhere. Blood hits the sky and everything starts growing like crazy. That is when Tiudong emerges right out of the beast's wound like a total boss. No shot. The monster actually listened to him and dropped them off safely. Tru Fong is just standing there speechless. What? What is this? But MC does not even answer. He is already on to the next move. "All right, stop tripping. It's your turn now." Tru Fong's jaw literally hit the floor as he pointed at himself. "Me?" Suddenly, his whole body started glitching out with shivers. Total agony surged through his veins, and out of nowhere, these glowing green vines started bursting from his back. Even the tree inside the monster was vibing with it. It slowly crept forward, intertwining with the vines sprouting from his shoulders. Tru Fong looked like he was losing his mind, screaming his lungs out as he went full berserk mode. In just a few minutes, he completely merged into a massive ancient tree. Talk about a glow-up. Meanwhile, Tiudong was just chilling there, totally unfazed. "So, how is that upgrade feeling?" he asked. Suddenly, those green vines started stroking his blood, and that pile of flesh started making some nasty, wet crunching sounds. Another trunk popped out right then and there. It clicked for him. "Wait, can I actually control these things? Did I just become the meat sea itself?" The MC broke it down. "Hold up, not quite yet. You have only got control of about 1/5 of the meat sea. It is going to take at least 15 days to reach 100% mastery." More trunks kept sprouting, growing branches and leaves like crazy. Tiudong told him that once the entire meat sea was covered in trees, he would be the real deal. He also dropped a major flex, those crazy transformation spores. Yeah, he is the one pulling the strings. Then, Tiudong gave him a low-key warning. "Don't even think about plotting against me or the people in City M. I gave you this power, and I can snatch it back whenever I want. We clear?" The guy scrambled to answer. "Of course. I am eternally grateful. I would never dream of crossing you. Good man." While they were talking, some blood-curdling screams cut through the air. It was that leader and his lackey from earlier. Damn it, I would rather be bug food than get eaten by this thing. But suddenly, the servant just froze, making the leader lose his mind. "What are you doing? Why did you stop?" Then he looked where the servant was pointing, and both of them were absolutely shook. Right in the middle of the city, this colossal ancient tree was standing tall. The leader and his lackey were staring at it like they had seen a ghost. "What even is that?" they gasped. But they did not have time to process it because the roar of a monster horde was already closing in. They were blitzing straight for them. The leader totally panicked. "What do we do? Keep running?" Before they could even blink, the monsters were already right on top of them. The leader suddenly pivoted. "Wait, look. That giant mass of rotten meat looks exactly like those monsters." The servant's face went pale as a sheet. "Then what's the move?" The leader shouted back, "Run to the side, move it. If we are not fast enough, we are cooked." Right then, the meat monsters completely boxed them in, opening their massive maws wide. Their mouths grew so big they literally blocked out the sun. The servant completely lost it and screamed, "It is over. We are done for." But psych, they were not the target. These meat monsters were actually aiming for the transformation spores. The imitation monsters lunged forward for the kill. They targeted the alpha spore at the front, multiplying like crazy. But suddenly, the spores realized these were not their homies. They tried to bolt in every direction, but it was too late. Tru Fong was already controlling the spores, and they started spreading like a virus. The spores were relentless, chasing down the imitation meat monsters. In a flash, they caught up and unhinged their terrifying, spiked jaws. They literally swallowed the meat monsters whole. After the feast, the spores started absorbing them. They were being assimilated into one single hive mind for Tru Fong to control. Once the job was done, he ordered them to pull back to the safe zone. The leader and his lackey finally caught their breath. "We are saved." Then the leader hissed, "Shut it. Don't make a sound." Maybe it has not noticed us yet, but before he could even finish, a voice echoed from inside the tree. "Don't be a clown. I see every single move you make." That voice sent chills down their spines, and they started frantically looking around. "Where are you? Who is talking?" Suddenly, Tru Fong's real body emerged right out of that massive pile of meat. The leader was shaking like a leaf, pointing his finger with a trembling hand. What even are you?" While he was still processing that, Tu Dung appeared right behind him. He's the one running this whole meat sea. Both of them were completely stunned. The leader turned to him, totally confused. "And who the heck are you? Where did you even come from?" Tu Dung just gave a chill smile. "How about you guys go first? Where did you crawl out from?" The leader started explaining. "It was the insect tide. Yeah, the real deal. We are talking hyper-aggressive ground bugs, speed demon flyers, big ones that spit literal acid, and even brain leeches that turn humans into literal puppets. Their teamwork is actually insane, way better than any human squad." Hu Bin went quiet for a second, totally deep in thought. "Sounds like they are a true social species," she whispered. Everyone was like, "Wait, social species?" She continued. "Like ants, bees, or termites. They have zero ego and live purely for the hive. That is what makes them terrifying. Their coordination is on a level humans can't even wrap their heads around." Duong Bin just shook his head. "If that is what we are up against, we are seriously cooked." Just then, a massive noise echoed from the distance, making everyone jump. What was that? What is going on? High above, a group of people appeared. But these were not friends, they were straight-up cannibals. Duong Bin could not believe his eyes. Cannibals? Are those guys actually eating people? So I turned and nodded. "Yep, now you get to see the enemy with your own eyes." A guy with bright red hair stepped forward, oozing confidence. "One of our scouts saw your leader heading towards City CA. So, who is going to save you now?" He smirked. "Listen up. If you resist, I will wipe you all out right now. But honestly, that is just a waste of good resources, and that is not good for anyone. How about we protect you guys? All you gotta do is pick one sacrifice every few days to feed us. What do you think?" When Soe heard that, he straight up started laughing. "Bro, you trying to keep us like pets?" The red-haired girl flexed her ego and said, "I'm giving you 30 minutes to decide. If you don't agree, I'm wiping everyone out." Dung Bin looked at her and just shook his head. These guys really have zero clue who they're messing with. Suddenly, he pulled out his piece and shouted, "Yo, you cannibal trash. Do you even know what this is?" The red-haired girl was stun-locked. Her face looked absolutely salty. "You're acting all tough with a broken gun? You ain't from around here, are you, kid?" After saying that, she ordered the cannibals to send it and jumped down. Seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped. No way, they're literally jumping off the building. Those freaks landed perfectly like it was nothing. Everyone was shook. Jumping from that high up and taking zero damage? These guys are definitely not normal humans. Immediately, Deyoung Bin gave the order to open fire. A hail of bullets rained down on them, but they just shrugged it off. Dung Bin was stunned. They aren't even scared of bullets. His team started panicking, just spraying and praying toward the front. What now? With a serious face, Dung Bin shouted, "Hold the line. Fall back in order." But while he was distracted, a cannibal pounced right at him. Right in front of his face, Dung Bin growled, "Damn it." But before he could even fight back, that thing got yeeted away. Total plot twist. The red-haired girl was shocked seeing her gun get clapped so easily. What just happened? Right before their eyes, Thung Trit appeared, looking like an absolute unit. With a stone-cold face, he just stood there. She stammered, "What kind of monster is this?" The cannibals were instantly thrown into chaos. They started screaming at each other. "Yo, what's the deal? Didn't you say that guy went to Cassidy? You lied to us, man." One of them pointed at Thung Trit and yelled, "Look closer. This monster isn't that guy." The cannibals started dipping as fast as they could. The red-haired girl shouted while running, "Get out of here." The guy behind her was like, "Peace out. I'm out of here. Pops." But Thung Trit didn't even have to lift a finger. Trun Sung leaped out from behind. Everyone saw him and gasped. there's another high-level player. In a flash, Trun Sung caught up to the red-haired girl. He blocked her path, making her freeze in her tracks. Now what is this? Trun Sung didn't say a word. His eyes were cold as ice as he went into God mode. One swipe from Trun Sung was all it took to tear them apart. A moment later, Thung Trit showed up, just staring at the pile of bodies. Dung Bin's squad stood there, completely mind-blown. Suddenly, Soi asked, "Well, humans are way scarier, aren't they?" After seeing that slaughter, Dung Bin just nodded like crazy. Back with Tiu Dung, he finally started to understand the insect swarm. Wait, so the disaster in B City is different. Right then, a system notification popped up. Tiu Dung checked it and said, "A new type of disaster just dropped. Plus, as the disaster types increase, the rewards get even better." He turned to the leader and asked, "You said your team went southwest?" The leader replied, "Our original plan was to bypass M City and head straight for the southern highway." Trio Fong looked at him suspiciously. "That's right where our base is." The servant was shocked. "You guys actually have a base?" Tio Dung smirked and said, "Gotta have something worth protecting." He glanced at Trio Fong, right? Trio Fong looked deep in thought. "I've merged with the Flesh Sea now. There's no going back for me. Tio Dung, my brother. Please take care of Hu Bin for me." But he shot that down immediately. "No need. This trip is to bring her and everyone from the base over here." Trio Fong tried to stop him. "How is that possible? I'm way too dangerous for them." Hearing that, Tio Dung started to explain. "Haven't you noticed your nature has changed a bit?" Trio Fong realized it and looked down at his own hands. "You're right. I don't really feel like infecting or hunting things anymore." "Why is that?" Tio Dung continued. "Because of those mutated spores. They give the Flesh Sea cheap energy, so your hunger to hunt naturally drops. With your willpower, taming that hunger is light work." He signaled the others, "Let's go. Time for you to reunite with your friends." The two followed closely behind. A while later, Tio Dung and the others made it back to the group. Soi saw him and came sprinting over. "Uncle Tio Dung, you're finally back. We just clapped a bunch of strong enemies." Dung Bin laughed and called out to the leader. The leader walked up and patted his shoulder. "Dung Bin, Tio Dung was right. You guys really were here." But suddenly, Dung Bin asked nervously, "Where are the others?" The leader's voice cracked. "We ran into some monsters. Everyone else is dead." Everyone just stood there, completely stun-locked. But Dung Bin kept his cool and comforted him. "It's okay now. You have to see the people in this base. They're cracked, like dangerously strong." The leader replied, "Honestly, you guys should see what we saw." That was truly absurd. Hu Bin looked stressed out. She walked up to Tio Dung and asked, "Uncle Tio Dung, did my dad really become part of the Flesh Sea?" Without hesitating, he said, "Yeah, but don't be sad. Your dad still kept his soul and his will." Hu Bin was speechless. "What?" Tio Dung added, "I found a way for him to control the Flesh Sea's power. Honestly, that place is the safest spot on the map right now." Then he shouted to everyone, "Pack your things, we're moving." Me and leader Chu Trio Fong found a much better place. Everyone gathered their gear and followed Tio Dung toward the simulated Flesh Sea. He whispered, "Stay sharp. We've entered the hunting grounds of those flesh monsters." Everyone moved forward, eyes peeled and ready for anything. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. "Anyone alive out there?" Everyone's on edge instantly. Out of the shadows, a woman appears, holding a kid's hand. Duong Bin takes a look and chills everyone out. "Relax, they look like regular people, not like those psycho cannibals we ran into earlier. Just a bunch of survivors. What are you guys so nervous about?" But the leader isn't buying it. He loses it and screams, "It's them again." He raises his gun and starts blasting like a maniac. Duong Bin jumps in, trying to stop the madness. "Bro, what are you doing? They're just civilians like us." But the leader's face is pale. He yells back, "Open your eyes, man. Look closer. You call these things civilians?" Duong Bin turns back to look at the pair, and what he sees is straight-up nightmare fuel. He's frozen in pure terror. Everyone's gagging. "What the hell is that? That's disgusting." Then the guy with glasses points into the distance. "There's more over there." But before they can even process, the cannibals are already closing in. Panic hits the group hard. They're everywhere. We're cooked. The leader realizes they're in deep and turns to Tio Dung. "Tio Dung, listen. Get the survivors to the big boss. Our heavy hitters will cover you. Now go." Duong Bin watches from behind, seeing the leader ready to sacrifice himself. He tries to calm the leader down. "Don't panic. Tio Soi's got some OP people with him." But the leader snaps back. "Stop being delusional. These things are on a whole different level. Gather the boys and open fire. Don't let those freaks get close." The guy in the hat nods. "The leader's right. Move it. These aren't your average cannibals. It's time to show them what real firepower looks like." Tio Dung steps forward, totally unfazed. He pats the leader on the shoulder. Respect, brother. I see you're the type to actually step up when things get ugly. You're a real one. The leader just stares, totally confused. Tudong yells to the crowd, everyone, get back, group up behind us so you don't get caught in the crossfire. He aims his gun at the sky and... boom! A massive flare lights up the entire area. The light isn't much, but it's enough for everyone to see the truth. Little So-I is wide-eyed, seeing this for the first time. Uncle Tudong, what are you doing? Is Big Sis Sansan's group coming? Tudong looks back and smirks. Nah, even better. It's time for the real pro players to show up. So-I is confused. Pro players? Suddenly, Thang Triet and Tran Sung are standing right behind him like shadows. Tudong gives the signal. Take him out. Don't go too hard, just keep our people safe. Someone else will clean up this mess later. Thang Triet just nods. Say no more. The swarm of simulation meat monsters lunges forward, but Thang Triet, Tran Sung, and even little So-I don't flinch. They dive straight into the mob. No weapons, no problem. They're dropping monsters left and right with their bare hands. Absolute god mode. The leader. He's just standing there, watching them shred enemies with zero effort. His jaw drops. Are these guys even human? They're monsters. Duong Bin just laughs. Told you, right? Mind blown yet. But suddenly, a low growl comes from behind them. Everyone spins around. Wait, there's more? Everyone turns around, terrified. Trufang's spore army is slowly creeping up. It looks like an endless sea of monsters. People start screaming. Leader, Tudong. We're surrounded on this side too. Tudong just watches, completely chill, while everyone else is losing their minds. The guy in the hat thinks they're cooked. Tudong's group is pinned down. We're on our own. Grab your weapons, defend yourselves. Trufang's spores sprint forward. Hold the line, someone screams. But they were way off. The spores literally run right past the survivors. They're not interested in them at all. They dive headfirst into the meat monsters, shredding them apart. Everyone's just standing there like, wait, they're not attacking us? They watch as the spores start literally devouring the meat monsters. They're fighting each other. The leader finally puts the pieces together. I get it. These are the pro players Tudong was talking about. The big boss's crew. Duong Bin is stunned. The big boss, the leader just gives a mysterious smirk. Just watch, you're about to see something legendary. In seconds, the meat monsters are nothing but scraps on the floor. Everyone sighs in relief. Is it over? But then someone screams, watch out, get back. Massive tentacles start creeping out from the shadows. What is that? Are they going for the dead bodies? The tentacles ignore the people and head straight for the monster remains. The tentacles pierce the monster corpses with sharp tips, slowly draining them. It's like they're literally absorbing their power. While everyone's still in shock, Tudong snaps them back to reality. Follow these meat veins. We're almost there. He leads them to a massive, terrifying tree. Duong Bin's jaw drops. What the heck is that? A tree growing in the middle of this meat ocean? Hugh Bin looks around, worried. My dad? Tudong gives her a reassuring look. Don't worry, your dad is right up ahead. Tudong walks up to the tree and yells, hey, come on out, your daughter's here. The spores start twitching. The leader whispers to Duong Bin, watch closely. You're about to see the goat. Out of the mass of spores, Trufang emerges. Hugh Bin can't help herself. Daddy. She tries to run to him, but Tudong grabs her arm. Hugh Bin looks at him, confused. What's wrong? Trufang looks at his daughter with a serious face. The meat sea is too huge right now, and I can't fully control it yet. Don't come any closer or you might get hurt, Tudong nods. Exactly. Everyone, we're setting up camp right here. Stay away from the meat sea. As long as you keep your distance, Uncle Trufang can suppress its hunger so it doesn't attack you guys. He turns to Trufang. Did you find a place for us to hole up? Trufang gives a firm nod. About 1 kilometer southwest, right on the border of Ca and Kwai cities. There's a meat processing plant. I've already cleared it out. Everyone head there. Cut to a different spot, mountains of plant corpses are being dumped into a massive pit at the rendezvous point. The cleanup has begun. Try 2 asks Lai Trin, yo, are these plant monsters popping up way too often lately? Old Man Ha thinks for a second and drops a theory. This means another flower carriage is drifting around. It's getting closer to us. The guy in glasses hears this and is like, wait, didn't Xiao Yang already tame the flower carriage? But Old Man Ha keeps it real. There's more than just one flower carriage in this forest, kid. Meanwhile, back with Xiao Yang, he and the crew are already moving fast, cleaning up the zone. They need to prep this place so they can settle down for good. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's radio starts buzzing. He picks it up and just says, copy that, I'm on it. He turns to Trufang and says, there's a situation in the south of City M. I gotta head back. True Fong doesn't miss a beat. I got things covered here. You guys head out. Don't worry about a thing. Xiao Yang calls out from a distance. Soe, Soe, little Soe. The kid runs over. What's up, Uncle Xiao Yang? He tells the kid, the flower carriage fields are acting up. Me and Uncle Sung are heading back. You stay here with your dad for now. Soai gives him the signal. Got it, Uncle Xiao Yang. You can count on me. Fast forward, Xiao Yang is back at the fields. Tree 2 sees him and shouts, Yo, you and Sung are back already? They hit the briefing room to plan their next move. Try 2 is feeling herself and says, Me, San, and little Kai. We're more than enough to handle this trash. Plus, we got Lai Trin here. What's there to be scared of? But old Lai isn't buying the hype. He's like, Old man, Ha is right. Don't be cocky. We need Xiao Yang here to make sure everything goes perfect. Xiao Yang looks at Try 2 and starts trolling him. Damn, Try 2. You're looking pretty buff these days, huh? He gets all smug and says, Of course I am. We've been eating that flower carriage food lately. Even the survivors in town are getting strong. I mean, I'm basically a top-tier powerhouse in this apocalypse now. Seeing him flex so hard, Xiao Yang just smirks and replies, All right then. Tomorrow, follow me deep into the city as Forest. Let's see if you're actually cracked or just talking big. A day later, the forest is littered with defeated tree monsters. Xiao Yang sees the carnage and nods. Not bad. The guy in glasses rubs his head. It's nothing. But Tree 2 is still on that hype. See that, big bro? What'd I tell you? I wasn't capping. Me and San are on a whole different level now. Xiao Yang just looks at them and says, Save the flexing for when we hit a real flower carriage. Suddenly, Lai Trin spots something weird. He shouts, Xiao Yang, look over there. Xiao Yang turns around, eyes narrowed at a tree trunk ahead. What is that thing? A tree trunk? He heads toward it. As the crew follows, they're hit with a shocker. All the massive trees around them have been chopped down. Everyone's like, no way. Who did this? Lai Trin turns to Try 2. Is this our crew? Try 2 instantly says, Zero chance. Our guys never come this deep into the forest. Suddenly, Xiao Yang signals everyone to zip it. He listens closely and whispers, I hear something over there. Let's move in. Deep in the woods, a group is going ham with chainsaws on these massive trunks. Suddenly, one of the giant trees starts to tilt. The group starts scattering like crazy. One guy screams, Watch out! But one poor dude trips and hits the dirt. The rest are just shouting, Move! Get out of there. He couldn't move in time. He just watches as the massive tree slams right onto him. He lets out a blood-curdling scream. Which one of you did this? Blood starts pouring out of his mouth. He's howling. Which moron did this? You're all gonna pay. But then, he suddenly freezes. He starts stammering, No, please. I can still work. Just give me 2 days. I'll be back on my feet. But it's too late. The vines are already inside him. This thing is literally sucking the life out of him, eating him from the inside out. Then, boom. His body explodes into a mess of sprouting plants. In seconds, he's just a husk with a tree growing out of his chest. The other workers are pale as ghosts. Then, a cold voice rings out, Drag them back. Stop standing around like idiots and get back to work. Keep moving. The workers scramble back to it, chanting, Right, back to work. We're fine, we can still do this. The dead guy is already a dried-up shell, completely drained. But right then, they hear Xiao Yang's crew coming from a distance. Uncle Xiao Yang, look, there are people here. They're shocked to see survivors actually logging. The workers stop what they're doing. They just stare at Xiao Yang's squad, looking completely lost. One of them mumbles, Survivors? Tree 2 is weirded out. They don't look happy to see us. They look shocked. Then one man from the crowd snaps out of it and says, Fellow survivors, hello. The guy in glasses whispers, These people. Their reactions are way too slow. Something's off. The man continues, Is it just you guys? Got any other friends nearby? Our base is massive, totally safe, and guaranteed protection. We're short on hands right now. If you have more people, bring them along. Try 2 falls for it and says, Oh, we definitely have a lot more friends. But Xiao Yang cuts him off. He looks at the guy and lies. Actually, we had a falling out with our old group. We're on our own now. Can you guys take us in? The man gives a big smile and says, Of course we can. It's the apocalypse. Everyone's on edge. Arguments happen. You can always call them over later. After all, there's power in numbers. We gotta stick together if we want to survive. Xiao Yang just nods and plays along. Yeah, you're right about that. He finishes speaking and the man signals them to follow. A little while later, he points ahead. We're almost there. Suddenly, the guy in glasses notices something. Wait, these twisted vines. This is definitely part of that plant network. Sensei adds, Is this place even legit? The man looks at the guy in glasses and scoffs. Chill, kid, you've got it all wrong. These are just harmless mutant plants, not the ones that hunt humans. He points towards some thick bushes. Look, just head through those thickets and we're home. They stay close to each other. Someone from the squad whispers, if I didn't know this was a base, I'd swear we were walking straight into a monster's nest. They stop and look up. There it is. A gargantuan tree, bigger than any plant they've ever seen. The guy in glasses is shaking. This thing is absolutely massive. Old Man Ha turns to Xiaoyang, his voice low. With a size like this, I'm afraid things are about to get ugly. This thing is actually a beast, making the plant inside Xiaoyang look tiny by comparison. He nods and says, yeah, just in terms of pure size, it is way bigger than me. Even the entire Zihoa field probably isn't this massive. Suddenly he turns and points at Chi-Tu. Go, Chi-Tu. Show them how cracked you are. But Chi-Tu is shaking his head, waving him off. Big bro Xiaoyang, stop trolling me. There is no way I can handle a monster like this. Out of nowhere, the guy leading them screams, get them. Subdue them right now. People start jumping out of the bushes like crazy, rushing in to grab Xiaoyang and his crew. Elder Ha is totally confused, asking, what do you think you are doing? But the team has no idea. Xiaoyang is actually letting them get caught. Xiaoyang just stares at the man, cool as a cucumber. Suddenly, the guy with glasses shouts, look, tentacles are growing out of that massive tree, and they are reaching for the pile of corpses below. Everyone is losing it, screaming, what is it doing? It is literally remote controlling those dead bodies. The corpses start shuffling towards Xiaoyang's squad, muttering, you must submit. The glasses guy is sweating bullets, shaking as he says, this scene is giving me major chills. The corpses keep crawling closer, their voices echoing. Our kind will be humble servants. So humiliating. The man holding Xiaoyang is muttering about them being the same kind. Seeing him distracted, Xiaoyang catches him slipping and points right at his face, blasting him away. Then he flexes his plant powers, growing tentacles from his own body to snatch the guy right back. The guy is terrified, stuttering. What? What kind of monsters are you guys? Xiaoyang gives him a cold stare and says, since you were forced into this, I will let you live for now. Suddenly, the plant-controlled zombies start rushing towards Xiaoyang. He just gives them a side-eye, dropping the man on the ground. Meanwhile, his squad goes full god mode and charges in. They are absolutely washing these monsters. One hit, and they are dust. The workers are losing their minds, shouting, these guys are built different. They are actually winning against the plants, and they are totally dominating. The leader is still pessimistic, thinking, it is over. Even if they are strong, there are just too many of them. Those corpses are just the backup guards, but Xiaoyang, he is him. He raises his arm and his tentacles fly out, decapitating the whole crowd in one shot. Seeing this power, the guy is shaking with fear. Monsters. They are all monsters. I cannot believe the people controlled by the plants are getting wrecked by those same plants. One guy in the logging crew gets a bad feeling, saying, this does not feel right, but a second later, he is cooked. The rest of the crew starts panicking. Wait, no, we can still work. Elder Ha is stressed, thinking they are all going to die. But Xiaoyang is just built different. He says, if we kill the source, it is over. Then he just charges straight at the massive tree while its roots come flying at him like spears. Xiaoyang starts slicing through the roots like butter. But wait, he misses one. It is coming too fast to dodge, so Xiaoyang has to tank it with his arms. Boom! He gets slammed into the dirt, but he quickly rolls out and sticks the landing like a pro. He checks the situation and thinks, damn, this thing is too big to one shot. Slogging it out here is a waste of energy, especially while these guys are getting absorbed. They are being eaten alive, screaming, is this it? Are we going to die? I do not want to die. Xiaoyang yells out, everyone who's infected, get over here right now. The leader is confused, asking, for what? Xiaoyang activates the symbiotic plant inside him. He puts everything into it, breathing out a massive cloud of blue mist that covers everyone being controlled. The crowd starts coughing their lungs out, wondering what just hit them. One guy is staring at his hands like, what is this? Xiaoyang explains it simply. It is a special type of algae that releases interferon to shut down the parasitic spores inside your bodies. He immediately gives the order, Chi-Tu, get these people out of here. Chi-Tu is on it instantly. Yes, sir. He leads the logging crew to safety while the monsters go absolutely berserk, acting like total mindless thralls. Xiaoyang's eyes go dark as he lets out a savage laugh. His anger is straight up boiling over. He screams, you idiots! He tells them his true view. Symbiosis is the only way to survive and get stronger. Taming each other is the real path. Slowly, the power in his eyes starts to dim. He still has important business to handle. All right, Vent over. Now get back to work. Even Elder Ha is questioning reality, wondering if that plant actually has a mind of its own. Xiao Yang keeps it real. The spores evolved a long time ago, with a structure like neurons, so having consciousness is totally normal. It is basically the peak of life's evolution. He's not about to waste any more time here. Let us pull back and talk later. Li Trin is like, wait, we are not finishing this thing off? But Xiao Yang wants a guaranteed win. It is not worth the grind right now. We will come back when we are fully prepped. They dip out fast, not even noticing the vines. The monsters are fuming, but they are stuck. It is not over. We have to kill them. Outside, the crops are soaking up the sun. Yes, Xiao Yang was already 10 steps ahead. I am going to call the rest of the crew back to farm the Ziho fields to prep for a massive counterattack against that giant plant. He just got the intel, but he is still a bit on edge. They're all back. Is everything okay over there? Yeah, he is totally confident in their defense. No need to worry about that side. We have an absolute powerhouse guarding it. Chi Tu is shook. Someone even stronger than us? Fine. Xiao Yang knows what he is thinking. Why don't you come and see for yourself? You guys can have a little sparring match. Chi Tu is not backing down. Oh, it is on. If I cannot handle a new guy, there is no way I am taking down that monster tree. Xiao Yang invites Elder Ha along too, since they might need his big brain for this. Elder Ha agrees instantly. Let us go. When they arrive, Chi Tu points at a tree, stunned. What is that? Xiao Yang just smiles. That is the powerhouse I was talking about. And right then, Tru Fong shifts back from his monster form into a human. Yo, Trial Fong, check it. This is Tree 2. This kid wants to test your skills, so don't be shy, show him what God mode looks like. The old man saw the monsters were about to wake up and gave the command. Huge tentacles shot up, and Tree 2 was straight up shook. He had to swallow his pride real quick to avoid getting folded. Never mind, I'm good. Chill, guys. We're all on the same team. Don't ruin the vibe. Teal Doom introduced them so they could get down to business. Meet Old Ha. This legend is a top expert from the City's Agri-Science Institute. And Old Ha, meet Chu Hyubing, a bio-researcher from City K. Hyubin was hyped to meet him, saying he'd heard all about the legend for a long time. Old Ha just smiled but dropped some bad news he hadn't found a way to fix this mess yet. Can we actually control this swarm? Maybe kidnap the queen? The old man wasn't so sure he could give a solid answer. Look, I'm just a plant guy, he said. I don't really get how these social animals work. Even with known species, controlling the whole hive is basically mission impossible. Old Ha started geeking out on how hives work. He said swarm intelligence is just a crazy phenomenon. It emerges from a massive number of bugs doing simple tasks where everyone has a specific job. The queen bee or ant. She's just a tiny gear in a giant biomachine whose only job is making babies. Those pheromones she drops only stop the others from growing up. They don't actually give orders. She thought it was all a bit fuzzy, but most systems usually have a leader at the top. And who knows if this bug mom has evolved this central brain yet, especially with all that weird flesh mimicry going on. Plus, those adaptable spores in Tiu Dong's body are the real deal. Old Ha nodded. The theory actually made sense. Tiu Dong had a massive brain moment. If that's the case, let's just grab the queen and see what happens. The leader felt like this was way too much. There were way too many bugs to even think about raiding that hive and grabbing the queen. As far as he knew, the whole of City B was basically just food for the hive. It was huge, like those giant plants back in the City-S jungle. After whispering with Trio Fong for a bit, Tree 2 finally spoke up. I've got a small idea, but I'm not sure about it yet. You want to hear a new way? Lay it on us. Tree 2 looked at them with a smirk. You guys ever heard of this? The Trojan horse? This should be played out clean. 3 cars were tearing it up down a dirt road. Suddenly, they slammed on the brakes, tires screeching. Move it! Hurry! Move it! Move it! The soldiers were losing their minds. Get in the car! Wait for me! They left the monsters behind in the middle of nowhere. They scrambled to start the engines. Go! Go! Get out of the way! Meanwhile, Tiu Dong was lurking in the shadows, watching the monsters. He was feeling himself. Told you, my plan would work. Just then, he spotted something. A Scout B was heading straight for the monsters, just like he planned. It's here! But Tree 2 was totally lost. Wait, what is that? Tiu Dong stayed cool. That's a scout from the nest. He breathed a sigh of relief. Their bait actually worked. It started with just 2 bees, but then the swarm doubled out of nowhere. The monsters were just standing there like idiots, completely caught off guard. The leader looked completely lost, and his men were already dipping. I'm out. Good luck with that. Even Tree 2 didn't see this coming. About this, Old Ha was low-key terrified. Is Tiu Dong gonna be okay? But the MC was chilling. No sweat, he said, as more giant bees swarmed in. The monsters were staring them down. While the bees and monsters were throwing hands, some ropes suddenly shot out, slamming into the ground and bouncing back up. In a split second, they had the bees completely tied up. The bee was trapped, and a monster just swallowed it whole. The leader's jaw dropped. This power, it's insane. I feel like we don't even need a strategy anymore. We could just straight up raid the nest. The bees were on the ground, legs twitching and totally paralyzed. Old Ha was still nervous. You sure about this? But Tiu Dong knew their weakness. These bugs didn't have the insane healing factor like the flesh mimics, making them a lot harder to tame. Nothing could stop him from breaking it down. Controlling Trio Fong worked because he actually cooperated, but these bugs, they weren't going to play nice. Everyone was buzzing. This one's dead. How are you guys doing over there? It looked like they were hitting a wall. Tiu Dong turned his head. Well, there's only one hope left. He locked eyes with the only bee that was still standing. Everything went dead silent as the bee stomped its foot on the ground. The dust cleared, and the guy in the hat was hype. Did we do it? Tiu Dong walked right up and started patting its head. Looks like it worked. The old man was skeptical. They tried so many times, and only one worked. But Tiu Dong's gaze was sharp. One is all I need. Suddenly, the bee picked him up and flew into the air. He kept his eyes shut so the swarm wouldn't spot him. Finally, the whole truth was starting to click. No wonder everyone in City B is terrified of these bugs. He finally got it floating up there like that would scare anyone half to death. A whole bug army was waiting in the cave. The guy in the blue jacket was shaking. This is bad. But the black-haired guy wasn't buying it. You sure your theory is even right, bro? Red Jacket was sweating too. What if we're lost? But Blue Jacket was dead certain he knew the way. Hives need air to breathe, so if we just follow the breeze, we'll find the exit. The three of them started scaling the dangerous cliffside. He suddenly looked back but couldn't even find the words. Blue Jacket was absolutely losing it at the nightmare in front of them, and those guys didn't even try to help. They were just standing there talking trash. These poor people were being used as living incubators for the larvae. It was straight up disgusting. He yelled at the others to move. Don't just stand there. If they catch us, we're cooked too. Then, Blue Jacket pointed at the sky. Look, he saw a flicker of hope. That light had to be the exit. The confusion on his face vanished instantly. Yes, we made it. But then, they noticed something super weird inside the cave. What was that sound? The three of them are losing their minds in pure panic. It's a crawler. Run! Move it. Blue Vest and his two bros are booking it toward the light like their lives depend on it. Victory is right there. No way they're going down now. You can see the pure hype in his eyes. Red Shirt slams on the brakes. Before they can even celebrate, they're all completely gassed and out of breath. Wait, the crawlers already have them cornered. These things are ready to pounce at any second. He starts losing it, screaming his head off. No, no! Way down below, a group of survivors is literally shaking in their boots. Blue Vest hears something. He's got some serious guts, though he looks straight up to see what's coming. Red Shirt Squad falls right through the opening. Blue Vest is like, yo, what kind of room is this even? Blue Vest just looks defeated. This is the pantry, he says. And then he has to drop the coldest truth ever. You guys are just spare snacks. Red Shirt starts bawling his eyes out. He knows it's over. If I knew this, I wouldn't have even run. Being a slave beats being a meal. Blue Vest points over at Xiao Yang. Wait, what's wrong with that guy? Is he dead? Blue Vest's crew is just confused. Who even is this? Never seen him before. He wasn't part of our group. Black Hair shakes him like, yo, bro, you still with us? Xiao Yang suddenly sits up, scaring the soul out of him. Are we finally there? He starts complaining about the trip. All that twisting and turning almost made me barf. Xiao Yang looks around the cave and is actually impressed. So this is the nest? Okay, I see you. Pretty sick setup. It's like a whole maze. Blue Vest is tripping because this dude is way too calm. You just got kidnapped and you're out here admiring the scenery? Xiao Yang cuts straight to the point. Do any of you know where the queen is? Blue Vest is literally frozen. Total brain lag. What did you just say? Find the queen? Why on earth would you want to do that? He keeps it low-key. I have some business with her. Trust me, it's for your own good. The older survivors are not buying it. Is this kid a total moron or what? Probably lost his mind from the shock. Suddenly, a weird sound starts echoing through the cave. Blue Vest is traumatized. They're back. They're coming to pick out the next meal. Everyone starts panicking and shoving each other. Everyone's scrambling for a spot to hide. Hey, who's pushing? I can't breathe. Black Hair is worried Xiao Yang is going to get folded if he just stands there. Yo, wake up. What are you doing? You trying to get eaten? Red Shirt starts roasting him for being so reckless with his life. Are you stupid? People are going to die. And newsflash, it's probably going to be us. He decides to ditch Xiao Yang and save himself. Sorry, bro, but you're clearly not all there right now. He comes face to face with a crawler and isn't even flinching. Actually, he looks interested. He's not even running. The other survivors are dead silent, holding their breath in total tension. Xiao Yang grabs the bug's mandibles with his bare hands and, bam, one punch. He punches straight through its gut. Everyone's eyes are about to pop out of their heads. What just happened? They can't believe how easily he took it out. He actually killed a crawler. Everyone's theorizing about his weapon. Does he have a gun? How did he do that? Yeah, he must be packed. But wait, I don't see a weapon. Xiao Yang just leaps off the ledge. He's still being a nice guy. You guys coming with me or waiting here? Everyone is just stunned. Blue Vest is all in. I'm with you. I can lead the way. I almost made it out last time. Red Shirt and the rest shout in unison, count us in 2. Brown Shirt throws his hand up. Me too. Safety in numbers, right? They're finally betting it all on Xiao Yang. Staying here is certain death anyway, so might as well risk it. More crawlers start pouring out of the cave. Everyone freezes when they see them. Oh man. The whole swarm is focusing on Xiao Yang now. The mood shifts instantly. No matter how cracked he is, there's no way he can take all of them. I don't want to die. This is terrifying. They're completely pinned down, can't even move a muscle. Watching this absolute slaughter, some people are starting to question their own existence, wondering who's the real monster here. A moment later, the cave goes dead silent. Xiao Yang's eyes light up as he clears his throat like it's nothing, while the parasite worm is literally shaking like a leaf. It looks like its soul got sucked out before it just faceplants into the dirt. Everyone's like, is it dead? But Xiao Yang's just flexing his hands, calculating his power levels to see if he's tuned in right. Trying to control a resisting host with mutation spores is a high-level play with crazy difficulty. He closes his eyes and gears up his arms, getting ready to drop something insane. Found the queen's hiding spot, he says. Suddenly, massive thorny vines burst out of him like crazy, twisting through the air. The whole cave starts shaking like a massive earthquake. Everyone's screaming to stay alert and wondering what the heck is happening. Somewhere else, 2 monsters are whispering when they suddenly feel the ground rocking. They look up, totally confused about what's going on, but they don't have time to process it because Xiao Yang's vines have already tracked them down. He quickly snaps his fingers and the vines wrap them up tight. Tiny little branches start sprouting out of the main vines, covered in sharp-as-hell thorns. These vines straight up pierce the monsters' heads to suck out all their energy. The monsters are literally screaming in agony before their whole bodies start convulsing. Their legs shrivel up as they get completely deleted, leaving nothing but corpses on the floor. Outside the cave, the rest of the swarm is grabbing whatever they can and dipping. Cut to deeper in the cave where something is glowing in the dark. Someone asks, "Wait, what did you just do?" And Xiao Yang's eyes are just beaming. He's satisfied, saying he's just tilling the soil for this nest while absorbing all that sweet energy from the larvae. Then, he lifts his leg like he's about to stomp them into the afterlife. Setup complete. Time to meet the boss, right? Boom! The ground shatters where he steps, dust and rocks flying everywhere from the pure impact. The floor is straight up disintegrating from the shockwave. The whole squad starts falling into the abyss, screaming their lungs out. After they stick the landing, Xiao Yang leads the squad through this dark, creepy, and damp place. As they go deeper, someone asks where the queen is. Xiao Yang just looks down and says, "Right under us." Right on cue, the ground starts shaking as something massive begins to rise. Xiao Yang's gaze is sharp as a blade when he spots his target. Standing before him is the Mother Queen, and this thing is literally 100,000 times bigger than him. The queen lets out a deafening roar and charges at Xiao Yang with insane speed. Someone screams in total terror. Seriously, these bugs just keep coming. The ground can't take the pressure and starts cracking again, sending everyone tumbling toward the same spot. Suddenly, a forest of vines sprouts up to cage them in and keep them safe. Xiao Yang's just protecting his crew, telling them he needs to clear out the distractions. Stay in the cage for a bit. The squad is like, "Whatever you say, boss." Meanwhile, an entire army of bugs is lining up to take him down. He reaches back and more vines sprout from his hands. Xiao Yang is moving them like a pro, weaving them through the air with zero effort. He's snatching those small fries out of the air. Suddenly, white projectiles start flying at him like bullets, and Xiao Yang catches it out of the corner of his eye. He pulls off a slick dodge, jumping to the side. A bunch of spiders are spamming webs at him, trying to pin him down. He's sprinting through the chaos, dodging every single web. He slides across the ground, looking like he's about to drop a new skill. Xiao Yang picks up a rock and talks big. "I destroyed your whole nest already. You really think killing you pests is going to be a challenge?" He hurls that rock with god-tier strength. It tears right through the swarm, exploding every bug it touches. They're literally getting disintegrated. The squad is jaw-dropped. They can't believe it. Xiao Yang is literally him. He's not even breaking a sweat. We're actually going to live. they scream. Seeing how OP he is, the queen tries to roar, but she sounds weak. Her massive body is actually trembling as she tries to back away. Xiao Yang just walks up and talks trash. Keep screaming, I'm not even trying to kill you yet. Then, with one move, he sends a wave of vines flying forward. He wraps the queen up like a present. The vines tighten and thorns sink deep into her flesh. She lets out a blood-curdling scream. He gives her a cold warning. My mutation spores are in your brain now. Move a muscle and you're dead. But inside, he's low-key stressed because this is the only queen he's got. If she dies, all this work goes down the drain. But suddenly, something weird happens that catches him off guard. Wait, what? The queen stops fighting immediately. Xiao Yang realizes she's playing it smart and submitting because she knows she's cooked. This bug queen has a high IQ for sure. The system pops up with the mission complete notification. 300 points in the bag. Total points? 961. Xiao Yang's actually surprised. 2 missions done, he just bagged 700 points in one go. He starts plotting his next move. Might as well keep this 8-legged nest under my thumb. Gotta make sure they don't cause trouble later. He opens up the system shop, and a list of OP items pops up for him. He's debating what to get. He wants an awakening ability, so he keeps hitting the manual refresh button until his points are almost gone. He's down to 2 choices and a warning. Xiao Yang doesn't stop though. He commands the system to open the full info database. He's got 59 points left. A bunch of items show up: stamina overload, high voltage bioelectricity, and the enslavement mark. He hits select on the mark. He finally smirks. Just as he thought, the enslavement mark is now level 2. Meaning he can control 2 people now. He turns back to the queen. You're lucky, he says. Stick with me and you're going straight to the top. The queen has no choice but to take it as he starts branding her with the mark. Cut to outside the cave in another hall. Some dude is screaming his head off. Who do these 2 think they are, taking over a massive warehouse? Are they geniuses or just morons? Don't they know having treasure makes you a target? A guy with a beard licks his lips and looks at the red-haired girl. Nice plan, Red. It's working perfectly. Idiots are just lining up to walk into our trap. The people down below are still furious, yelling insults at the trashy couple for being so shameless. Is this guy for real? Bro thinks he can win a 1 versus all with those numbers? Talk about delusional. Meanwhile, another thug is actually looking hyped for the fight. He licks his lips like a total creep and says, Don't worry, babe. I am definitely going to make you feel like you are in heaven, right before you die. But before he can even finish his sentence, the woman behind him gets absolutely deleted. Red juice everywhere, and the red-haired queen just smirks like a boss. She is like, all right then, let us see how a junkie like you plans to send me anywhere. The guy panics, asking his goons, Yo, did any of you actually see how fast she moved? Nope, too fast. Suddenly, she blurs past them like the wind. She is literally in the middle of their squad now, and they are losing it. Oh no, she's way too cracked. With just a few whip strikes, she sends almost the entire squad to the lobby. Then, she points her sword right at the leader's throat, making him shake like a leaf. She lifts his chin with her blade, flexing on him. So, tell me again, how does it feel to be in heaven? The guy starts begging for his life instantly. Meanwhile, some other dudes are just standing there, completely baffled. They are like, You asking us? How are you guys so overpowered? What is the secret? The bearded guy behind them just says, Fine, I will let you in on a little secret. In this world, the only people stronger than us are that group. While the injured guy is trying to process that, the person behind him suddenly spots something insane. Something is rushing toward them from the distance. They are confused. What is that noise? Someone mutters, Could it be the insects? Hearing that, the bearded guy and the red-haired girl turn around to check. Everyone is horrified. The sky literally goes dark as a massive swarm of insects blocks out the sun. There have to be at least 1,000 of them. Charging forward, you can see them swarming the ground too, getting closer every second. The red-haired girl screams, Move! Get to high ground, now. She and her man rush to the top, leaving those low-level cannibals behind to get ripped to shreds by the swarm. The bearded guy sees the chaos and slams the door shut immediately. He is sweating bullets, wondering what on earth is happening. But wait, there is a massive plot twist elsewhere. The leader is literally shaking in his boots. What is it? His scout looks through the binoculars, barely able to speak. He stammers out, The swarm. It is huge. If they hit us, we are cooked. The leader is spiraling. Wait, what happened to Leader Xiao Yang? Was he not supposed to handle the insects? Did he actually lose? But then, a massive roar shakes the entire area. What was that? They realize it is the Meat Sea. The Meat Sea is going to protect us. That is right, we still have the Meat Sea on our side. The swarm does not even dare to touch us. Beat it, you bugs. We have got a monster for a bodyguard. It is such a weird feeling of safety. But suddenly, someone shouts, "Heads up, there is a massive one heading straight for us. Stay sharp." They are ready for a scrap, but someone screams, "Wait, look." It is leader Xiao Yang. He's literally standing on the back of a giant insect like he is him, just looking down at everyone. After he lands safely, Xiao Ping shyly walks over to greet him. At the same time, Zhao Feng asks leader Xiao Yang, "What is the status?" He is like, "It went pretty smooth. There is just a group of survivors over there we need to pick up." Zhao Feng thinks it is an easy win, but Xiao Ping is still a bit worried about something. She is like, "But what about the food supply?" He just smirks and tells her to chill. "Don't worry, the flower cart fields are expanding, and we have got more farming going on over at Tea Leaf City. There is plenty for everyone. Plus, the whole of City S is about to become our personal farmland." Scene shifts over to City S. Old Ha checks out a green mark on a guy's side. It is actually looking way better, like he might fully recover. The guy gets so hyped, like, "For real? I can finally be free from that monster's control forever." But right then, something appears in the sky. Look, what is that? Giant insects. He rushes inside, yelling for everyone to stay alert. They scramble to shut the gates, but then the swarm in the sky suddenly shifts direction. Everyone is confused. Are they actually going around our fields? Then old Ha looks off into the distance where Xiao Yang is standing. His eyes light up with joy. Xiao Yang's plan actually worked. Meanwhile, the zombie horde spots something in the sky and stops in their tracks. The one leading the swarm is none other than Xiao Yang himself. He gives the cold order, "Swarm, listen up. It is dinner time." On his command, they dive like crazy toward the zombies below. They start devouring the zombies like they are at an all-you-can-eat buffet. At the same time, the ant insects show up in full force, moving in perfect formation. They literally stomp the zombies into paste and rip them into 100 pieces. The remaining zombies start huddling together in a circle to protect their precious tree. The zombies are screeching, like, "What do you want?" Xiao Yang just gives them a cold stare and says, "Get tamed and become a part of the flower cart inside me." They are fuming, refusing to submit. Serve under him? No way. I am way bigger than that thing. I am the king of the jungle, and he is just a loser who failed the vibe check. He is done with the talk. Get it straight. You are the loser here. With one move, Xiao Yang slices their massive tree trunk clean in half. The tree they were protecting comes crashing down in a total mess. This is what happens when you try to mess with the main character. Your trunk is gone, and next, I am pulling you up by the roots. Last chance, submit or it is over for you. He watches as his own bio tree grows stronger and starts reaching for the sky. Finally, it produces a special bean it has been brewing for a long time. Xiao Yang spots the bean and shouts, "Go, merge into one." His vines reach out and grab that bean with a death grip. Once he absorbs it, the system notification pops up. Mission: eliminate weed, threat completed. Reward: 100 points. The Utopia quest is still active. Objectives like expanding the community and clearing the area are netting him another 20 evaluation points. Current eval score is 92. His total accumulated points just jumped by 80, reaching 239. Old Ha and the squad look up, asking, "Is everything okay?" But looking at the scene, everyone starts to catch on. The swarm is heading back, so Xiao Yang must have cleared the stage. He glides down toward them, still flexing on top of the swarm. The moment he lands, the old man rushes over. "So, did you take down that giant plant?" Xiao Yang just flexes and says, "Yep, it is literally a part of my body now." Old Ha is like, "Wait, what do you mean by a part of you?" Xiao Yang just smirks and says, "Let me show you." Just like that. Xiao Yang unleashes his new power to show off the results. Everyone's jaw is on the floor, while he is just casually explaining. "So, the power of the flower cart now is, my internal energy has literally tripled. I even flexed on everyone in S City, basically announcing that I own every plant in the area now. MC Diff is real." The next day at the coast in H City, everyone was hyped because the catch was insane. The fishermen were looking at their nets like, "Bro, how did we get this many fish? This is sus." Life was finally looking up, but then a creepy sound started echoing through the air. One guy saw something in the distance and straight up lost it, cursing in fear. He knew they were cooked. The people below were like, "What's that rumbling noise? Is it a plane?" Nope, it was a literal massive tsunami and a giant tornado heading straight for them. Absolute nightmare fuel. Everyone started dipping in pure chaos. One sailor was screaming, "Get back! Into the buildings now! Go, go, go!" But one greedy dude was actually worried about the loot. He's like, "What about all these fish?" His buddy yelled back, "Forget the fish, man. If you're slow, you're dead." They could see the tsunami literally breathing down their necks. They were all sprinting for the bunkers, but this one clown was so obsessed with the fish that he stayed back to grab a few more. Huge mistake. He tried to run, but the waves were closing in fast. He was cursing his luck, but honestly, he brought this on himself. Greed is a killer, man. And just like that, he paid the price and got swept away by the massive surge. The tsunami was so violent, it basically deleted the entire area. The survivors could only watch in shock. They stood on the roofs looking down at literal hell. Now the sailors understood why there were so many fish earlier. They were all fleeing for their lives. The captain shouted to start looking for bodies. "We need to pull everyone out for cremation." But one guy looked at the wreckage and shouted back that the scaffolding was totally wrecked. There was no way down. The guy just fell to his knees, completely broken. What do we even do now? The sky stayed dark and the heavy rain just wouldn't quit. Lytrin was sitting with the squad looking stressed. If this rain keeps up, the nearby towns are going to be completely underwater. He turned to Old Ha to check the status. "How are the Sak Hoa fields holding up?" Old Ha said those plants are built different and have high adaptability, so the rain hasn't ruined them yet. But if it never stops, the harvest is going to be trash. Meanwhile, Xiao Deng was just sitting there, totally locked in and deep in thought. Lytrin asked him, "Yo, what's on your mind?" "What's wrong, bro?" But Xiao Deng didn't say a word. He just signaled for everyone to be quiet. He slowly leaned down while everyone else was confused. After a second of scouting, he sensed something was definitely off. His main character's intuition was tingling. He snapped out of it and started barking orders. "Tell everyone in the nearby towns to get into the fortress now. Move, move, move." Once they arrived, Xiao Deng was screaming at the locals to leave their stuff and just run. Tucci was confused and asked, "Brother Xiao Deng, what's the play? Is there an enemy we can't beat?" Just then, someone from the top of the wall screamed down to warn them. "Xiao Deng, the flood is here." He was stunned. A flood? There was zero time left to hesitate. Tucci and the rest scrambled to high ground for safety. Lai Trin looked down and was speechless. The water had already reached the base of the fortress. The surge was coming straight from the ocean. He frowned, seeing the water was already over 1 meter high. He had no idea what to do. If this hits H City, it's game over. Tucci even said the pillars here probably wouldn't hold. But right then, Xiao Deng finished his transformation and stepped out. Everyone was shook. Leader Xiao Deng was literally glowing with power. He told them to get ready because it was time to fight back. The crowd backed off in fear as the water rushed in. But right as it was about to hit, Xiao Deng's vines shot out to intercept the surge. It was total god mode. His vines connected into a massive rope and coiled around the entire city like a giant shield to keep everyone from being swallowed by the waves. His vines were basically an unbreakable wall against the crashing water. Seeing the flood get blocked like that was a massive flex. Everyone started cheering. No way, it actually worked. The power of the flood was totally neutralized by the vines. Thanks to that barrier, the flood just washed around the fortress instead of through it. Everything else outside was completely submerged. After the wave passed, the area was a total mess. The survivors were so grateful to him. Without leader Xiao Deng, we'd all be fish food right now. That was true, but the vibes were still heavy. They were already worrying about the next wave and looking to Xiao Deng for the next move. With a flood this big, the farms are definitely destroyed. What are we even going to eat later? Some people were chill though, saying Xiao Deng would find a way. But he was actually low-key confused, thinking, wait, what is this flood even about? Just as he was trying to process the chaos, a system notification popped up, but instead of words, it was just a weird sequence of dots and commas. Bro, is the system glitching?